April 28th, 2038, cloudy with light rain. Bailey drove to the largest fresh market in the new district early in the morning, buying beef, lamb, ribs, chicken wings, and chicken legs. Because there was a child in her family who loved meat, she always made sure to buy a variety of meats, enough for 2 weeks. This saved time, so she wouldn't have to go to the market often. Then she bought vegetables and fruits. Seafood like fish, shrimp, and shellfish were not on her list because her son, and she didn't like eating them. After buying everything, it took her 2 trips to carry all the items to the car. Before leaving, she looked back at the market. For some reason, she felt the market seemed strange today. The butchers were fine, chopping and weighing meat smoothly, just like usual. But the vegetable and fruit vendors were slow. Whether weighing or calculating prices, they seemed out of sorts, much slower than normal, at least twice as slow. Their faces looked unusual too, with dark circles under their eyes, as if they hadn't slept well or had a restless night. What was going on? Her curiosity was brief because it wasn't her concern. Her son was still sick at home. She needed to hurry back. Thinking about her little one who had been running a fever for a week, Bailey felt anxious. The weather had been unpredictable, sometimes cold, sometimes hot, not following the usual seasons or months. This caused her to catch a cold and fever first. Just as she recovered, her son caught it too. There was nothing she could do, only the 2 of them at home. Her son was clingy, so he wouldn't keep his distance from her, making it impossible to stay apart. Luckily, the May Day holiday was coming up, and her first-grade son's lessons weren't heavy, so she decided to take leave and rest at home. From the market to her home normally took only half an hour by car, but today it took 2 hours. The reason was constant accidents and rear-end collisions on the road, with honking, shouting, and sirens everywhere, giving Bailey a headache. She kept taking detours, stumbling along the way, until she finally reached home after 2 hours. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a familiar voice from the living room. Bailey carried 2 big bags inside, changed her shoes, and didn't rush to put the groceries in the kitchen. Instead, she casually dropped them at the entrance and quickly headed to the bedroom. While walking, she also whispered to a yellow parrot on a hanging rod in the living room, which had a tuft of hair standing up on its head, "Shoo, be quiet. Don't wake up your brother." The parrot made a soft sh sound along with her, then closed its beak and stopped talking. The bedroom was very quiet. Bailey gently pushed the door open and suddenly froze in place. She saw her 8-year-old son sitting quietly on the bed, completely still.
Chichi?
Bailey quickly approached, bent down to feel her son's forehead, and softly asked, "When did you wake up?" "Mom went out to buy groceries. I bought all your favorite meats. When your fever goes down, I'll make you tomato beef stew, then braised pork ribs and cola chicken wings, okay?" Her hand touched her son's cool forehead, and she was happy. "Oh, your fever's gone. Let me check again to see how many degrees."
Mom.
Her son, who had been silent, looked up at her with rare panic and a bit of awkwardness. "Mom, I think I wet the bed." Bailey was surprised. She hadn't yet lifted the blanket to check, but comforted him first. "It's okay, just change the sheet. No big deal, son. Everyone wets the bed when they're little." When she lifted the blanket, she fell silent. The bed was quite wet. Even without touching, she could see that most of the sheets were soaked, and it was very obvious. She was amazed.
"Did you
wet the bed? Did he spill all his water?" Then she remembered that she had made him drink water several times last night. Maybe he had drunk that much, so it wasn't impossible. Forget it. He had wet the bed. He looked embarrassed enough already, so why ask so many questions? "Your pants are wet, right? Take them off with your shirt and go take a shower. I'll change the sheets and mattress pad." His fever just went down, so he couldn't wear wet clothes anymore. Bailey helped her son put on his shoes, then immediately turned on the electric heater in the bathroom and filled the bathtub with hot water. "Mom, my clothes are all wet. I think I not only wet the bed, but also sweat a lot." She took his shirt, which felt soaked and could be wrung out. She was surprised again. She quickly touched her son's back, which was warm and damp, just like his forehead. He hadn't taken any medicine for the fever, so why was he sweating so much? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? No, my head doesn't hurt at all anymore. Whiteley saw that his dark, shiny eyes looked bright and energetic, a big change from yesterday when he looked tired and sad. She felt relieved that he was feeling better. Take a bath now, soak for a while, then come out, okay? Children love playing in water, so this was easy for Chi-Chi.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Can I have tomato beef stew? Not now. You just got better, so you need to eat light food. Mom will make some plain rice porridge first. If you don't eat much today, I'll make beef noodles for you tonight. I won't need to cook again today. It's all ready. Whiteley smiled and encouraged her son. Yes, Chi-Chi is very healthy and won't get sick again.
You can soak in the bath now.
I'll tidy up the bed and get your clothes. She left the bathroom and went back to Chi-Chi's room. She quickly took off the sheets and pillowcases and put them in the laundry basket. When she pulled off the quilt, she habitually sniffed it. No smell of? She leaned closer and sniffed again, almost touching the damp quilt with her nose. But she couldn't smell any strange odor, just water, as if it wasn't at all. That was strange. But Whiteley didn't think too much about it. After tidying up, she still had to get her son's clothes and cook porridge. There was a big bag of vegetables in the car downstairs that hadn't been brought up yet. She didn't have time to think about other things. Before she left the bathroom, she checked the time and told her son, "Soak for 10 more minutes. Call me if you need anything." Chi-Chi peeked out of the bathtub and asked, "Mom, after breakfast, can we pick up Shiau Wu again?"
Yes, Dr.
And said last night to observe him for one more night. If he doesn't get sick again, he'll be fine. Can I go with you? Whiteley thought about her son staying at home all week because of his illness, not even going downstairs. He must be bored. She nodded and said, "Okay. Be good and finish your meal first. Then we'll go together." Shiau Wu is a Shiba Inu. Last October, their neighbor took him in from a friend, but he got sick after just a week. No one knew what he ate, but he had severe diarrhea. The neighbor found it troublesome and threw the 4-month-old puppy into the community square, ignoring him. That day and today it was drizzling. The tiny, wet puppy was lying weakly on the cold, cement ground. Because of his diarrhea, he smelled terrible, and no one paid attention to him. Chi-Chi felt sorry for him and begged his mom to take the little dog home. "Mom, I don't want to keep it. Let's just help treat its illness. Once it's better, we can send it to Dr. and to find a new owner. Is that okay?" Because they already had a parrot at home, she knew her mom wouldn't allow a second pet, so she asked very humbly. Bailey couldn't bear her son's sad little eyes, so she had no choice but to bring Shiau Wu back home. At that time, she truly thought she would find a new home for it after it recovered. But after a month, she found herself becoming attached. So Shiau Wu stayed and became the 5th member of the family. 3 days ago, for some unknown reason, Shiau Wu suddenly developed a high fever like Chi-Chi. Its whole body was hot, and its brown fur was turning red. This scared Bailey so much that she hurriedly took it to the nearby pet hospital. Because she also had to care for her sick son, Bailey was exhausted and asked Dr. at the hospital to help take care of Shiau Wu, letting it stay in the hospital for 2 days. Fortunately, when she visited yesterday, the fever had gone down. Dr. said it just needed one more night of observation, and she could bring it home today. Bailey cooked some porridge and took 3 steamed buns she had wrapped earlier, putting them in the microwave. Then she went downstairs, planning to bring up the last bag of vegetables left in the car. Her home is on the 5th floor, and she always takes the stairs, not the elevator. When she reached the 3rd floor, she saw someone standing at the door of apartment 302. She recognized it as the child's grandmother from that home. There was a large plastic bag of vegetables at her feet, clearly just bought from the market. But strangely, she had thrown the vegetables on the ground, holding her keys, standing quietly at the door with her head bowed. What was she doing? Why didn't she go inside? Curious, Bailey glanced at the old lady but kept walking downstairs. She was usually cautious and never meddled in others' affairs. Her husband only came home a few times a year, and she was raising her young son alone. She only wished for her family to be safe and healthy. What others didn't concern her. After opening the trunk of her car, Bailey took out the vegetables. Just as she was about to go upstairs, her eyes caught something out of the corner of her eye. She turned her head and saw a familiar gasoline can behind the neighboring parking space. She quickly walked over and lifted it, discovering it was filled with gasoline, about 50 liters. It belonged to the single mother on the second floor. She worked at a gas station and, whenever gas prices rose, she would buy some in advance and bring it home. Because Chi-Chi is about the same age as the other girl's daughter, Bailey is quite familiar with her and has bought slightly cheaper gasoline from her before. A few days ago, she told Bailey that gasoline prices might go up soon, and since she might go back to her hometown during May Day, Bailey asked her to help buy 30 or 50 liters. So, this should be a gift for her. Did she forget it? She starts work at 8 o'clock and is probably not home now. Bailey opens the trunk again, puts the gasoline inside, planning to tell this single mother when she gets home and transfer the money to her. Since she takes the elevator upstairs, Bailey doesn't know that the grandmother on the third floor is still standing at her door without moving. After a simple breakfast, Bailey dresses Chi-Chi in a raincoat and hat. She wears the same outfit herself and also takes a large umbrella before heading downstairs. They walk down the stairs. Chi-Chi holds his mother's hand quietly, walking steadily. When they pass the third floor, Bailey notices that the grandmother in 302 is gone, but the bag of vegetables is still at the door. She looks at it in surprise, confirming that this is the same bag she saw before going downstairs for breakfast. The long green onions sticking out are exactly the same, with no change in position. The door of 302 is slightly ajar. Suddenly, a cracking sound and a sigh make the mother and son jump in fright. Bailey quickly pulls her son, and they hurriedly go downstairs. "Mom, does 302 also have a puppy?" When they reach the bottom, Chi-Chi asks curiously. "Why do you say that?" "Because the cracking sound just now sounded very much like Shiau Wu chewing on a bone." "Really?" Bailey suddenly feels relieved, her heart finally letting go. She shakes her head helplessly, blaming herself for overthinking. How could she think that sound was abnormal? Maybe something happened at their home, and they might also be keeping pets. As they walk through the community gate with their umbrella, they see the security guard sitting on a chair, slumped over, seemingly asleep. Bailey glances briefly, and then looks away. After leaving the door, they turn right and walk for about 2 minutes to a small pet hospital.
Woof.
As they push open the glass door and step inside, they hear a familiar dog bark before they even stabilize themselves. Shiau Wu. Chi-Chi happily rushed to the cage, planning to open it and release Little Five. At that moment, someone came out from the office at the very back. "White sister, Chi-Chi. Uncle N, is Little Five no longer running a fever?" The young man wearing glasses approached, smiling as he gently patted Chi-Chi's head. Instead of answering, he asked back, "You look so energetic. Is it all better now?" "Yes, I'm fine now. The fever is gone. Our Chi-Chi's health is really strong." After praising Chi-Chi, Dr. N opened the cage door and let Little Five out to play with Chi-Chi in the hall. He then took Bailey into the office. "White sister, here are the fever reducer and anti-inflammatory medicine. If Little Five's temperature rises again after you get home, give it 1 pill. You mean it might happen again? Is there still inflammation somewhere?" Dr. N pushed his glasses and looked a bit puzzled. "I checked repeatedly, and Little Five's body has no sign of inflammation. But it's strange that its temperature is only 1 degree lower than when it had a high fever, and it's been maintaining this temperature since last night. No change at all." Bailey asked, "It's 1 degree lower than when it was high, but still higher than normal. Why is that?" As a highly professional veterinarian, Dr. N felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I stayed up all night reading books and consulting with teachers and colleagues, but I still couldn't find the cause. However, Little Five is in good spirits, eating, drinking, and urinating normally. Then it should be fine." Bailey interrupted Dr. N and, based on her experience raising her son, told him, as long as it's energetic, eating, drinking, and passing stool normally, it's basically recovered. About the slightly elevated temperature, She thought for a moment and asked, could it be that each dog's body is different? For dogs like Little Five, the cooling process might not be as quick as other dogs, but instead need some time? She didn't rule out this possibility. Dr. An advised Bai Li to observe for 2 more days and bring Little Five back if there were any issues. The mother and son took the medicine and headed back to the community with the dog. Behind them, the glass door of the pet hospital slowly closed, reflecting clearly 2 electric bikes crashing into each other on the nearby non-motorized vehicle lane.
Woof.
Suddenly, Little Five bared its teeth and growled at the 2 people lying on the ground. Chi-Chi immediately pulled on the leash and quietly scolded, Little Five, be quiet. Don't growl at people. Hearing the young master's words, although Little Five still made a low growling sound in his throat, he finally stopped barking and only stared fiercely at the 2 people. Strange, Little Five never acted like this before. Bending down gently, Bai Li patted Little Five's head while walking and glanced at the 2 people who had bumped into each other. One of them was a delivery person. His electric bike was quite large, and after falling, it pressed on his leg, making it hard for him to get up. Bai Li saw him raise his arm to wave, then suddenly collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. The other person's electric bike was also big, but luckily it didn't land on him after falling. However, he didn't seem to know where he had hit himself and was lying on the ground twitching like he had a seizure, which looked very frightening. Mom, should we call an ambulance for help? Chi-Chi also saw the situation of the 2 people and nervously moved closer to Bai Li. Be good, doctor, and is already calling for help. Chi-Chi turned his head to look behind, and sure enough, Dr. An was pushing open the glass door and standing at the entrance. He looked at the 2 people, holding his phone to his ear, clearly making a call. Let's go home first. Bai Li wasn't used to watching the commotion, especially since it was raining now. The children and the dog had just recovered from a fever, so it wasn't good to stay outside for long. Moreover, Bai Li looked at Little Five, who was still baring his teeth and glaring fiercely at the 2 people, and thought it was better for them to leave quickly. The mother and son, along with the dog, took a few steps back to the entrance of the community. After scanning their faces to enter, they didn't notice that on the nearby non-motorized vehicle lane, one of the injured people who had been twitching on the ground suddenly got up and lunged at the other injured person. Ugh. As they passed the community gate, Little Five's throat emitted a threatening sound again, similar to before, as he snarled fiercely at the security room. What's wrong with Little Five? Did he get sick and become aggressive? Chi-Chi looked confused and tried to explain to him, Little Five, if you do that, people might think you're trying to bite them. If that happens, I won't be able to take you out anymore, you know. The child kept talking seriously about how a dog should behave when encountering strangers outside. Bai Li, meanwhile, casually glanced at the security room, then froze in place, her eyes widening in shock. Chi-Chi, let's go quickly. Whiteley was stunned in place for about 3 seconds. She quickly reacted, walking faster to catch up with her son, holding an umbrella in one hand and pulling him along toward their apartment building.
Mom.
Don't talk, let's go home first. Fortunately, their home was right next to the gate, so they didn't run far before entering the building. The elevator happened to be on the 1st floor. Whiteley pressed the button and hurried inside, then immediately pressed the closed door button. Usually, the elevator closed quickly, but at this moment, it felt very slow and tense, making her wish she could close it manually. Thankfully, it finally shut with a loud bang, and then it quickly rose to the 5th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Whiteley was holding her son and Little Five when she suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the corridor. The sounds echoed in the stairwell, making it seem very empty. This made her immediately think of the door to apartment 302, which hadn't been fully closed. A strange feeling of unease rose in her chest. She rushed to her door, trying to stay calm as she pressed her finger to open it. Once they entered and closed the door behind them, she quickly locked it with a security lock. When she heard the familiar clicking sound, she finally let out a breath she had been holding.
Phew.
Mom, what's wrong? Whiteley turned to look at her son, noticing that Chi-Chi and Little Five were both watching her, clearly affected by her emotions. Mom just saw the security guard's grandpa, and he looked very scary. She took a deep breath again, choosing not to hide the truth from her son but to describe what she saw as clearly as possible. That Grandpa's eyes are all white, his face is gray, and his mouth is very big, with sharp teeth. No, I think all his teeth are pointy and long. When I looked at him, he was leaning on the glass, baring his teeth at us. Chi-Chi looked at her with a surprised, blank expression, not because he didn't believe her, but because he didn't understand why the security guard's grandpa would look like that.
Why?
Whiteley didn't know either, but she sensed danger, so she immediately took her son and ran back home. This was her usual cautious habit. After describing everything to her son, Whiteley regained her composure. She put on slippers, signaled her son to take little Five to the living room, and then pressed her ear against the door, listening carefully for any sounds outside. The strange sound had stopped, and outside was very quiet. She turned on the camera on the smart lock. Outside, no one was there. The elevator directly in front of her was quiet, and the numbers still showed 5. Suddenly, the elevator moved, and the numbers changed from 5 to 4, 3, 2, 1. Bailey initially thought it would quickly go back up after reaching the first floor, but it didn't. She faintly heard a scream. Just as she was about to press her ear against the door to listen carefully, her son's voice came from the living room. "Mom, Mom, come quickly." The voice was clearly scared. Bailey didn't bother to watch the elevator anymore and quickly turned around to enter the living room. "What's wrong, son?"
Mom. Woof.
When Bailey arrived, Chi-Chi was sitting with a dog and a bird outside the large balcony glass door, pointing outside with a frightened look. The dog and the bird looked at her with the same expression. Outside the window was not the neighborhood but the green belt, the non-motor vehicle lane, and the busy road with cars passing by.
Today is a weekday.
Outside, there were only a few cars rushing by, but then came the sound of crashes and sharp screeches, the friction between tires and the ground. Bailey's eyes widened. These sounds were all too familiar to her. She looked outside and saw that the cause of the accident was a few people fighting on the non-motor vehicle lane. A thin, middle-aged man with blood on his face was grabbing an elderly woman and biting her. The driver of a passing car was so shocked by this scene that he forgot to watch his direction and stepped on the accelerator, colliding with the car in front. Bailey suddenly covered her mouth. What was happening? What had occurred? Her first instinct was to quickly close the window and draw the curtains, so her son, the dog, and the bird would stay away from the glass.
Mom.
Chi-Chi, scared, hugged her waist. Shiau Wu was pressed close to her leg, and the parrot Shiau Feng flew onto her shoulder. The child, the dog, and the bird all looked at her, confused and scared. Bailey moved her lips, but didn't know what to say.
Someone is killing people.
At this moment, a series of screams came from outside the window, frightening Chi-Chi so much that she trembled and hugged her even tighter. Bailey's heart was pounding with fear. She wrapped her arms around her son, then gently patted his small head and signaled him to let go. She whispered, "Sit on the sofa. Mom will see what's going on." Chi-Chi obediently released his hold, but didn't go to the sofa. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at his mother, who was standing by the window, parting the curtain slightly to look outside. Things outside had become even more chaotic. The drivers involved in the earlier car crash had stepped out of their vehicles. One man was holding his phone to his ear, repeatedly saying, "Hello, hello, police station." It's unclear if he got through, but the man ran away quickly, clutching his phone, as several bloodied men and women rushed toward him. Bailey tightly gripped the curtain with one hand, her eyes filled with fear. Her first instinct was to call the police, but recalling the chain of accidents on her way back from buying groceries, she thought that only the duty officer at the station might still be there now. She also remembered the 2 people who collided across from the pet hospital while picking up Shiau Wu. Dr. N had called, but she wasn't sure if the call went through. "Help! Help!" A young girl who had just stepped out of her car shouted twice before she was suddenly knocked to the ground, and then her neck was bitten. Bailey quickly let go of the curtain and took a step back. Thinking of something, she turned and ran toward the dining room, peering through the window to look at the neighborhood. It was a weekday and it was raining, so there weren't many people outside. Still, Bailey saw an elderly woman with curly hair standing motionless on the cobblestone path in the green belt across the way. She usually took walks there after breakfast. Bailey remembered that when they hurried home earlier, the woman had already been standing there. She had been too frightened by the security guard to pay much attention, rushing to get her son home. As for the security guard, he probably looked like the monster biting people outside the neighborhood. Bailey considered calling out to the woman through the window, telling her to go home quickly and not stand there foolishly. But before she could act, someone hurriedly ran out of the stairwell in the middle of Building 2 across the street, trying to cross the green belt. Bailey saw the woman with curly hair, who had been standing still, suddenly stumble and run toward the man. The man turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise, and he ran even faster. He dashed into Unit 1 of Building 1, where Bailey was, and the woman chasing after him also rushed inside. Soon, Bailey heard a loud bang, which was the sound of the front door closing. She recognized the man as one of the residents on the second floor, living opposite the single mother. At the same time, she also saw the face of the aunt, eyes without pupils, a mouth showing sharp teeth, similar to the security guard at the entrance. From going to pick up Shiau Wu to returning home, less than half an hour passed, but Bailey felt like the world had changed completely. It no longer seemed like the same world. What is going on? She helplessly touched herself, but couldn't find her phone. Then she remembered she had sent a message to the single mother during dinner, asking if the gasoline bucket was for her and how much it cost. After asking, she casually placed her phone on the dining table, but then forgot to take it when she left. "Mom, your phone is here." Because she was scared, Chi-Chi stayed close to Bailey. Seeing her searching, he quickly ran to the table, picked up the phone, and handed it to her. Bailey patted her son's little head, turned on the phone, and saw 3 missed calls, all from her husband, Jiang Mingling. She tried to call back, but the phone had no signal. Bailey held up her phone and looked around the house, but still found no signal. Besides those 3 missed calls, she had no messages, and the single mother hadn't replied either. She instinctively felt that Jiang Mingling's calls were related to today's events. Otherwise, he wouldn't just call without sending a message. The 3 missed calls were consecutive, meaning he kept calling after each one, 3 times in a row. He must have been very anxious to check if she and her son were safe. There might have been more calls, but when he tried to call a 4th time, there was no signal. Though she felt a bit disappointed about missing her husband's call, she also felt some relief. Since Jiang Mingling was able to call her, it meant he was safe. At least, he was okay when he called. But does this also mean that the monsters, those that bite and eat people, are not only here but also elsewhere? Is that true? Jiang Mingling was not in Sioux City. He was on a mission, but she didn't know where exactly. Bailey turned her head again, looking out the window. Since earlier, screams and shouts for help had almost never stopped, but sadly, she hadn't heard any sirens. She got up to close the curtains in the 2 bedrooms and the study, and suddenly the whole house became dark. But Bailey didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she thought it was safer this way.
Mom.
Chi-Chi followed her closely, feeling nervous inside, but he wasn't really scared. For children, the biggest fear is being alone without their mom. At this moment, Bailey had calmed down completely and accepted the current situation. After all, she had to keep going no matter what. What else could she do? Go crazy or fight the monsters? Neither was possible. So, she had to face it. She wasn't alone. She had her son, her husband who hadn't returned, her father and grandparents back home, her uncle, aunt, and cousin. Thinking of this, Bailey took a deep breath. She crouched down and hugged her son, then looked into his eyes gently and said, "Chi-Chi, I don't know what's happening outside. How about this? You and I will look for answers together. We will explore this world and find out why those people turned into this. Even if we can't find the answer, we must find ways to deal with or avoid them. Okay?" Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, no longer nervous or confused. He remembered what his dad always told him before leaving the house. He was a boy and couldn't rely only on his mom. Sometimes he needed to help and protect her. Now, the situation required him to help his mom. Thinking of this, Chi-Chi nodded firmly.
I understand, Mom.
I will find answers with you, or ways to deal with them. We must stay strong and wait for Dad to come back. Yes, you, Shiau Wu, and Xiao Feng, we all need to stay safe and wait patiently for Dad. The boy probably liked weapons like swords and knives by nature. After speaking, Chi-Chi turned around and ran into the study. He skillfully pulled out a metal box from the back of the cabinet, opened it, and pointed to 3 knives inside, 2 long and 1 short. He said clearly, Mom, you take a long knife, I'll take a short one. We'll use them to defend ourselves. If any monsters bite us, we'll cut them down. Dad says that's called self-defense, and it's not against the law. Bailey hadn't thought of this before. She knew about the metal box and that the 3 knives were collected by Jiang Minglang, worth a lot. 1 long knife and 1 short knife were opened, while another remained closed. She took out the long knife that was opened, weighed it in her hand, and found it a bit heavier than she expected, but still manageable. The most important thing was that the knife was narrow, making it easy to use, and it was very sharp. When Jiang Minglang first brought it home, he showed her how to use it. It could cut through metal easily, almost like breaking hair. The short knife looked more like a slightly longer dagger, and its sharpness was just as good as the long knife she held. Having both knives made Bailey feel much safer. Now, it didn't matter if her son was holding the short knife or not. As long as it could save his life, anything was fine. Chi-Chi, this knife is very sharp. Be careful not to hurt yourself when you hold it. Don't worry, Mom. Dad taught me how to hold it, he replied confidently. The mother and son each took a knife and left the study, feeling much less scared. Bailey checked the time. It was not even 10 o'clock yet. But she had a strange feeling that something else might happen soon. To be safe, she decided to start cooking. Chi-Chi, hold my phone. If it gets a signal, call me immediately, she said. Chi-Chi took the phone and nodded seriously.
Don't worry, Mom.
I will do my best to complete the task. Before going to the kitchen, Bailey went to the balcony. She pulled back the curtain slightly and looked across the street. In just a short while, the shouting and calls for help had stopped. But it seemed like there were more people than before. They had blank expressions, some walking in circles, others wandering aimlessly. Most of these people had injuries on their faces, necks, or bodies, blood covering their skin. Some had half their faces hanging, one eye missing, or half their neck gone. Yet, they moved without noticing their wounds, walking numb and unthinking. Suddenly, a scream came from the right side at the intersection. It was as if they received a signal. One by one, they staggered and hurried toward the sound, eager to reach it. Bailey couldn't see what was happening at the intersection, but she hoped the girl who screamed could escape. Of course, she knew she had to keep quiet herself and stop shouting. The more dangerous it was, the quieter she had to stay. Otherwise, she would be in even greater danger and might die faster. Mom, there's still no signal, Chi-Chi said, kneeling beside her and looking out the window with her. He also kept checking his phone. He was following his mother's orders very carefully. Bailey's eyebrows furrow slightly. What could cause the internet to suddenly cut out? She turns around and enters the study, opens her computer, but like her phone, there is no signal. Without internet, there is no communication. Is this intentional or accidental? No one can give Bailey an answer. She quickly stops worrying about it and closes her computer to go to the kitchen to cook. When she puts the rice into the rice cooker, she stares at the power plug for a few seconds, then turns around and uses a measuring cup to fill 3 full cups of rice. After rinsing, she puts the rice into the cooker, adds water, covers it, and presses the cook button. Then she starts preparing the meat she bought in the morning. The kitchen window is open. Bailey occasionally looks outside through the screen. She wonders if the smell might affect the people who have turned into monsters. Probably not. The originally 2-week supply of meat was all cooked by Bailey in one morning. She made braised beef, red-cooked ribs, chicken wings and thigh stew, plain boiled mutton soup, using all the pots and pans she had. The rich aroma filled the house and drifted outside through the open kitchen window. But downstairs in the community, there was still no one around, just like before. So, the monsters who turned into people can't smell the food? At least, They probably wouldn't use scent to find their targets. Sizzle. Downstairs, someone is cooking too. The hot oil in the pan likely contains dried red chili peppers, and the spicy smell is so strong it can be smelled from a whole floor away. The sound of a spatula hitting the pan and stirring is also very clear. Maybe because the noise from the cooking on the fourth floor is so loud, Bailey faintly hears that familiar snorting sound again. Is it coming from apartment 302? Bailey walks to the door, opens the camera on the smart lock, but sees no one in the corridor. The elevator display still shows 1, indicating it hasn't moved since morning. She wasn't just checking now. She kept glancing during cooking to make sure the monsters didn't block the door. Every time she looked, the elevator still showed 1. Bailey's eyebrows tightened slightly. She knows the first floor isn't normal now. The aunt who followed the resident from the second floor into their unit is probably in the elevator or nearby. So, she can't leave the building now? She's trapped? She looks up at the upper floors. The building has 6 floors, 2 apartments per floor, each over 130 square meters. It has an elevator and is a garden-style house. The building is quite old, almost 20 years. However, the house is considered young within the school district, so almost everyone lives there, mainly bought for their children's education. Her house is 501, and upstairs at 601 are a middle-aged couple. Their daughter is studying at university out of town. The couple lives a regular life, leaving for work before 8 a.m., so their home is currently empty. Across the hall, at 602, a family of 4 lives there. The man is a senior manager at an international company, and the woman is a homemaker. They have 2 children, a girl and a boy. The girl is a year younger than Chi-Chi and just started elementary school after summer break. The boy is 3 years old and in preschool. Bailey didn't see anyone from 602 today, so she doesn't know if anyone is home now. House 502 on the opposite side was just sold. The previous owners moved out last month, and new tenants haven't moved in yet, so the house is empty. Downstairs, for 01, is the house of a couple in their 30s without children. They work at a nearby foreign company and rent the house. Today is a work day, so they are probably not home. 402 is the busiest and liveliest family in the building, a family of 6, including grandparents. They often argue loudly every other day, between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, father-in-law and mother-in-law, father and son, husband and wife. It's noisy and lively, a special sight in their unit. Just now, the sizzling sound of cooking came from their home. Apartment 302 is simpler. The grandmother helps take care of her son and daughter-in-law's children. Bailey saw an elderly woman standing at the door this morning. She is their grandmother. But now Bailey suspects something is wrong with the grandmother. Hearing strange sounds in the corridor, she feels that she might have turned into a monster just like outside. So, the 3rd floor can now be considered a danger zone. Apartment 301 has a family of 3, a middle-aged couple and their middle school son. It's uncertain if anyone is home. Single mother Bao Xiaolin lives at 201. She works at a gas station. Her daughter is in 1st grade, same as Chi-Chi, but they are in different classes at the same school. Thinking about school, Bailey can't help but worry again. Are the children safe? Apartment 202 was just recently rented, and Bailey doesn't know much about the new tenant. But she saw a man rush inside earlier, so she knows someone is home. The 1st floor has an elevator and a small garage, which are not part of her concern, but it is still a dangerous area. So now, the situation is that there are monsters on the 1st and 3rd floors. No one is in room 601, the status of 602 is unknown. Someone is in 501, no one in 502, possibly no one in 401, someone in 402, the status of 301 is unknown, 302 is dangerous, no one in 201, someone in 202, and the 1st floor is dangerous. The only places definitely occupied are her home, 402 and 202. Can she rely on those 2 households to clear the danger on the 3rd and 1st floors? No, Bailey never relies on anyone. So if she needs to go out, she has to find her own way. But there's no rush. For now, she will just observe. She saved a portion of the cooked meat for lunch, and after it cooled, she sorted and stored the rest in the fridge. Mom, did you cook all the meat because you're worried about a power outage? Bailey does worry about that, but she didn't get a chance to explain to her son. To her surprise, the little boy already thought of it himself. He said, "Things are messy outside, the internet is down. Who knows if the power will go out? The water? The gas?" His reasoning makes sense. "Son, charge the big flashlight and your 2 toy flashlights. Also, charge your phone and iPad. They can be used as flashlights too. Mom, connect the water pipe, just in case." Treating herself like an adult, she plans everything carefully, which makes Jiangqi feel proud and accomplished. The mother and son split up, one to charge devices, the other to connect the water. Kids aren't supposed to handle electrical outlets? No, their home is safe. When she was 5, Bailey repeatedly taught him how to charge her phone and his toy cars and planes, explaining where he could touch and where he couldn't, and what might happen if he touched forbidden spots. He watched videos about electric shocks several times. He's quick to remember and doesn't stare at the plugs. Instead, he becomes more skilled each time. When his toys run out of power, he never needs her to do anything. So, charging the flashlights and the iPad is no problem. Her son is fine, but Bailey herself has concerns. At first, the water she collected seemed normal, just like when she was cooking. But after filling 3 5-liter buckets and trying to wash vegetables, she suddenly noticed the water looked a bit murky. Bailey moved the vegetable basin aside and took a white porcelain bowl to collect a bowl of water. She looked carefully again and even turned on the light. Yes, the water had indeed become cloudy. Although not very obvious, close inspection revealed tiny yellow particles floating inside. She used the tap from the water purifier to fill another bowl. This time it was fine, clean, at least visually. Bailey didn't waste any more time. She quickly used the purifier's tap to wash all the groceries she bought today, then drained the water and sorted everything into the refrigerator. Fortunately, she usually drinks mineral water for tea and coffee, so her home often has several 5-liter bottles stored. Right now, there were 4 bottles under the coffee table. If the tap water continued to be problematic, along with the 3 bottles she just filled, the 4 of them could probably manage for a while, at least 2 weeks. 2 weeks, half a month. Maybe the abnormal situation outside could be resolved by then? Bailey always believed that in a society with such well-established order, a doomsday scenario was impossible. But after her phone briefly had signal for a few minutes 2 hours later, and she received messages from her husband and friends, she realized everything was beyond her imagination. The situation was much more serious than she thought. After lunch, Bailey washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. Then she went to the balcony to take the sheets out of the dryer. Next, she measured the body temperature of Chi-Chi and Shiau Wu. Chi-Chi's temperature was normal, but Shiau Wu still had a slight fever. However, it was energetic and ate plenty at lunch, so Bailey decided not to give it medicine. She patted its head and neck gently, softly reminding Shiau Wu, "If you don't feel well, remember to call Mom or Big Brother. Now, finish drinking the water in your bowl. Our water supply is tight, so no wasting." Shiau Wu pouted and made 2 spoiled sounds, then obediently drank all the water in its bowl.
Oh.
Xiaofeng, feeling jealous again, flew over from its perch and hopped onto her head, expressing displeasure at her cuddling Shiau Wu. Bailey was used to this and let it hop around. "Mom, the phone has signal now." While Bailey was busy with chores, her son suddenly called out. After her phone was fully charged, Chi-Chi took it to the balcony again. The little one sat on the middle of the window curtain seam, with a pillow under its bottom, acting as an observer outside while keeping an eye on the top right corner of the phone. Once they saw the message, she immediately jumped up and ran toward Bailey. Ding.
Ding. Ding.
Bailey had just picked up her phone when the notification sound for a new message rang out. She quickly opened WeChat, skipped the unread message from Bao Xiaolin at the top, and first read the message from her husband, Jiang Mingling. "Darling, I will come back as soon as I can. Please take good care of yourself and our son. Don't go outside unless necessary. Don't get bitten by zombies. If a zombie attacks, don't be afraid. Cut their neck, chop off their head, or stab into their eyes until you destroy their brain. Remember, you can't see them as humans anymore once they change. Stay safe, my wife. Before she could finish reading, her phone buzzed loudly with an incoming call from Jiang Mingling. She immediately pressed the answer button, avoiding speakerphone to keep the sound quiet outside. Although the house was well soundproofed, she still hesitated. Jiang Mingling?
Huh.
He didn't respond right away, but let out a long, relieved sigh. Then she heard him mutter, trembling a little, "Thank goodness. Darling, are you and our son at home?" "Yes, we're at home." She could hear Jiang Mingling was scared, so she comforted him. "We're both fine. Nothing's wrong. I went to pick up Shiau Wu this morning, but forgot my phone."
You went out?
Jiang Mingling was surprised and scared. "Isn't Sioux City also chaotic? How did you go out?" "Sioux City is also in chaos?" Bai Li was shocked. "The neighborhood outside is chaotic now, but are you sure the whole city is in chaos?" Jiang Mingling understood. Her husband and son went to pick up the dog when everything was still okay, but they found things were abnormal when they got home. Time was tight and he didn't have time to explain much. He just said it's not just Sioux City, now the whole country is in chaos. The virus has broken out, and those infected have turned into zombies. If uninfected people get bitten, they will turn into zombies within 3 minutes. Honey, you've seen zombie movies, right?
It's pretty much like that.
Don't think it's impossible. This is the real situation now. Luckily, it's still early. Zombies walk slower than normal people, can hear sounds, but seem to have no other senses. So you and your son need to be careful at home and avoid making loud noises. After saying this, he stopped, not hearing a response from the other side. Jiang Mingling thought the signal was lost. He said hello,
Wife.
while about to take his phone away from his ear to check. Fortunately, Bai Li responded from inside, "I'm here. I can hear you." Bai Li didn't reply immediately, listening carefully to prevent him from being interrupted before he finished speaking. Jiang Mingling sighed in relief, then lowly said, somewhat gloomy, "Sorry, I should be with you both right now, but you didn't know this would happen, so there's no point in saying sorry. Jiang Mingling, you need to protect yourself well, and come find us soon. Don't worry, I bought some groceries this morning, and with what we already have at home, we can last a month." "A month? You can come back by then, right?" Ding ding ding. Before he could finish, the call suddenly ended. He looked at his phone and saw the signal was gone again. "Brother, did you manage to contact sister-in-law?" At this moment, a man dressed in camouflage combat gear with a crew cut pushed open the door and entered, asking. Jiang Mingling nodded. His previously darkened face looked better than before, his furrowed brows relaxed a bit, and his eyes looked more alert. "Your sister-in-law and Chi-Chi are both at home, luckily. They're safe." The crew-cut man, Zhang Xiaoda, also sighed in relief and genuinely felt happy for the team leader. "Now you can finally relax, brother. We need to hurry. From Yunzhu to Sicheng is over 800 kilometers. Normally, that's not a problem, but now..." He sighed again. "We don't know when we'll arrive." This team was sent to Yunzhu for a mission, but 2 days ago, the First People's Hospital in Yunzhu had an outbreak of a zombie virus. They were temporarily reassigned to help contain it. However, the local authorities in Yunzhu, to avoid accountability from higher-ups, sealed the hospital immediately after they entered and blocked all signals inside. If not for the quick decision of the team leader, and if the virus outbreak had not spread throughout the city and the country, they might have been abandoned inside the hospital. At least for now, they wouldn't be released soon. It was Jiang Mingling who sensed something was wrong last night. After repeatedly confirming with the hospital doctors, he ordered the extermination of all infected zombies, without mercy. No, actually, at the moment those people are infected and turn into zombies, they are already dead. To make them completely fall down and stop attacking living people, their heads need to be cut off or pierced through. This is what they concluded after a tough fight last night. Since it was a fierce battle, sacrifices had to be made. 4 comrades were bitten and infected by zombies, and 6 others were shot dead by police sent by the authorities to break the blockade. The death of these 6 comrades deeply angered Jiang Mingling. His rifle became fearless, and he climbed to the top of the hospital to shoot at the surrounding zombies one by one. His rifle, which was useless against zombies, was finally turned against his own people. But Jiang Minglang was determined and fearless, not blinking an eye. He still needed to take responsibility for the remaining comrades and bring them out of the hospital alive. As for whether they would be punished later or not, they had to survive first. So, at 7 a.m. today, they successfully left Yunzhou First People's Hospital with the uninfected doctors and patients. After leaving, they learned that the virus was not only in the hospital but had spread throughout Yunzhou, causing chaos everywhere. Jiang Minglang immediately tried to contact Bai Li on his phone, but after 3 calls went unanswered. The 4th call couldn't go through because there was no signal. At that moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Usually a decisive and tough man, he was now panicked and helpless. Especially after hearing that the virus was spreading everywhere and the whole country was in chaos, his heart sank even further. This guess was too cruel for Zhang Xiaoda. Even if he thought it, he couldn't say it aloud. Blackie, lazy, let's go. They were at a gas station next to a supermarket, perfect for refueling and supplies. After leaving the hospital, they spent most of the day clearing out the city center, including sending medical staff and patients home. They had done everything they could. Now it was time to think about themselves and return home to care for their families. A line of cars was parked at the gas station. Jiang Minglang looked at the 19 brothers lined up in front of the cars, feeling mixed emotions. Their team, including him, had 30 people. No one expected that 10 would fall in Yunzhou before the mission. If the mission was dangerous and they fell into the enemy's hands, that would be understandable. But what was the truth? They were sent to the hospital to suppress something without being told the full story, kept inside, and then targeted with deadly attacks. Jiang Minglang had considered contacting his superiors, but the world was chaotic now. Things that used to take minutes, finding someone, had become extremely difficult. He was not an indecisive person. Although he wanted justice for his fallen brothers, staying alive and protecting his family was more important. Captain, are we really disbanding? Shouldn't we go back to the unit and check? The question came from Deputy Captain Su Bo. His parents were now with his brother and sister-in-law, and everyone was confirmed safe, so there was nothing urgent for him to worry about. He also had a 6-year-old daughter, whom he divorced from 2 years ago, and custody was given to his ex-wife. To be precise, his ex-wife used threats of death to force him to give up custody and not see his daughter again. In their line of work, there was little time at home, so even if he felt reluctant, he agreed. Last year, his ex-wife remarried, and he secretly visited his daughter once. Seeing she was doing well, he felt relieved. After that, he had no worries and focused entirely on his work. Now, hearing about disbanding suddenly, he felt lost and unsure of what to do. Old Su, you should go find your daughter. You need to see your own child to feel at ease. Jiang Minglang understood Su Bo's disappointment, but he disagreed. He felt responsible for the team and his brothers, and even more responsible for his wife and children. Not to mention that now he couldn't contact his superiors. Even if he could, he had to go home first. He needed to ensure his wife and child were safe under his watch to feel secure. Captain, do you think this will work?
I will go find my daughter first.
If she is safe and with her mother, I don't need to worry. Then I will visit their 10 houses one by one. If everything goes well and everyone is safe, I will return to our unit. Jiang Minglang nodded. That's fine, but Lao Su, you need to be careful. Don't help strangers on the road unless it's safe. Your safety comes first. The same goes for you all. Time is life. When you help strangers, your own family might be in danger too. After our team disbands today, we won't be soldiers anymore. We will be sons and daughters, husbands and wives, parents. Meanwhile, when Jiang Minglang parted ways with his teammates and left Yunzhou to come to Secheng, Bai Li was sitting at home, repeatedly looking at the messages he sent. There wasn't much to see because he had already explained everything over the phone. She just realized that the virus outbreak in Secheng was actually late. Yunzhou had already experienced chaos caused by this virus 2 days earlier. So, when she saw those unusual expressions on the vegetable vendors at the market this morning, she wondered if they had been infected. Bai Li couldn't help but shiver. She was really lucky to have survived. She exited Jiang Minglang's message and opened 2 messages from Bao Xiaolin, sent sometime unknown. Li Ji, something happened at the gas station. Our team leader bit 2 of my colleagues this morning. Luckily, I reacted quickly and ran into the changing room to hide. I tried to call the police, but I couldn't get through. Li Ji, I killed our team leader. I smashed his head with a hammer. There was no choice. He was blocking the door, and if I didn't kill him, he would have bitten me to death. But I can't die. I need to go to school and find Yaya. Motherhood makes one strong. Bao Xiaolin must have sensed something was wrong, so she risked her life to go to school and pick up her daughter Yaya. Killing a zombie? That's nothing. For Yaya, she once dared to fight her ex-husband with a knife. One night, after working late, she found her daughter had a fever of 40 degrees. Her husband was playing video games all night and didn't care. Bao Xiaolin almost chopped her ex-husband up. If the knife hadn't slipped a little, she could have castrated him. That's why her divorce went smoothly, and she managed to get the house she lives in now. Bai Li admired Bao Xiaolin, so it was no surprise they became close. She looked out the window. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, but it was already completely dark outside. The rain was heavier than during the day, falling onto the clothes drying rack outside the balcony, making a sharp, tapping sound. During the day, the virus had infected many people, and those bitten by the infected turned into zombies. They wandered the streets like lost souls, occasionally making growling sounds, as if trying to spit but unable to. Perhaps everyone had gotten used to it because the screams had decreased a lot. Mom, are they really zombies? The mother and daughter sat by the window, peeking outside through the gap in the curtains. That's what your dad said. Bailey tilted her head and looked at the gate of the community. The security guard there had turned into a zombie, and there were about 7 or 8 of them blocking the entrance. If Bao Xiaolin brought Yaya back, would she be able to get into the community smoothly? Bailey frowned and thought hard about how to lure the zombies away from the gate. But she didn't know when Bao Xiaolin would return. Although there was no signal, she still sent a message, hoping it would go out immediately once there was a signal. That night, Bailey simply cooked 2 bowls of noodles, adding some slices of braised beef from lunch. Chi-Chi ate happily. Shiau Wu ate his own dog food, and Xiao Feng ate birdseed. After dinner, Chi-Chi continued to sit on the balcony, watching outside. Bailey moved to the other side to count the lit-up windows in the building across. Out of caution, she didn't turn on her own lights. Even during dinner, she only moved the small bedside lamp to the dining table. While washing dishes, Chi-Chi used a flashlight to light her way, and the water came from the purified water dispenser. Even in their own home, the 4 women tried to stay quiet and keep noise to a minimum. But Bailey never expected that at 10:30 p.m., just as she and Chi-Chi were finally falling asleep, with her leaning on him for comfort, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Ding dong, ding dong.
On a quiet night with light rain, there were still wandering zombies outside, capable of biting and killing at any moment. Occasionally, there were growls and distant screams. A day had passed. Although Bai Li had somewhat accepted the situation, she couldn't sleep as soundly as before in such an environment. She could sleep, but not peacefully. One reason was the noise outside, and the other was her worry about Bao Xiaolin. Fortunately, Chi-Chi was sleeping peacefully beside her. Shiau Wu's bed had also been moved into the bedroom, and Xiao Feng was the same. At this time, the 4 women felt safer staying together. Listening to her son's steady breathing, Bai Li slowly began to feel sleepy. But just as she closed her eyes, the doorbell rang loudly like thunder, even through the bedroom door. She suddenly opened her eyes. The chime was still ringing, so it was definitely her own home. Ugh ugh. After a whole morning of being taught by Chi-Chi, Shiau Wu had learned not to bark at the noise. Now, he only made threatening growls in his throat, lifting his head and staring at the bedroom door. Since only zombies would ignore the doorbell, it must be Bao Xiaolin returning? She usually didn't have contact with other neighbors in the community. Even during normal daytime, only Bao Xiaolin would come to visit her home. Thinking of this, Bailey immediately got out of bed, put on slippers, and went outside. Shiau Wu was the first to rush out as she opened the door. Chi-Chi was still sleeping soundly, and Xiao Feng, a little confused, opened her eyes to look, then curled up and closed them again. But to Bai Li's surprise, the person ringing her doorbell wasn't Bao Xiaolin, but the daughter from apartment 602 upstairs. No, it was the middle of the night. What was that child doing at her door? She couldn't be careless just because she was a child. Bai Li didn't open the door immediately. Instead, she carefully watched the smart lock screen, where a girl in pajamas was pressing the doorbell and nervously looking around. She was the only one in the camera's view. But that was strange, wasn't it? A girl younger than Chi-Chi by a year, out late at night, knocking on her door. What was she trying to do? Where were her guardians? Bai Li was annoyed by her pressing and worried that if she kept doing so, she might attract the grandmother from apartment 302, who might turn into a zombie. So, she took a knife in her hand before opening the door. Auntie. When the girl saw the door open, her eyes lit up first. Then, upon seeing the knife in Bai Li's hand, she instinctively took a step back and timidly called out. Bai Li glanced at her first, then looked around the door area, confirming she was alone. Only then did she pull her inside and close the door. Is your name Wenwen? Why are you ringing the doorbell so late at Auntie's house? Where are your parents? The two of them and the dog stood at the entrance. Bai Li didn't intend to let the little girl inside, and she only pulled her in because of the situation. Now she just wanted to ask her to leave quickly. Their families didn't have any relationship at all. Even when they met in the elevator, they only nodded politely. So she really couldn't understand why this child was coming to her house so late at night. Auntie,
I'm scared.
Dad went to work this morning and hasn't come back. My little brother is sick, and Mom is at the hospital with him. When she left, she told me that if anything happens, I should come find you.
What?
Bai Li was shocked. She widened her eyes and asked the little girl, Say that again. What did your mom tell you? Wenwen leaned against the door and looked up at her shyly, answering softly. She said, The auntie in room 501 doesn't work. She must be at home. If I have trouble, I should come find you. Bai Li was speechless and felt very frustrated. Letting a child come to her for help without even a warning was really unreasonable. Even if she wasn't home, she could have left a note on the door or sent a message. And it wasn't hard to find her WeChat. There were community groups, and her phone signal was fine that morning. There were many ways to say hello, but her parents chose none of them and just sent the child over directly. Did they think she would be soft-hearted and not refuse a child?
Who are these people?
Bai Li felt very annoyed. She really wanted the child to go back where she came from. Her home wasn't a shelter. Why should she be responsible for her? Did she even know them? Annie, I really am scared. I can't sleep. Please let me stay at your house. I can sleep on the sofa, just for one night.
Just one night, okay?
The little girl was crying, tears falling down her face, looking very sad and wronged. She'd been home alone all day. At first, she could play on her tablet or watch cartoons. It was okay, without her mom. But soon, she couldn't play anymore. She could only watch English movies her mom had downloaded, but since she had seen them before, she wasn't interested. Later, she just ate snacks and wandered onto the balcony. Then she saw someone across the street eating people. She was very scared. She thought that when her dad came back, she wouldn't let him go out. Even if he went out, he should take her with him. She didn't want to be home alone anymore. But Dad hasn't come back, and I can't reach him by phone. Mom is the same. She simply can't hold on anymore and has to come to the 5th floor to find this aunt. Please, Auntie, I beg you, let me stay at your house.
Boo-hoo.
What kind of situation is this? Bai Li nervously scratched her head. Honestly, normally she wouldn't forcefully throw a child out of her home. But she wouldn't stay overnight with a stranger, even if it's a child. Especially not during this special time. Who knows if she might have caught the virus? Leaving her to sleep on the sofa for one night? No way. Would she even sleep? Who will take responsibility for her son's safety? Wenwen, don't cry anymore. The little girl sniffled and asked pitifully, Can I stay then?
No.
Bai Li shook her head firmly. Wenwen's tears threatened to fall again, but Bai Li coldly said, If you keep crying, I will throw you out right now. The girl pouted, looking even more upset. Bai Li thought, your sadness isn't my fault. Why are you upset with me? I'm more upset than you are, okay? She took a deep breath and slowly said, Wenwen, you should know that your mom and I aren't close. Although our apartments are upstairs and downstairs, we've never really talked. So, to me, you're a stranger. And, to you, we're strangers too. Can you sleep at a stranger's house? No, right? Yes, Auntie, I know you and Brother Chi-Chi. You're not strangers. Wenwen hurriedly denied Bai Li's words. If I know you, then I'm not a stranger. Alright, Bai Li explained. But she continued patiently, do you think we really know each other? Do you know my name? You probably don't. And I don't know your parents' names, or even your full name. If we don't even know each other's names, we're not really friends. So, Wenwen, you can't stay in my house. I can take you back or wait until you fall asleep at your home before leaving. But neither of us can stay overnight at each other's house, understand? This was the best solution Bai Li could think of right now, even though she really didn't want to leave her son home alone. Luckily, with Shiau Wu there, she could feel a little more at ease. Wenwen blinked her eyes at her, still not wanting to go home. Bai Li could only talk about her parents. If your mom and dad come home in the middle of the night and find you're not there, they'll be very worried. They might go out to look for you, without caring about the danger. What if something happens? Whether her parents could come back, whether something had happened, or if it already had, these were not things Bai Li considered or cared about. All she wanted was to make sure she didn't leave the child alone and unattended. Bai Li left a note for her son and placed it on her pillow so he could see it first thing when he woke up. Then she took off her pajamas, changed into sportswear, and grabbed a long knife to go with Wenwen to their 6th-floor home. The little girl was convinced by Bai Li's last words. She truly wanted to see her parents as soon as they returned and was even more afraid they would leave her behind again. When Wenwen unlocked her door with her fingerprint, Bai Li didn't rush inside. Instead, she stood alert at the door and looked around carefully. The living room light was on, bright and clear. Nothing was hidden. Not only was the living room lit, but every bedroom, bathroom, and even the kitchen lights were on, completely different from her own home. Even after pulling Wenwen inside, Bai Li only turned on a small light at the entrance. Once she confirmed it was safe, she followed Wenwen inside. Auntie, aren't you going to change your shoes? After Wenwen changed her shoes, she saw Bai Li walking into the living room in her sneakers and was surprised. She thought Bai Li hadn't seen her slippers, so she pointed at the shoe rack under the shoe cabinet and said, My mom's slippers are there. You can wear hers. No need. Bai Li quickly urged her, it's already late. Go back to your room and sleep. I'll stay in the living room. Wenwen wanted to say something, but Bai Li said, if you don't sleep, I'll go back to my house. The little girl immediately looked upset, tears in her eyes, and nodded, I'll sleep. I'll sleep right now. She had wanted the Annie to stay until morning or until her parents returned, but seeing her cold expression, she didn't dare to say anything. This was very different from what her mother had told her. Her mother said she was young, cute, and that adults wouldn't refuse her requests. But this auntie kept refusing her. What was wrong with her? Wenwen hugged her pillow and went to her parents' room to sleep. Before entering, she looked back at Bai Li. Go ahead. Bai Li stood by the living room sofa, waved to her, and then thought for a moment before saying, Later, I will turn off the main light in the living room and leave only the small lamp. It's better to turn off the main light in the bedroom too. Is that okay? Such a young child being home alone makes her feel uneasy, even if all the lights are on. It's hard to predict what will happen in the future, but Bai Li always feels that keeping the lights on at night might be dangerous. Mostly because it draws too much attention, especially since she is the only child at home. Wenwen is quite obedient and agrees to turn off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp in the bedroom. Then she lies on the bed, blinking her eyes at Bai Li, sleep now. As long as you lock the door, no one will come in even if they knock. The house is safe. Wenwen nods obediently and closes her eyes. She is still young and scared after a long day, so Bai Li soon hears her steady breathing. She gently closes the bedroom door, then surveys the living room and finds that they still have plenty of food. Probably because there are 2 children at home. The snack cabinet is full from bottom to top with milk, yogurt, nuts, cereal, chips. Fortunately, it should last for a while. Before leaving, she checks the kitchen and finds 2 large bottles of mineral water, so she feels more at ease. Thinking for a moment, Bailey opens the cabinet, finds some rice, and then takes out 2 chicken legs from the fridge. Compared to the snack cabinet outside, the fridge looks quite empty. But that's understandable since Wenwen mentioned her brother is sick. Taking care of 2 children, one of whom is unwell, is not easy. It's normal if she didn't have time to buy groceries. She has often seen their family in the elevator, and each time she hears Wenwen's father quietly and unhappily complain to her mother, meeting someone at 11, and look at what time it is now, always dragging when going out. If that's the case, why go out at all? You know how much you need to bring. Can't you prepare earlier? Just a few more minutes, and it would be fine. Putting on makeup again? You look like a housewife. Do you think you're a white-collar worker? Why don't you remind the kids to go to the bathroom before leaving? If you can't handle such simple things, what can you do? There are many such stories, which shows that her father is not a responsible parent. Even if the child is sick, it seems that her mother handles everything alone. Of course, this has nothing to do with Bai Li. She spent a few minutes preparing and marinating chicken legs, then put them together with rice into the rice cooker. Tomorrow morning, after she wakes up, they will at least have hot chicken leg rice for breakfast and lunch. After finishing everything, Bailey quickly went downstairs to her own home. But when she quietly returned to the 5th floor, even though she tried to walk very softly, the quietness of the night made even the faint sound of her footsteps seem to echo far across the 6-story building.
Ah!
A sound from downstairs made Bailey stop and pause her fingerprinting. She turned around, raised her long knife in front of her, and cautiously looked down. The door of apartment 401 was tightly closed, and there was nothing outside. Everything seemed very quiet.
No, wait.
Bailey thought for a couple of seconds, then carefully stepped down the stairs, trying not to make any noise.
Bang! Ah!
As she reached the corner of the staircase, only a few steps from apartment 401, Bailey confirmed the source of the sound. It was from 401. It seemed like something had just hit the door, and then she heard the ha-ha sounds coming from inside. The sound was very close to the door, so it was very clear in the corridor. She was surprised and slightly opened her mouth. The couple was at home, and they didn't go to work during the day. So, the ha-ha sounds she heard were actually coming from 401, not from Grandma in 302. After confirming the situation at 401, Bailey didn't stay on the stairs any longer. She turned around and went back home.
It was nearly midnight now.
From the time she went out to return, it took her 1 hour and 20 minutes. Luckily, Jiang Qi was still sleeping peacefully, with no signs of waking up. No matter how much she tried to comfort him during the day, the constant exposure to outside stimuli had to be stressful. His mind was probably on high alert, and his heart was definitely tense. So, the little guy was really exhausted. Bailey was also tired, but after all the chaos, she was no longer sleepy. The bedroom was only dimly lit by a small orange nightlight. The curtains were blackout, so she wasn't worried about being seen from outside. She gently closed the bedroom door and tiptoed to the balcony in the dark. Peeking through a small in the curtain, she was surprised to see that there were more zombies outside. At 9 o'clock, before going to bed, Chi-Chi counted and said there were 18. But now there are probably more than 38, just in the section of the non-motorized lane and road directly outside her window. Her house is not far from the gate. Initially, only 6 or 7 zombies wandered near the entrance, and she worried about how to lure them away so that Bao Xiaolin could enter the community smoothly. But now, there are a bunch of zombies at the gate. Soon, Bai Li understood why so many zombies were coming this way. The rain outside continued to fall lightly, shining under the yellow streetlights like a string of beautiful beads. Listening to the rain while sleeping used to be a pleasure, but now it only brought fear, confusion, and helplessness. Bailey looked at the tree outside her window beside the non-motorized lane, where she saw a person sitting. It was a man. She didn't know when he climbed up the tree or how long he had been soaked by the rain. From her view, His wet hair clung to his scalp, and his black coat looked soaked through. He was shivering, hunched over, trembling in the cold or out of fear, or maybe both. His trembling was obvious. Was it because he was cold or scared, or both? So, were the extra zombies attracted here because he ran toward them? And then, trapped by others from behind and in front, did he have to climb the tree? No matter if her guesses were right, Bai Li knew that if he stayed on the tree in the rain, he wouldn't last long, probably not even until morning, even if he wasn't bitten by zombies. The weather was really abnormal. It was almost May, but the temperature was still below 10 degrees Celsius, and at night, it was even colder. Now outside, it was only about 5 or 6 degrees. Not to mention the rain, which made everything colder and more uncomfortable. But how could he get down the tree and escape safely? Right now, the zombies were mainly gathered under the tree and near the gate. They wandered aimlessly like restless ghosts, seemingly without purpose. But once they spotted prey, they would rush forward fiercely and relentlessly. This had happened many times during the day. Bai Li had only heard Jiang Mingling talk about killing zombies. She had never seen it herself. Honestly, she wanted to see someone kill a zombie once. She didn't want to be the first to try, but she needed some reference. But Bai Li knew that now was not the time. Let's set aside whether the man in the tree has the ability or courage to fight zombies. With so many, he doesn't have a chance to demonstrate it. Moreover, he is empty-handed, with no weapons. Perhaps Bai Li stared at him a bit too long, and the man seemed to sense it. He shivered and slowly looked in her direction. He immediately locked onto the balcony window where she was. Bai Li was surprised and alert, her eyes wide open. It was dark upstairs and downstairs, and her home was also dark. How did he find her so quickly? Was it because the curtain was slightly open? That couldn't be. Even if there was a gap, she was hidden in shadows, and from outside, she couldn't be seen. Though confused, Bai Li didn't hide or move away. When the man looked up, she saw his face clearly. He was from their neighborhood. She didn't know exactly which building he was from, but she had seen him before in the community, more than once. After glancing at her, the man lowered his head again and curled up, seeming to have little desire to escape. Maybe he thought Bai Li wouldn't help him or couldn't help him. But how could she give up easily? Thinking about how zombies are sensitive to sound, Bai Li turned back to the living room. She turned on a small wall lamp and rummaged through her son's toy box to find a small promotional toy from a tutoring class. It could light up and play simple music. It was light and couldn't be thrown very far. She thought for a moment, then walked to the dining table, took out the flowers from a glass vase, poured out the water, and tied the toy to the flowers with a string. After preparing everything, Bai Li took a deep breath and returned to the balcony. She gently opened the window. Since there was almost no sound, it didn't attract the zombies. But the man looked up at her again. This time, his eyes were no longer blank but showed surprise. Especially when he saw Bai Li pointing to the left and then to the right, he was even more shocked. What did it mean? Was she telling him to run left first, then right? That was nonsense. There were so many zombies under the tree. How could he run? Soon, the man realized he had guessed wrong about her instructions. After signaling to him with gestures, Bai Li activated the small toy tied to the glass bottle. As the flashing lights and simple music played, she extended her arm outside the window and through the glass vase toward the non-motorized lane on the left with all her strength. With a sharp crash, the glass bottle shattered loudly on the concrete road, quickly drowning out the music but soon fading away, leaving only the small toy humming and whimpering.
Hee.
The zombies hurriedly shuffled and ran toward that direction, from under the trees and the neighborhood gate, all heading left. They crossed the large tree where he was crouching and ran toward the flashing toy about 30 meters away. The man was stunned for a second, then excitedly stood up. But perhaps because he had been crouching too long, his legs went numb, and as he stood, he almost fell into the tree. Luckily, he quickly grabbed the trunk of the tree to steady himself. Without much thought, he pinched his numb legs hard. When the last zombie ran past under the tree, he hurriedly slid down the trunk and ran toward the neighborhood. The zombies behind heard the noise and looked back, seeing him trying to chase. but the music seemed more attractive to them. They turned away and followed the others toward the toy. By this time, the man had reached the neighborhood gate. After scanning his face, he quickly slipped inside as the gate opened slightly.
Phew.
Seeing that the man had successfully entered the neighborhood, Bai Li, who had been holding her breath and focusing intently, finally relaxed and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After wiping her brow, she looked down at her sweaty palms and couldn't help but smile quietly. So tense. She closed the window and looked at the now empty neighborhood gate, thinking how nice it would be if Bao Xiaolin returned now. As for the trouble, she didn't want to think about it for now. Anyway, she had to stay alert. If she returned, she would help her get into the neighborhood smoothly. That's why she helped that man just now. She wanted to do an experiment. The toy was still flashing and humming, surrounded by several layers of zombies. This showed that these brain-dead creatures had no intelligence. They had sight but lacked sharp hearing, and their sense of smell was almost non-existent. That's why Jiang Minglang said these things weren't very scary. Bai Li closed the curtains and went back to her bedroom to sleep. No matter what, she needed to rest and conserve her strength so she could do what she wanted once morning came. At 6 in the morning, it was still dark outside. Chi-Chi, with her eyes not yet open, turned over in bed, covering her private parts with her small hands, and sat up. Then, he hurriedly got out of bed, not even having time to put on his slippers, and ran barefoot to the bathroom. Fortunately, he remembered to lift the toilet lid, and as the water started to flow, he let out a relieved breath. That was close. He almost wet the bed again. After calming down, Jiang Qi's little friend quickly widened his eyes in worry, because he kept urinating and the small water stream in the toilet was splashing loudly. He didn't know how long it lasted, but he knew it was much longer than usual, at least 5 times longer. The little guy was very careful. When he finally finished, he pulled up his pants and tilted his head to stare at the toilet.
Huh.
Why does it look different from usual? Today's looks so clear. He was full of curiosity, and finally, he bent down to get closer to the toilet, almost burying his face inside it. He didn't smell any strong odor. It was as if he had urinated water, not. Strange. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach suddenly growled, reminding him that he was hungry after all that urination. Chi-Chi tiptoed back to the bedroom, bent down to pick up his slippers by the bed, holding them in both hands. He then quietly turned around and tiptoed out. Shiau Wu got up and followed him, placing his shoes outside the door, then carefully walked back inside to take out Xiao Feng's birdcage. Finally, he gently closed the bedroom door, so Mom could sleep longer and not be disturbed.
Ah.
Shoo. Chi-Chi sighed in frustration at the fluffy parrot. Did I ask you to shout? You just shout anyway? No sense of timing. He was scolded early in the morning. Xiao Feng huffed unhappily and flicked his head, giving him a tap on the back of his head. Chi-Chi reminded him again, don't make noise from now on, understand? Xiao Feng huffed and ignored him. Because it was still dark outside and the curtains were all drawn, the living room was very dark. A child, a dog, and a bird entered the living room in the dark. Chi-Chi turned on the small wall lamp, then placed the birdcage on the balcony and opened the door. He then went to the kitchen cabinet to get a box of pure milk, pierced it with a straw, and took a few sips to soothe his hungry stomach. Next, he took 5 eggs from the fridge, connected the water from the purifier to half a pot of water, and placed it on the gas stove. He washed the eggs, put them in the pot, covered it, and turned on the heat. His movements were smooth and practiced, without any hesitation. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the living room, holding plain milk. He drank as he walked toward the window by the dining cabinet. He pulled back the curtain slightly to look outside. But just one glance surprised Chi-Chi. When did so many zombies appear outside? 1, 2, 3. 11. The window faces the neighborhood. Last night, before going to bed, he checked and saw no zombies downstairs. Now, after just one night, there are 11. Where did they come from? Fortunately, he had spent the whole day watching zombies, and there are more on the street outside than in the neighborhood. So Jiang Qi was not scared or worried. Instead, He sipped his milk carefully and looked at each zombie's face one by one. Near the streetlight, he could mostly tell they were residents of their neighborhood. The ones farther away were probably the same. He understood now these people, like the grandma in apartment 302 on the third floor, had been infected with the zombie virus. As for why they didn't stay inside after being infected but went outside, he couldn't figure it out. Never mind, he thought, let's forget it for now and go eat some eggs. When the water boiled, he watched the time and boiled the eggs for 5 minutes. Then he counted 30 seconds while steaming. Carefully, he removed the lid, used a spoon to scoop out 3 eggs, and placed them into a prepared bowl of cold water. He covered the pot again, kept 2 eggs for his mom, and let them steam. He ate 2 eggs himself, peeling one and putting it into Shiau Wu's bowl. No eggs for Shiau Foam? What does a bird eat eggs for? It had already flown out of its cage and was running around like a free-range chicken, clattering to the food box to eat its bird food. After finishing, Chi-Chi happily patted his belly and then left the dining table to go to the balcony and check the street outside. Bailey slept until 8:30. When she opened her eyes and saw the time, she was surprised herself. She didn't expect to still be able to sleep until this hour. Because she was well rested, her mind was clear, and she felt very energetic.
Chi-Chi?
Mom, I'm here. Bailey walked into the living room. Chi-Chi ran over from the balcony, pattering happily. Don't run. Walk slowly. Thinking about the situation in apartment 401, she quickly stopped her son and pointed downstairs. She said that Uncle Wei and his wife might have one or both been infected with the virus. Chi-Chi opened his mouth wide and stared, then blurted out, "They've turned into zombies. Does that mean Uncle Wei won't come to ask for Shiau Wu anymore?" Last October, the mother and son brought little Five home. They bought medicine and cooked porridge for it. It took a week to treat its diarrhea, and after 2 more weeks, it was fully healthy again. However, while taking little Five for a walk downstairs, they unexpectedly encountered the couple and were asked to give the dog back. Bailey immediately refused, very firmly. The man named Wei was not happy and threatened to call the police, accusing them of stealing the dog and not returning it. Bailey hadn't done anything wrong, but Bao Xiaolin, who was walking with them, couldn't help but want to act. Later, the property management was surprised. Luckily, when they picked up little Five and took it home, the security guards saw everything. Everyone scolded him, and Wei's wife felt ashamed. She didn't want to keep a dog anymore and apologized to Bai Li before pulling her husband away. Although this happened half a year ago, every time they see the couple downstairs, Chi-Chi worries that Wei might come and try to take little Five away. No, he probably won't come to ask for little Five anymore. It's not that Bailey is happy about it, but that's just the truth. Just a neighbor they don't get along with, whether she turns into a zombie or not, has nothing to do with her. When little Five heard its name, it didn't understand what was happening but wagged its tail happily and rubbed against Bai Li's leg. Seeing it so lively, Bai Li didn't bother to check its temperature. Chi-Chi also seemed fine, as if the fever had completely gone. "Mom, I cooked eggs. I'll bring some to you." "Thanks, sweetheart." Bai Li turned to wash up in the bathroom. When she turned on the tap, she found the water was even murkier than before, yellowish, like after a water outage, when it's first turned on. She didn't dare use this water to wash her face or brush her teeth. She only poured half a cup of the water she collected yesterday and quickly rinsed her toothbrush, but didn't wash her face. The zombie virus outbreak in Sucheng was only the 2nd day, and the water was already unusable. The internet was still down, so she simply put her phone aside and stopped worrying about it. What will happen tomorrow? Will the power or gas be cut off? "Mom, there are more zombies downstairs." I looked, and they're all people from our neighborhood, including Grandpa Zhang Chunsheng. Since Grandpa Zhang turned into a zombie, I wonder how he's doing. Zhang Chunsheng is Chi-Chi's classmate, living in Building 3. They often played games and kicked soccer together in the neighborhood square. He's a good friend. Bai Li was eating eggs while listening to her son talk about what he saw. Outside on the road, only a few creatures remain. There are none at the neighborhood entrance, and I don't know where they went overnight. It would be great if Aunt Xiaolin and Yaya came back now. But no, There's still more than 10 downstairs, which is also troublesome. Indeed, it's troublesome. We managed to deal with the threat at the gate, but facing so many zombies inside is still a problem. However, after last night's experiment to lure the zombies away, Bailey feels this problem can be solved. Chi-Chi, keep watching the balcony. If you see Aunt Xiaolin come back, call Mom immediately. Okay. The little one solemnly went to carry out his task. Bailey was about to pour the eggshells from her bowl into the kitchen when she suddenly saw the 3 lilies she took out of the vase last night still lying on the dining table. She bought these lilies half a month ago and put them in a vase. They looked a bit wilted yesterday, and now, after being out of water for 8 or 9 hours, they seem even more shriveled. She originally wanted to throw them into the trash, but after putting them in, she changed her mind and took them out again, holding and examining the lilies repeatedly. Sigh, it might be hard to buy flowers in the future. Since they didn't die completely, she decided to keep them. Finally, she inserted the lilies into the large ceramic vase on the living room coffee table, squeezing them among the baby's breath flowers. Then Bailey turned to go to the kitchen, but what she didn't see was that at the moment she turned around, the 3 wilted white lilies suddenly looked fresh and vibrant again. Yesterday, she cooked almost a full pot of rice. Besides what was eaten at noon and in the evening, she packed the rest into plastic bags and stored them in the freezer along with the cooked meat. Her fairly large refrigerator was packed yesterday, but if the power went out, the fridge wouldn't keep things cold for long. Still, freezing the food tightly could buy a day or 2 more. Plus, with the abnormal low temperatures now, eating for a week wouldn't be a problem. But that was the limit. What Bailey didn't expect was that after a day passed, by evening, she was worried. No power, no gas. That wouldn't be a big problem if she still had electricity for the rice cooker. But if the power also went out, could she still stay in this house for another month? Mom, today is already the 29th. We had planned to go back to our hometown for May Day, but now we can't go back and can't contact Grandpa. He must be worried about us. During dinner, the little one sighed and said, I miss Grandpa so much. Bailey also missed him. She wondered if the zombie virus had also spread in the village. After Jiang Mingling said it was nationwide, it meant every city and place was affected. Her father was always healthy, so she believed he was fine and not infected. Her uncle and grandparents were also healthy, so they should be safe. Ding dong. While eating and worrying about family back home, the doorbell suddenly rang again. Chi-Chi turned his head quickly toward the door, still holding his noodles that had been pulled out of his mouth. He looked at Bailey, silent but with big, confused eyes. Maybe it's Wenjin from upstairs, room 602. The girl hadn't come down all day, so Bailey hadn't told Chi-Chi about her. She sighed helplessly, stood up from her chair, and went to open the door. The screen on the smart lock showed it was indeed Wenjin, but Bailey still took a knife before opening the door. Chi-Chi copied her, put down his chopsticks, grabbed his small knife, and followed to the hallway.
Auntie.
After opening the door, the girl softly called Bailey, then sniffed her nose hard. Bailey frowned slightly. She had cooked scallion oil noodles for dinner, topped with a few slices of braised beef. Since all the windows were closed, the fragrant smell of scallion oil was very noticeable when opening the door. Auntie, your chicken-leg rice was so delicious, but I already finished it. What did you have for dinner? Can you make me some too? Bailey. Chi-Chi was unhappy. This is my mom. Why should she make it for you? If you want noodles, go home and ask your mom to make some. Yaya was right. Wenjin was really annoying and very rude. When they played on the playground before, she even called Yaya a poor girl and said her clothes were from a street stall. So even though they lived in the same building, Chi-Chi never played with her. Yaya said she looked down on people with her dog's eyes. Is it noodles? No wonder it smells so good. Auntie, I also have noodles at home. I don't want yours, just help me heat some, okay? She licked her lips and looked at Bailey with hope, ignoring what Chi-Chi said. Bailey felt a little annoyed. She wanted to send her away, so she said, "One, if you're hungry, you can eat some snacks. I'm tired today and don't want to go to your house."
Auntie.
Seeing her tears about to fall again, Bailey listened to the sounds from the 4th floor and stepped forward, lowering her voice, saying, "I'm not your parents. Don't keep crying to me. Stay at home and wait for your parents to come back. It's dangerous outside, so don't go out again. Also, lock the door and don't open it for anyone. That way, you'll be safe. Do you understand? Now go back." The girl's face changed suddenly, clearly hearing the noises from downstairs. But she didn't want to leave. She was scared and wanted to stay. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound. Someone had opened the front door. Bailey recognized it was from apartment 402. She quietly urged Woman again, "Hurry back and lock the door. Don't open it for anyone." Instinctively, Wenwen turned and ran upstairs. Bailey stepped out the door, hiding a knife behind her back. She walked to the staircase, looked down, and her gaze met that of Grandma from apartment 402, who was looking up. "Mommy, Chi-Chi, you're home? Where's Chi-Chi? Did she go to school?" The grandmother looked worried and said, "My granddaughter went to school yesterday, and she still hasn't come back. My son went to work and hasn't returned either. Only my daughter-in-law came back last night. You know how hard it is for a mother, knowing her daughter hasn't come back, but she doesn't go to the school to pick her up. She just eats, drinks, and sleeps without worry. My son is really unlucky, married such a selfish woman who doesn't care about her own child. If you care so much, go pick her up. She's your granddaughter, after all. Even if she's my granddaughter, she's a generation younger. But you're her real mother. Come on, it's because she's a girl that you don't care. You're talking nonsense. I raised her myself. If I didn't care, would I take her in?" Bailey said nothing the whole time. She kept listening to the sounds from apartment 401 and paying attention to the upstairs movements. When she heard Wenwen come home and the door slammed shut, she turned back and went home. She completely ignored the arguing mother-in-law and daughter-in-law from apartment 402. "Mom, when are you going to her house to cook for her?" After the door closed, the mother and son sat back at the dining table. Chi-Chi eagerly and somewhat angrily asked Bailey. Last night, around 10:50 p.m., her parents weren't home. She was scared alone and wanted to stay at her house, but I refused. Bailey briefly explained what happened last night. Seeing the young girl still looking serious, she asked with a smile, "What? Do you think I did something wrong?" "Of course I do. You left your precious son alone at home to help a kid you don't even know well. Do you think that's right?" Chi-Chi didn't think Wenwen, who was left home alone by her parents, was pitiful because her sadness wasn't caused by their family. He only felt sorry for himself, being left alone at night when his mom was right there beside him. The little boy earnestly reminded Bailey, "Miss Bai, have you forgotten who you are? It's so chaotic outside right now. Have you thought about what would happen if you went out and couldn't come back? How could I save you?" His hypothetical wasn't impossible. Bailey sincerely apologized. "Sorry, this will never happen again. I will never leave you alone at home." Given the uncertain situation, her actions last night were indeed risky. After receiving her apology, Jiangqi felt a bit embarrassed. He touched his nose and whispered, "Next time, if something like this happens, you can wake me up so I can go with you. I don't really like Wenwen and I don't want to help her, but I know she's very sad without mom and dad." Bailey was about to say that even if Wenwen was sad, she didn't have to help her. But before she could speak, she heard footsteps outside the door. Bailey turned her head and looked seriously at the door. She went over, opened the camera, and saw a shadow flicker past inside, but nothing was outside. Bailey pressed her ear to the door, feeling the person walking was deliberately walking quietly, but she still heard that the person was heading upstairs. Bailey suddenly threw open the door and went out with a knife. She looked up at the young woman on the 5th floor who was about to step onto the 2nd floor. She was the wife of the family in 402, the one who had argued with her mother-in-law just now. Her daughter is 2 years older than Chi-Chi, in 3rd grade. According to her grandmother, she didn't come back after going to school yesterday. Her son is in the middle class of kindergarten. She doesn't know if he went to school yesterday, but he's at home now. Her husband went to work and hasn't come back. He might have had an accident or could be trapped and unable to return. In short, their family now consists of her parents-in-law, her son, and herself, totaling 4 people at home. "Mommy Chi-Chi, I feel really bored at home. I want to talk to Wenjin's mom. Talking? Bai Li isn't sure if she really has a good relationship with Wenjin's mom, but from her nervous expression, it's clear she's probably lying. It seems that since last night, that little girl has come to see her twice, and the people upstairs heard it. I advise you not to go, she said. Wenjin's mom and her brother are both sick. Last night, she came to ask me for medicine because she had a high fever. Do you know that the people outside who turned into zombies originally got sick from colds and fevers? Mrs. Zishuan's face changed, and she hurriedly ran downstairs without thinking. As she passed Bai Li, she still thanked her. When she reached her home on the 4th floor, Bai Li turned to leave. Downstairs, apartment 402. Mrs. Zishuan immediately complained to her mother-in-law. How did you hear? They only have Wenjin at home. Her mom and brother are sick. Last night, she went to apartment 501 to get medicine. Chi-Chi's mom said her fever was very high, and she suspected she might turn into one of those outside. That's why Wenjin didn't go upstairs when she came to ask for help. Her mother-in-law looked unconvinced. That's impossible. When Wenjin rang the doorbell, I was listening closely with my ear against the door. She asked the people in 501 to prepare food for her. If her mom was at home, how could she ask others for food? Mrs. Zishuan rolled her eyes impatiently. I already said her mom has a high fever, maybe even unconscious. Isn't it normal for a kid to come down and ask for food? Are you trying to make me go into apartment 602 so her mom can bite me? Your thoughts are really cruel. Cruel? You ungrateful person. With so many old and young at home, you come back and eat so much. I didn't buy groceries yesterday. If you don't go out to find food, our family will run out of supplies tomorrow. Why should I go? Why don't you go? And the old man. The argument downstairs has nothing to do with Bai Li, but she knows that as long as Wenjin doesn't go out casually, she will be safe for now. She's just a child, and her home has enough milk and snacks. She can wait until help arrives. Although she doesn't know if help will come. But there's nothing else she can do. What else could she do? Bring a child she doesn't know well and doesn't really like into her home?
She is not that selfless.
After entering, Bai Li stood for a moment at the entrance hall, making sure no one was trying to go to the 6th floor in apartment 402. Only then did she return to the dining room, eat the cold noodles and a few bites, and then clean the dishes to take to the kitchen. Suddenly, a scream came from outside the window. Bai Li's hand shook while holding the bowl, almost dropping it. The kitchen was dark, but the window was open and the streetlights outside were on. Facing her building, on the wide balcony of the 6th floor, a woman was screaming and climbing onto the windowsill. Through the living room light, she could clearly see a fierce face getting closer. Don't.
Bang!
The woman fell from the windowsill and hit the cement ground. Her body quickly stained the ground with a bright red splash. The noise disturbed the wandering zombies, who opened their mouths wide and staggered forward, tearing and biting the still warm bodies that had lost their life signs.
Mom.
Chi-Chi ran into the kitchen from outside and hugged her waist. Perhaps the scene was too shocking, so Bai Li felt that all the survivors in the building were silent, afraid to even breathe. Realizing what was happening, the 10 or so households with their lights on across the street quickly turned off their lights. The entire building suddenly became dark, as if no one was inside. Bai Li silently finished washing the dishes, then, to distract herself, she took out a yoga mat, laid it down, and did sit-ups and push-ups with her son. She used to go for a run every day after dropping off her son, but since her last fever, she hadn't run for half a month. The house had some simple equipment like a stomach roller, so to regain her strength, she decided to exercise. Jiang Minglang had taught Chi-Chi military exercises, so after finishing the sit-ups, she followed her son to do military drills. After all this activity, mother and son quickly became breathless and sweaty. Fortunately, the filtered water was still usable. Bai Li poured most of a basin of water, boiled some with an electric kettle, mixed it, and after a simple wash-up with her son, they went to bed. Before sleeping, Chi-Chi looked outside the windows on both sides, just like usual. The number of zombies was about the same as before, and she didn't hear any screams or calls for help from the living. That night was very peaceful, and mother and son slept until dawn. Today is April 30th, cloudy with light rain, the third day since the zombie virus outbreak. The internet is still down, and the tap water has become even murkier. Even filtering with a water purifier no longer helps. Natural gas has been cut off, but luckily, electricity is still working. Just as Bailey was feeling relieved, at 3:30 p.m., she suddenly heard two loud explosions that shook the ground. When the sounds occurred, she and Chi-Chi felt their building shake slightly, though it was very brief and quickly stopped. But she was sure it was a real shake. "Mom, look over there." Chi-Chi stood by the balcony window, pulled back the curtain, and pointed southeast. There was a huge fire and thick smoke, clearly caused by the two loud explosions just now. "It looks like it's the second hospital." Bailey looked at the big fire across just 2 streets away, murmuring, "The hospital has the most patients and the highest infection rate." So, did the authorities up the hospital? Did they want to burn all the zombies inside? That's why no police came for so long. They might be busy at the hospital. Did they rescue uninfected patients and medical staff, then seal off and up the hospital? A flicker of hope ignited in her heart. After the police deal with the zombies at the hospital, though it's a big price to pay, she believed there must be a reason from above, something she couldn't understand as just an ordinary person. So maybe next they could free up some people to handle the surrounding areas? But Bailey soon realized she was being too naive, too optimistic. Not long after the explosion, around 4 p.m., several cars gradually arrived at the community gate. Before these cars arrived, because of the explosion, there wasn't a single zombie on the road outside the community. There were no zombies outside, but inside, they still remained. So when the cars passed the electronic scan and entered the community smoothly, they immediately attracted a dozen zombies wandering downstairs.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With 3 gunshots, the 3 zombies running at the front fell to the ground. The gunfire came from a man sitting in the front passenger seat of the first off-road vehicle. It's unclear whether the gun ran out of bullets, but after firing 3 shots, no more gunfire was heard, and the off-road vehicle stopped. Then the man in the front passenger seat got out of the car carrying an axe. When the zombies approached, he swung the axe and chopped off one of their heads. The gunfire attracted not only the zombies, but also the survivors inside the building. At this moment, it's likely that survivors from 2 buildings gathered by their windows. Bailey and Chi-Chi were among them. Some might have opened their windows, so the mother and son clearly heard the sounds of others vomiting. But they weren't affected at all, and kept watching the man fight the zombies carefully. The heavy-looking axe in his hand was swung skillfully, targeting the zombies' necks. He was very accurate, hitting each one. In a short time, he had knocked down all the zombies. Some had their entire heads cut off, others only half. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The sounds of vomiting kept coming one after another. Bailey even heard someone say something that made her feel speechless. How can he kill like that? It's too brutal. The person who said that was definitely not a smart person, just an idiot. After finishing off the zombies, the man got back into the car. The white SUV, covered in blood, sped off toward the deeper parts of the community. It seemed he was a resident inside. Looking at the man's face earlier, Bailey felt it was quite unfamiliar. But she knew not everyone had seen him before, especially since people moved in and out every month. "Mom, look. Is that Wenwen's mom?" Because she was focused on the man and the SUV driving away, Bailey had noticed the other cars following behind. Chi-Chi reminded her, and she finally saw the last car, a white BMW, turning and stopping downstairs at their building. A woman with messy hair and dressed in a black coat got out of the driver's seat. Bailey recognized her. It was indeed Wenwen's mom. After getting out of the car and locking it, she headed straight upstairs alone. Her son.
Great.
Wenwen's mom is back. "Wenwen won't keep coming to our house to find you anymore." The little guy had spoken so seriously before, but now he let out a big sigh of relief. Bailey smiled, patting his little head, then turned to walk toward the door. She looked through the smart locks camera at the elevator across the street. The number on the display, which had been showing 1, finally changed to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor. Soon, Bai Li heard the familiar sound of the smart lock opening at apartment 602. Hearing faintly, she seemed to hear a voice calling Mom, filled with surprise and joy. Her son was gone, but luckily she still had a daughter. Bai Li sighed softly, realizing how unpredictable life can be. Who would have thought such a disaster could happen suddenly? Mom, the cars that just came in, only Wenwen's mom is from our building. The others went inside. Sigh. Aunt Xiaolin still hasn't come back? These people came from the hospital direction, but Bao Xiaolin went to the school, which is in a different direction. It was clear that the reason these cars could return smoothly was because the front SUV was leading the way. Bai Li thought for a moment and decided to go to room 602 to ask about the hospital, the outside situation, and the man who was shooting earlier. Not to mention his skill, but his aim, hitting every shot to the head, showed he was not an ordinary person. Chi-Chi, I'll go to room 602 to ask Wenwen's mom a few questions. I'll be right back. Do you want Shiau Wu to come with you? No need. You two wait at the door. I'll be back in 3 minutes at most. After saying that, Bai Li took a knife and quietly went out. She tiptoed up to the 6th floor, but instead of ringing the doorbell like Wenwen, she gently knocked on the door. She thought she might need to knock a few more times, but after some consideration, the door suddenly opened with a click. Wenwen's mom was still wearing the black windbreaker from earlier. Up close, the smell of disinfectant, mixed with other unknown odors, hit Bai Li's senses strongly. She forced herself not to step back. What's the matter? The other person's face was stern, her voice hoarse beyond recognition, and her eyes red and swollen, perhaps from staying up late, crying, or both. Bai Li didn't beat around the bush and quietly asked, "Did you come back from the hospital? What's going on there?" And outside. The hospital is full of zombies, many of them. The police fought to the end with them. Fought to the end? Bai Li's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Seeing Bai Li's expression, Wenwen's mom even managed a small smile. What do you think? Literal meaning. When they were fighting the zombies, the police couldn't escape. They all died. Do you know how many police officers there were? How many people? Haha. It's over. Sioux City is finished. Everything is gone. No one is here to help us anymore. Her expression is almost wild, and her words are frightening. Even her gaze at Bai Li feels like she's about to attack. Bai Li steps back, clutching her knife tightly. You say the police are all dead? That can't be right. The car that just brought you back, that man with the gun, he was very accurate. He's not a police officer? Hearing Bai Li ask about the man who killed the zombies, Wenwen's mother finally stops her wild look and becomes a bit more normal. But her words carry a strange bitterness. He's a soldier, like your husband. By the way, your husband didn't come back? Is he dead? Did he get bitten by zombies while saving someone? That's their fate. And you're a military family member, you should also die. Dying to save others is so noble. Crazy woman. Bai Li doesn't want to say another word to her, and turns to leave. But Wenwen's mother seems unwilling to let her go. She follows and keeps talking. There are so many zombies outside waiting to be dealt with. You're a military family member. Why don't you go out? Are you ashamed to stay inside like a scared turtle? Your husband died saving others. He loved you so much. Shouldn't you go to be with him? You're so ungrateful, so heartless. And your son, he should also. Smack. Bai Li can't bear it anymore. She turns and slaps her. Before she can react, Wenwen's mother falls down the stairs with a cry. But Bai Li still feels angry. She steps forward, grabs her hair, presses her head against the railing, and bangs it repeatedly until she can't scream anymore and her body goes limp. Only then does she let go. She glances at the woman with disdain and turns to go downstairs. But after a few steps, she stops. She looks coldly at the couple near her house door, at apartment 402. The noise from the two people caught 402's attention. The elderly couple pretended to come upstairs to watch the excitement, but actually wanted to go to 501 or 602 for some food and drinks. The tap water was completely unusable now. They hadn't bought bottled water before, and yesterday they used the filtered water, which was all gone today. They could survive 2 more days without food, but who could stand not drinking water? They still had a carton of milk at home, but that was reserved for their precious grandson. However, just as they reached the 5th floor, they saw the woman from 501 aggressively pressing the woman from 602's head against the staircase railing, with loud banging sounds that made the old couple's hearts race. Because of this, when Bailey came downstairs and looked up at them, they instinctively turned and quickly went down from the 5th floor to the 4th. Bailey reached her door, but didn't rush inside. After hearing the door close on the 4th floor, she soon heard a faint door closing downstairs. It was 202.
Mom.
Bailey looked up and saw Winwin run out of her house, going to the stairs to help her mother, who had fallen to the ground, bleeding from her head, and was motionless. When Bailey looked over, Winwin shot her a resentful glare. She turned and went back home. "Mom, are you okay?" Chi anxiously waited at the entrance. If his mother hadn't told him not to go out, he would have already run outside at the sound of the commotion. Winwin's mother's words were hard to hear clearly, but the banging of her head against the railing was very loud. He had already reached for the doorknob, ready to open the door and check the situation, but suddenly he saw the elderly couple from 402 on the smart lock screen. Because he didn't like those 2 greedy old people, he was cautious and didn't open the door. Fortunately, his mother returned soon after. "It's okay. You did very well just now. You didn't open the door impulsively when you heard the noise." She patted her son's small head, placed the long knife on the shoe cabinet nearby, and then took her son to the living room. "Are all the police dead? Is Sioux City in chaos?" Bailey pondered the information she got from that crazy person, unsure if it was true or not, but the despair in her eyes was undeniable. Her son was gone. She felt deep sadness and hopelessness, which was understandable. But understanding didn't mean she could tolerate her using vicious words to attack their family of 3. Perhaps her usual calm and easygoing attitude made everyone think she was easy to bully. Suddenly, Bailey's eyes sharpened and she paused. Then she stepped closer to the coffee table, staring at the large flower vase with a big belly, specifically at the 3 lilies inside. When she put them in yesterday, they were almost withered. How come they look so fresh now? "What's wrong, Mom?" Chi had been watching her think but hadn't spoken. Why was she staring at the vase now? "Chi, do you know when these 3 lilies changed like this? Aren't they like this all along?" Chi asked curiously, scratching his head. "They looked like this yesterday. Didn't you put them in?" She hadn't paid much attention. Bailey grabbed a small stool and sat down, staring at the lilies for a while. Then she took out the lilies and the baby's breath, shook the water in the vase. Not a lot, but enough. Could it be that the water made them look fresh again?
Impossible.
She wasn't new to taking care of flowers. She knew that even if the flowers looked wilted or almost dead, adding water wouldn't revive them. Moreover, these 3 lilies had been bought 2 weeks ago and were at their limit of survival. If not for the current situation, she would have thrown them away yesterday. So, what exactly is going on? She examined the flowers repeatedly, but couldn't find anything unusual. Finally, she had no choice but to put them back in the vase. This series of strange events was really baffling. Since she couldn't find the cause, she decided to carefully observe the flowers from now on. "Mom, come quickly." While Bailey was looking at the flowers, Chi ran to the bathroom too. "I've peed a lot again. What should I do?" When Bailey entered the bathroom, he was still urinating. This had been happening for the past 2 days, and Bailey didn't understand why. "Ah, what a pity. I peed so much, but there's no water left. If only I could drink it."
Bailey.
She rolled her eyes and poked his forehead. After waiting a minute, she finally finished. Just like yesterday, his was clear and odorless, so there was no need to flush. "Mom, look, this pot hose has grown so long." A glass bottle was placed on the bathroom sink, with white lily branches cut from another green vine inserted inside. The branches were short, with only her palm-sized leaves visible outside the bottle. That was how it looked yesterday. Now, however, Whiteley gazed silently at the leaves that were almost drooping into the sink. After a moment, she pointed at the half-filled water in the vase and asked Chi-Chi, "Did you add water?" The little boy suddenly covered his groin with both hands, first shaking his head, then nodding. Whiteley understood. Mom, my doesn't smell bad anymore." She rolled her eyes and said, "That's not the point."
You see.
Suddenly, she thought of something and asked Chi-Chi, "Did you in the ceramic vase in the living room too?" No, I didn't in there. The water has nothing to do with me." Chi-Chi hurriedly waved his hands to deny it and explained, "This morning, I saw the green vine bottle almost out of water, and I thought since my doesn't smell bad, I'd try it." But she didn't expect the experiment to have such an amazing effect. Whiteley was also very curious. Her son seemed a bit special. She went out and came back with a pair of scissors. She cut off the long green vine that was hanging down, then held it in her hand and sniffed it. It didn't have much smell, just like the green vine she kept outside.
Wow, Mom.
Suddenly, Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise. The little boy stared wide-eyed at the green vine in Whiteley's hand, babbling incoherently. Not only was he surprised, but Whiteley was even more shocked. The green vine in her hand was growing visibly faster, and in just a moment, it had already grown to 1/2 meter long. She was so frightened she trembled and dropped the vine onto the floor. The vine, no longer in her hand, immediately stopped growing and lay quietly, motionless. "Mom?" Whiteley snapped back to her senses. She shifted her gaze from the green vine on the ground to her son, swallowing hard. "Chi-Chi, do you think? Maybe. Mom is. Mom, I want to try." The little boy wasn't scared at all. He only found it fascinating. He bent down, picked up the green vine from the ground, grasped the end that his mother had just held, and kept his eyes fixed on the vine dragging behind him. But after a long time, it remained exactly the same. Nothing happened. Chi-Chi was still not satisfied. He blew a puff of air toward the hand holding the pothose plant and shouted, "Transform, Bai Li." She found it very funny, and all her earlier nervousness disappeared. "Mom, does it grow longer now?"
No.
"How about now?" Still no. Chi-Chi pushed hard again, making sounds like he needed to go to the bathroom, his face turning red from holding it. Bailey held back her laughter and thought about telling him to stop trying because it was useless, but then she decided to let him try again. Before she could say anything, there was a sudden splashing sound. Out of nowhere, Chi-Chi was sprayed with water all over his face and body. The mother and son looked at each other in surprise, then both looked at Chi-Chi's small hand holding the pothose. Water was still coming out there, but not as much as before. It dripped slowly, some falling onto the pothose, and some splashing onto the floor. Water coming from his hand? Bailey swallowed hard, trying to keep her expression normal. Her eyes weren't as wide as before, but her heart was pounding faster than usual. What was happening today? Could it be that they both had some kind of special ability? Bailey wasn't sure if that was the right word, but whatever it was, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Her body didn't feel uncomfortable, and everything seemed normal except for the strange feeling when the pothose was growing in her hand, like something was crawling out from inside her. But once the pothose left her hand, the strange feeling was gone. She looked at the water on her son's hand. She grabbed a towel from the shelf nearby and started wiping his face and hair. "Chi-Chi, how do you feel?"
She asked.
"It's like peeing, I guess. It's like something is coming out of my body, but it doesn't hurt. It actually feels pretty good." Just like her. Bailey thought for a moment and decided to bring a basin. She told him to put his hand in it, so the water could collect there. But maybe he didn't find the right way, or perhaps because he had just gone to the bathroom. The water stopped after a while. She gave him the basin, and soon his chubby little hand stopped dripping water. No matter how hard he tried, he just let out but no more water came out. In the end, only a thin layer of water remained at the bottom of the basin. Interestingly, Bailey held the pothose again, closed her eyes, and tried to recall the feeling from before. Suddenly, she felt like something was rushing inside her body. From the heart to every part of the body, finally to the right hand holding the pothose plant. Growing longer, growing longer. Mom, it's so long, so long. Bailey opened her eyes amid Chi-Chi's excited shouts, then paused in surprise. In just a short moment, the bathroom floor, which wasn't very small, was already covered with pothose plants. Under the light, the green leaves shimmered brightly, appearing more lively than the ones in the pot outside. Of course, the appearance was one thing, but the main issue was that it had grown too long. Pothose plants are usually easy to care for, but now, infused with her energy, they could grow nearly half a meter in an instant. Mom, why can you make the pothose grow? But I can't. Chi-Chi looked at his mother with envy. But you can water it. I can't, Bailey replied. But I water it very little, see? Just a tiny bit, Chi-Chi said. Bailey looked at her son with a strange expression. The you just peed out, isn't it the same as the water you use to water the plant? If that was the case, it would explain a lot. Doesn't smell bad, and he pees so much at once. The mother and son discussed in the bathroom for a while. Then Bailey gave Chi-Chi a glass and told him to put his index finger on the rim, teaching him how to focus his attention on his finger. After 3 minutes, the glass contained about half a cup of water. Bailey held it up to the light and examined it carefully. It was very clear, with no impurities at all. She sniffed it and found no smell. Finally, she put it to her lips and licked it with her tongue. It was cold and a little sweet. How is it, Mom? Can I drink it? Chi-Chi looked at her eagerly. If only his mom allowed him, he would want to taste it. Bailey wasn't sure if it was safe to drink or not. To be cautious, she said to Chi-Chi, I'll take a sip first to see how it is. If I feel fine all day tomorrow, then it should be okay to drink. Chi-Chi smiled happily. If the tap water couldn't be used, but the water he made could be drunk, then their family wouldn't run out of water in the future. Gurgle, gurgle. But before he could be happy for long, his stomach suddenly growled.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Chi-Chi finished speaking, Bailey's stomach also growled. They looked at each other, and both laughed at the same time. Mom, I'll go cook. How about braised pork ribs over ice? Yes, I love eating the ribs my mom cooks. Actually, they are pre-cooked and frozen. I just take them out, put them over rice, and heat them up. Even so, they still smell very good. While heating the rice and ribs, Bailey saw garlic in the kitchen and suddenly had an idea. She peeled a clove of garlic, soaked it in water, and then held it in her palm. After about 10 seconds, the garlic clove sprouted a long green shoot about a foot long. Bailey felt very happy. 2 minutes later, she placed 8 garlic sprouts on a cutting board, chewed a small piece, and then chopped them with a knife. When the rice and ribs were ready, she sprinkled some on top with seasonings. Mother and son finished a hearty dinner. Bailey used a damp cloth to wipe the dishes and pots clean, still not ready to use water. It was now 9:30 p.m. Since returning from visiting Winwin's mother, they had been focused on their special abilities and only ate when they were hungry. So, it got late quickly and they didn't have time to look outside. Now, they went to the balcony and saw that the hospital fire was still burning and it hadn't been put out yet, even though it was drizzling. The street was empty, not a single zombie in sight. Thinking again about what the crazy woman said earlier, Bailey sighed sadly. Although she seemed crazy, what she said was probably true. But it definitely wasn't all the police in Sioux City. It was probably just the officers at the hospital who had been overwhelmed. Even so, it was very frightening. What does this mean? It means that even police officers are not easy to deal with when facing zombies now. Knock, knock, knock. Mom, someone is knocking outside. Chi-Chi turned to look at the door and added, It's on the 6th floor. Someone is knocking on door 602. Winwin's mom, your head is bleeding. You need to bandage it quickly. I have gauze and disinfectant here. Bailey leaned against her front door, hearing the noise outside, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. The elderly couple in room 402 always acted out of self-interest. Why would they suddenly be kind enough to bring gauze and disinfectant? Fortunately, 602 didn't open the door, so the mother and daughter remained quiet and didn't respond. The old lady knocked for a long time, trying to show concern, but in the end, she had to reluctantly go downstairs and return home. What's going on? Someone kindly brought you medicine, but you refused. You deserve to be beaten. The old lady muttered as she went downstairs. When she passed by room 501, she paused, recalling the woman with a blank face grabbing someone's head and smashing it against the railing. She didn't dare to go and knock on the door. She reached the 4th floor. Opposite room 401, she heard scratching and banging sounds. She couldn't help but curse. "What are you hitting? Such a stubborn fool. I hope you get your comeuppance and get struck by lightning. Serves you right to become a living dead." Suddenly, she heard a loud, heart-wrenching scream, seemingly very close. Startled, the old lady quickly knocked on door 402 and hurriedly shut it with a bang. Bai Li and Chi-Chi also heard the cry for help. They were nearby, coming from downstairs in room 401. A woman opened her window, shouting loudly for help toward a white SUV leaving the community. She waved her arms desperately. She had been trapped inside for 2 days because her husband had a high fever. She took leave from work to care for him. On the afternoon of the 28th, the man, who was weak from the fever, suddenly got up from his bed and lunged at her. In a panic, she ran into her small study and hid there. Inside the study, there were only a few snacks and 2 bottles of water. She managed to survive for 2 days and nights with what little she had. That afternoon, through the window, she saw a man kill a monster downstairs that looked just like her husband. She hesitated, wondering if she should ask the man, who looked like a policeman, to help her. She was still unsure, but after the monster was killed, the man got into his car and drove away. Now, after several hungry hours, she saw the white SUV again through the window. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, she opened the window and shouted for help. If she didn't get out soon, she would starve to death. Bai Li and Chi-Chi stood by the window, watching as the white SUV stopped after she started calling for help. The co-pilot's window was open, and it was still the man from that afternoon. He leaned out and looked up at the 4th floor, then waved with a face full of tears, saying, "I've been trapped in the study for 2 days. Please help me." The man retracted his head, seeming to say something to the driver and the person in the back seat, then pushed the door open and got out. "Mom, is he really going to the 4th floor?" Chi-Chi asked nervously but excitedly, holding on to Bai Li's arm. "It looks like it," Bai Li replied, watching the man walk toward their building. After thinking for a moment, she said to her son, "Mom wants to go down and find out what's happening outside." "I'll go with you," the boy said firmly, looking at her.
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'll be careful and won't hold you back," he added. "Silly boy, how can you say that?" She hesitated for just a second before deciding to follow her son's decision. If the world was going to be this bad from now on, he would eventually have to leave home and face it. The mother and son quickly changed into warm hoodies. As they opened the door, they heard a loud bang downstairs. The door of apartment 401 was kicked open. Bai Li's eyes widened in shock. Their community's main door was very sturdy, made of wood with an extra steel layer inside. The smart lock had multiple bolts, so even with force, it couldn't be broken open easily. Suddenly, she remembered the scene from this afternoon where the man was wielding an axe against a zombie. He must be very strong. At that moment, because of Chi Fei's kick, the door of 401, along with the zombie behind it, crashed into the living room. Before the zombie could get up, he stepped forward quickly, grabbing the door with one hand and raising his axe with the other. With a loud thud, the man from 401 was finally free. "Knock, knock, knock. It's okay now, you can come out. It's safe outside," he called. The woman nervously opened the study door and stepped out trembling. But after only 2 steps, she looked up and saw her husband lying on the floor, with his head rolled aside and his eyes rolled back, staring right at her. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed, covering her mouth and crying. Perhaps she had seen too many such scenes these past 2 days. Chi Fei felt nothing and simply looked down at her calmly, saying, "You are the one who asked for help first. The door is broken, and I'm not responsible for fixing it." Bai Li and Chi-Chi just arrived on the 4th floor, coincidentally hearing his words. Zhou Fei finished speaking and turned to leave. As he stepped out the door, he unexpectedly encountered a woman with a child standing at the entrance. From their clothing and appearance, it was clear they were mother and son. However, this detail isn't important. What matters is that they each held a long and a short knife. Zhou Fei hesitated for a few seconds, staring at the blades with envy, then looked at his own axe with some disdain, and turned to go downstairs. He thought that the family in apartment 402 was probably watching from behind the door. Bai Li didn't call out to stop him, but followed him downstairs. When they reached the third floor, the strong smell of blood shocked their senses. Bai Li saw that the door to apartment 302 was open. An elderly woman without a head lay at the entrance, surrounded by blood. Not far inside, there was a leg. Bai Li couldn't bear to look further and turned her head along with the boy. The second floor was very quiet. There was nothing at the door. As they approached the first floor, Zhou Fei stopped and turned to look at the mother and son, asking, "Is there something you need?" He spoke politely because he didn't sense any hostility from them. In fact, the way they held their knives was very familiar to him. Bai Li also politely said, "Hello, I want to ask about the situation outside." "It's not very good," Zhou Fei replied briefly, in a tone that showed he was in a hurry to leave. "Almost everywhere is chaotic now. To survive, don't rely too much on rescue efforts." Because there was no one left to rescue, he wasn't here to save them but to fulfill an old friend's last wish, to take his son away. Out of kindness, Zhou Fei took 2 steps up and quietly told Bai Li, "The small supermarket on the right outside your community is open." The owner probably turned into a zombie and ran away. While everyone is still unprepared, gather some food and store it. He was about to lead his team to that supermarket. There was so much there, and he didn't mind bringing the mother and son along. Bai Li quickly went home to get the car keys. The two of them took the elevator, going up and down without delay. When they started the car to leave the community, Zhou Fei's white SUV had just left. Bai Li hurried to catch up. Passing the security room, she saw that the security guard uncle who had turned into a zombie was gone. Zhou Fei probably took care of him. It seemed he had not only dealt with the security guard, but also cleaned up the inside of the community. Because little Scout Chi-Chi was leaning on the back seat and peering through the rear windshield to report to his mother, there are 4 headless bodies lying by the roadside behind Building 3. "Mom, I think the man we saw earlier did it. He's really a good person." Zhou Fei, who had been given a good person card, was also watching the black Jeep through the rear-view mirror. People really shouldn't judge by appearances. The woman looked slim. She didn't seem fragile, but she wasn't very strong either. Surprisingly, she was driving a big, cool black Jeep. Maybe it belonged to her husband. "Hey, isn't that the Jeep 380 you like?" Seeing Zhou Fei staring at the rearview mirror, the man wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and said confidently after a quick glance, "Yes, that's the one." They called this model Jeep 380 because Zhou Fei's code name was 308. Curious, Zhou Fei asked, "Is the woman in the car the one you just went to help?" "No, she's a mother and her child. She asked me about the outside situation earlier, so I gave her some advice." "Your advice was to follow us to the supermarket?" "I didn't say that exactly, but that's what you meant." The small supermarket was about 500 meters to the right of the neighborhood. When Zhou Fei and his group passed by in the afternoon, they saw it was empty. The explosion was very loud, attracting zombies from nearby streets, so most public places around here were still relatively safe, except for the zombies trapped inside buildings. 50 meters was just a quick drive away. When Zhou Fei's car stopped, Bai Li also arrived. She turned a car so that the trunk was facing the supermarket. "Chi-Chi, you and Shiau Wu stay by the car. Mom will go inside to get some things." "Okay." Everyone had to follow instructions when going out. Whatever Mom said, they would do. But as Jiangqi, the little boy, got out of the car, he heard a joyful shout, "Big brother." The voice came from the nearby white SUV. The back window was rolled down, and a boy about Chi-Chi's age stuck his head out happily to greet him. He also greeted Shiau Wu, who was getting out of the car, saying, "Uncle Wu is here too. Long time no see, Uncle Wu."
Woof.
Shiau Wu clearly recognized him and responded cheerfully. White Li and Xiao Fei, who were about to go to the supermarket, looked at each other with complicated expressions. They also glanced at the small boy and the Shiba Inu wagging its tail and barking happily. Lin Gigi, why are you in the car? Because the two cars were parked close to each other, Chi-Chi was watching his own car while chatting with Linja. They used to play soccer and games together on the playground. Chi-Chi was chosen for the school soccer team when he started elementary school and learned from a professional coach, which was different from what others learned. So, many kids who played soccer called him the boss. Whiteley knew this, but he called Shiau Wu Uncle Wu. Where did that come from? Although he was curious, he was busy moving things right now. Those two aren't your parents.
Why are you following them?
Jiangqi, the older brother, cared a lot about his little brother and was worried he might be kidnapped. He seriously warned him, things are chaotic outside now. Besides your own parents, it's best not to trust anyone. But they are Uncle Qiao Fei and Uncle Belly Button, not strangers. Hearing Belly Button again, Du Qian, who was wearing glasses, clenched his teeth. You little brat, I'll deal with you sooner or later. With a snap, the bag of crispy noodles in his hand was crushed. Outside, Linja didn't notice anything and kept introducing Qiao Fei and Du Qian to Chi-Chi. My dad was a comrade-in-arms with them before he retired. They visited me when I was 3 years old, so they're very familiar. Jiangqi. Forget it, since those two are colleagues of Dad, I won't say anything about them. But, where are your parents? And your grandma? 2 nights ago, my grandma had a stomach ache. She might have had acute gastroenteritis. My dad took her to the hospital first. The next morning, my mom cooked porridge and also went to see them. Since then, no one has come back. Uncle Qiao Fei said my dad asked him to pick me up and take me with them. Hearing that Linja's dad and grandma went to the hospital, Jiangqi blurted out, which hospital? Boss, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, it's not the second hospital. It's the Chinese medicine hospital. My grandma likes traditional Chinese medicine, so my dad took her there. But Linja didn't know that halfway through, because his grandma was in severe pain, his dad changed course and went to a closer hospital, the second hospital. When his mom left home, she only told him she was going to deliver food to the hospital. He thought they were going to the Chinese medicine hospital too. Originally, his mother wanted to deliver food and also take him to school, but considering the recent severe flu, she was worried he might catch it, so she sent a message to the teacher to ask for leave. When Bailey carried a bag of rice and a bag of flour out, she happened to overhear Linja's words. Qiao Fei and Du Qian also carried boxes of mineral water and instant noodles. Although their expressions didn't change, their eyes looked strange. Especially since neither of them looked at Linja. After placing the items in the trunk, they quickly turned back to the supermarket to continue shopping. Bailey looked at Linja. The child, smiling happily, with a gap-toothed mouth, greeted her. Auntie, hello.
Hello, Gigi, she replied.
Back at the supermarket, Bailey took a shopping bag and headed to the shelf where Qiao Fei and the others were packing. She hurriedly stuffed the remaining items inside while quietly asking Gigi's grandma and his parents. They're gone, came the reply. Although she had expected this, Bailey paused for a moment with her hands full of things. Then she continued packing the bag. Qiao Fei and Du Qian were quick and strong. In just a few trips, they filled the trunk completely, then continued to load the back seat. When they had packed almost everything, Qiao Fei was about to help Bailey carry a couple of loads when she approached him, handing him a shopping bag. I saw you guys only took a few toothbrushes and toothpaste earlier. Take more, and remember to tell Gigi to rinse his mouth after eating and brush his teeth at night. He had serious cavities before and just lost a tooth, so hygiene is important. Also, he likes to eat chocolate and Snickers. These are what you left behind. Bring them all for him, but don't give him too much at once. Control it, at most 1 piece a day or every 2 days. Qiao Fei took the bag and quietly thanked her. After thinking for a moment, he asked straightforwardly, are there any other things I should pay attention to? Don't treat him like a child. Do whatever he does, and if he can't do something, teach him. Also, if possible, please give him a knife. A knife? Qiao Fei turned his head to look outside. His eyes lingered on the short knife held by Chi-Chi for a moment, but He couldn't help asking the question he had been thinking from the start. Where did you two get those knives? My husband brought them back, she replied. That was a prize from a big competition Jiang Minglang participated in. He said he didn't want to join the contest at first, but when he saw the 3 knives used as prizes, he decided to go. However, Xiao Fei looked at her thoughtfully when he heard her words, but he didn't ask further. Instead, he helped her carry things outside. Boss, I think my dad definitely took my grandma to the hospital and then left. You know, he's busy with work, sometimes working for days and nights without coming home. So my mom can only take care of my grandma at the hospital and can't look after me. Sigh. What's the use of such a dad? He often forgets he has an older son. My dad is the same. Sometimes he comes back once a month, and when he's busy, he might not come back for half a year. You're already better than me. At least you meet your dad regularly. I only see mine once a month. Hee, that's true. Jiang Qi turned to look at Xiao Fei, who was helping his mother carry things, and politely said, Thank you, uncle. Xiao Fei smiled at him and turned back to the supermarket to continue picking up the pre-packed shopping bags. Lin Gigi, where are you guys going later? Back to the community? Lin just shook his head. No, we're not going back. Uncle Qiao said he's going somewhere and wants me to go with him. Where? He didn't say. Since you're going together, why didn't they tell you? You know how adults are. They think we're just kids and don't need to know everything. Anyway, talking about it won't change anything. But Jiang Qi didn't agree. He looked at Lin Jia and said, Your parents aren't with you, so you need to be more careful. Don't be so carefree all the time. Wherever you're going and what you're doing, you should ask clearly. He patted his chest proudly and said, When I go out with my mom, I always know the way. I tell her where to go, and we never get lost. Even if he made a mistake, he could find his way back later. Linja looked surprised. Don't you have GPS? Why do I need GPS? Knowing how to read a map is even better, Jiang Qi replied confidently. My parents always say that. Wow, you can read maps too? Linja admired his boss and praised sincerely, Boss, you're really amazing. Jiang Qi felt a little shy from the compliment. He quickly changed the subject and glanced at Uncle with glasses, who was smoking at the front of the car after packing everything. He softly asked, Did you remember what I just said? Yes, to watch out for Uncle Xiao Fei and Uncle Belly Button and not to be sold and still have to pay money. Jiang Qi. Does he mean that? Du Qian, standing at the front of the car smoking, slightly twitched his mouth. The little kid with the knife was quite interesting, but his own nephew was a bit slow. At this moment, Bai Li was almost done filling the trunk. Her Jeep's trunk was bigger than the white off-road vehicle that Xiao Fei and the others had, and it could still hold more. But she only packed the trunk and didn't put anything on the back seat. Xiao Fei also carried 2 packs of bottled water and placed them under the front passenger seat. Thanks. Xiao Fei waved his hand, then walked over to Jiang Qi, gently ruffling his little head, and nodded to the mother and son. Take care. After saying that, he called Du Qian to get in the car and leave. Linja leaned against the car window, reluctantly saying goodbye to Jiang Qi. See you later, 5th uncle. Take good care of 5th uncle. Don't let him go hungry. Next time we meet, we'll play soccer again. Jiang Qi waved his hand. Don't worry about us. Remember, I got it. When you're outside, be more careful. Don't let Uncle Xiao Fei and the others fool me. Jiang Qi. Saying that in front of others made his face turn red. But Lin Jia, the clueless one, didn't seem to notice and kept promising he would remember his words. Du Qian and Xiao Fei couldn't help but laugh. After driving a bit further, Xiao Fei asked Lin Jia, Gigi, what's your friend's name? You mean the boss? His name is Jiang Qi. He's the same age as me. Jiang? Xiao Fei and Du Qian exchanged glances, then asked, Do you know his father's name? No, I don't. But I know his dad is in the army like you guys. He's very tall, even taller than my dad. Linja's dad is 1.82 meters tall. If he's taller than that. Xiao Fei was pretty sure now. This mother and son are probably that person's family. He turned his head and looked into the rear-view mirror. The woman had already started the car smoothly and was turning around to go back to the community. Now it was nearly midnight. The neighborhood, cleaned up by Xiao Fei, was very quiet, no zombies. Bailey drove her car to the parking space in front of her building. After turning off the engine, she didn't rush to get out but looked up at the two buildings in front and behind. She hoped everyone was asleep now so no one would notice her car, but she knew that was impossible. In their Unit 202 just now, the curtain behind the window moved slightly. Someone was hiding there, looking down. It might not only be their family, who knows how many others are watching her car. After the incident, everyone was afraid to go outside, but she? Not only did she go out, she even left the neighborhood. It seems you can't move things upstairs anymore. They sat in the car for about 2 minutes. Bailey and Chi-Chi got out, locked the car, and went upstairs with Shiau Wu. When they passed the second floor, Bailey clearly felt someone watching from behind door 202. She stopped at door 201, knocked gently a few times, then pressed her ear to listen carefully. She knew no one was inside. It was just a show for 202. After listening for 2 minutes, Bailey sighed and held her son's hand as they went upstairs.
Click.
Just as Bailey, Chi-Chi, and Shiau Wu reached the corner leading to the third floor, door 202 opened, and a man's head peeked out. "Hey, wait a moment." Bailey stopped, turned to look at the man with a square face, and waited silently for him to speak. "Where did you go just now? What's outside? Are there really no police? Did all the police die?" Bailey replied coldly, "I went to find my friend, the mother and daughter in apartment 201 across from you." She said only that, and then turned to go upstairs with her son, ignoring his other questions. Seeing her expression was cold, the man didn't ask further. He thought asking was pointless. He guessed she just went for a quick drive, didn't even get out of the car, and came back after not finding anyone. Didn't she just sit in the car for a while after turning off the engine? She must have been scared, calming herself inside the car. As for the knife in her hand, it was probably just for courage. She was probably very afraid too. But even so, the man admired her. At such a time, a woman daring to take her child out for a walk. He didn't know what others would do, but he certainly wouldn't. The third floor was the same as before. Apartment 301's door was tightly shut. The headless body of apartment 302 lay at the door, with the head rolled to the side. Inside the hallway, there were broken limbs and torn cloth, which looked like belonged to the old man of that house. Bailey didn't stop. She and Chi-Chi went straight upstairs. The little boy seemed unafraid, but he held her hand tightly, unable to help but grip her more firmly. Fourth floor. The door to room 402 is tightly closed. The door to room 401 is gone. Light from the living room shines out. Bailey turns her head and glances inside, noticing that the previously lying headless body is no longer there. No, it's not gone. It's been wrapped in a bedsheet, including the head. It looks much more decent now. The woman from room 401 sits on the sofa, with her legs crossed, seeming to be lost in thought. Bailey looks away and continues upstairs with her son. Wait a moment. The barefoot woman runs out of the living room, pleading, "Sister, please, can you help me? I want to bury my husband downstairs. But I can't move him alone." She starts crying again, choking on her words. "I don't want to leave him like this. I just want to bury him," but no one is willing to help her. Even when she offers food to the neighbors in room 402, they refuse, saying it might spread a virus. That's impossible. They've been together the whole time. Even when he turned into a zombie, she was in the study, he was in the living room, yet they shared the same house and breathed the same air. If it were contagious, she wouldn't be fine now. But unfortunately, no one believes her, or maybe they just refuse to help and choose not to believe her. "All right, wait a moment. I need to take my son upstairs first." Hearing Bailey, the woman, expecting to be rejected, is stunned for a moment. Then she happily nods repeatedly. "Okay, I'll wait." "Thank you, sister. Thank you." Bailey takes Chi-Chi back home, boils water for him to brush his teeth, wash his face, and wash his feet. "Mom, can the two of you lift Uncle Wei?" The little boy, already sleepy and struggling to keep his eyes open, still worries about her safety and reminds her to be careful. He is very caring. After lying in bed, he falls asleep immediately. Bailey pats Shiau Wu's head softly and whispers, "Watch the house. Call out loudly if anything happens." Shiau Wu responds with a soft hum, as if acknowledging her. Shiau Feng is already sleeping in the corner of the cage, with his eyes closed. Bailey locks the door and goes downstairs. The woman from room 401 has put on socks, changed her shoes, and is wearing a thick coat, waiting beside her husband's body for Bailey. Seeing her truly come down to help, a trace of emotion appears on her sorrowful face. Previously, there was a disagreement between two families over a dog. To be precise, her husband argued unfairly with others, and luckily she stopped him. Otherwise, today there might not have been anyone to help her after her loss. Big sister, I'm sorry about what happened before.
Thank you for today.
My name is Himeng. You can call me Little He. Little He, you'd better lock up the food in your living room and kitchen in the bedroom. Seeing Himeng thank her and then start to carry the body downstairs, Bailey quietly reminds her, otherwise, when you come back later, there might be nothing left to eat at home. It's not that she looks down on the elderly couple in apartment 402. They are still shameless enough to come over and ask for food. When no one is home, they might come in and clean everything out. Himeng nods understandingly and thanks her again. But actually there isn't much food left at home. She and her husband are not good at cooking, so they usually eat out or order takeout. The only things they can cook are noodles, instant noodles, and snail rice noodles. More than an hour ago, the elderly woman from apartment 402 took most of the noodles and instant noodles. Even the 5 eggs left in the fridge were taken. At that time, she was still grieving and didn't pay attention to these things. Himeng quickly packs all the remaining edible items into a bag, puts it in the bedroom, and locks the door. Then she says to Bailey, "Sister, please lift your foot." "I'll lift." The shoulders. Her head is wrapped in a bath towel, which she ties with a bedsheet and places on the chest of the body. At first glance, it looks like the head is just growing there, which is even more frightening. Fortunately, her husband is not very tall or fat, so lifting the body isn't too difficult. However, when they pass the 3rd floor, Himeng sees the terrible state of apartment 302. She is so shocked that her hands tremble and the bedsheet slips from her grip. The body falls to the floor with a loud thud, startling everyone. "Sorry, sister, It's okay," Bailey says calmly, still holding the double-layered bedsheet wrapped around her legs. Seeing Bailey so composed, Himeng's excitement eases a bit. She tries not to look toward apartment 302, biting her lip as she lifts the body again, walking down the stairs with Bailey, one after the other. They carry the body to the lawn outside. Then, Himeng suddenly remembers she doesn't have a shovel. The property management storage room is in the corner of the 1st floor on the west side. It has shovels and spades.
Come with me to get one.
Actually, simply bringing down the body was enough to finish the task. Bailey could have turned and left at any time. However, Himeng was not very brave, and when they came down, Bailey noticed that the curtains on the 4th floor window across from them were moving.
Someone was watching them.
She was worried that someone might notice her car, especially since she had gone out earlier tonight. So, she decided to stay and help dig the hole, mainly to observe who might be spying on them. "Thank you so much tonight, sister." Himeng finally expressed her gratitude to Bailey for helping her lay her husband to rest. "It's nothing," Bailey waved her hand casually and took the shovels back to the storage room. Then, they went upstairs. It was already 1:30 a.m. Even if they weren't tired, their faces showed exhaustion. Neither of them spoke as they went upstairs, each returning to their own home. Bailey changed into pajamas, washed up briefly, and, despite feeling tired, didn't go to bed right away. Instead, she stood by the window, looking across at building number 2. This neighborhood mostly has 11-story buildings, except for building number 1, which has 6 floors. Building number 2 is also 11 stories. She had only noticed a problem on the 4th floor earlier downstairs, but now everything was quiet. Maybe the people there, tired of waiting, had gone to sleep. As for the others, she looked from left to right, from top to bottom, examining each window carefully. Most windows with curtains drawn likely meant someone was home, while those without curtains probably meant no one was there, or perhaps they were like zombies. She counted. 17 households in building number 2 had their curtains pulled back, 2 had their lights on and were still awake, and 4 had no lights on and appeared to be sleeping or absent. Why was it so easy to tell? Because these 6 households looked outside openly when they pulled back their curtains. Bailey guessed they couldn't sleep, so they were watching outside and also thinking about escape routes. The 3rd day of the apocalypse had already passed. Because everything happened suddenly, most people were initially overwhelmed by fear. But those with some sense and courage, seeing her go out and come back safely, might dare to leave their homes and go outside the neighborhood tomorrow. Not many, but definitely some. People today don't usually stockpile food, so 3 or 5 days without supplies is manageable, but longer would be difficult. The next morning, she woke up at 7:30 a.m. As soon as Bailey opened her eyes, she keenly sensed movement outside. She turned over and sat up, first checking on her son, who was still sleeping soundly. She helped him cover his kicked-off blanket and put on a cozy cotton jacket before leaving the bedroom. Downstairs, a small group of people had gathered, actually just 7 men. She didn't know what they were talking about, but she saw 2 of them occasionally look up toward the upstairs, and one even pointed at her car. Her eyes hardened, and she clenched her fists. She gently opened the window, letting in a cold breeze mixed with fine rain that splashed her face. It was raining again. Yesterday it stopped for half a day, but today it started again. That's how it is in Sioux City, light, steady rain that falls for many days in a row. Most men don't mind the rain and don't bother to carry umbrellas. That's why the 7 men downstairs seemed relaxed, gathered in the rain, without worry. Doesn't getting wet in light rain make you sick? Getting sick now wouldn't be a good sign. Whiteley loosened her clenched fists. She thought maybe today she could visit a nearby pharmacy. Through the open window, she faintly heard part of their conversation. After today, our family will be completely out of food. If we don't find something to eat, forget tomorrow. We won't make it through today. Who isn't in the same boat? My wife and I don't usually buy groceries. We just buy enough for 1 meal and no snacks. Last night, we were so hungry our eyes were shining. So, you all want to go outside the community to find food? Don't you want to? Yesterday, I saw clearly. At first, a woman from building 1 followed that guy's car back. It was that white BMW. She looked fine, nothing wrong. I guess the outside has been cleared, so it's probably safe now. Later, there was a woman with a kid going out and coming back again. Nothing happened. I just don't know which household they belong to. If I did, I'd go ask if it's safe outside now. Can we walk freely? Yesterday, that guy didn't seem like an ordinary person, probably a cop or soldier. If each neighborhood had 1 or 2 of these people, the crisis wouldn't be so bad.
Exactly.
If the authorities had done that early on, people wouldn't be so worried. Whiteley's mouth twitched. They were really just assuming things. She roughly understood that these men gathered together to go out and look for food, as they were not very brave. That's why they wanted to stick together for safety. She closed the window, tired of listening. Then she went to the balcony, where she could clearly see the Second People's Hospital, which was not fully burned out. Although there was no more fire, thick smoke was billowing into the sky. Looking at it still made her feel nervous and scared. Today is May 1st. The 4th day after the end of the world. Normally, she and her son would be at their hometown, spending time with her father and grandparents. But now, she could only pray that they were all safe, free from infection, and not bitten by zombies. While there's electricity, Bailey used the rice cooker to make century egg and lean pork porridge, and used the electric griddle to make scallion pancakes. After preparing breakfast, she noticed that the 7 men from the cricket team downstairs had disappeared. At the same time, she saw 3 cars leaving the neighborhood. Just as she guessed last night, today someone had indeed left the community. After breakfast, Chi-Chi made a small pool of water in the basin. It's worth mentioning that when he woke up in the morning and held back his need to, he poured half a basin of water into the sink, and then his urination normalized. He no longer peed a lot like before. However, Bai Li's face looked a bit unnatural. Thinking that the water she drank yesterday might have come from her son, she couldn't bring herself to continue drinking the water he had poured. But the little boy was completely unaware. Seeing that he could now hold so much water, he was so happy he jumped around. Coincidentally, as soon as he jumped, the knocking sound startled the elderly couple stealing things from apartment 401 downstairs. With a loud bang, the old lady's bucket of laundry detergent fell to the floor. Then she heard two crisp cracking sounds. Himeng, holding a kitchen knife and with messy hair, walked out of the bedroom. Yesterday, because she cried for too long, her eyes were still swollen, but now they were just right for glaring at the elderly couple. The old man and woman looked terrified, their eyes wide, and they retreated 2 steps. Then they turned around and ran back to their own home. "Put down my things." Himeng pointed her knife at the elderly couple who had run to her door. "Put them down properly, or I'll definitely cut you 2 old people to death. Try me if you don't believe it." Her fierce look was genuine, and with her bloodshot eyes, she scared the timid old couple enough to make them hesitate. The old man threw the wooden sculpture lamp he was holding onto the ground with a loud bang, then took out 2 packs of tissues from his arms. The elderly woman muttered angrily as she threw laundry detergent, soy sauce, and salt all over the floor. After the 2 of them slammed the door shut, Himeng slowly lowered the knife she was holding, but she didn't move, still staring intently at the door of room 401. Sure enough, keeping a knife nearby was the right choice. She learned this from Bai Li, seeing her always carry a knife when she went out, regardless of the actual danger, which made those with bad intentions hesitant to act rashly. Her previous fierce attitude was just her anger flaring up because the old man had stolen a wooden doll-shaped sculpture with lights, a gift her husband bought especially for her. It wasn't very pretty, but it cost nearly 10,000 yuan. She hadn't even dared to buy it herself. Her husband secretly saved money to surprise her with it. It was always kept in the living room. Last night, she didn't think to move it to the bedroom. She didn't expect that the 2 old neighbors across the hall would steal not only food but also the sculpture. Since the neighborhood was temporarily safe now, Bai Li took out 2 backpacks from the cabinet after breakfast, one for herself and one for Chi-Chi. "Go downstairs, throw out the trash, then take Shiau Wu too and poo. After that, the 3 of us will go out on foot to the nearby pharmacy to check things out." Their home wasn't lacking food, and there was still a spare tire in the car downstairs. So, leaving was for 2 reasons: to find medicine and to assess the situation. Seeing the 3 of them about to leave, Xiao Feng was unhappy and kept jumping on his wooden perch. "Feng Bao, be good. It's raining outside today. We'll take you out when it stops." When he heard his brother call him Feng Bao, Xiao Feng immediately stopped jumping and happily made a small sound. The mother and son put on raincoats, masks, and backpacks, then went downstairs fully armed. When they passed the 4th floor, they saw Himeng standing at the door, both sides surprised to see each other. "Big sister, are you going out?" Himeng asked first. Bai Li nodded, "Yes, just going for a walk." "Can I go with you?"
Sure.
Himeng was very happy and quickly turned back to her bedroom to put on a coat, also grabbing a backpack, then locked the door. There wasn't much left to take in the living room and kitchen now. Even if something was taken, it didn't matter. She could just come back, find a knife, and ask the neighbors across the hall. After the 3 of them and the dog went downstairs, without needing Chi-Chi to give commands, Shiau Wu happily ran to the base of the trees in the green belt too and poo. Bai Li quietly glanced at her jeep. Fortunately, everything looked normal. No signs of tampering. Himeng looked at the mound of earth where her husband was buried, with a sad face. Perhaps her actions inspired others. When they were leaving the neighborhood gate, they saw a middle-aged man with a shovel coming out of a storage room. Not far away, on the roadside leading into the neighborhood, a body wrapped tightly in a bedsheet was lying there. They all glanced at it but said nothing, continuing to walk out. Bai Li wanted to go to the pharmacy on the right, in the same direction as the supermarket they visited yesterday. "Big sister, just throw the trash into the river." The trash bins inside the neighborhood were probably full, or even if not, no one would bother to empty them. So Bai Li didn't put her trash in the bins, and was still holding 5 bags of garbage. On the right side of their neighborhood, there is a small river. Further right, there is a foot massage center, next to it a real estate agency, and beside that, a pet hospital. Last night, when she went to the supermarket, she noticed the pet hospital was closed, with no lights on inside. She wondered if Dr. Errands was inside. Bai Li threw the trash into the river, and when she passed the pet hospital again, she looked inside and stopped suddenly. Mom? Himeng also turned to look, confused. What's wrong, sister? Bai Li quickly stepped closer to the pet hospital and stopped about 3 meters from the glass door. She saw it clearly. There was a bloodstain about half a meter inside the door, leading into the office. Mom. Dr. and Chi-Chi ran over and stood beside her. He saw the bloodstain too, his eyes wide with shock. This feeling was even more shocking than seeing zombies bite people at the scene, because those were strangers. No matter what, it wouldn't touch their hearts deeply. But with someone they knew, it was different. Because the birds and dogs at home, even if they weren't sick, would come over for a walk. So, she and her son were quite familiar with Dr. Errands. He was a cheerful, friendly, and very kind young man. Sister, do you want to go in and see? Forget it, let's go. Tears welled up in Chi-Chi's eyes. He held his mother's hand and turned to leave, glancing back at the hospital. Their sad mood was replaced by shock when they reached the small supermarket. Get out of the way. I was the first to get it.
Why are you trying to take it from me?
What's yours? I found it on the ground.
This water bottle is mine.
Let go. Everyone came together. There's only this one bucket of water here. You took it all. What are we supposed to drink? Just put it down so everyone can share. I'll share? Get lost. As they argued and fought, one man kicked the bucket, and the two started fighting. The bucket was knocked to the ground with a loud crash. Another man saw this and quickly ran over, grabbing the water and running away, carrying 2 full shopping bags hanging from his arms. Bai Li didn't want to watch the fight. Seeing them fighting, she hurriedly pulled Chi-Chi and Shiau Wu and crossed the supermarket to continue heading right. Himeng looked regretfully at the small supermarket. Seeing Bai Li didn't plan to go in, she decided to follow without hesitation. Although she held a kitchen knife, she didn't intend to actually hurt anyone. But if she went into the supermarket to get food, she'd either have to fight or be attacked by those men. Forget it. Maybe she'd look elsewhere. When they arrived, the people inside saw their small group, 2 adults and a child. But since they didn't go in, they ignored them.
What kind of people are they?
From a distance, Himeng muttered in dissatisfaction. Bai Li quickened her pace and headed straight for the pharmacy. She had a bad feeling. She sensed that the current safety outside was only temporary. One day, the streets might be full of zombies again, and leaving the neighborhood could become very difficult. After all, the zombies were attracted by the explosion at the hospital, not all dead. Passing by Star Coffee, Himeng hesitated and grabbed Bai Li's sister. The coffee shop door is open, and it looks like no one's inside. Coffee beans can't be eaten, but bread can. And there's definitely plenty of drinkable water inside. Let's go to the pharmacy first, get the medicine, then come back. Himeng thought that made sense and released her hand, continuing westward. Fortunately, the pharmacy was on the next street heading north, but the trouble was, the girl in the white coat inside had turned into a zombie. The 3 of them and Shiau Wu stood at the pharmacy door. Shiau Wu made warning sounds in his throat, growling and baring his teeth at the zombie girl, who was snarling and lunging at them.
Sister.
Should we find another place? No, it's this one. Bai Li's tone was firm. She then turned to Chi-Chi and asked, Mom wants to use it for surgery. Are you afraid? Chi-Chi looked up at her, and Bai Li softly added, Eventually, you'll have to face it. Jiang Chi-Chi blinked and then turned to look at the zombie trapped behind the counter, asking, Mom, are you confident you can cut off her head with one strike? He had seen Xiao Fei chop zombies with an axe, and his mom was using a knife. He's not afraid. Yes. Bai Li finished speaking, then let go of Chi-Chi's hand. She took 2 steps forward, pushed open the pharmacy door, and drew her knife as she entered. Since she was going to fight, she didn't hesitate. She tightly gripped the handle of her knife, aimed at the zombie's neck from the left to the right, and swiftly slashed, swish.
Pop. Bang! Thud.
The zombie's head first hit the counter, then rolled twice before falling to the floor. After that, everything was silent, as if even the breathing had stopped. Himeng was so startled, she forgot to breathe. She never imagined that a woman fighting a zombie could look so cool. It was simply amazing and super impressive. Bai Li's quick and decisive action caught her off guard. She heard the mother and son talk about cutting the zombie open, then she just did it. Yeah, Mom is so awesome. Chi-Chi, also stunned by Bai Li's swift move, was the first to react, jumping up happily. Bai Li lowered her knife, stood still, tried to calm her rapidly beating heart, and calmly she sheathed her knife. With a peaceful look, she waved her hand and said, "Stop standing there, come in, and get what you need." After that, she shook her hand to move her backpack to the front, unzipped it, and headed to the shelf beside her. "Mom, which medicine should we take?" "Find the cough medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, and fever medicine you usually take. You know which ones, right?"
Got it.
Bai Li grabbed several boxes of various medicines and stuffed them into her bag. She also took some gauze, disinfectant, and bandages. Himeng, after packing a few boxes of liquids, saw a box of mineral water. She quickly opened her bag, stuffing bottles inside while calling Bai Li and Chi-Chi. "Sister, Chi-Chi, there's mineral water here. Come and take some." Her bag was soon full. Bai Li found a few cloth bags in the pharmacy. She gave 2 to Himeng and 1 to Chi-Chi, not to carry medicines, but to fill with bread from the coffee shop. "Sister, should we leave the water here?" Himeng found a small storage room at the other end of the counter. Inside, she discovered a lot of disposable underwear and wipes, which surprised her. She quickly turned around and called Bai Li. The door to the storage room was very small, only big enough for one person to enter or leave. The space inside was not large. Besides the disposable items Himeng found, there were 2 white coats, a light blue coat hanging on the wall, and 2 pairs of leather shoes. It looked like a changing room for the pharmacy staff. Bai Li thought for a moment and said to Himeng, "There's a honest little shop across the street. We can go get some things and put them here. When we leave, we can move the nearby medicine shelf to block the door." Actually, even if they didn't block it, it might not be a big problem because everyone's attention is currently on food, drinks, and daily necessities. The pharmacy, surprisingly, is the least noticed place. But what if? What if someone else has the same idea? When Himeng heard the words honest little shop, her eyes lit up immediately. Oh no, she forgot about that snack shop. She still has a membership card there. She topped it up with 500 yuan in April, and she hasn't spent half of it yet. Bai Li also has a membership card for the same shop, and she hasn't used it all either. Big sister, does this count as independent shopping? When they entered the store to pick up things, Himeng joked with Bai Li. Bai Li was checking the small compartments and storerooms inside, making sure no one was inside before she took a bag to pack their items. Probably, maybe the money on our cards will never be fully spent. This was a heavy topic, and Himeng didn't say anything for a while. After a long moment, she softly asked, "Big sister, what do you think is happening outside now? If I want to drive out of Sioux City and get on the highway, can I do it?" This made Bai Li think of Qiao Fei and Linja, who left last night. If they couldn't leave, they would probably come back, right? But considering Qiao Fei's skills, and although his companion didn't show much, Bai Li guessed he wasn't an ordinary person. So even if there's a situation, they should still be able to get out.
Probably.
But ordinary people might not be so lucky. She turned to ask Himeng, "Do you want to leave?" Himeng nodded. "I'm worried about my parents. I want to go back and be with them." But her hometown is over 400 kilometers from Sioux City. It doesn't seem far usually, just a half-day drive. But now, who knows what the situation outside is like? Sigh. Why is the internet suddenly down? Although they were talking, neither of them stopped working. In a short time, they filled 7 or 8 bags with snacks. Himeng also took out some medicine from her backpack and added small bread, ham sausages, and fish sausages. "Big sister, I'll move these over first. You and Chi-Chi keep packing." Himeng put down her backpack and carried 4 large bags across the street. The 3 of them, 1 small and 2 big, worked for more than half an hour, and finally cleared half of the shelves. Then they returned to the pharmacy, closed the small storage room door, and moved a shelf to block the entrance. Okay, let's go. We'll head back first. The street outside the pharmacy was still empty, with no one around. This was a shopping street with mostly restaurants. During the virus outbreak in the morning, many shops hadn't opened yet. Even those that had opened often left their doors wide open for cleaning. Some people had either turned into zombies or, if the situation seemed dangerous, immediately ran back home. For example, Anna's shop had a glass door that was shut but unlocked, indicating the shopkeeper was probably in the second situation she analyzed. Big sister, why do I feel like everyone coming out is from our neighborhood? I haven't seen anyone else. When they returned to the road leading to their neighborhood, they immediately noticed more people in the small supermarket ahead. The faces rushing in and out looked somewhat familiar. Maybe other neighborhoods aren't as lucky as ours. Maybe they met Xiao Fei, who came to pick people up and helped clear the zombies. Xiao Fei? You mean the man who saved me yesterday?
Yes.
He's a good person. Xiao Fei, who had been given a good person badge again, hadn't yet left Sioux City to go onto the highway. They were blocked. In front, cars were jammed and crashing into each other. Behind, zombies attracted by the noise were chasing after them. But he and Du Chiyuan didn't pay much attention to the outside. They turned off the engine and sat quietly in the car. They looked at the back through the rearview mirror. Linja was slumped in the back seat, tears falling down his face. He already knew that his grandmother and parents had been involved in an accident. Xiao Fei and the others had to take him away from Sioux City to their home, and they had to tell him the truth. Moreover, Zhang Qi's mother had also told him not to treat Linja like a child, but as an adult. Gigi, from now on, wherever Uncle goes, you go too. Just stay with me. Come on, Du Qian interrupted him bluntly. You brought Gigi. Would your delicate fiancé agree? Or better yet, let's go with me. I'm all alone, and we can rely on each other. But Gigi knows me better. How well do you know him? They argued back and forth, both wanting Linja to go with them. Uncle Du Linja wiped his tears, stopped crying, and begged, You're passing through Jiang City on your way to Huaizhou. Could you please take me to my grandma's house? To his grandma's house? Xiao Fei and Du Qian looked at each other. Although they weren't sure if his grandma's family was still there, since the child asked so sincerely, they decided to help him. Okay, remember the address? We'll turn when we reach Jiang City. Both sighed in relief. At least Lin just stopped crying and started talking. Meanwhile, Bai Li and her group, a woman, a child, and a dog, entered the cafe. They found plenty of bread inside and many buckets of water under the counter. Such a pity. We can't take the water with us, Huameng sighed. She hadn't washed her hair or taken a shower in 4 days and felt greasy. Looking at Bai Li, her mother and child, they looked fresh and clean, just like before the outbreak. She guessed they must have stored a lot of water beforehand. That's the difference between knowing how to live and not knowing. Even if she weren't kept in the study by her husband, she probably wouldn't think to store water. So now she was aware of her situation and followed Bai Li wherever she went. She took 2 thermos bottles, filled them with water, and put them on each side of her backpack.
Let's go home now.
They carried their backpacks and handbags, walking straight past the supermarket toward the neighborhood. People inside were still grabbing supplies, and some had just come out of the neighborhood, rushing over after hearing the news. Clearly, everyone was busy trying to get what they could. When they passed by Li's group, some people peeked into their bags. Seeing a few packs of tissues, they sneered disdainfully. After all, women, at such times, they should grab more food and drinks, not waste time on tissues.
Ah.
Help! Help! The 3-person and dog team, on their way past the pet hospital to the community, suddenly heard a sharp scream from the small supermarket, piercing and harsh, just like the one they heard on the 28th day. Quick, run. Out of caution for danger, when they heard the scream, Bai Li immediately grabbed Chi-Chi, pulled He-Meng, who was still turning to look back, and hurried into the community. Don't go out. Stay inside. There's a zombie. The small doors on either side of the main gate are 1 in, 1 out. After they entered, They saw someone still running outside on the other side, so they quickly warned loudly, "Go home. Hurry home." The people running outside stopped immediately after hearing her shout. The word zombie made everyone feel scared. The old man at the front, seeing their bags, suspicious and unwilling, asked, "Is there really a zombie?" Help! Help!
Run.
Run quickly." Before Bai Li could answer, the chaos outside the community made the men and women who wanted to go out change their faces. "Go, go, go. Hurry, go home. Quickly go home." A group of people panicked and turned back, pushing and shoving. Those who had initially run towards the supermarket suddenly found themselves at the back, and the elderly at the back, who were slow-footed, were pushed. One of the old men with a limp was pushed and fell to the ground. Bai Li's sharp eyes saw that the man on the ground was Xian's grandfather from Building 3. Xian is about half a year younger than Chi, and they sometimes play together on the playground. She remembered that Xian's grandfather was a carpenter. Once, some children mocked Xian, saying his grandfather was a. Xian retorted that his grandfather was amazing, could fix anything, and even made toys for him. These thoughts flashed through Bai Li's mind, but her legs moved quickly, rushing over to pull the man up from the ground. The chaos outside was approaching, and in no time, someone arrived at the door. "Mom, hurry up," Chi was urging from the other side. Bai Li didn't have time to think much. With one hand holding a knife and the other supporting the old man, she ran toward Building 1. Fortunately, their unit was close. When they ran inside, the first person to come back outside just managed to swipe their face and enter the community. He Meng and Chi entered the building first. After Bai Li and Xian's grandfather followed, they quickly closed the glass door of the building. As soon as the door was closed, someone hurried over, Grandpa from apartment 402. Even though the situation was urgent and he was out of breath, he was still tightly holding a big bag of things. Although I didn't think much of this old man, He Meng still opened the door when he approached. As soon as he entered, she quickly closed it. "What's going on? Are there zombies hiding in the supermarket?" After Grandpa from 402 sat down on the ground, gasping for air, he couldn't answer He Meng's question. After catching his breath and calming down, he said, "It's not the supermarket. It's our neighborhood, the building number 15. The people inside caught the virus and are running outside. Are they trying to hurt others?" "Old fool." The old man cursed as he said he had been bitten several times. Outside, there were already at least 3 zombies, maybe more. After saying this, he picked up his bag and went upstairs. He entered the elevator. Seeing that these people were still standing there, staring at the people running outside, he couldn't help but say, "Why are you all just standing here? If zombies come in and see you, won't they come into our building? Hurry up and go home." Grandpa Xian wanted to say he was just hiding here for a while and would go back home later, depending on the situation. Bai Li, however, quietly asked first, "Uncle, can you fix doors?" He Meng's eyes lit up, and she looked at Grandpa Xian with anticipation. "Yes, I can. Is your door broken?" She was already grateful to Bai Li, and hearing that he needed help, she immediately agreed. "I'll take a look. I can fix most problems. Then let's go upstairs." In the elevator, Grandpa from 402 was already impatient. Although he could go up first, he was more worried that these people standing downstairs might attract zombies. Bai Li didn't say it was her own home and took Grandpa Xian directly to the 4th floor. When they saw that the door needing repair was for apartment 401, Grandpa Xian was surprised. He immediately recognized that the door had been forcibly damaged. But he didn't ask anything. He just nodded and said, "It can be fixed, but I need tools and parts from my house." He Meng immediately said, "Uncle, I'll go with you later. Also, I won't let you fix it for nothing." She put her backpack and 2 shoulder bags back in the bedroom. After a while, she came out with a full shoulder bag and handed it to Grandpa Xian. "This is your payment. Don't think it's too little." The bag contained 3 bottles of mineral water, several packs of bread, and some snacks like instant noodles and sausage. On top were a pack of wet wipes and a pack of paper towels. "This is too much." Grandpa Xian looked at the bag with some excitement. If he went out to look for things, he might not find so much. But he was just helping fix a door, and they had just saved him earlier. He turned to Bailey, Mama Chi. Normally I wouldn't take anything. I'd fix the girl's door for free.
But now,
We don't have much food at home, and Xian and Dandan can't go hungry. Dandan is Xian's 3-year-old sister.
Bailey understood.
When the virus outbreak happened on the 28th, Xian's parents probably went to work, leaving only the grandparents to take care of the children. Xian's mother also likely kept them home to prevent them from catching the flu. Uncle, take this. Fixing her door now is a big help. Seeing Bailey agree, Grandpa Xian had no choice but to take the bag and promised Himeng, "Girl, don't worry. I'll make sure your door is fixed just as good as before." He wasn't joking. Back in his hometown, his skills were so good that if he was second in the village, no one dared to claim first. His son was worried he'd be too tired, and since they needed the old couple to help with the children in the city, he stopped practicing his craft. Bailey went to the window and looked downstairs. Now, only those who could run inside had entered. Those who couldn't were left outside. But not all the people inside were people. 2 men, clearly turned into zombies, staggered toward the neighborhood, and a woman from one of the buildings was screaming for help. "Big sister, the zombies have passed. Should I go back with Uncle now?" Having seen Bailey kill a zombie, Himeng was no longer very afraid of them. Now that he was here, he just took out his knife and cut. Either he would die or she would. What was there to fear? Even Chi, a child of just a few years old, wasn't afraid. She couldn't be less brave than a kid, right? "Wait, I'll go with you." Bailey wanted to send the bag and Chi home. The little one was a bit reluctant, but he knew he had to listen now. Xian's grandpa had bad legs, and their mother had to protect him. If he went too, his mother would have to protect both of them, which was too tiring. In just a few minutes, Bailey came down from the 5th floor, carrying a bag over her shoulder, which was also full of things. "Let's go now." Mommy Chi. Grandpa Xian didn't move. He looked at Bailey and said, "I'm already sorry for taking so many things from this girl."
You.
"Uncle, this is a gift from Chi to Xian and his sister. I didn't take it. Let's go quickly, or those 2 zombies might come back." The children giving gifts to children is a reason that's hard to refuse. Today is the 4th day since the virus outbreak. Usually, no family has enough supplies to last more than 2 weeks or, at most, a week. But his elderly mother is too soft-hearted. Yesterday, she went to borrow food from the neighbor next door, looking pitiful and even shedding tears. She ended up giving half of their food to the neighbor. It's also his fault for not stopping her in time, which left his family short of food. Today, the neighbor went to the supermarket and brought back 2 big bags of supplies. He thought they would return it, but instead, they just told him to go and grab some for himself. Bailey listened and felt speechless. She quietly said to the old man, "In times like this, we shouldn't even open the door, let alone give food. There are only you and Auntie here, taking care of 2 children. What if?" Thinking of this possibility, Xian's grandpa shivered and looked terrified. "Mommy Chi, you're right. I was careless. My wife and I have been honest all our lives, always trying to be kind to others.
But
These are extraordinary times. I'll remember what you said. From now on, we won't open the door for anyone." Next door is a couple with a child. The old lady feels sorry for the neighbor's kid who has no food. But if their own child is hungry, would others feel sorry for them? When they get home, she must be scolded properly. In times like these, she can't be so kind-hearted. The 3 of them went downstairs. Building number 1 and number 2 were empty, with no one around. But outside the big gate nearby, zombies were howling. When they saw the 3 of them, their growling grew louder. They showed their teeth and claws but couldn't get in. Fortunately, zombies have no intelligence and can't recognize faces. Himeng patted her chest, still feeling scared. These new zombies are actually residents of their neighborhood. If they could recognize faces, the gate wouldn't be able to stop them. However, after turning into zombies, their faces are slightly deformed, and they no longer have black pupils, so face recognition might not work even if possible. Bailey thought about this and told Himeng, which made her feel more at ease. Because they needed to take care of Grandpa Xian, they moved slowly and both held knives, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Even when no one was around, they didn't relax. Grandpa Xian was quietly surprised and thought about bringing tools and his own knife when they returned home. There was no one outside Building 3, but from the hallway door, they could see a figure wandering inside. Considering Grandpa Xian's leg, their house was bought on the second floor, making it easier to walk up the stairs if the elevator broke down. Old man? Hearing the door open, Grandma Xian quickly came out of the bedroom, tears in her eyes and a crying tone, saying, "I thought you. Why are you crying?"
I'm Fine.
Don't scare the kids.
Grandpa.
Auntie? At this moment, Xian also ran out of the bedroom, about to rush to his grandpa, but he saw Chi-Chi's mom and a strange auntie entering their home.
Sin.
Bailey gave the child a gentle smile and handed him a shoulder bag. This is from Chi-Chi's brother. See if you like it. Oh, Chi-Chi's mom, you're so kind. Grandma Xian wiped her tears and didn't let Xian take the bag right away. Instead, she looked at her husband.
Take it.
It's from a kind heart. Thank you, Auntie. Xian happily said thank you. He wanted to ask if he could play with Chi-Chi, but then remembered the monsters that ate people in the neighborhood, and he lowered his head sadly. After taking some tools, Grandpa Xian firmly told his wife a few words before following by Li and the others to Building 1. Their trip was quick, and they didn't disturb the zombies deep inside the neighborhood, but some people upstairs saw Bai Li and whispered, "What's with this woman? Is she a woman? Why is she so brave?" Yesterday, she drove out of the neighborhood for a quick trip, then stayed up late burying a corpse. Now there are still zombies in the neighborhood, and she's wandering around with a crippled person. TSK, men aren't as brave as her. Himeng, take Uncle upstairs to fix the door. Bailey stopped at the glass door of the apartment building and pulled out her knife. Himeng's eyes widened suddenly, showing a hint of excitement.
Sister.
Go ahead, fix the door first. After speaking, she turned and walked outside. Although she really didn't want to be the one to cause trouble, she just wanted to wait peacefully at home with her son for her husband to return, then leave Sioux City and go back to her hometown. But these past 2 days, she had already stepped into trouble, so she decided to fully commit. Most importantly, she saw Bao Xiaolin's car, parked not far from the gate on the road. At first, she didn't notice because of the zombies, but she caught a glimpse of it just after returning from Building number 3. The car was quietly parked there, probably returning during the chaos earlier. The sounds of people were louder than the car's noise, so the zombies kept lying on the iron fence, unaware of the car behind them. She needed to deal with them, so Bao Xiaolin could come in. Having learned from her first experience, she felt no hesitation this time. Cutting their necks through the fence was easy, standing still and shouting for her to do it. Bai Li didn't hesitate at all. She quickly approached the door, one knife for each zombie, 5 heads in total, which rolled onto the ground with a thud. Her movements were quick and precise, without any delay. The people upstairs, watching her, suddenly fell silent. No one spoke. Some had previously thought she was bluffing, just holding a knife to scare others while outside, but they never expected her to actually attack. Even though she was fighting zombies, they were once human after all. And if she dared to cut down such fierce zombies, she wouldn't hesitate if someone tried to harm her. Some people thought this way, believing zombies were more terrifying, but killing humans was easier than killing zombies. What the people upstairs thought didn't matter to Bai Li. After dealing with the zombies at the door, she waved her hand toward Bao Xiaolin's car outside. Bao Xiaolin, sitting in the driver's seat, saw her gesture and her eyes welled up slightly. She immediately started the car and drove toward the gate. As her license plate was scanned, the iron gate slowly lifted. But after the car drove in, it didn't immediately turn into the parking space under Building 1. Instead, it suddenly sped up and drove further inside. Bao Xiaolin stepped on the gas pedal hard and drove quickly toward the two zombies running out from inside after hearing the noise. With two loud crashes, the already flattened front of the car became even more dented. Bai Li ran forward quickly and chopped off the head of the zombie that was still struggling to get up after being hit. It was easier than the ones she had just dealt with at the door, and her movements were more confident and smooth.
Li.
Ye greeted Bai Li from the half-open back window, and Bao Xiaolin told her, "Get in the car." Bai Li opened the passenger door and sat inside. "Mommy Chi-Chi. Auntie, you're so cool." Bai Li turned around in surprise and looked at the father and son from 301 who had greeted her.
Yunyu.
"You guys. I went to school to find Yaya, but I got trapped inside. This morning, after finally escaping from the school with Yaya, we happened to meet Brother Gao and Junyu, who were running out with a group of people." Before she could ask, Bao Xiaolin explained proactively. Junyu's father, Gao Ziyuan, added, "On the 28th, I was just like Yaya's mom. Seeing things weren't right, I desperately ran to find my child at school. But I didn't expect there to be so many zombies. My son and I, along with some teachers and parents, were trapped in their classroom. Actually, we could have escaped yesterday when we heard the explosion, but Junyu's teacher said to wait for safety. We waited until this morning, and by then, there were even more zombies on the playground. The kids were starving, so I climbed out the window onto the roof and threw some glass bottles to distract the zombies. That gave us a chance to run out." Hearing this, Bai Li finally noticed that the two men's lips were chapped and their faces looked quite pale and dull, showing signs of hunger over the past 3 days. They had been trapped in the classroom, probably with only books and some snacks stolen by the children. "We are a little better than Brother Gao. When I went to find Yaya, I brought a backpack. There was a supermarket inside the gas station. Before the virus outbreak, Bao Xiaolin went to the supermarket to get hot water, and she left her backpack there. After the outbreak, she went back to get it and hastily stuffed some food onto the shelves into the backpack, not expecting it to be so useful now." They talked as the car returned to Building 1 and parked steadily in a parking space. "Lychee, our neighborhood. Go home first. All of you should rest and eat something. We can talk about everything later." Indeed, rest was needed. The days trapped had not only been without food or drink, but sleep was also poor. When getting out of the car, Gao Ziyuan almost fell because he wasn't steady, but luckily his son caught him. "Dad?" Gao Junyu looked worried. The few chocolates he had were all eaten, and he even forced half a piece into his dad's mouth. But later, climbing up and down to escape the zombies, his dad was the only one doing it. "Dad, it's okay. Just rest at home and eat something." "Yes, when we get home, Dad will rest first. I'll cook." After saying this, Gao Junyu lowered his head and wiped his face. But somehow, the tears kept coming, and he couldn't stop them. Bai Li turned to Bao Xiaolin, who whispered close to her, "His mom isn't coming back." What Gao Junyu's dad hadn't said earlier was that on the way to his son's school after the virus outbreak, he passed by his wife's studio and saw her through the glass door. Her neck had a hole, and she had already turned into a zombie. There was no time to think while escaping. Now that they were home, Gao Junyu couldn't help but remember his mom. Bai Li and Bao Xiaolin didn't know how to comfort him. Only Yaya stepped forward, hugged him, and said, "Brother, don't cry, okay? When you cry, I want to cry too." Gao Ziyuan forced his tears back, touched his son's head softly, and said quietly, "No matter what happened to your mom, she wants you to be happy and healthy and to live well." "Okay." Gao Junyu sniffed, nodded, and hugged Yaya silently, saying, "Big brother is fine." They entered the building and went upstairs. On the second floor, Bao Xiaolin asked Gao Ziyuan, "Do you have enough food and drinks at home?" "Yes, on the weekend. Junyu's mom and I will buy enough groceries for the week. There's also water, don't worry." Bao Xiaolin nodded, then turned to Bai Li and said, "I'll come find you after I wake up." "Okay, rest well. Call me if you need anything." Bao Xiaolin left, and Bai Li also let out a sigh of relief. Watching the mother and daughter open the door to 201 and go inside, she then turned to walk up to the third floor. Thinking about the situation in 302, Bai Li gave a few words to the father and son as she walked, to prepare them mentally.
What?
Grandma Wang also. Gao Junyu was surprised and widened his eyes. The grandparents next door are very kind, especially Grandma Wang. She knows their parents are busy with work, so she often sends him steamed buns and dumplings. The 14-year-old boy couldn't help but feel tears welling up again. When they reached the third floor and saw the mess in room 302, Gao Junyu's tears fell once more.
Sigh.
Gao Ziyuan sighed helplessly, patting his son's shoulder. Let's go home and rest first. After we recover, we'll come back to help Grandpa Wang and Grandma Wang with the cleanup. He then gratefully looked at Bai Li, Chi-Chi's mom. Today was really helpful. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get in. They could think of other ways to distract the others, but both Bao Xiaolin and he were exhausted physically and mentally. Honestly, if it weren't for the children, they might not have been able to hold on. Bai Li didn't say anything. She waved and turned to go upstairs. Big sister. Himeng was on the 4th floor, leaning her head down to look, and she greeted Gao Ziyuan and his son. When Bai Li came up, she happily pulled her to see Grandpa Xian fixing the big gate. Come look. Uncle is amazing. He fixed it in just a little while, and now he's reinforcing it. This time, Himeng was more cautious. She didn't mention that Grandpa Xian could fix locks, mainly because she was worried that the suspicious elderly couple next door might overhear and then talk behind their backs.
Done.
Grandpa Xian finished repairing Himeng's front door, tested the lock a few times, and seeing no issues, packed up his tools. He planned to leave. This time, Himeng didn't ask Bai Li to go with her. She had already seen what happened just now from the window. The sound of Bao Xiaolin breaking was very clear, and probably everyone in the neighborhood saw it. So for now, the neighborhood is safe, no zombies. But Grandpa Xian firmly refused to let her go alone. After all, there are no zombies anymore, so what is there to fear? People? He also held a better knife than Himeng's kitchen knife, his own sharpened pig-killing knife. If someone reckless charged at him, he wouldn't hold back. Chi-Chi's mom, a woman, can even fight zombies with a knife. For the sake of his young grandchildren, he had to be tough to survive. After working all morning, Bai Li was indeed tired, so she didn't argue with Grandpa Xian. She went straight upstairs to rest. At 12:30 p.m., Bai Li took a short nap on the sofa. When she woke up, her fatigue was gone, and she felt full of energy as she went to the kitchen to cook. Her little scout still sat on his small stool, holding a telescope and watching from the balcony. But Bai Li was stunned when she entered the kitchen. She looked at the vegetable wash basin in the sink, the salad bowl beside it, the large ceramic bowl for noodles. Even the small rice bowl was filled with water, clear and free of impurities. Bai Li pursed her lips, turned around, and called, "Chi-Chi?" Jiang Chi-Chi put down his glasses and ran in. Seeing his mother looking at the water he had poured, he smiled with his eyes squinting. "Mom, am I really good?"
Bai Li.
"Yes, you are very good. Go ahead and keep watching." "Okay." She sighed, feeling both happy and worried. The water had been drunk, so there shouldn't be any problem. What she was worried about was that the little one had poured so much water at once. She wondered if it might harm his health, like making him look shriveled and old. It probably wouldn't. When he came in earlier, his face was still round and chubby. But what about growing taller? Could that be affected? After all, he was only 8 years old. Bai Li anxiously scratched her head, finally letting out a breath and deciding not to think about it anymore. She also remembered that a few days ago, this water had come from his little brother, used for rinsing rice and cooking. Then she gritted her teeth and used it to wash rice and cook meals, taking some frozen mutton soup from the freezer, adding cabbage and vermicelli, and mixing in some lamb oil with chili. Thinking again, she peeled 2 cloves of garlic, crushed them with water, and held them in her hand. The green garlic sprouts grew rapidly. Her special ability was quite useful, but it used a lot of garlic because after each use, the garlic clove shriveled and couldn't be used again.
It was a pity.
There was no other food at home that could help grow things. Just as she was about to have lunch, there was a knock at the front door. From the rhythm of the knocking, Bai Li knew who was outside. Why not rest a bit longer? Can't sleep? Bao Xiaolin sighed. My mind is all over the place every time I close my eyes. There's so much going on. I might as well come up and find you. Luckily, I have quite a bit of lamb soup. Let's eat together. They had already prepared meals for herself and her daughter, planning to eat when they woke up and came looking for her. Bao Xiaolin didn't refuse. Even though she had just eaten a bowl of noodles an hour ago, her plain boiled noodles couldn't compare to the lamb soup. Ye ran to find Chi-Chi, and the two friends chattered away, feeling like they had endless things to say. These past few days, I have been hiding at school. Although Bao Xiaolin hasn't been sleeping well, Yue feels safe because her mother is with her, so she still gets enough sleep. After sleeping for almost an hour, the little girl is very energetic. Li-Chi, I need to find my parents. After dinner, the two sit on the sofa. Bai Li makes a cup of tea for Bao Xiaolin. She holds the teacup in her hands and watches the floating tea leaves, quietly saying, no matter if they are alive now or I have to go back. They are my only parents. Even if something happens, I don't want them to die alone like Grandpa and Grandma from room 302. The family of 3 from room 302 still hasn't come back, and I don't know if they are alive. But that elderly couple no longer has their complete bodies. Have you thought it through? Yes. Bao Xiaolin looks up at her. When the crisis broke out, I thought of you at first. My mind was full of her, and I just wanted to find her safe and bring her back with me. But what about my parents? Were they thinking of me too? A whole day passed, and only at night did I remember them. Wonder how they are, if they are safe. Li-Chi, I admit I am a good mother. I've never failed you, but I am not a good daughter. I feel so unkind, so unfilial. As Bao Xiaolin spoke, tears started to fall. She was really afraid that her parents might be like Grandpa and Grandma from room 302. Bai Li felt the same way. Because of Jiang Minglang's phone call, they agreed to wait here for him. So, even though they were worried about their dad and grandparents, they didn't think about going back to find them first. The status of her husband and child in her heart had unknowingly surpassed that of her parents and grandparents. Bai Li felt guilty. We are both the same. I kept telling myself to wait until Jiang Minglang returns before leaving. I was afraid of accidents on the road, that I wouldn't be able to handle taking care of the child. But those are just excuses. No, you're thinking correctly, Bao Xiaolin interrupted her. My home is just next door in the countryside, only about 100 kilometers from Sioux City. It's not too far. But you're different. It's nearly 500 kilometers away, and we don't know what the road conditions are like. How can you take Chi-Chi and go? She thinks Bai Li's plan is the best now. The severity of the virus outbreak has far exceeded their expectations. Her strength is no less than a man's, and she dares to fight fiercely. Bai Li can't be compared to her, no. Maybe she can? Thinking about how her sister cut off some zombies' heads this morning to help her get into the community, Bao Xiaolin feels she needs to see Bai Li in a new way. Are you hiding your skills? Tell me, how many tricks did Jiang Minglang teach you?
Huh.
Bai Li rolled her eyes at her. Stop talking nonsense. Think about how to change cars when you go back home. Your car is too damaged to drive now. That's easy, Bao Xiaolin said confidently.
Our leader got hurt by me, right?
His big off-road car is still at the gas station. I can go there, drive his car, and also load the stuff from the supermarket. When do you want to go?
Right now.
Should I come with you? Of course. I came to find you to go together. The two of them left immediately, reminding Chi-Chi and Ye to stay at home and not open the door for anyone. When the two kids saw each other, they didn't even finish talking and stopped sticking to their moms. They nodded straightforwardly, forgetting to remind them to be careful. Should we ask Big Brother Gao to come along?
Sure, you decide.
Bai Li had no objections. But when passing the 4th floor, she quietly told Bao Xiaolin about the situation in apartment 401. Bao Xiaolin had argued with Wei's family and looked down on that man. However, her impression of He Meng was pretty good. She seemed straightforward and even apologized to neighbors for her husband. So Bai Li asked He Meng to come along, and she had no problem with it. Mainly because He Meng also planned to leave Sioux City, and this was a good chance to fill up the gas tank at the station. So, when they reached the 1st floor and prepared to leave, the group had grown to 4 people. Let's go. Hopefully, the gas station looks the same as when I left, with no one there. Bao Xiaolin spoke first and drove toward the main gate. 4 cars slowly drove out of the community, leaving together. Survivors watching from below, always alert, saw this scene and were confused. What were these people going out for? Were they leaving or looking for supplies? No, that's not right. It's not about leaving. The woman with the knife didn't bring her son. Bao Xiaolin's gas station is not far from their Linglong Bay community, just a 10-minute drive. However, it's not on the west side but on the east side. This means that when leaving the community gate, you turn left, which is the opposite direction from the supermarket and pharmacy they visited before. The second hospital is southeast. At this moment, the fire has been extinguished, and the smoke is gradually thinning. Soon, this large public hospital will be completely reduced to ashes. But that's not the main issue. If someone walks by now, they would see a circle of zombies surrounding the increasingly charred second hospital. Fortunately, no zombies. As Bao Xiaolin approached the gas station, she slowly drove and looked around carefully. It looked about the same as 3 days ago when she left. Everything was unchanged. No zombies, no people. This means the supermarket is also empty so they can freely move goods. Thinking about it, on the way here, each of the nearby communities had a fence surrounded by zombies. They blocked the entrances, trapping both the zombies inside and the survivors trying to come out. Not everyone has the courage like Li Ji to use a knife. The survivors in Linglong Bay should thank Li Ji. Without her, the community and the gate area would probably be full of zombies, just like those other communities. This way, they would be trapped upstairs, unable to come down. Bao Xiaolin didn't know that the survivors who should be grateful to Bai Li for her help had all gone downstairs after she left. But this time, they only dared to go downstairs and didn't dare to leave the community again. After all, just this morning, someone turned into a zombie and started biting people shortly after leaving the community. So now, even when they go downstairs, they keep their distance from each other and don't gather in groups. Who knows if another hidden zombie virus might suddenly activate and attack. Old hu. At this moment, an elderly woman came down from building number 2. She looked about 60 years old. Even now, in this situation, she was dressed very neatly. Her hair was carefully styled at the back of her head. She wore a short purple wool coat, perfectly buttoned, and shiny black flat shoes. Supported by a man in his 30s, she cried as she walked toward the male corpse that Bao Xiaolin had bumped into and that Bai Li had cut the head off. She knelt beside the dead man, crying loudly, tears and snot flowing freely. Old Sue, you died so tragically. You just left like this. What will we do? A mother and orphan child. A nearby crowd, who knew this mother and son, heard her cry and the words mother and orphan and couldn't help but smirk. Orphan? An orphan in his 30s? That's really something. This family lives in Building 2, Unit 2, on the 9th floor. Her son is known to be very dependent on his mother. 2 years ago, his wife couldn't stand her mother-in-law and husband anymore and divorced him angrily. They fought for custody of the child for over half a year, and in the end, the mother won and took the child away. To save face, the mother spread rumors around the neighborhood, saying her daughter-in-law was having an affair with a company leader and her son couldn't handle it and initiated the divorce himself. They wanted to keep the child, but the little girl, influenced by her mother, was ungrateful and insisted on choosing her mother. She had raised her with all her heart, only to end up with such a selfish child. Now, they didn't want her anymore. Even after taking her, things didn't get better. They thought that once the daughter-in-law moved out, they could distort the truth and say whatever they wanted without anyone knowing. But they forgot that her daughter-in-law was friends with several mothers in the neighborhood, and all of them had already divorced. She was no longer afraid of her mother-in-law. The next day, during her lunch break, she went downstairs and publicly scolded them by name. She recounted how she caused trouble in the family, how she controlled her son, and how she constantly caused chaos. The most outrageous thing was that whenever she went on a business trip, her former mother-in-law, would go into their bedroom, take the child, and sleep on the same bed with her ex-husband. Everyone listening was shocked and amazed. Their views completely changed. Because of this, their family became famous in Building 2, and even the whole neighborhood. During that time, the old lady stayed mostly at home, rarely going downstairs. Until a few months later, when everyone seemed to have forgotten, the family of 3 returned to normal life. But was it really normal? That morning, a few men from Building 2 went out to buy supplies at the supermarket, but none of them saw her son. Instead, the old man was sent out. A son in his 30s waits at home, ready to eat, while the elderly man, who is slow and frail, wants to go out and find food. Indeed, he is a typical mama's boy, deserving of that name. Why did you have to cut off his head after hitting him? Such a ruthless woman. She wants him dead completely. Everyone. This sounds strange. If it were just a few days before the virus outbreak, most people unfamiliar with killing zombies would think cutting off the head is very cruel. But after Zhou Fei's recent kill, even the dullest person understands that once infected with the zombie virus, only by cutting off the head can the person be truly dead. But why is this old lady crying like that? Some people sense a hint of conspiracy. Mom, my dad died so tragically, we can't just ignore it. The orphan, who had been silent beside the old lady, speaks. If you kill my dad, you have to give us an explanation, right? Everyone. An explanation? Are you asking for them to give you another dad? The old lady stops crying along with her son's words but sniffles and looks very pitiful. She turns to the crowd and says sadly, "We all live in the same neighborhood. Even if my husband is infected, just hitting him is enough. Why must it be? At least leave him a complete body. Tell me, should I ask them for an explanation?"
Wow.
So your loud crying was all for this? It makes sense. Old Sue went to the supermarket, but didn't get any supplies and was bitten by a zombie because he was slow. This mother and son probably think that they can't just lose a person without getting anything in return. Everyone saw that woman from Building 1. She and her son came back in the morning carrying big bags of supplies. She even gave some food to the old man in Building 2.
But
Someone warned Old Lady Sue, they are out, not at home. Even if they are not home, someone is there. She had been crying while squatting, and her legs went numb. Old Lady Sue put her arm around her son's, and he understood, helping her to stand up. Does anyone know which floor that woman lives on? My wife is getting old and doesn't want to trouble the children. We don't need to wait for her mother to come back. Just a little compensation will settle this matter. After all, our old Sue has lost a life. Old Lady Sue, you 2 adults are going to ask for compensation from a child. Isn't that too much? It's obvious they don't dare to confront the child's mother, so they are bullying a kid. Shameful. Shameless. Too much? How am I overdoing it? Meng, don't just stand there and talk without knowing the facts. It's not your family that's been beheaded. Old Lady Sue's eyes sharpened, and her face lost all its previous sadness. She pointed at the gray-clad old lady who had come over and was squatting beside another body, carefully wrapping it with a bedsheet. Grandma Feifei, can you bear to see your husband beheaded like this and not go find the murderer for justice? But the woman she called didn't respond at all. She just kept her head down, silently crying. Her hands trembled as she used a towel to wipe blood and mud off the body and wrapped it with a bedsheet. Her actions and expression made everyone feel very sad, contrasting sharply with Old Lady Sue's loud crying and shouting. You! Seeing Grandma Feifei ignoring her, Old Lady Sue was so angry she almost wanted to spit at her. She thought, ungrateful thing, just wait and see what happens to your granddaughter. I know which floor they are on. Although most people disapproved of Old Lady Sue and her son's behavior, some just liked to watch the chaos and hoped to find something valuable in the mess. 5th floor, her family in room 501. Her son Chi-Chi is home alone now. The speaker was none other than the grandmother from Unit 402, Bai Li's neighbor. She still remembered how Bai Li refused to lend them food and how she was friends with the troublemaker from 401, even helping her find a crippled person to fix the door. Go ahead, make a big fuss. The bigger, the better. Break down her door and steal everything. 501? Son, let's go. After learning the floor and room number, old lady Sue no longer needed her son to support her. She moved quickly towards Building 1. The grandmother from 402 led the way excitedly, chatting as she walked. Listen, sister, don't be fooled by that woman's appearance. She looks decent, but her heart is black and cruel, and she's unreasonable. Yesterday, yes, yesterday. The mother of 602 finally escaped danger and came back. I don't know what provoked her, but she went upstairs, banging and grabbing someone's head, smashing it against the railing. Oh dear, it was heartbreaking to watch. I've never seen a woman act like that before. Old lady Sue frowned. What about the other people in your unit? Why is she allowed to be so reckless? Sue Orphan looked at her with disdain. Can a woman act so violently and still be called a woman? He asked. Where is her husband? Doesn't he do anything about her? Grandma from 402 rolled her eyes and lied. Who can tolerate a woman like that? Her man left her long ago. They are divorced.
Divorced.
Old lady Sue and her son exchanged looks, feeling more reassured. During the virus outbreak, it was a weekday. Most people at home in the community were grandparents taking care of children and mothers with babies. But on the 28th and the following days, some people gradually returned. They thought her husband was also at work and wouldn't come back, but maybe he would return in a few days. Because of this worry, they planned to be gentle when asking her family's child for things later, just convincing him to pack some food and drinks. They wanted to avoid confrontation that might lead to a bad ending. But now they no longer had that concern because her family definitely wouldn't have a man coming back. A woman with a child. What's there to fear? Is this too much? The crowd watching as old lady Sue and her son walked away from Building 1 looked at each other in surprise. Some wanted to stop them but were afraid old lady Sue might cause trouble and bother their family, so they stayed silent. Others didn't care and just stayed where they were. Some had ulterior motives, wanting to take advantage of the situation, and followed behind to watch the scene. Knock, knock, knock. When the door of 501 was knocked loudly, Chi-Chi and you were sitting on the balcony cushions, eating lollipops and chatting. The lollipops were secretly taken by Chi-Chi earlier in the morning from the conscience shop and put into his backpack. He doesn't have cavities, but his mom doesn't allow him to eat too many sweets. Now that she wasn't home, he was sharing the lollipop with you. Suddenly, the knocking startled them both. Chi-Chi, don't be afraid, I'll go see who it is. Two children got up from the soft mat and carefully tiptoed to the front door wearing slippers. Through the smart lock screen, they looked at the unfamiliar faces with surprise. They weren't completely strangers. They had seen them before but never spoken, so they didn't really know them. As for the grandmother in apartment 402, she was clever and didn't come upstairs with them. Instead, she stood on the stairs with some onlookers nearby. That's why her face didn't show on the smart lock screen. Kids, open the door. We know you're home. After knocking a few times with no response, Grandma Sue grew impatient. She slapped the door and pretended to be kind, saying, Your mom hurt someone. We don't want her to get into trouble, but we do need some compensation. Just pack some water and food from your home, and this will be over. Chi-Chi heard this inside, and his eyes widened. He took 2 steps back and whispered to Yu, Why does she say my mom hurt someone? Yu, though the same age as Chi-Chi, was more mature because of her past experiences. She blinked and said angrily, It's probably because Aunt Lee killed the zombie before. That's not a real person. They're just trying to scare us to get what they want while grown-ups aren't around. Chi-Chi pulled Yu back another step and said coldly, As long as I don't open the door, they can't come in. Unless someone like Uncle Xiao Fei, who has enough strength to kick the door open in one go. But do they have that strength? Even though he believed they couldn't get in, the 2 children were still scared when they heard the knocking, their hearts pounding. Especially when the old lady stopped knocking and a tall, strong man started banging on the door, shouting, Little brat, don't be stubborn. If you don't open the door now, when your mom comes back, I'll beat her up and make her pay for everything. Don't want your mom to get hurt? Hurry up and pack some food and drinks for us. Did you hear that? If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. Chi-Chi's face turned very pale. Yu tried to comfort him, saying, Don't be scared, Chi-Chi. He He's just trying to scare us. If he could break in, he would have done it already. Bang, bang, bang. Grandma Sue's son, seeing the kids inside still wouldn't open the door, finally lost patience. He started kicking it violently, making the whole door shake. Sniff, sniff.
Woof.
Shiau Wu stayed at the door the whole time, growling low at the entrance. Foam Bao flapped his wings and flew over, standing on Chi-Chi's head, angrily barking at the door. As he barked, suddenly there was a loud bang, and a burst of red light shot out from Shiau Wu's mouth.
Ah. Son.
Help. Please help my son. Chi-Chi and Yu, originally frightened by the noise of the door being kicked, turned pale. Their attention was on the door and the smart lock screen, so they didn't see the red light from Shiau Wu's mouth. They only saw the person kicking the door suddenly burst into flames. He screamed loudly, jumping and flailing wildly, and the elevator door opposite was deformed by his impact. The elderly woman with him was anxious, trying to pat out the fire on him, but it was impossible to put it out. His whole body was burning, and she was so close trying to pat him. As expected, she soon turned into a fire person too. The screams of the mother and son echoed through the stairwell, making people's scalps tingle. Fortunately, the fire burned fiercely but strangely and didn't last long. After just over a minute, they turned into 2 piles of ashes. Until the stairwell was quiet again, until the 2 burning piles at the door of 501 disappeared, and until everyone watching from the stairs, stunned and shocked, stared at the 2 small heaps of ashes at the door, feeling strangely like 2 tiny graves. Did people die? How did they die? Why did they catch fire? So many people saw, but no one clearly understood what just happened. They. The elderly woman in room 402 trembled and stammered out 2 words, then, realizing what had happened, turned and ran downstairs like crazy, heading home. The others finally snapped out of their shock. One by one, they staggered and hurriedly ran downstairs. They had just gone upstairs past the 3rd floor and considered taking the elevator down, but now there was no time for that. They just wanted to leave quickly. This place is cursed. Room 501 is cursed. More cursed than zombies. Gao Junyu, who was sleeping at home, was awakened by the banging on the 5th floor. After arriving home in the morning and feeling homesick for my mom, I lay in bed for a long time. I finally fell asleep holding my mom's pajamas. When Gao Ziyuan left, I didn't call him but left a note on the bedside table, reminding him to watch out for room 501 and that Chi-Chi and Yaya were at home. After confirming that the knocking sound was coming from upstairs, Gao Junyu quickly changed clothes and grabbed a baseball bat, planning to go upstairs and check. But as he opened the door, he heard a series of hurried footsteps from above, very close, approaching the 3rd floor. He hurried back inside and slammed the door shut. When the footsteps faded and he didn't hear any zombie-like roars, he opened the door again. Looking around and seeing no one, he quickly closed the door and went upstairs. When he reached room 501, he saw it was completely quiet and no one was there, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he noticed 2 piles of ashes in front of the door. He frowned, thinking that maybe those people had come while Annie was away and deliberately threw trash there. How childish. Although he didn't understand why they did that, he saw an abandoned broom near room 502 and picked it up to sweep away the ashes into the corner, so Annie wouldn't accidentally step on them when she returned. Inside, the 2 kids were still shocked. Their big eyes were fixed on the screen of the smart lock, even though no one was there anymore. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the screen, holding a broom and sweeping the ashes. The 2 kids shivered together. Yaya whispered, "Is that Brother Junyu? Should we let him in?" Chi-Chi nodded. Yaya went to open the door, and Chi-Chi looked down at their little dog, Shiau Wu, who had run back to him. He suddenly noticed that the brown fur on their almost 1-year-old Shiba Inu seemed to have turned bright red. He blinked, crouched down carefully to look again, and realized it wasn't exactly red but definitely different from the usual brown. Hiss! What's going on with this dog? At that moment, Shiau Wu opened its mouth and coughed softly, as if something was stuck in its throat. then looked at his hand again. Chipped. Foam Bao jumped on his head and made a faint sound, but it made Chi-Chi's pupils shrink. He quickly grabbed it from his head and asked with wide eyes, Foam Bao, what did you just say? He had raised this bird for 2 years, and it always made only one-syllable sounds. It had never made any other noise. Chi-Chi once tried to make it sing, playing music every day, children's songs, national anthems, love songs, various kinds, but none of them seemed to like it. Anyway, every day it proudly lifted its little head with a stubborn expression, ignoring everything. It was quite a good eater, chubby and round, to the point of looking like a free-range chicken. Suddenly hearing a sound other than awe from its mouth, Chi-Chi was very surprised. Say it again. But Foam Bao responded by pecking at his hand with its beak, signaling him to let go.
Stinky Fang Bao.
Seeing that it wouldn't speak, Chi-Chi had no choice but to release it. At that moment, Shiau Wu ran to his water bowl, placing its paw on top and looking at his hand. Chi-Chi understood. Shiau Wu wanted to drink the water he had poured. He turned his head to see Yu talking to Gao Junyu, who was sweeping, not paying attention to this side. Chi-Chi quickly went to Shiau Wu's water bowl and poured a small amount of water. Then he called Gao Junyu at the door to come in. What happened just now? Gao Junyu put the broom back at the door of room 502 and asked as he entered, were those people knocking on your door? The 2 little ones eagerly told him everything they saw and heard. Gao Junyu first frowned, then looked incredulous. Forget how the fire started, but leaving them alone at home was definitely not a good idea, so he didn't go back and stayed in room 501. Meanwhile, the 4 people at the gas station were doing well. Bao Xiaolin's 3 colleagues had disappeared. Before she left, she was forced to cut off her leader's head, and her other colleagues had been bitten to death by the leader. When she left, they were still lying on the ground. None of them remained. The gas station was empty except for a few parked cars. The supermarket was full but had not been visited by anyone. Bai Li's trunk was already full of supplies. She didn't really need to restock, but she needed to refuel. Although she had 50 gin of gasoline given by Bao Xiaolin earlier, her car's tank was running low. If she wanted to leave Sioux City and go back home, 1 barrel of gasoline wouldn't be enough. I'll get a few more fuel cans for you, and bring some to put in the car. After filling up the tank, she hurried to the supermarket to gather supplies. Bai Li also took a lot of sanitary pads, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities to the back seat, along with some food. Bao Xiaolin, Himeng, and Gao Ziyuan also packed their supplies full. Even so, the supermarket was only half empty. Most of the items were still inside. They weren't greedy. They took only what was enough, leaving some for others. Because the children were still at home, the group packed up quickly, barely spending a minute, and immediately left for the neighborhood. The 4 cars came and went quickly, surprisingly smoothly. Maybe it was because luck was on their side, but when they stopped to go upstairs, Bai Li saw 2 of the 3 cars that had left earlier in the morning returning in a hurry. Recognizing the familiar license plates, the iron gate slowly lifted. The first car almost hit the gate, and the second car closely followed behind. Fortunately, the drivers were still rational and didn't actually crash into the gate. Otherwise, they would have been stuck, which would cause more problems later. Less than half a minute after they entered, just as the gate was closing again, a large group of zombies surged outside. Bao Xiaolin gasped and quietly cursed it. They had planned to rest at home tonight and take their daughter back to her hometown tomorrow morning. Now, everything was ruined. Bai Li turned her head to look at the 2 cars driving deeper into the neighborhood and said to Bao Xiaolin, "Go ask if the roads out of Sioux City are blocked." It seemed they wanted to leave but couldn't, so they had to turn back to the neighborhood. Her guess was correct. The 3 cars that left earlier indeed wanted to leave Sioux City, but after turning around for a long time, they couldn't find a proper highway exit. In fact, their journey was very difficult because every road leading out was blocked by abandoned cars, some crashed, some with zombies inside. Under such circumstances, unless a giant green hero suddenly appeared, the roads couldn't be cleared. Eventually, they kept turning around and ended up with zombies following behind their cars. The people inside were so scared they had no choice but to turn back to the neighborhood. Perhaps the roads near Linglong Bay had been cleared, or maybe after the virus outbreak, everyone rushed to escape, unintentionally leaving the main roads in the city center empty. So, the roads near their community were still relatively clear. Are all roads blocked? Bai Li felt very strange. Did Xiao Fei and the others also not go out? That seemed impossible. Even if they couldn't leave, they might not come back, but Bai Li still believed that Xiao Fei and the others could definitely get out. And her guess turned out to be right again. Zhou Fei and Du Qian, along with Linjia, had indeed left Sioux City and smoothly entered the highway. The 3 cars leaving their neighborhood initially took the same route as Zhou Fei's group. Unfortunately, when they arrived there because they needed to comfort Linjia, they turned off the engine and chatted with the child for a while. As they talked, everyone grew tired, so they decided to rest in the car before continuing. They didn't pay much attention to the wandering zombies outside. When they reached that road, they only saw many crashed vehicles and a few zombies wandering nearby. They immediately turned around to find another route. 3 hours later, after resting, Zhou Fei and Du Qian got out of the car, first dealing with the zombies. Since Zhou Fei was already strong and had become even stronger, he moved each car to the side of the road one by one. He moved the cars in front, while Du Qian drove behind, following him. Using this slow pace, it took them over half an hour to get onto the highway. "What's wrong with you? How could you lead zombies to the neighborhood entrance?" Someone from upstairs shouted loudly. Soon, others started shouting angrily as well. The 2 families who wanted to leave but couldn't looked up with dark expressions, then turned pale and went back home. "Hey, Chi-Chi's mom, you should go home quickly. Someone just came to trouble you." Bai Li and Bao Xiaolin and a few others asked about the situation and were about to return to building number 1 when they heard a mother calling from the 6th floor of building number 4. She was leaning out the window, looking anxious. "My mother-in-law says the Su family's mother and son are trying to extort you. They went to your house to ask Chi-Chi for food. It's been a long time, and they still haven't come back." This mother's child was about the same age as Chi-Chi, and they met while watching children play on the playground. However, few people knew her name. After having children, she was simply called Chi-Chi's mom. She had just learned about this situation and was debating whether to go see for herself. Although her child was home alone and parents always told their kids not to open the door for anyone, she worried that if someone kept knocking, her child might get scared. Her mother-in-law told her not to interfere, as the Su family's wife was very difficult and troublesome. But if no one helped, what would happen to the child? While she was hesitating, she suddenly saw Bai Li return. The Su family's mother and son?
Who are they?
Bai Li didn't have time to respond to the other person. She quickly ran towards her building number 1. Bao Xiaolin, He Meng, and Gao Ziyuan followed closely behind. The 4 of them felt a surge of anger. Was this person really a human? Taking advantage of the adults being away, they went to find food for the children. How shameless! What they didn't know was that the group of people who had been watching earlier were now trembling all over after returning home. They didn't dare say a word. At this moment, they all hoped that when they ran back from building number 1, no one saw their faces, and no one told the woman from room 501 that they had been there. It was terrifying, so frightening. Bai Li and the others hurried back to the 5th floor but found the door quiet and empty. They took the elevator up, but the stairwell was also very quiet, not like anyone had just gone down. Bao Xiaolin decisively took the stairs, running down to the 1st floor, but saw no one. Then she took the elevator back up. Meanwhile, Bai Li had already opened the door. Gao Junyu and Chi-Chi and Yaya were standing inside. They had just seen them return from the window.
"Mom."
Chi-Chi threw himself into Bai Li's arms, his voice trembling with emotion. Bai Li hugged him tightly, not rushing to ask what had happened. When Bao Xiaolin returned, all 4 adults and 3 children sat in the living room. Gao Ziyuan then asked his son, "What happened, Junyu?" "I'm not exactly sure. I was woken up by the knocking at the door. When I came over, those people had already run away." Chi-Chi and Yaya said a man and an elderly woman told them that Aunt Bai had killed their family and asked Chi-Chi to bring something as compensation. Then, somehow, The man suddenly caught fire, and the elderly woman tried to put out the fire but ended up burning to death too. Burned to death? The four of them stared in shock, their eyes wide. Then they looked as if they understood. No wonder they had smelled something burnt and scorched earlier in the stairwell. It was human flesh. They had really been lucky. Bai Li's eyes were cold. She gently touched her son's small head and then Yi's face, softly asking, "Were you both very scared just now?" Himeng was curious and wanted to ask more details, but when she heard Bai Li's words, she quickly shut her mouth. It was more important to comfort the children. No matter how the fire started, it had nothing to do with the children. They had brought it on themselves. Burning to death was their own fault. It was okay. After Junyu came over, we weren't afraid anymore. Chi-Chi spoke, glancing secretly at Shiau Wu. He had a faint guess in his mind, but he would only tell his mother when no one else was around. It wasn't that he was afraid when brother Junyu wasn't here. He only felt safe with Shiau Wu present. "Mom, I think those two fires might be connected to Shiau Wu," Chi-Chi said. After Bao Xiaolin and the others left and the door was closed, only she and her son were left at home. Chi-Chi held Bai Li's hand and whispered mysteriously, "Although I don't know how it did that, I didn't pay much attention at the time. I saw a flash of red light come out of Shiau Wu's mouth, but it disappeared quickly. I wasn't watching closely, so I can't be sure if the red light came from under the door." Bai Li's eyes widened instantly. She looked at her son, and then at Shiau Wu. "Really?"
she asked.
Chi-Chi nodded confidently. "Yes, after that, it asked me for water. When it opened its mouth, I saw a little smoke coming from its throat. It was very little and not obvious." Hearing this, Bai Li immediately turned to check her front door. Their neighborhood has good quality houses, especially the doors. During renovation, almost no one replaced theirs. The doors fit perfectly, with no gaps around them. But when she pushed the door open, she was stunned. At the very bottom center of the door, on the tiled floor, there was a black mark. She squatted down and touched the black spot. Her fingertip had a layer of dust, just like something scorched by fire. She also checked the wooden door that connected to the tiles. It was fine, no damage. This meant that when the fire passed through the gap at the bottom of the door, it could reach the ground without damaging the door. Wow, what kind of skill is that? Can it burn selectively by bypassing obstacles? Bai Li closed the door and called Shiau Wu over. The dog licked its tongue happily, looking at her with trust and joy. This little dog, last year when she treated its illness and was about to give it away, looked at her with the same expression. She couldn't stand it. "Shiau Wu, open your mouth." The dog obediently opened its mouth wide, and a smell of ham sausage hit her nose. Bai Li couldn't help but turn her head and lightly tapped Chi-Chi's forehead. She scolded softly, "How many times do I have to tell you not to feed it ham sausage?" Chi-Chi smiled apologetically. "Just half, really, Mom." One ham sausage split between them. "Oh, Bao also wanted to eat, so I gave it a little bit. But there's no need for Mom to know about this." Bai Li glared at him but said nothing, then turned to hold Shiau Wu's chin and carefully looked at its mouth. "Shiau Wu, can you breathe fire?" "Haha." "I couldn't tell anything." Bai Li lowered her hand and asked the dog, getting only a few laughs in response. "Mom, should we let it breathe fire?" Without waiting for Bai Li to answer, Chi-Chi excitedly urged Shiau Wu. "Good Shiau Wu, earlier you burned those two people. Do it again." Bai Li thought the silly dog wouldn't understand, but Bao suddenly flew over, dragging like a chicken, and walked between her and Chi-Chi, making a sound at Shiau Wu. Shiau Wu's big eyes immediately widened, and it opened its mouth as if to breathe fire. Bai Li was startled and quickly reached out both hands to hold its open mouth shut. At the same time, two wisps of white smoke appeared at the corners of its mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The fire didn't come out, and the dog was choked quite badly, but it didn't try to shake off Bai Li's hands. Only after she let go did it keep coughing with its mouth open. "Breathing fire at home. Are you trying to burn down our house? Quickly, give Shiau Wu some water." Chi-Chi hurried forward and put a finger in Shiau Wu's mouth. His finger was like a tiny faucet, squirting water into its throat a couple of times. Seeing Shiau Wu stop coughing, Bai Li, still a bit scared, patted her chest. Suddenly remembering something, she turned sharply to look at the free-range chicken at home. What did that thing just do? If Bai Li remembered correctly, she heard it make a sound after which Shiau Wu opened its mouth to breathe fire.
So,
It has now evolved a new skill, giving commands to Shiau Wu? Chi, before those two people were burned, was Fengbao at the door? Yes, it was. It was on my head. Did Shiau Wu call out before it breathed fire? I think so. Chi wasn't quite sure because the loud sound of someone kicking the door outside scared him and and they didn't pay much attention. But Mom's question made him remember something else about Fengbao. Mom, Fengbao can talk now. After those two people were burned, it said a different word. Bai Li extended her finger and asked Fengbao to stand on her hand. What word? Chi scratched his head. Water? Sleep?
play.
Similar sounds, but not exactly. He looked at Fengbao and ordered, Fengbao, tell Mom again. Unexpectedly, the bird tilted its head and shot a quick glance at him, then silently jumped from Bai Li's hand into her arms.
Hey?
What was that look just now? Chi pointed at the bird in surprise and said to Bai Li, Mom, did you see that? Its eyes, they seem different. Bai Li gently took the parrot out of her arms and held it in her hands, staring at its small head from different angles. Its tiny black eyes looked even darker, and its cheeks seemed redder. Hiss. It seems that not only people are changing, but animals are too. The change in Shiau Wu seems somewhat understood, but without experiments, she couldn't be sure.
But Fengbao.
Bai Li always felt that this bird, which usually liked to be jealous and tease Shiau Wu, was becoming a bit mysterious. Chi, from now on, when you observe outside, also pay attention to the stray cats in the neighborhood, as well as the pigeons and other small birds. The past few days had been tense and oppressive. If Bai Li hadn't noticed the strange behavior of Shiau Wu and Fengbao today, she wouldn't have remembered that the cats and birds that used to run around the neighborhood seemed to have disappeared. Were they hiding because of the zombies? Third floor. Gao Ziyuan returned home and rested for only 10 minutes before taking his son to door 302 across the hall. They weren't close neighbors, but they had been living opposite each other for years and got along very well. Before the two elders came to help with the children, Gao Ziyuan and the couple in 302 only exchanged greetings and knew each other's children's names. They could be considered strangers. As workers, such interactions among neighbors were quite common and normal. They only became truly familiar and close after the two elders arrived. This grandmother was from the north and liked to make noodles and steamed buns. Every time she steamed some, she would bring a plate to their house. Since she brought them food, they naturally returned the favor. Over time, they became more familiar, and on weekends and holidays, they would even eat together. Gao Ziyuan knew that their good relationship was thanks to these kind and gentle elderly neighbors.
But now.
He stood with his son outside door 302, unable to hold back tears. Dad. Gao Junyu stood behind his father, gently tugging at his sleeve. Gao Ziyuan snapped back to himself, wiped his face, and said to his son, wait outside the door for a moment. I'll go to my parents' bedroom to get a sheet. The blood at the door had already dried and made a faint cracking sound when stepped on, which made Gao Ziyuan feel very sad. He also wanted to avoid stepping on the blood, but the floor in the entrance was covered with it, so he had no choice. He thought about how painful it must have been for them to bleed so much. Holding his breath and trying to control his emotions, he took 2 blankets from his parents' bedroom. First, he arranged the body of Grandpa Gao in room 302, whose arms and neck had been torn and bitten badly, then, with his son, wrapped Grandma's body at the door. Then, father and son, one carrying the other, ran twice to deliver the 2 bodies, which were no longer whole, downstairs. The blankets used to wrap the bodies were thick, lined with fleece for winter. Even though they would soon be burned to ashes, Gao Ziyuan thought it was better to keep them warm for the elderly. He went back upstairs for the 3rd time, took an axe and 2 solid wooden chairs from his home. While chopping the chairs, Bai Li and Chi, Bao Xiaolin and Yu, each brought a stack of white paper downstairs. They weren't official funeral papers, but they could do. Although their families weren't close to 302, they had been neighbors for years and usually greeted each other. Grandma Gao was very friendly and proactive. From her face and smile, it was clear she was a kind and good-tempered old lady. Soon, Himeng also came down. Watching Gao Ziyuan's actions, she understood he wanted to cremate the elderly. She turned her head toward her husband's grave nearby, feeling a bit conflicted, and quietly asked Bai Li's sister, "Do you think I should also burn my husband? That way, I can take his ashes with me when I leave." Bai Li looked at her, smiled faintly, and thought to herself that whether to burn or not was her own decision. Such things shouldn't be asked of others. She didn't speak, but her look clearly showed her opinion. Himeng hesitated and said, "If I don't burn him, when it gets hot, he might rot in the ground. When something rots, it is sure to be taken over and gnawed by maggots and various bugs." Just thinking about this scene made goosebumps rise on Himeng's arms. She made up her mind, "Sister, I want to dig out my husband and burn him." After saying that, Himeng turned and went upstairs to get a wooden chair. With Brother Gao holding an axe, she planned to chop him up. Meanwhile, a few of them downstairs were busy chopping the chair and wood, preparing to cremate the body. Outside the gate, not far away, a large group of zombies were lying there, groaning and snarling. But they seemed not to notice, unaffected at all. These people are so strange. The survivors on the second floor across from them had long been frightened by the horde of zombies outside the gate. They kept the windows tightly shut and drew the curtains carefully, afraid of being seen by the zombies. They knew the zombies couldn't come in because of the iron gate. Still, seeing that large crowd guarding the entrance with their fierce, open mouths, they felt chills down their spines. They didn't dare go downstairs or even step outside the door. But these people, instead of staying quiet, made noise and attracted the zombies' attention. Someone angrily wondered, "Are these people crazy? What if the zombies break through the iron gate and rush in? We'd be in big trouble." Many hid behind the curtains, cursing them for making noise that disturbed the zombies, for pouring gasoline on the bodies, and for openly cremating in the neighborhood, behaving badly. But no matter how much they cursed, no one dared to open a window or shout a warning. Of course, some people watched their actions silently, praying in their hearts that the dead would reach heaven safely, where there were no viruses or end-of-the-world chaos. What others think doesn't matter to Gao Ziyuan and the others. In the gradually stopping rain, they cremated the bodies of Grandpa and Grandma from room 302, as well as Himeng's husband from room 401, collecting the ashes into bags. Gao Ziyuan placed the ashes of Grandpa and Grandma in the living room coffee table and wrote a letter beside them. He didn't know if their family of 3 would come back. If they did, it would be good to properly settle the ashes of the elderly. If they couldn't come back, then this was the only way.
Dad.
Gao Junyu looked at his father, hesitant to speak. "Dad knows what you want to say, but we can't leave now. We can only find a chance later to bring Mom back. It's hard to say what will happen in the future, but if we have to leave one day, Gao Junyu hopes to take Mom with him." Of course, when he says together, he means bringing Mom's ashes. If she turns into a zombie, the only way to end her suffering is by someone cutting off her head. Instead of others doing it, he hopes Dad will do it himself. That way, her body won't be discarded carelessly somewhere. "Lizzie, what do you think? Can I borrow your knife to practice fighting zombies at the door?" Bao Xiaolin hasn't given up on leaving. In fact, her desire to leave is even stronger now. So many people in the city have become zombies. What about the countryside? If her parents are still normal, how would they handle it? Not only do they have to deal with zombies, but also with other people. Today, those who came to take things from the children while her family was away showed how mean and selfish some people can be. They are afraid of zombies but still hurt children. The end of the world has just begun, and the order of 100 years has already fallen apart. If that's true, she must go back. Bao Xiaolin looks toward the front door, takes a deep breath, and says, "I can't let them block my way and stop me. No matter what, I have to leave tomorrow." But with so many zombies, it's impossible not to feel scared. She's even more worried that if she goes out, the zombies might shake the iron gate open again. She knows Bai Li is smart, so she asks her, "Is there any way to lure some of them away?" Like when they first came back, leaving 5, 6, 7, or even 10 zombies outside the gate to be dealt with doesn't seem too hard. Of course, she needs a weapon like Bai Li's knife to do that. Bai Li thinks for a moment and says, I have another knife at home, just like mine, but it's not sharp.
Can you sharpen it?
If you can, I'll give it to you. Although the knife belonged to her husband, Jiang Mingling, she doesn't care about that now. Having a good weapon can help her and her daughter survive longer. I can sharpen it, Gao Ziyuan says. I learned from my father before. We have tools like a whetstone and sandpaper at home. Go get them, and I'll do it. Bao Xiaolin feels happy and grateful. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Brother Gao. Gao Ziyuan smiles and says, It's just a small thing. No need to thank me. I haven't even thanked you for saving us. Let's wait until the blade is ready, then we can discuss how to deal with the zombies outside.
Count me in too.
Himeng hasn't fought zombies before, but if she wants to drive back alone, she will have to pick up her knife.
Well.
She looked down at her kitchen knife, which wasn't very sharp, feeling a bit discouraged. But she also knew that Bai Jie's knife was special, and there wouldn't be any extras at home. Even if there were, she wouldn't dare ask for it. Right now, she was lucky to be following someone, clinging stubbornly these past few days. Otherwise, with their previous relationship, they wouldn't pay her any attention. Zombies have no intelligence and are especially sensitive to sound. Before, she used a small music toy from home to save someone trapped in a tree. Bailey told them about that night when she rescued a man stuck in a tree. Gao Junyu's eyes lit up after hearing her. I have a remote-controlled drone. I can attach a phone to it. Andy, maybe I can try? Originally, Bai Li wanted Feng Bao to carry her small backpack and take a music toy out for a quick flight. But when she heard Gao Junyu mention a drone, she felt relieved. Because the little gadget has a temper, she was worried it might refuse. Okay, let's try first. Since Gao Ziyuan was preparing a new blade for Bai Li to give to Bao Xiaolin, everyone was now in room 301. Gao Junyu took out his drone, turned it on, and checked the battery, which still had more than half. He thought it could fly for at least half an hour without problems. With help from Bai Li and Bao Xiaolin, he attached an unused old phone to it. Chi-Chi and Yaya, the two kids, watched with interest. Hey, Building 1. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside, filled with anger and trembling. Gao Ziyuan, who was sharpening his knife, paused. Bai Li and the others looked out the window. Gao Ziyuan stood up and went to the window, looking toward Building 2 where the shout came from. From the 8th floor of Unit 1, a man was gnashing his teeth and shouting, "The iron gate is about to be broken open by the zombies. If this mess is your fault, you better take responsibility." After shouting, he slammed the window shut with a bang, and the curtains were pulled tightly. No, it wasn't completely sealed. Through the gaps, they could still see the front door, feeling terrified. Inside, they cursed the people on the first floor in their hearts, furious. The iron gate is level with Building 1. From inside, they can see outside, and even the main entrance, but not the gate itself. After a few people cremated the bodies, they returned to prepare weapons and discuss plans, so they paid little attention to the main gate. If they caused the zombies to hit the iron gate, they have been upstairs for over half an hour. Earlier, there was no sign of a big commotion downstairs. Wait a moment, listen. Maybe because of her special ability, Bai Li felt much stronger today, with better eyesight and hearing. She heard a buzzing vibration near their building. Bao Xiaolin also heard it. Today, at the supermarket, Bao Xiaolin carried 4 boxes of mineral water from the storage alone, each box with 24 bottles, 500 milliliters each. She felt stronger than before. "Mom, there are a lot of zombies outside," Chi-Chi shouted from the balcony. "They're coming toward our neighborhood." Bai Li and the others quickly saw what was happening. The zombies seemed to be deliberately heading toward their community. It's strange. What could be attracting them? Let's go down and check. Bai Li took a knife and led the way downstairs. Bao Xiaolin looked around and grabbed the axe that Gao Ziyuan had used earlier for chopping wood, then hurried down. Himeng swallowed hard, grabbed her kitchen knife, and was about to go when Gao Ziyuan called her back. "What's the use of that? Take this." He handed her a long watermelon knife, thicker and sharper than her broken kitchen knife. Thanks, Brother Gao. Himeng put down her kitchen knife, took the watermelon knife, and rushed downstairs, worried she'd be left behind if she hesitated. Downstairs. After Bai Li left the building, she didn't head straight to the main gate. Instead, she entered the green belt between Building 1 and Building 2. When she looked at the gate, she suddenly laughed. She didn't know which idiot was controlling a small remote-controlled drone about 2 meters above the iron gate. The sound wasn't loud, but the buzzing noise was enough to attract the zombies below, causing them to bump into the gate with a loud banging sound. It looked unstable, about to be knocked open.
Lizzie.
Bao Xiaolin came over and immediately saw the black remote-controlled drone, her anger rising. Which put a drone on the door. On the 8th floor, are you blind? Can't you see why the zombies are hitting the door? If you have the guts, come down and face me. Creak, creak. As the iron gate was about to break and the zombies surged in, Bai Li threw a brick she found and didn't have time to smash the drone. She pulled up Bao Xiaolin, who was still cursing, and ran into the building. Go back quickly. Just as Himeng was about to leave the building, Bai Li shouted at her, then turned and ran upstairs with them. At the entrance, with a loud crash, the iron gate fell to the ground. A crowd of zombies flooded into the neighborhood, and the black drone stopped hovering on the door and slowly flew into the community, humming. Bai Li and the others had already returned to apartment 301. Bao Xiaolin was so angry she wanted to find the person and give them a good punch.
Junyu, send out your drone.
Gao Junyu was adjusting his drone. When he thought he could control it, he played some music on his phone and released the drone from the balcony. He chose a rock song. As soon as the energetic music started, it immediately attracted the zombies that were about to rush into the neighborhood. Leave it at the door for a while, then head east. They had just observed clearly that most zombies came from the east side. This indicated that the drone had flown from the east, and someone was deliberately controlling it to lure zombies into Linglong Bay. They didn't understand the person's purpose, but that was okay. They would use the same method to fight back.
Their zombies would be sent back.
The zombies originally chasing the black drone were quickly attracted by the louder rock music and turned around, rushing back toward the gate. Gao Junyu controlled his drone to stay at the gate for about 10 seconds, then slowly flew east. The zombies followed closely behind, leaving the neighborhood and retracing their steps. On a nearby road to the east, a man in a car holding a remote control cursed softly. Who is messing with me? Brother Long, what do we do? We can't get through again. There were 4 people in the car. They had just come out of the nearby Yachty Lake Bay neighborhood, trying to cross the road outside Linglong Bay to go outside the city, but going that way would definitely get them surrounded by zombies. What should they do? So I came up with this plan. I used a remote-controlled airplane to lure all the zombies in my neighborhood and on the road into Linglong Bay. The plan was going smoothly, since the iron gate of Linglong Bay had been knocked open and all the zombies had entered the neighborhood. The road was almost clear. But then, a troublemaker showed up. Brother Long, should we take a different route? Are you stupid? Brother Long, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the remote-controlled airplane flying in the air with music playing, his face grim. I spent a lot of effort to get those things out of the neighborhood, and I've cleared most of them. I've worked hard all this time. Through the car window, he looked darkly at Linglong Bay and said fiercely, if you want to play with me, you'd better be good enough. Then he lowered his head, controlling the remote, and told a guy in the back seat, Liangzi, tie your phone to the plane, turn the volume to the max, and pick the most exciting song.
Huh.
Liangzi, a young man, looked conflicted. Brother, I only have this one phone. If I tie it on and it flies away, I might lose it. Are you an idiot? There's no internet now. What's the use of a phone? Hurry up, or I'll throw you out myself. Despite the scolding, he kept controlling the plane. The black remote-controlled plane, which was originally flying into Linglong Bay, suddenly buzzed and flew out from inside, then shot straight toward Gao Junyu's small plane. It was so fast that no one could react. With a loud bang, the 2 small planes collided in midair and then fell to the ground together. A clear cracking sound came, and Gao Junyu cried out in pain, "My plane." Because of the collision, both planes shattered, and his phone also broke. It kept ringing after hitting the ground but soon made a tearing sound and stopped making noise. To lure the zombies out of the neighborhood, Gao Junyu had flown the plane very slowly. In just a short time, it had fallen near their apartment building, on the road not far to the east. They could even see the broken phone screen from the window. Around the debris, there were countless zombies crowding tightly, filling the street, making everyone's skin crawl. Everyone was silent for a few seconds.
Bao Xiaolin, Furiat, Witsper Gusa. Who did that?
I'm going to kill him. Unfortunately, she didn't even have time to curse because the next second, a small plane suddenly flew in from the east, with a phone tied to it, loudly playing an old disco song. The loud sound traveled from east to west, flying from the road into their neighborhood. A few people watching were stunned. No wonder they dared to fight back so fiercely earlier. Turns out they had a backup plan. Once again, a large group of zombies surged into Linglong Bay community. Without Gao Junyu's remote-controlled plane, Bai Li didn't dare let Feng Bao go out, so this time, they were dealing with a crazy person. Someone was deliberately trying to lead the zombies into Linglong Bay. Did someone dig up their family's ancestral grave? Within 5 minutes, the road outside their building became empty. No zombies at all. All had entered Linglong Bay. Mom, a car is coming. Little Scout Chi-Chi had been watching from the moment the plane collided, staring eastward. At first, he didn't notice the black business car parked at the roadside at the entrance of Xianglong Bay community. Only when the car started moving did he see that the passenger window was slightly open. The person in the front seat is holding a remote control, Chi-Chi said confidently. Are they the ones leading the zombies into our community? This question quickly turned into certainty because, as the car passed by, the passenger window opened halfway, and after it went past, the music from the plane stopped, and the plane was pulled back. Then the car sped up and drove away quickly.
Just
to get through themselves, they went to such lengths to crash open our community's gate and then lead the zombies in. After the car had gone for a while, the people inside the house fell silent for a few seconds before Himeng couldn't help but speak in disbelief.
Crazy people.
Bao Xiaolin gritted her teeth and cursed, Don't let me meet them, or I'll definitely chop them to death with one axe. Bai Li frowned, thinking. Without the community gate, besides facing the danger of zombies, there was also the breakdown of order and human nature. Living conditions had become very limited, no electricity, no gas, and no water. In this situation, how long could she and Chi-Chi stay here? Could they wait for Jiang Mingling to arrive? Most importantly, when would Jiang Mingling finally get to Sioux City? Jiang Mingling, whose wife Bai Li is worried about him, is now holding a silenced gun, shooting zombies one by one. The journey back to Sioux City from Yunzhou is harder than he expected. At first, the highway was smooth for about 50 kilometers, but then everything came to a halt. There are cars, trucks, and buses packed tightly together, with some zombies and some people trapped inside. Outside, zombies are stuck in the gaps between vehicles. They could have avoided this by taking smaller roads around the highway, even if it meant more trouble and longer routes, but at least they could pass. Unlike the highway, they can't even clear the zombies here. Unexpectedly, a bus caught in the middle is full of students. From their uniforms, they seem to be high school students from Yunzhou No. 1 High School, possibly on a trip or a competition. Now, faced with eating zombies outside, everyone looks hopeless. Captain, we can't leave these children behind, says Vice Captain Su Bo, stepping down from the car ahead of Jiang Mingling, looking serious. Jiang Mingling frowns slightly. Although he's worried about saving time, he knows Su Bo is right. He doesn't hesitate long and immediately orders a thorough cleanup of the highway. Because of the cars blocking the way, the zombies haven't gathered together, making them easier to kill. Still, once they clear this area, they plan to open the damaged bus door, rescue the hungry, trembling children, give them food, find a usable vehicle, and arrange for teachers to take them back to Yunzhou. A lot of time has already passed, more than half a day. Then they leave the highway onto smaller roads, stumbling along the way. Over 4 days, they've traveled less than 200 kilometers. Now it's almost dark. Jiang Mingling, Zhang Xiaoda, and Su Bo are surrounded again by zombies. The reason is that Subo, trying to save some girls, made noise to attract zombies. But before they could escape, his vehicle broke down in the middle of the road. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda can't just leave him behind. The three of them are heading in the same direction home, so they stay together. As a top, Jiang Minglang's shooting skills are excellent, but bullets are limited. He hasn't yet reunited with his wife and children. He can't run out of bullets now. Dizzy, try using dirt to cover our vehicle.
Huh.
Is this okay? How do we know if we don't try? Hurry. All right. As zombies rushed toward them, Jiang Mingling fired another shot, then closed the car window. Zhang Xiaoda looked outside with wide eyes, raising both palms. Suddenly, with a swoosh, the car sharply sank downward. Four walls of dirt rose up around it, front, back, and both sides, forming a rectangle that enclosed the vehicle. Jiang Minglang. Although it was different from what he expected, at least the goal was achieved. The four walls of dirt looked not very thick, but enough to block the surrounding zombies. These zombies have no intelligence. As long as there's no sound from inside, they will wander away after about half an hour if they can't find a target. Then they could take the chance to leave. Boss, Zhang Xiaoda wiped sweat from his forehead, excitedly asking Jiang Minglang, was that awesome? Yes. Very impressive. Zhang Xiaoda discovered his Earth-based superpower 2 days ago. At that time, their car was trying to avoid a very fast-moving small car, and because they weren't familiar with the road, they took a turn into a big pit. Zhang Xiaoda got out to check, pressing his hands into the wet dirt and cursing. Suddenly, he leaned forward, and his entire head sank into the mud. His whole head, including half of his neck, was buried. Jiang Minglang was shocked.
He thought Zhang Xiaoda was attacked by something.
He got out to help pull him out, but then the dirt suddenly parted on its own, revealing his head again. He looked muddy and disheveled, very embarrassed. They are not ordinary people and are very sensitive to strange phenomena. Once they sensed something was wrong, they quickly realized Zhang Xiaoda had control over dirt. He then gradually filled in the hole, and the car was able to drive out smoothly. Later, when traveling over uneven ground, he could instantly fill in potholes, making driving much easier. Before this, his ability was only to fill holes, and he hadn't yet developed new skills. Now, he was even able to create walls with his power. But now is not the time to study Zhang Xiaoda's abilities. Jiang Mingling turned to the back seat and asked, Old Su, how is your injury? When Subo's car had trouble, it crashed into a small truck loaded with over 100 steel bars that extended beyond the truck's length. 3 of these bars pierced through Subo's windshield and directly pressed against his chest. It's okay, I won't die. Subo leaned back in the back seat, pale but smiling, and said, Boss, you forget we've stepped on landmines before. A few steel bars are nothing. Jiang Mingling glared at him. Stop joking, Subo. I'll tell you again, even though we're still wearing these clothes, not everyone needs saving. We can't keep stopping to help along the way. When can I go back to Sioux City and see my wife and kids? What are they going through now? Do they need me to rescue them? And your daughter, she's not like before. In such dangerous times, how can you be sure she's safe? Will her mother be able to protect her? Will her stepfather, who isn't related by blood, want to look after her? That's your own daughter. You can't really be at ease unless you see her with your own eyes and keep her close. While saying this, Jiang Minglang looked disappointed, as if he was upset with Subo's attitude. He really couldn't understand what Subo was thinking. If it were him, he wouldn't trust anyone else to take care of his son. Subo put away his smile. He wanted to argue with Jiang Minglang, but he didn't know how. He understood that Jiang Minglang was right. Zhang Xiaoda looked at Subo through the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak. But this guy couldn't hold back his words. Finally, he asked, Brother Bo, isn't your daughter really your biological child? Subo was stunned for a moment, then angrily shouted, She's my real daughter. I showed you her photos, didn't I? Her eyes and nose are exactly like mine. Zhang Xiaoda was not afraid. He shrugged and said, If she's your real daughter, why aren't you in a hurry to find her? Your ex-wife said you couldn't see her, so you just stopped?
Why?
The child isn't just her own. Jiang Mingling agreed. Xiaoda's right.
Times are different now.
You're more capable than your ex-wife. Even if she still refuses to give you the child, you need to make sure she can protect her. If she can't, then you have to take the child by any means necessary. Boss is right. And Subo, you should know, there might be stepfathers and stepmothers who genuinely care for their stepchildren, but how many of those are there? They're very rare. Since the last time you secretly saw your daughter, how long has it been since you last saw her? Are you sure her stepfather hasn't hurt her? While Jiang Minglang and Jiang Xiaoda argued back and forth, Subo's eyelids kept twitching. He even faintly felt that his daughter might be being abused now, not eating enough, not wearing warm clothes, and suffering serious physical and emotional trauma. He started to feel scared, worried that if he was late, something might happen to his daughter. I'm sorry, I won't rescue anyone carelessly again. Let's hurry and go back quickly. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Minglang glared at him. Can we leave like this? Disease. First bandage his wounds. After saying that, he turned and sat down, looking down at a small, dirt-colored bullet in his palm. Slowly, it lifted from his hand and floated up. Meanwhile, as it got darker and night fell, Bai Li and the others decided to rest well tonight. After eating and drinking enough, they would discuss their next move tomorrow. It was also convenient because zombies were everywhere in the neighborhood now, so they didn't have to worry about anyone breaking into their cars and stealing things during the night. Everyone was exhausted physically and mentally after a busy day. After returning home, Bai Li made 2 simple bowls of noodles with a lamb soup from the morning. To reward Shiau Wu, she specially took a bone from the fridge and boiled it for him to eat. Fengbao's bird food also had some dried fruit mixed in. But when her eyes fell on the bird food box, Bai Li suddenly remembered a problem. Xiaofeng's bird food was almost gone. What should she feed it next? She used to buy it online, but that was no longer possible now. Xiao Pinyao is very picky. It prefers shell-covered bird food or even sunflower seeds, but it refuses to eat plain grains like rice or millet. Refuse to eat? It will eat after going hungry for a couple of meals. Mom, the water is boiling. Can you make another pot? Little Jiangqi was now obsessed with boiling water. He said he wanted to fill the bathtub tonight so his mom could take a good bath. But only the electric kettle could boil water, so she could only do it 1 pot at a time. She poured a pot of water into their large bathtub, which was unevenly lined. But the little boy didn't mind at all. Instead, he happily kept pouring and boiling water, very patient and cheerful. Watching the water slowly fill the bathtub gave him a great sense of achievement. Bai Li watched nearby, unsure if it was because children naturally love playing with water or because of her recent exercise, but she was surprised that he could release so much water at once without showing any signs of tiredness. And, Chi-Chi, did you also change the water for Shiau Wu and Fengbao? She had just seen that the water in Fengbao's water box was only half full and wanted to add some mineral water, but the little bird pecked at her with its beak, not letting her touch its water. Chi-Chi grinned, showing his small white teeth. They both liked to drink it. All right, that added another layer of reassurance for her. No matter what, it was comforting. Bai Li took a relaxing hot bath and washed her hair, feeling very happy and refreshed. When she came out, she saw the little one sitting at the dining table, eating bread eagerly and swinging his legs while reading a comic book. Mom, do you want some? I just finished filling the water, and I'm hungry. Hungry? After releasing so much water, feeling hungry was normal, right? She took a box of milk from the nearby cabinet and opened it for Chi-Chi. Son, about the water you're putting in, did you tell Yua today?
No, Mom.
You said to keep it a secret, so I didn't tell her. He felt uncomfortable keeping it inside, and also felt a bit guilty toward Yua. They were the best friends, the kind of friends who shared secrets. For example, Yuya's dad once brought his girlfriend to visit her and bought her juice and cake, but she refused to take them and angrily told her dad to leave, saying she didn't want to see him anymore. But in reality, Yuya missed her dad very much. She cried and told him she wanted her dad to visit her and that she liked the things he bought her. But why did her dad bring a woman she didn't like? Yuya was afraid to tell her mom these things, only sharing them with him. She was very jealous of him, jealous of her dad's kindness toward him. Although her dad was often away, whenever he came back, he stayed with her and cooked meals, taking care of all the chores at home. Bailey saw what the little guy was thinking and gently patted his small head. Mom doesn't want you to keep this a secret from Yue just because of the situation. Right now, our abilities might not be a good thing. Yue is still young, and if she accidentally tells someone, the consequences could be unpredictable. Keeping secrets from Yue is like how I keep secrets from Aunt Xiaolin. We can't tell anyone for now. Do you understand? Yes, I understand.
Don't worry, Mom.
I won't tell anyone. Before bed, Bailey looked outside from the balcony and the window in the dining room. The bike lane and the street were quiet, and there were no zombies. However, downstairs in the community, about 10 zombies wandered over. They occasionally made groaning sounds, but then just roamed aimlessly, sometimes looking up at the sky, appearing confused and sluggish. Across from Building 2, everything was dark. All the lights were off. Bailey closed the curtains and then carried a pot of green ivy to the front door. She placed her hand on the roots of the ivy and gently used her power. The branches of the ivy suddenly shot out more than a meter. She laid the long branches at the bottom of the door, making it look like she was blocking the gap. In fact, Bailey was doing an experiment. Not only at the door, but she also planned to grow ivy vines on the balcony and all the windows inside her home. After finishing everything, Bailey felt safe and took her son to bed. She had a dreamless night. At 4:30 a.m., Bailey suddenly woke up sharply without warning. She didn't get out of bed immediately, but stayed still for about a minute. Then she quietly sat up. Shiau Wu also suddenly stood up, making a low growling sound in his throat, and looked toward the door.
Sure.
Shiau Wu immediately stopped growling. Bailey, barefoot, tiptoed out of the bedroom, trying not to make any noise as she approached the door. Through the smart lock's camera, Bailey saw Wenwen's mother on the 6th floor, standing outside her door with messy hair, looking like she was acting strangely. She was staring fixedly at her door, motionless. Her forehead was wrapped in gauze, her eyes bloodshot, and her eye sockets looked sunken, as if she hadn't slept for days. If she hadn't slept, why was she just standing outside my door? Bailey frowned slightly, staring intently at her. After about 3 minutes, Wenwen's mother suddenly raised her hand and gently knocked on her door, then turned and went downstairs. Downstairs? Why was she going downstairs? Bailey moved closer to the door, listening carefully to the footsteps in the corridor. She noticed that the woman seemed to pause on each floor before knocking lightly on the door. It was just a gentle tap, like the one she made earlier at her door, very soft. If she hadn't been standing at the entrance, Bailey wouldn't have heard it from her bedroom. As the footsteps grew quieter and eventually disappeared completely, Bailey quickly opened her front door. She looked outside and immediately noticed a small round button in the middle of the door. Before she could see what it was, Bailey took it down and hurried back inside, then closed the door tightly. Just as she finished closing the door, she suddenly saw on the smart lock screen that the elevator numbers across from her were changing from 1 to 2, then to 3, and finally stopping at 6. A sound then rang out, and the elevator on the 6th floor opened, with someone walking out. Next, the front door was opened again with a bang, then closed loudly. She wondered if she should take the stairs to the 1st floor and then use the elevator again. What is that woman up to? Soon, Bailey understood what Wenwen's mother was doing. About a minute after the door on the 6th floor closed, the small round button in her hand suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound and made some beeping noises. Bailey looked at the small object in her hand and instantly frowned. It seemed she was really disturbed at the hospital and had become quite crazy. She put on her shoes, opened the door again, and just stepped out when she heard noises from downstairs. Bailey was so disgusted by Wenwen's mother that she almost wanted to hit her. This crazy woman actually went downstairs and opened the glass door of the unit. To let everyone sleep peacefully, Gao Ziyuan not only closed the unit door tightly last night, but also moved his glass coffee table to the 1st floor, blocking the entrance to prevent zombies from coming in. But this woman deliberately went downstairs and let zombies inside. What's her plan? Her son is gone, so she wants everyone to share his fate?
She's really unwell.
Bai Li threw the round button onto the ground and stomped on it, smashing it. Hearing the increasing noises from downstairs, she could only turn around and go back inside, closing the door tightly. While pouring water for her and eating bread, Chi-Chi occasionally glanced at the front door and whispered, "Wenwen's mom is really mean. She lets so many zombies into the hallway. It's harmful to both others and herself. She's crazy." Because Bai Li had taken and smashed the speaker on their door, the zombies didn't come upstairs. But the first and second floors were different. Just hearing the disgusting growling sounds, it was clear that zombies had piled up in the hallway. There were also zombies on the third and fourth floors, but not as many as below. Bai Li guessed that zombies probably wouldn't climb stairs on their own. They only piled up because there were so many, pushing each other to move upward. After washing the clothes, Bai Li pulled back the curtains on the balcony and saw a few zombies wandering on the road outside. She guessed that someone must have driven through that road last night. It seems more and more people want to leave Sioux City. That's not surprising. Living in the city is usually for easier work and life, but now both are gone, and danger is everywhere. But can they really leave? She believed that Xiao Fei and the others had definitely managed to escape. If they were lucky and took Xiao Fei's route, the chance of leaving would be very high. From the entrance of their community heading west, there are 3 roads leading to the highway. Mom, Aunt Xiaolin threw away a doll. It's the ugly doll that Yuyue can sing birthday songs with. Last year, for Yuyue's birthday, her grandma asked her dad to bring her a birthday gift. It was a small, ugly, bright pink doll that Xiaolin threw downstairs. The doll's back had a switch that, when turned on, played Happy Birthday. It cost 32 yuan at the store, but it's cheaper on Taobao, about 20 yuan with free shipping. When Xiaolin saw this toy, she was so angry she laughed, but she didn't say anything in front of Yuyue. The girl clearly didn't like it either. She turned her face and threw it into the storage room, never playing with it. Now it was being repurposed. The Happy Birthday song played loudly from the green lawn below. Zombies gradually came out of the first floor hallway, rushing toward the ugly doll one after another. But they only attracted some zombies from the first floor. Those guarding the door didn't move. Because the button on the door speaker was still making noise, the zombies nearby were naturally attracted to it first. Listening to the banging sounds on their door, Bao Xiaolin cursed under her breath, "I won't let you know who you are."
Mom.
Yaya clung to her clothes in fear, trembling as zombies pounded on the front door. The little girl stayed glued to her, refusing to let go for a moment. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. They can't come in." She comforted her daughter with these words, but inside, she was also nervous. Just in case, she had moved all the food and drinks from the house into the bedroom. If the front door broke, the mother and daughter could only hide in the bedroom first. She wouldn't just wait passively, but she also knew she had to be careful and wait for the right moment to act. On the third floor, Gao Ziyuan was sharpening a roughly 50-centimeter-long machete in the living room. It was for his son, and he had a longer, wider one nearby. Why did his family have both an axe and a knife? Because his father was a knife seller, and he had given him several to keep at home for emergencies. In the past, he thought it was unnecessary, wondering why they needed such big tools in the city. Now, he was truly grateful to his father.
"Dad, I'm ready."
Gao Ziyuan looked up and asked his son, "Are you scared?" Gao Junyu smiled brightly and said, "I'm scared, but because Dad is here, I'm not afraid."
"Good boy."
"Dad will hold you back and make sure you're safe." "Yes, I know." Of course, Dad wouldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to rush into the school to save him. At this moment, Gao Junyu had a bedsheet tied around his waist and was holding his English music player. He planned to crawl out through the kitchen window, along the protruding edge, to the small window at the stairwell. Then he would open the player and place it on the windowsill. This way, some zombies would be attracted away, reducing the number outside their door. His dad would then have a chance to go out and take down a few. If everything went smoothly, the father and son would eliminate all the zombies outside their house. On the fourth floor, Himeng from apartment 401 was biting her lip, holding a watermelon knife given by Gao Ziyuan. She was practicing how to cut zombies in the living room, not with professional moves, just recalling the fighting style from yesterday and simulating it repeatedly. Come on, dare to come in, and I'll cut you to death. The front door of my house just got repaired. On the 5th floor, Bailey was hanging her clothes to dry, wearing a black sports outfit she was about to discard. She then grabbed her knife, turned to Chi-Chi, and said, "Mom's going out." Kiki nodded, placing Feng Bao on Mom's head, and warned it, "Feng Bao, don't mess up. Bull 5, you must protect Mom. When we return, I'll cook you some meat bones." Little 5 wagged its tail happily. Feng Bao's small black eyes glanced at Kiki, snorted, and turned away.
Snort? What are you snorting at?
Kiki felt like Feng Bao had been getting smarter these days, its expressions and reactions becoming more human-like. But it was a bit annoying because it seemed to look down on him. "A little bird. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Bailey opened the door, with a bird on her head and a dog at her feet, slowly walking down the stairs from the 5th floor to the 4th. Hoo. The zombies' growls and knocking sounds had already drowned out the door speaker. But still, they kept trying to break in. Bailey cursed inwardly. It's been over an hour, and it's still loud. She heard that Wen's dad was a vice president at an electronics company, so this device was probably made by their own company? Not for proper use, but to harm others. Clang after descending 1 level. Bailey stood on the 4th half floor, tapped her knife on the handrail twice. Zombies at room 401 turned their heads and growled as they lunged toward her. Feng Bao, little 5. Seeing 2 zombies rushing at her, Bailey quietly ordered, "Spit fire." Feng Bao didn't respond, but little 5 had already opened its mouth and spat out a ball of red light about the size of a fist. With a pop, 1 zombie instantly turned into a fiery figure and then turned to ash, scattering on the ground. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Bailey was more shocked than she had been hearing about it before. Her little 5. She truly felt she had found a treasure. After the first red light, little 5 spat out 3 more beams, then suddenly went silent. "Little 5, you're amazing."
Feng Bao, take it back.
This was the first sound little broken bird made after coming out. Before little 5 could turn around, it flapped its wings eagerly and flew home. Bailey moved to intercept a zombie below, swung her knife, and cut off its head with a. Then she did the same to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th zombies. There were 8 zombies climbing up to the 4th floor, and she had taken them all out. Bailey reached the door of 401, grabbed the speaker from the door, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it to break it. Suddenly, on the windowsill between the 2nd and 3rd floors, a burst of cheerful English voices rang out. The noise caused the hallway on the 3rd floor to fill with sounds of rolling and crashing, as zombies tried to rush toward the source of the voices and accidentally slipped, tumbling down the stairs. Because of this commotion, Bailey, standing in the hallway on the 4th floor, looked very unnoticed. None of the zombies on the 3rd floor looked up at her. She was holding a knife, ready to go downstairs when suddenly, the door to room 401 made a clicking sound. Himeng came out looking grateful and said, "Sister, thank you. You saved me again." Again? Bailey wanted to remind her that it wasn't her who saved her last time, but Xiao Fei. But now wasn't the right moment to talk. She didn't respond to Himeng, just pointed downstairs, and then stepped forward to go down. Himeng nervously held her watermelon knife and followed behind. They reached the halfway point between the 3rd and 2nd floors. The zombies at rooms 301 and 302 were more numerous than on the 4th floor. Some tried to jump onto the windowsills, but there were still about 10 left. Bailey knocked on the handrail twice with her knife, making a loud sound that attracted the zombies to climb up eagerly. Experience had made Bailey skilled at fighting zombies. Now, she could cut them without much effort, or perhaps she had become numb to it. She didn't see their heads as human brains, which made it easier for her to accept. The hallway was narrow. Himeng wanted to help but was afraid of hindering Bailey or accidentally hurting her. So she held her knife in the air for a long time, but it was of no use. After killing 6 zombies, 3 climbing up and 4 behind, growling and trying to get up, the door to room 301 opened. Gao Ziyuan came out from his house, holding a large chopping knife over 60 centimeters long, and swung it fiercely at the zombies trying to climb the stairs, facing Bai Li Bang. One zombie's head fell to the ground. He didn't look at it, just swung his knife to attack the second one. "Big sister, leave one for me. Let me handle this one," Himeng quickly said, seeing Bai Li and Gao Ziyuan working together. Soon, only one zombie was left among the 7. Himeng hurriedly stopped Bai Li from raising her knife. Then she rushed forward and shouted loudly, gripping her watermelon knife with both hands, swinging it horizontally at the zombie's neck. Thud! The blade successfully pierced the zombie's neck, but the zombie didn't die. It was only half cut, and the knife was stuck in its neck, unable to be pulled out. Himeng chuckled softly. Zombies do not feel pain. Even if only half of their neck is connected to their body, they still eagerly open their mouths to bite into food. The foul smell sprayed into Himeng's face, making her too nervous to dodge in time. She saw the zombie's mouth approaching her neck, but then the head tilted and with a thud, it fell to the ground and rolled aside. Shiau, how can you get distracted when killing zombies? Gao Ziyuan put down his machete and reminded Himeng. You need more practice. Himeng blushed and thanked him. I understand, Brother Gao. I'll be more careful next time. They finished clearing the 3rd floor. The speaker on the door was taken down and broken. Then the 3 of them went downstairs. Because the hallway was narrow, they could only walk one after another. This time, Gao Ziyuan led, Himeng was in the middle, and Bai Li was at the end. On the windowsill of the 2nd floor, Gao Junyu's English player was still playing loudly, and a group of zombies gathered around, making noises. Gao Ziyuan knocked twice on the staircase railing, making a loud sound that attracted some zombies to look back. Then they foolishly opened their mouths wide and lunged upward. Gao Ziyuan quickly killed 4 zombies with his sword. When he reached the 5th, he signaled Himeng to go up. Although she was still nervous, this time her hands didn't shake. When she swung her sword horizontally at the zombie's neck, she cut through most of it. Only a small piece of flesh remained connected to the body. The zombie's head tilted to the side, and it was clearly dead. Not bad, Gao Ziyuan praised and encouraged her. Keep it up. Next time, you'll do even better. Thank you, Brother Gao. Himeng felt very happy. After clearing the zombies on the 2nd floor, Gao Ziyuan turned off his son's English player and put it in his pocket. Although the speaker on door 201 was still making noise, their movements had attracted the zombies' attention. Before they could go down, a pile of zombies rushed up, scrambling to climb. Brother Gao, take a break. I'll go, Bai Li said. Himeng was still waiting for a chance to fight alone. She couldn't help because her sword was average and her strength was limited. If she went first, it would just be bravado. Bai Li killed 8 zombies in one go. The 9th was left for Himeng. Then she took a break and let Gao Ziyuan go. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound as the door to 201 was quickly opened and then shut again. Bao Xiaolin carried a long sword similar to Bai Li's, striking one zombie after another. Then she kicked down the stairs with her strength, managing to send a zombie from the 2nd floor directly onto the wall on the 1st floor, causing a loud bang. If it had been an ordinary person, several ribs would have broken. The zombie's legs and ribs were also broken, and as it awkwardly crawled up from the ground, its walking posture was deformed. Shiau He, this one is for you. Okay, Sister Bao. Himeng ran to the 1st floor, swung her sword, and although she didn't manage to cut off the zombie's head this time, she didn't get the blade stuck in its neck. After the first cut, she quickly drew the sword and struck again. The zombie's head fell perfectly to the ground. Because of the birthday song outside, only a few zombies remained on the 1st floor, just 2 or 3, so Himeng practiced on them. After clearing them out, everyone closed the glass door in the hallway, and they moved the coffee table back to block the entrance. Bai Li then started talking about what the woman in apartment 602 had done, which made Bao Xiaolin and the others very angry. Does she think we're easy to bully? Usually, she relies on her husband to make money and acts all high and mighty. Who does she think she is? I used to ignore her, but it's not because I was afraid of her. Himeng, who had also fought off some zombies, got angry and said, Come on, let's go upstairs and find her. If I don't make her regret it today, I won't be called he anymore. They almost damaged the door that had been repaired after she nearly broke it. Let's go. Let's go upstairs and find her first. Bao Xiaolin pulled Himeng. Although I really want to pile all the zombie bodies at her door and block her entrance to disgust her, the 6th floor is too close to the 5th. Putting them there might block Li Ji's way.
Ah.
Sorry, Sister Bao, I forgot. Himeng was so angry, she didn't think carefully. Bai Li also wanted to throw the bodies outside her door, but she still wanted to stay here and didn't want to be disgusted because of her. So they decided to give up. The 3 women headed to the 6th floor, while Gao Ziyuan stayed behind to deal with the bodies in the hallway. The 2nd floor has an extra corridor with a window at the end. Gao Junyu, wearing disposable gloves, helped his father move the bodies, planning to throw them down through that window. They kept passing by room 202 several times. At first, the father and son thought no one was inside because since yesterday, since they returned, there had been so much commotion that anyone would notice something. Wouldn't someone come out to see what was happening? Even the cautious and somewhat greedy couple in room 402, after dealing with the zombies, put the bodies at their door onto the staircase on the 3rd floor with gloves and masks, and even wiped the door with a cloth. Only room 202 remained silent, just like the other empty houses, with no sound at all. When they carried the 5th body past 202 again, they suddenly heard a loud as the door opened, startling the Gao father and son. Gao Ziyuan reflexively drew the knife tucked at his waist. Similarly, the man who just peeked out his head from the door saw Gao Ziyuan aiming a knife at him and immediately, out of instinct, shut the door with a bang.
Gao Ziyuan.
Though I shouldn't scare you, you also scared me, you know? Gao Junyu felt confused. The corridor wasn't only for their 4 families, so why didn't anyone come out to help? The women, including Auntie, dared to fight zombies with knives, but this big man in 202 was like a turtle hiding inside, not coming out. The young man sneered disdainfully and muttered, "Coward." The father and son ignored the resident of 202 and continued to carry and throw the bodies one by one. But after a while, when they passed by 202 again, they heard a muffled shout from inside. "Hey, you can't throw the bodies downstairs. My bathroom window still opens. Please, take the bodies away." Gao Ziyuan and Gao Junyu. They both laughed bitterly but kept working. He's just a turtle hiding inside. If you have the guts, move them yourself. Upstairs, at the door of room 602, Bao Xiaolin and Himeng had been knocking on the door for over 10 minutes, even kicking it, but there was no response, not even a sound. They had expected this result. Forget it, don't bother anymore. She won't open the door. Bai Li leaned against the wall, staring at the smart lock on 602, and said to Himeng, "Xiao He, go downstairs and ask Gao Ge to lend you his axe." "Okay, I'll be right back." Himeng didn't care what she wanted the axe for, and turned to take the elevator downstairs. Soon after, she came back upstairs with the axe in hand. "Here, sister." Bai Li took the axe, stepped back, and fiercely struck the smart lock on door 602. With a loud bang, the lock shattered into pieces. Then she handed the axe to Bao Xiaolin and pointed at the door gap, signaling her to cut. Although Bao Xiaolin was stronger now, breaking through the lock, which had an iron plate inside, still took some effort. The elderly couple from room 402 quietly sneaked up to peek. Seeing them angrily hacking at the door, they shrank back in fear and quickly retreated home. The door swung open, and the 3 immediately smelled a strong, foul odor. Bai Li and Bao Xiaolin exchanged glances, while Himeng looked confused. Why did her home smell more like blood than the hallway? Normally, after being infected with the virus, people turn into zombies. Maybe because of brain death, when their heads are cut off, only thick, dark blood and a strong, unpleasant smell come out. But here in room 602, the smell of blood was strong, but there was little foul odor. Cautiously, the 3 stepped over the threshold and looked around. The living room was empty. Bai Li looked toward the master bedroom with the door half open. 3 days ago, she had been there, covered Wenwen with a blanket, turned off the lights, and watched her fall asleep. She also cooked chicken leg rice for her. She moved to about half a meter from the bedroom door, used her knife to fully open the door, and the smell of blood hit her face, becoming even stronger.
Oh my
Heavens! Himeng stood beside Bai Li. When she saw what was on the bed inside the bedroom, she was so shocked she covered her mouth. Bao Xiaolin, still wary and inspecting the bathroom and kitchen, heard Himeng's cry and quickly hurried over. When she saw the scene on the large bed in the master bedroom, a mother and daughter lying on a blood-stained white blanket, dressed in white or perhaps red dresses, she was also stunned and exclaimed. 7-year-old Wenwen wore a fluffy princess dress, her hair tied with a pink ribbon in a bow on the side, her hands crossed on her stomach. The dress had a red spot, and her delicate wrist had a deep cut. The girl's face was as pale as paper, but she looked calm, as if she was sleeping. She was likely given sleeping pills first, then her pulse was cut. Wenwen's mother and Bai Li saw her at 4:30 a.m. today, and her appearance was different then. She was disheveled, with a ghostly, exhausted face. Now she has a delicate makeup look, with lipstick on and long fake eyelashes. Her body was well prepared for the funeral. She truly knew how to hurt herself. Compared to her daughter, she didn't cut her wrists but her neck, where a major artery was completely cut open. Blood soaked the pillow entirely, making it look like a bright flower rather than a pillow. The three of them stood quietly at the bedroom door for a while. Finally, Himeng couldn't hold back and broke the silence. Sister, why did she do this? If she didn't want to live, that was one thing, but why did she also kill her daughter?
How could she do that?
Although she didn't have children, she knew what a mother's love for her child should be like. Bao Xiaolin turned to Bai Li and asked, her son is gone? Only the mother and daughter were at home. The man hadn't come back since he went to work on the 28th, but the younger son was missing, which was clearly abnormal. Bai Li isn't a talkative person and didn't mention the situation of the mother and daughter from room 602 yesterday. Before the explosion at the second hospital, she was taking her son to the hospital. That means her son is gone. They didn't speculate much about Wenwen's mother. She might be in pain or despair, but none of that could justify her actions earlier that morning. You can't just want to die and take everyone with you, expecting others to sympathize with you. That's not how it works. Bai Li closed the bedroom door, turned around, and looked around the living room. She pointed to the food cabinet and snack shelf and said to the two women, take what you want. The 4 families will split everything. If she didn't take it, she wouldn't miss it, and since they didn't take it, these things wouldn't last long anyway. Bao Xiaolin went to the kitchen again and carried out 4 bottles of mineral water. 1 bottle per family, just enough. Then, the 3 of them divided rice, flour, oil, seasonings, and all the snacks from the dining cabinet into 4 parts and took them away. The door had been broken open, so it couldn't be locked, only closed. Afterward, they each went home to rest. Cleaning the corridor of so many zombies was exhausting, both physically and mentally. Bai Li arrived home, took off her blood-stained sportswear, washed her hands and face, then lay on the sofa. She closed her eyes and said to Chi-Chi, son, Mom needs a nap. Yes, Mom, you've worked hard. I'll watch outside. Nothing will happen. Chi-Chi bent down and kissed his mother on the face. Bai Li smiled contentedly, stretched out her arms, and hugged her son tightly. My heart was also filled with the little guy. Bai Li slept for an hour and a half but was awakened gently by knocking on the door. Chi-Chi saw it was Bao Xiaolin and Yu and immediately opened the door. Auntie Xiaolin, Yu.
Sure.
Be quiet, my mom is sleeping. She's sleeping? Bao Xiaolin was surprised and was about to ask something when she saw Bai Li on the sofa had already opened her eyes. Lizzie, there's a power outage. Bai Li, still a bit groggy from waking up, suddenly became alert. She stood up, leaning on the sofa, rubbed her eyes, and said, Sigh, I expected this day to come, but I didn't think it would happen so soon. Bao Xiaolin sat down beside her, frowning, and said, Just now, a lot of smoke rose from the northwest. It looks like a power plant. Normally, if the power system is working properly, it could last for several months. Even if not many months, 10 days or 2 weeks should be fine.
But now,
I think it was damaged intentionally. Because of past experiences, they were now more cautious and worried about the survivors. Lizzie, I came to tell you that I will leave soon. I really can't rest assured about my elderly grandma. I need to take you and go back quickly. What about you? Will you keep waiting here for Jiang Mingling? Bai Li thought for a moment and said, 5 days. I will wait 5 more days. If he doesn't come, I will take Chi and leave. All right, here are some maps. They show the route from Sioux City to my home. I've marked it for you. If you need to take a detour and happen to pass by my house, remember to stop by and see me. She was actually here to say goodbye to Bai Li. This farewell might be the last time they see each other. Bao Xiaolin opened her arms to hug Bai Li, with her eyes slightly red. Thank you, Lizzie. Over these years, it's been thanks to your care. Bai Li was uncomfortable with this atmosphere. She forced a smile, looking a bit strained. When did I take care of you? Don't forget, you once said I was cold and proud, looking distant and hard to approach. I remember that. Bao Xiaolin was stunned, raised her hand, and playfully punched her. You're so petty. It's been ages and you still remember? Don't blame me for saying this, but why do you always keep your distance from everyone? This is true. Bai Li tends to create a barrier when interacting with others. She is a bit shy, prefers to quietly do what she loves alone, and doesn't like going out or talking much with people she doesn't know well. In the past, when she took her children to the playground, the surrounding parents would chat about everyday family matters, like complaining about their husbands and mothers-in-law. She usually listens quietly, never agreeing or interrupting. Once, a neighbor asked her directly if she was a single mother and why she never saw her child's father. She simply replied, he's busy, and only comes back once a month. Perhaps her answer wasn't very convincing, so later some people spread rumors that she was being supported by someone wealthy just to have a son. She heard these rumors after Jiang Mingling told her, and then clarified the truth. She was quite confused when he told her, thinking, what kind of eyes do these people have? And why are they so interested in other people's lives? Are they so bored? This made her dislike her neighbors even more. Even the old neighbors across the hall, the family in apartment 502, only nodded when they met and didn't bother to say anything. Her good relationship with Bao Xiaolin started mainly because of their children. Yaya is a very smart girl, and she and Chi were in the same class at kindergarten and became good friends. Naturally, Bai Li and Bao Xiaolin also grew closer. Surprisingly, their personalities matched well. If you decide to leave today, do it early, she said. It was already 11:30 a.m., and since their electricity and gas were out, she couldn't cook. So, she couldn't invite them to eat. She took some braised beef and put it in a plastic bag, then grabbed some fruit and packed everything into one bag. She handed it to Bao Xiaolin and said, just in case, it's best for you and Yaya to carry 2 backpacks with some food and essentials. The road outside was uncertain. If the car couldn't run and they had to leave, it was better to have some supplies than nothing. Bao Xiaolin hadn't thought of this and gratefully accepted. Then I won't be polite anymore, she said. Are you being polite, Bao Xiaolin? They spoke as they left with Yaya. Bai Li reminded Chi to lock the door, as usual. The little one held back his sadness, hugged his good friend tightly, and said goodbye. Watching the two of them being overly affectionate, Bai Li truly feels that her son is very different from her in this regard. When the door closed, Chi-Chi's eyes showed determination. He must work hard to develop his special ability, turning it into a tool for fighting. That way, he wouldn't always hide in the back because he's young. He wants to fight on the battlefield with his mother. You will definitely admire him very much. Back on the second floor, Bao Xiaolin took out a packed backpack and luggage she had prepared earlier. Gao Ziyuan and Gao Junyu, father and son, helped carry everything down to the first floor. At this moment, the ugly doll on the lawn outside had long stopped singing because its battery was dead. The zombies that had gathered around had already dispersed, wandering aimlessly without purpose. When they heard any noise, they hurried over eagerly. So, when they came out of the corridor, only about a dozen zombies were wandering on the first floor. As they rushed toward them, Bai Li and Bao Xiaolin already drew their knives to meet them. Their movement downstairs wasn't loud, and there were only about 10 zombies. For the two who had already gained experience in decapitating zombies, it was not difficult. Himeng, if you can't cut through the neck, you can aim for the eyes, stick the knife in and twist inside. It works the same. Cutting the neck takes strength, and Bai Li was able to do it thanks to her knife. Bao Xiaolin is strong and used the same type of knife, making it easier for her. But Himeng was different. Her watermelon knife was sharpened very well by Gao Ziyuan, but it was just an ordinary knife. If she tried to cut like Bai Li and the others, it would probably dull quickly. Plus, she didn't have much strength, so it was unlikely she could cut through a neck with one strike. Seeing this, Bai Li remembered the second method Jiang Minglang had mentioned. Okay, sister, I'll try. Snick. The watermelon knife pierced the zombie's eye. Himeng felt her scalp tingle at the sound. She wanted to pull out the knife and step back, but she clenched her teeth, turned the handle with force, and twisted. Suddenly, a thick, sticky liquid, white, black, and yellow, flowed out of the eye socket. It all got on her knife.
Ugh.
Himeng couldn't hold back anymore. She bent over and vomited before pulling out the knife. After Bai Li finished with her zombies, she turned to look. Her face twitched. It was pretty disgusting. The mixture of yellow, white, black, and other fluids was even more disgusting than the instant noodles Himeng had vomited. She silently turned her face away and ignored her. Yes, Mom, hurry and get in the car. We'll handle everything here. Gao Ziyuan and his son had already settled Bao Xiaolin's luggage and Yeya in the back seat. The driver's door was open, and they were urging her to get in quickly. There was only half a day left, and they didn't know if they could reach home before dark. Lizzie, Brother Gao, Xiao Yu, Xiao He, goodbye if we meet again. After getting in the car, Bao Xiaolin called out to a few people, then started the engine and turned sharply, rushing toward the main gate. But she stopped again at the gate. The engine roared loudly as a group of zombies ran from deep inside the community, snarling and lunging at the black car. The car drove away, leaving a trail of running zombies behind. Gao Ziyuan took the opportunity to get into his own car with his son. He was heading to his wife's studio. They had to leave. They couldn't leave their wife behind. 2 cars drove out of the community, chasing away the few zombies downstairs. The zombies from deeper inside followed the sound and ran out, and for a moment, everything seemed to return to normal. No zombies in sight. No, there were no living people either. But the sight of a headless body lying on the ground was equally unsettling. Bai Li turned her head to look at Himeng, who was still vomiting, and stepped back in disgust. Just spit a little. Why isn't it over yet? Himeng emptied her stomach, and then gagged twice before standing up, pulling out a tissue to wipe her nose that was streaming from vomiting. She cast a resentful glance at Bai Li and muttered, Sis, your idea really stinks. Bai Li raised an eyebrow at her, and Himeng had to add, It's gross, but it works. Because it was actually easier to kill the zombies this way, safer than chopping their necks. She endured her nausea, pulled out her watermelon knife, wiped it on the zombies' clothes, and followed Bai Li home. Mom, I saw Auntie Xiaolin take away a lot of zombies. She'll be okay, right? She will. If she drives fast, she can shake them off. After driving out of 2 streets, Bao Xiaolin managed to lose the zombies chasing her from the community. Even when some zombies appeared in the middle of her route, she quickly left them behind. However, after taking 2 detours around Sucheng and failing to find a way out, she decisively chose the 3rd route that Bai Li had analyzed. This road is indeed passable, but too many cars are trying to go through here. There are many abandoned cars piled up on both sides, and only a narrow lane in the middle that can fit 1 car at a time. So, progress is very slow. Ahead, the highway entrance is noisy, and faint sounds of arguing can be heard. Bao Xiaolin rolls down the window and leans out to look ahead. A long line of cars is barely moving, similar to usual city traffic jams. Since this road isn't your property, why should you get something before they let you pass? Because this road was built hard by us, you can't just demand things to let you through. If you don't want to give, then don't, just go back. You're just a bunch of robbers. Come on, just give him some water and snacks. It's not much, and they're asking for little. Building this road was tough enough. Just give them some. Hearing a few scattered words, Bao Xiaolin understands why there's fighting up front. She sneers disdainfully. Their shamelessness is unbelievable. Taking advantage of the moment when the traffic isn't too heavy, she decisively reverses, turns around, and leaves the road. Her home is in the suburbs of a neighboring city, bordering Sioux City. Usually, she doesn't always take the highway when returning home. When she wants her daughter to enjoy the natural scenery, she takes small country roads. These roads are narrow but paved with cement and easy to drive on. So, she knows there are more routes out of Sioux City than just these few. She marked the map for Lychee, hoping her daughter would have more options and not get ripped off. Unfortunately, she doesn't have many maps at hand, otherwise, she could give one to Xiao He and Gao Gu each. After 2 hours of effort, Bao Xiaolin finally leaves Sioux City and drives onto a small road through vast fields. Mom, stop for a moment. Bao Xiaolin eases off the accelerator and gently brakes, then turns to ask her daughter, "Do you need to?" What she didn't notice was that at the moment the car stopped, a flash of white light streaked past the back of the car. So fast it was like a beam of light.
No.
Yaya kneels in the back seat, leaning on the headrest and staring behind the car. I think I saw a dumpling. The dumpling is a small white raccoon, one of the stray cats she and Chi-Chi often feed. It always runs to the front when they feed it and eats the most, so they named it Dumpling. She is also the fattest white cat among the neighborhood's stray cats. We've been away from the neighborhood for almost 3 hours. How could the food container come along? Bao Xiaolin feels a bit helpless. She doesn't like to keep pets, mainly because she doesn't have the time or energy. Luckily, Yaya is sensible. Although she feeds the stray cats every day, she doesn't insist on adopting one. She thought Yaya was mistaken, confusing a passing stray cat with the one she often feeds. Did she really see it wrong? A few minutes later, Yaya, feeling disappointed, turns around and sits down, sighing. Without the food container, maybe I was wrong. Mother and daughter set out again. About 100 meters after the car drives away, a white figure suddenly jumps out from the nearby farmland and lands silently. After lunch, Bailey starts packing her bags. Today, not only was the electricity cut off, but the murky water that couldn't be drunk also stopped flowing. That water, although unusable for drinking, could still be used to flush the toilet. Now, even that basic function is gone. Of course, Bailey doesn't need to worry about this, since her home has a walking faucet. But without gas or electricity, they will have to eat dry food all the time. They can't even boil hot water. How can they manage? Although it's already May, the temperature still hovers around 10 degrees Celsius, with no sign of warming up. In this weather, drinking hot water is essential for health. Mom, should we cook rice in the hallway? We can gather some branches, lay the iron bench on its side, and put the pot on top. Just like that, he says, excitedly gesturing. Grandpa taught me this when we went to dig sweet potatoes in the field. The grandpa Chi-Chi mentions is Bai Li's father. Since Jiang Minglang had cut ties with the family years ago, her son calls him grandpa out of respect. He genuinely considers his father-in-law as a real dad. Talking about cooking with branches outside, the little boy's eyes show excitement and anticipation.
Bailis mila sufli.
To adults, this might seem like a disaster or inconvenience, but to children, it becomes a new life experience. He isn't anxious or uneasy. Instead, he wants to explore it himself. Of course, only if he feels safe, like his mother always staying nearby, or his firm belief that his father will come back soon. Okay, we'll cook ribs and rice outside for dinner. Since the power is out, the frozen food in the fridge needs to be used first. However, it was not easy to find dry branches in the city. Luckily, when renovating the kitchen and cabinets earlier, there were many leftover scraps of wood. I had planned to wait for Jiang Minglang to come back and help Fengbao build a nest. He had already drawn a plan and was about to start, but then he received a sudden call to go on a mission. As a result, the project was delayed, and the wood was placed in the storage room by Bai Li. At 5:30 p.m., taking advantage of the remaining daylight and the sky not being completely dark, Bai Li and Chi-Chi set up a small stove using a metal triangle stool outside the house door. She placed thin strips of wood under the pot and used a stack of Chi-Chi's abandoned exam papers from last semester to start a fire. Before she could light the papers with a lighter, Chi-Chi reached out to stop her. "Mom, wait a moment." He looked down at Shiau Wu and whispered, "Wu, help your brother make a fire. Just a tiny bit is enough." Shiau Wu looked at him with his mouth open, wagging his tail and happily barking, but he didn't breathe fire. Chi-Chi then lay on the ground and demonstrated himself, pouting his lips and blowing at the wood under the pot. This time, Shiau Wu understood. Before Chi-Chi could pull back his head, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a small burst of red light. The red light touched the papers and wood, instantly igniting into a fierce flame. The fire spread out, and a burnt smell of hair filled the air. Bailey looked at her son. The little boy's neat bangs had a small patch missing, revealing a smooth, white forehead. His dazed little eyes looked both funny and adorable. Bailey chuckled softly, reached out, and gently patted his forehead. Luckily, he was only slightly burned and not hurt. Chi-Chi also realized he had lost a small patch of hair. He pretended to be angry, tapping Shiau Wu's head with his finger and scolding, "What's wrong with you, dog? Can't you see my head is still here? Why couldn't you wait until I stepped back?" No sense at all. Shiau Wu blinked his dog eyes, seeming to realize he had caused trouble. He whined playfully and rubbed his head against Chi-Chi's leg. "Since you successfully started the fire, I'll forgive you this time." After saying that, the little guy proudly looked at Bailey. "Mom, am I very smart? I saved you a lighter." The 2 lighters at home were left behind by Jiang Mingling earlier. They didn't have much gas left, probably only enough for 5 or 6 uses. Bailey looked at him and found it even more amusing. She nodded with a smile. "Yes, my son is very clever. Much smarter than Mom." "No, Mom is also very smart. She just didn't think of it at the moment." With Shiau Wu's help, the pork rib rice in the pot was quickly heated. After all, the rice and ribs were already cooked. Just heating them through was enough to eat. The hallway was filled with an irresistible smell of pork ribs, making the door of room 402 twitch with anticipation. She could faintly hear children crying inside, "I want to eat meat, I want ribs, I want chicken drumsticks, I don't want bread, I don't want cookies." Bailey ignored the noise, served the hot rice, and carried it home, then took the iron stool back, along with the unfinished wooden pieces. At 7 p.m., Bailey's door was knocked on. She opened the door and let Himeng in. "Sister, Gao Go and Junyu haven't come back yet. Do you think they're okay?" Himeng had been watching outside all afternoon, hoping the father and son would return safely. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of them. Bailey couldn't answer and asked Himeng, "Would you like some hot water?" Without waiting for her reply, she poured a full cup and said, "Sit down." Himeng gratefully thanked her and sat at the dining table, sipping the water slowly. After finishing the hot water, her stomach and whole body felt warm and comfortable. This feeling of comfort made her mood calm, and she no longer felt anxious or uneasy. "Honestly, sister, yesterday I was so happy when I heard that Gao Go and his family are from the same place as mine. Because these days I wanted to go home, but since I was alone and didn't know what might happen on the way, I didn't dare to go. But yesterday was different. I could go with Gao Ge and Junyu, and we had already made plans.
But now
we still don't know if the father and son will come back." Himeng stayed at Bai Li's house for half an hour before leaving because there was no electricity. To save battery, she decided to sleep first. Before sleeping, Bai Li, just like last night, placed a pot of green pothos at the door, with vines growing close to the threshold. This morning at 4:30 a.m., she sent someone at the door through her connection with the pothos. It was a mysterious feeling. When someone approached her plants, they would shake, and she would feel as if that person was approaching her directly. So, her plants were closely linked to her? Were the plants a part of her? What do you say about the garlic shoots that can be eaten by her and her son? It can't be that she's eating herself. Bailey still doesn't fully understand this special ability. She needs to explore it slowly. After arranging everything, she lay on the bed with her son, telling stories as they gradually drifted into sleep. At 12:40 a.m., A white cruise sped into the neighborhood and stopped in the parking space below Building 1. May 3rd, the 6th day of the apocalypse. That night, Bailey slept very soundly until she woke up at 7 a.m. when she heard noises outside the door. Big sister, Gao Go, and Junyu are back. Bailey opened the door, and Himeng happily shared the good news, then looked a bit strange. Bailey invited her in and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it Gao Go and Junyu?" No, not Gao Go and Junyu. It's," Himeng said, pointing her index finger upward quietly. "The dad from house 602 is back, but he's been sitting in the car the whole time and hasn't come out." At first, Gao Ge thought he didn't get out because there were zombies around, but after he dealt with the zombies, the man still didn't come out. Gao Ge couldn't help but look inside his car. "Guess what?" Bai Li, seeing her mysterious and gossiping face, politely asked, "What?" "There's a woman in the back seat of his car. It looks like she's asleep." Bai Li. He only returned on the 6th day of the apocalypse, didn't go upstairs immediately to see his wife and children, but stayed in the car watching a woman? What kind of crazy story is this? Bai Li was speechless. "Big sister, do you think he has a special relationship with that woman?" "I don't want to guess." Bai Li turned and walked toward the dining table, poured half a cup of warm water from the kettle. It was boiled with the electric kettle before the power outage yesterday morning, so it's been saved until now, with only a little left. She interrupted Himeng's gossip and asked, "Did Gao Ge handle his wife's matter well?" "Yes, he did. He found a place outside to cremate her, and Junyu brought her mother's ashes back." "That's good." Talking about this, Himeng told her about the plan she discussed with Gao Zhiyuan, big sister. Gao Ge and Junyu plan to rest for a day today and leave early tomorrow morning. "I'll go with them."
So,
"What are your plans?" "4 days. I will wait for my husband for 4 days. If he doesn't come back, I will take Chi-Chi and leave. Then I will leave a note at home, so he will know where to find them." Himeng sighed in relief. "It's best if we can leave quickly. Besides the zombies and the inconvenience of daily life, look outside. Down at Building 2, garbage is everywhere." A few days ago, she didn't dare go downstairs, and the trash was mostly food and kitchen waste. But after the water and electricity were cut off yesterday morning, things got much worse. People threw all kinds of. It's easy to imagine what the city will look like in a few days. At times like this, most people's backup plan is to go to the countryside. Until order is restored and things start working again, the city is no place to stay. But Himeng's parents live in the city. She has already told Gao Ziyuan that once she returns to Huaqing and picks up her parents, she will go to Gao Ziyuan's village, Quoto. He said his neighbor is an elderly person who was cared for by his parents before passing away. After he died, they gave him the house and yard. But their own house is enough for them, so they haven't used that yard. If Himeng is willing, she can temporarily move to their village. Bai Li asked curiously, "Are these your plans for today?" Himeng nodded. "Yes, I couldn't sleep well last night. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. and saw Gao Ji's car returning, so I grabbed a knife and went to help. But Gao Ge didn't give me a chance to fight. He handled the zombies alone." She hummed and said, "That man from 602 got lucky." Just as they mentioned 602, they suddenly fell silent because they heard footsteps in leather shoes on the stairs outside. 2 people. The footsteps went past the 5th floor and continued upward until they stopped on the 6th floor. "Hey, Brother Yunza, did someone break open your lock?" A surprised female voice sounded, followed by silence. The man didn't reply. Then the front door seemed to be pushed open and then closed again. Bai Li and Himeng listened carefully, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. When they reached 5, a short, sharp, and frightened female voice cried out, "Aw." Himeng rolled her eyes and quietly muttered to Bai Li, "Sis, although when one's mom is a complete lunatic, I think I understand why she might choose to end her life after her son is gone. Because men cannot be trusted and she failed to protect her son, she might have thought she couldn't protect her daughter either. In her despair, she simply decided to die together with her daughter. It's quite sad, but those who are pitiful often have their own flaws. So, such people are not worth others' pity." Meng didn't want to talk about her family anymore. She changed the subject and said to Bai Li's sister, "The things we hid in the pharmacy, when Gao Ge and I leave tomorrow, if there's a chance, we should take some with us. Don't forget to grab the rest. Not to mention, things like disposable underwear and wet wipes are essentials."
Who knows when we can buy them again?
Everyone is uncertain about the future now. The two of them talked for a while longer before Meng left to pack her things. Bai Li opened the fridge. Since the power had only been out for a day, the fridge hadn't fully cooled down yet. The frozen items hadn't melted, but she still needed to handle them first. So, for breakfast, she cooked a porridge with frozen rice, lamb, and vegetables, and peeled 3 boiled eggs she had stored earlier. She and Chi-Chi each had one, and one was for Shiau Wu. While cooking, they still did it in the hallway. The small fire was lit by Shiau Wu, giving off a tiny red glow. Maybe because yesterday's fire burned her hair, today the dog found a safer way to make fire. It spat out a tiny flame, only as big as a bean. But when it touched the wood, it suddenly flared up into a big flame. Bai Li didn't quite understand how this worked, only knowing that the fire from the dog's mouth was different from normal fire. It was like the water Chi-Chi spat out wasn't ordinary water either. As for her own ability to stimulate growth, besides those few garlic sprouts, she hadn't tried to grow other edible vegetables yet. So, she was still unsure about the situation and planned to test it when conditions allowed. Fortunately, she had a special ability, which made her feel quite secure. When the lamb porridge boiled, the entire hallway was filled with the rich aroma of rice and lamb. Grandson of room 402 started crying loudly again, and the door seemed ready to open. Bai Li vaguely heard the sharp scolding from the elderly couple. "Are you still a mother? Your son is starving like this. What's wrong with going to ask for a bowl of food for him? I've never seen such a selfish and cruel woman. You eat and sleep all day, and you don't care about the children." "I don't care? Who was stopping me when I did care? Now the children are spoiled by you, and you blame me for not caring? Now that we let you take care of them, we won't stop you. Go ahead, get a hot bowl for your son. Go ahead if you want, I still have some dignity." Bai Li and Chi-Chi sat in the hallway outside their home, ignoring the noise from apartment 402. She finished cooking lamb porridge and brought it inside, then asked Chi-Chi to put a pot of water outside to boil. Because the fire was strong enough, the water boiled quickly. "Hello, Chi-Chi's mom." Bai Li took down the hot water kettle and was tidying up the iron triangle stool and leftover wood when the door of apartment 602 opened. Wenwen's dad, holding a thermos, came down from the 6th floor. "Chi-Chi's mom, could you please give me a cup of hot water?" He looked a bit uncomfortable and apologized. "I know I should exchange something for it, but someone broke into my house and took everything."
So,
Since she had previously taken a bucket of water from his home, Bai Li didn't refuse his request and poured him a full cup. Thank you so much." Wenwen's dad was very grateful and kept thanking her. Before leaving, he hesitated and then asked, "Chi-Chi's mom, do you know what my wife and daughter?" Bai Li looked up at him, confused. Seeing her expression, he sighed. "It seems you don't know. Do you know who broke the lock in my house?" Bai Li shook her head, no. They were so close. How could she not know? Seeing she didn't want to talk more, Wenwen's dad didn't press further and turned to go upstairs. Just as he left, before he even entered his home, the grandfather of apartment 402 came up, smiling kindly at Bai Li. "Chi-Chi's mom, my grandson is hungry. Could you give me a bowl of the meat you just cooked? We're neighbors, and we should help each other. Besides, he's just a child. You wouldn't want him to go hungry, right?" He even held out his bowl toward her. Bai Li seemed not to hear or see him, not even giving him a glance, and lowered her head to continue tidying the wood and iron stool on the ground. After carrying the water and stool back inside, she slammed the door shut. The face of the grandfather from apartment 402 turned pale. He opened his mouth to curse, but was interrupted as the door suddenly opened again. He saw the woman from room 501 holding a knife and standing inside the door, looking at him coldly. "If you dare to curse even once, I swear I will cut off your head." Grandpa from room 402 quickly turned around and went downstairs at an unprecedented speed. Soon, there was a loud bang as the door closed downstairs. Bailey scoffed disdainfully, closed the door, and went home to eat breakfast. But after a short while, she heard deliberate footsteps softly passing by her house entrance, heading straight up to the 6th floor. Then, the door on the 6th floor was pushed open, and a woman's voice loudly shouted, "Who are you?" After that, the door was shut again, and she couldn't hear what was being said inside. Bailey lowered her eyes contemptuously and continued drinking her porridge. However, she was a bit confused. Usually, when someone wanted to take advantage or cause trouble, it was her grandmother who led the charge. Today, why was it her grandfather? It seemed that since she cooked in the corridor yesterday, that grandmother hadn't shown her face. Strange, that wasn't her usual style, was it? What Bailey didn't know was that ever since she saw that mother and son mysteriously burned to death at her doorstep the day before yesterday, Grandpa from room 402 had become extremely wary of her family and dared not approach. That's why she preferred to curse her daughter-in-law to come instead, or have the old man come, but she herself refused to show up. 6th floor. Grandpa from room 402 pushed open the door to room 602. Ignoring the stranger woman shouting, he closed the door and said to Wenwen's father, "I know who broke your door lock, someone from the 5th floor. The woman from room 501. She, along with the women from rooms 201 and 401 on the 2nd floor, broke open your door. They also killed your wife and daughter and took all your belongings." At first, Wenwen's father looked surprised, but when he heard about his wife and daughter being killed, his face turned pale, and he returned to his usual calm. After Grandpa from room 402 finished speaking, he nodded calmly. "All right, I understand." "Understand? What does that mean? Does your expression look like you know the truth?" The old man widened his eyes and emphasized, "Wenwen's father, did you understand what I said? I told you, your wife, your daughter, your door, and your belongings were all done by the woman from room 501. You have no idea how arrogant she's been these days, walking around with a knife and causing trouble." "Yes, I understand. There's nothing more to say."
Please leave now.
Wenwen's father, with a cold face, opened the door and asked Grandpa 402 to leave, then closed the door and moved a small table to block it. "Brother Yunza, do you not believe what this old man says?"
Why?
The woman asked curiously from the side. Wenwen's father, while tidying up snacks he found in his daughter's room, replied, "The father of the child downstairs in room 501 is a soldier. As a military family member, do you think he would do something like banging on the door to steal things? That's hard to say. After all, it's the end of the world now. We can't judge people by old standards or their past roles." But Wenwen's father still shook his head. "No, I don't think so. Although I haven't interacted much with Chi-Chi's mother, her personality shows she's not that kind of person. Besides," he turned his head to look at the master bedroom, his eyes full of genuine sadness. "It's okay if he doesn't mention my wife and daughter's deaths. But if he does, it clearly means he's trying to use me. I went to ask for hot water, and they gave it to me. He was holding a bowl, wanting to eat, but they didn't give him any. Then he turned around and came to my house to say such things. Isn't his purpose obvious? Having been in society for over 10 years, he could easily see through such simple tricks." When the woman heard Li Yunza mention his late wife and daughter, a hint of guilt flashed in her eyes, but it was gone quickly. She lowered her voice with reddened eyes. "It's all my fault. If Brother Yunza hadn't been delayed because he went to save me, maybe he could have saved my sister-in-law, Wenwen and Hao. I caused your family to be destroyed." Surprisingly, this time Li Yunza didn't immediately comfort her. Instead, he stared silently at the door of the master bedroom, lost in thought. Before bringing Ailon back, he had imagined how his wife would react if she saw Bo Elon again, and wondered if she might turn into a zombie. But he never thought she would die in front of him in this way. And his children. Li Yunza felt regret. He regretted not choosing to go home immediately when disaster struck, but instead going to find Bo Elon. Bailey didn't bother with Grandpa 402's provocations. After finishing breakfast, she continued packing her luggage. She planned to take at least half of her clothes and blankets for the 4 seasons. The rest she would leave notes for Jiang Mingling to take away. She was busy in the bedroom. Chi-Chi was on the balcony holding binoculars, observing outside, and Wu was running around with a piece of pot hose in his mouth, tangled in it and rolling on the ground. Bailey looked up at the vine wrapped around Wu's waist and suddenly had an idea. Bailey took down a piece of pot hose from Wu and held the broken branch in her hand. Then she looked at Wu and silently thought, "Wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap." The pot hose in her hand instantly transformed like a winding green snake, stretching out quickly and rushing toward the target. To her surprise, it successfully wrapped around Wu's belly in a full circle. Bai Li's eyes widened with joy and excitement.
Chi-Chi?
"What's wrong, Mom?" Jiang Chi-Chi ran over from the balcony. Bai Li asked him to look at Wu. Jiang Chi-Chi was confused. "Mom, are you planning to use the pot hose vine as a dog leash for Wu?" "A dog leash?" "No, I want to use the vine to tie Wu up." Jiang Chi-Chi. He looked down at the loose vine wrapped around Wu's belly and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow. Mom, you made it wrap around like that? You're so clever." The smart little boy understood now, his eyes shining as he looked at Bai Li. "So, Mom, are you practicing attack skills with the vine?" "I'm just trying. If I can, that would be great." "Keep trying, I want to see," Jiang Chi-Chi said, stepping beside Wu excitedly. "Mom, try to retract it and see if it listens to you." Bai Li hadn't thought of that, but since her son suggested it, she decided to try. She looked at the vine on Wu's belly and silently said, "Retract." The vine remained still, not moving at all. Is the method wrong? She closed her eyes, focused her energy into her right hand, but didn't release it. Instead, she wrapped her palm around the root of the pot hose. In the next second, she heard a swoosh. The vine on Wu's belly disappeared, then quickly retreated and wrapped around her body, growing as it wrapped. In less than a second, her entire body was covered in green vines, tightly bound. From her ankles to her neck, she was completely wrapped in greenery. Only her head was visible, showing her shocked and amazed expression. Jiang Chi. Did he just tell his mom to pull back the vines? He didn't tell her to entangle herself, right? Mom? After Bai Li reacted, she realized her neck was being squeezed, and she was starting to gasp for air. She nervously called out to Chi-Chi, "Son, go get the scissors and cut it." Why cut it instead of commanding it to release? Because the energy she gathered in her right hand disappeared, or rather, she used it on herself. In any case, it was gone. Chi-Chi quickly ran to the living room to get scissors, then helped his mom cut the green vines from bottom to top one by one. After removing the vines from around her neck, Bai Li, exhausted from losing her energy, sat heavily on the floor, breathing heavily. It was so tight, almost strangling her to death. When energy is used up, you need to eat. Jiang Chi, experienced, ran to the cabinet to get bread and milk for his mom. After eating a piece of bread, Bai Li felt much better. She looked down at her right hand and smiled knowingly. "Son, I think I now know how to use this skill." An hour later, with her energy restored, Bai Li tried several times and successfully used the green vines to tie Chi-Chi into a little green person covered in leaves. It was tied very tightly. Not completely impossible to escape, but trapping him for a while was definitely no problem. To become more skilled at using this technique in future dangers, she didn't pack her luggage and spent the whole morning practicing. She tied Chi-Chi, Shiau Wu, Feng Bao, but couldn't catch the chubby bird because it could fly away quickly and dodged every time. The vines couldn't even touch a single feather after many attempts. In the end, Bai Li concluded that she could only tie those who stand still and don't move. If the enemy is a normal person like her, it would only be a surprise attack. But that was enough. At least Bai Li was satisfied. Chi-Chi was even more pleased. He thought his mom was amazing for turning her supernatural ability into an attack method. Much better than just releasing water. At noon, when she was about to cook lunch, Bai Li stopped and realized their house had turned into a sea of green. From the bedroom to the living room and dining area, everywhere she could see was lush green vines covering the floor. Mother and son stood in the green mess, stunned. So much green. How should they deal with it? Let's put it in the storage room first. Whiteley pushed aside the vines in front of her with her foot, walking toward the kitchen while saying to Chi-Chi, "Son, you handle this. Mom is going to cook." "Okay, Mom." Whiteley hummed a song as she took out nearly melted frozen rice and 2 marinated chicken legs from the fridge. She poured half the water into the steamer, placed a rack inside, and then put the small basin with rice and chicken on the rack. Next, she called Shiau Wu to light the stove in the hallway. When the wood crackled and burned, the woman from room 602, Bo Elon, couldn't help but move the coffee table aside and peek out the door. She saw that the woman from room 501 was again lighting a fire to cook, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes upward before turning back into her room. Brother Yunza, the woman downstairs, is lighting a fire again. Does she think the hallway is her home? It's so dangerous. What if she causes a fire? It's not like before, when firefighters could come to help. You said she's a military family member, right? How come she has no safety awareness at all? Li Yunza, lying on his daughter's bed and sleeping, slightly frowned upon hearing this. He opened his eyes, looked at Bo Ime, and said calmly, "We'll only stay here for a couple of days." "Why do you care so much?" "Because we're only staying for 2 days. We shouldn't let her light fires casually. What if she starts a fire? She's right next to us, watching." "How could she start a fire?" "It's possible. You should know that the air in the hallway isn't well ventilated."
Boilan.
Li Yunza sat up from the bed, looking impatient but still explaining patiently, "There's also a child in room 501. In this weather, adults can eat some simple food, but the child can't eat cold or hard food, right? So, lighting a fire to make warm food for the child isn't a big deal. Why does it bother you?" He wondered why he hadn't realized before that Bo Elon's way of handling things was so insincere. Had she forgotten that this morning she wanted hot water and shamelessly asked someone for a cup? "Yunza, how can you talk to me like that? You've never been this harsh before. But now, just because of a neighbor." Hearing this, Bo Elon's eyes reddened, and she looked at him with a sad and wronged expression. Li Yunza closed his eyes in frustration, covering his head, and lay back down. The elderly couple in room 402 cursed loudly, but before they could say much, the door was suddenly kicked open. Himeng, holding a pot, stood at their door and yelled, "If you keep swearing, I swear I'll split your door in half." Suddenly, 402 was as quiet as a chicken. Himeng's small pot contained instant noodles, and she planned to borrow Bai Li's fire. In the end, she not only borrowed fire but also took a few greens and an egg. Himeng was so excited, she almost cried tears of joy. "Sister, you don't know how many days it's been since I ate eggs and vegetables. I've been eating snacks every day, and I haven't had a proper meal for days."
I'm constipated.
Bailey gave her a look of helplessness and simply said, "Aren't you leaving tomorrow? Go get your hot water bottle. I'll boil some more water and fill it up for you." Himeng happily agreed and, on her way downstairs, heard Bailey call her, "Go call Gao Ge to come and boil water together." "Okay." Gao Ziyuan had already woken up. Hearing this, he immediately took the leftover wood from the cabinet to make firewood, brought up a pot to cook noodles, and took the opportunity to boil all the eggs at home. Everyone enjoyed a warm lunch together. Afterward, they each went home to pack and prepare their luggage. At dinner, they gathered again at Bai Li's house to boil water and cook food. Gao Ziyuan even split a wooden bench to give Bai Li, so she wouldn't run out of firewood in the coming days. That night, the Linglong Bay community was unusually quiet. The city, without streetlights, was pitch black. The zombies, aimless, made mechanical haha sounds as they roared. At 2 a.m., a streak of light whistled from low to high, then exploded with a bang in midair, filling the night sky with brilliant colors. Bang, bang, bang. A series of fireworks burst in the sky, as if trying to lure all the zombies away. Bai Li was suddenly awakened, opened her eyes, and turned over. She walked to the window, pushed aside the curtain, and looked outside. She recognized the building where the fireworks were being set off, the startup building in their district, about 5 kilometers south of Linglong Bay. She could hear many zombies excitedly howling, but their voices were gradually fading away. What was going on? Releasing fireworks in the middle of the night, especially under these circumstances, didn't seem romantic at all. It might be a way to attract most of the wandering zombies away. Was that the goal? She didn't quite understand. Forget it. It didn't matter to her. She decided to go back to sleep. Just as she was about to pull the curtains and get into bed, a shadow suddenly flashed outside the window, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly without paying close attention. Actually, even if you look carefully, it's not easy to notice. But since Bai Li gained special abilities, her senses are much sharper than before. So, even if she can't see clearly, she can still feel things. Her figure is larger than Shiau Wu's, quick and silent when she moves. What is that? Bai Li was about to carefully look outside the window again when she suddenly turned and walked out. She held a flashlight in her hand. As soon as she entered the living room, she heard a faint knocking at the door. Although the power was out at home, the smart lock still had battery power, so she saw on the monitor screen that Himeng was standing outside her door. "Big sister," Himeng softly called. Bai Li opened the door and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much. Just coming to say goodbye." Gao Ge said the fireworks attracted the zombies away, so it's best for us to leave now. That made sense.
Bai Li nudda.
Be careful. I won't go downstairs to see you off. No need. But sister, once you leave, you should be careful too.
Got it.
Don't worry. Time was tight, so Himeng didn't say much more. She turned and quickly went downstairs. Bai Li closed the door and went to the window to look downstairs. Himeng's car and Gao Zhiyuan's car were parked together. Gao Junyu held a flashlight, helping them load things into the cars. After 3 trips back and forth, everything was loaded. Gao Zhiyuan waved the flashlight toward the 5th floor. Bai Li turned on her own flashlight and waved it downwards as well. It was like a silent farewell. Then the 2 cars drove out of Linglong Bay, one after the other. Bai Li watched their cars drive away until they disappeared from sight, sighing softly. At 6 a.m, Bai Li, who had only slept 2 hours due to the noise during the night, was awakened by a loud scream.
Ah!
She frowned and opened her eyes, feeling confused. Was someone bitten by a zombie again? Then she remembered the fireworks at the startup building at 2 a.m., which had attracted most of the wandering zombies. So, which survivor had turned into a zombie? But the scream that followed seemed to disprove her idea. Go away, go away. You're not my little love. Hurry and leave.
Bai Li.
She was fully awake now. She got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. The sound seemed to be coming from building 2. She went to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. In an instant, she widened her eyes in shock. Oh my goodness, what is that? Outside the 2nd unit of building 2, on the 2nd floor, there was a colorful tiger. No, it didn't seem like a real tiger, but...
Meow. Bai Li.
Looking at its head, it definitely resembled a cat from the planet Meow, but its body. Is it a pet? A cat about the size of a husky. Can it still be called a cat? It was the first time she saw such a big cat, fat and large, with yellow spots on its fur that made it look like a young tiger. At this moment, this young tiger was outside the 2nd unit of building 2, nervously pacing back and forth, occasionally meowing, sounding sad and pitiful. Stop meowing, stop, go away. Meow. The big cat grew larger, then seemed to be disliked by its owner? It seemed so. Bai Li remembered how her little 5 changed, and she seemed to understand why this big cat turned into a young tiger. When the virus outbreak happened, some people turned into zombies, some remained normal, but some gained special powers. For example, her and Chi-Chi. Similarly, animals also evolved. Some gained powers, some stayed the same, and others. Could they turn into zombies too? Like zombie dogs or zombie cats? Although she hadn't seen animals turn into zombies with her own eyes, Bai Li still shivered at the thought of it. 2 hours later, Bai Li really wanted to curse her own bad luck. Because the pets in her neighborhood had gone wild. First, the zombie cat seemed to be a stray outside. Chi-Chi said he had seen this cat before and once fed it with Yaya. It had black and white markings, a very pretty color pattern, but now it was all distorted by its twisted cat face. It roared loudly, then hissed and lunged at the young tiger cat. Due to the size difference, the zombie black cat was pinned to the ground with one paw by the young tiger cat in an instant, unable to move. Then, the tiger's paw reached into the zombie black cat's neck, and with a tearing sound, its head was separated from its body. Black blood splattered everywhere, more terrifying than human brains. Looking at the young tiger cat, it just sat there proudly, motionless, with an expression as if it was a queen, proud and aloof. "Mom, is this?"
Shiau Wu.
Chi-Chi was also awakened by the loud noises outside. She was wearing pajamas and carrying foam bow on her head. She ran to her side and stared with wide eyes at the scene outside the window. Because she often takes Shiau Wu for walks and enjoys feeding stray cats with Yaya, she knows all about the different breeds of cats and dogs in the neighborhood. Shiau Ai used to be a very cute, chubby orange cat. She was not very old, only about a year and a half today. Her owner, the woman who just shouted at her to go away, was Bai Li. Bai Li remembered her voice because she had seen her walking Shiau Ai before. Bai Li looked out from her window and saw Shiau Ai easily handle 3 or 5 stray cats that were rushing toward her. Then Shiau Ai continued to meow at their window, feeling sad and disappointed. It seemed like her owner was really scared because Shiau Ai suddenly grew bigger. She kept the window shut tight and loudly told her to go away. Bai Li and Chi-Chi looked at each other with confusion.
Why?
Just because Shiau Ai got bigger? If their own Shiau Wu grew as big as a tiger, they would be happy, not scared. It was so puzzling. Bai Li looked down at her dog, sensing danger outside. The dog was making low warning sounds. She bent down and picked up the dog, placing it on the windowsill. Woof! As soon as Shiau Wu stood on the windowsill, he growled and barked at the outside. He wanted to bark more, but Foambao suddenly jumped from Chi-Chi's head, spread her wings, and waved her wing at Shiau Wu's head like a big fan. After fanning him, she even stepped on his head. Shiau Wu curled his neck and crouched on the windowsill, too scared to make a sound. Bai Li and Chi-Chi stared in shock at what they saw. Foambao was jealous and often bullied Shiau Wu, which they knew. But before, she only pecked at his head a couple of times or made a loud, fierce noise. Today was the first time she used her wings to fan Shiau Wu. This little bird was really bullying the dog. But in the next second, Bai Li and Chi-Chi realized Foambao wasn't bullying Shiau Wu. She was angry. Because Shiau Wu's woof seemed to trigger the neighborhood pet's alarm. After he barked, there was a series of barking sounds from the neighborhood, mixed with scratching, scolding, and screaming.
Ah!
Go away. Get out.
Woof!
A sharp, painful scream echoes. Below building number 4, where Bai Li and Chi-Chi cannot see, a small teddy bear with horns on its head is thrown out of a 9th-floor window. With a loud bang, the brown-furred teddy bear bursts into a spray of blood. The little teddy is barely alive, struggling to turn its head from one side. Its round eyes look up toward the 9th floor, full of confusion and wonder. Not far away, 2 zombie dogs stagger over. When they open their mouths wide with sharp teeth, just about to bite the bloodied teddy, suddenly a gust of wind blows in. A gray dove descends from the sky, spreading its wings to push the 2 zombie dogs 5 meters away. Then, one claw grabs the teddy's neck from behind, and another holds its back. In a flash, it flies up into the air. Bai Li and Chi-Chi are still anxiously watching from the window of the restaurant, paying attention to the barking of dogs in the neighborhood and the large little AI downstairs. Mother and child whisper softly, "Mom, that's Little Flower, the kitten left behind in building 25. I used to feed it with you, and once it even got scolded by the food bowl because it was fighting for food."
Huh?
Where's the food bowl? I haven't seen it all this time. Maybe it's hiding. Little AI looks so pitiful. Its mom doesn't want it anymore.
Bai Li says, "Yeah, so sad."
But she can't just take in pets out of pity. They're not her own, and she doesn't know them well, especially now with mutations. It's even harder to control them. So, after taking them in, can she be sure they won't betray her? They're different from Shiau Wu and Foambao. Those 2 were raised from a young age. As long as they're still sane and not turned into zombies, She's not worried about what they might become after mutations. Even if she sees little AI pitifully lying under the second-floor window, she remains indifferent. It just wants to go home, to be with its owner. It's pretending to be pitiful for its owner, not for her. Fortunately, Gao Ge and He Meng left early in the morning. If they had left now, who knows what might happen. Pets and stray cats and dogs are not only in their neighborhood but elsewhere too. Maybe today, on the streets and roads, there will be not only zombie humans but also zombie cats and zombie dogs. While they are talking, suddenly they hear a flapping sound coming from their balcony, hitting the glass. The mother and son both turned around at the same time, but before they could see what was happening, Feng Bao spread its wings and flew away quickly.
Ah!
As Feng Bao called out, the sound of flapping wings against the window immediately stopped. Feng Bao flew over and perched on the curtain. Its small head peeked through the gap in the curtain and looked outside, then turned to the mother and son and made a sound. Bai Li's mouth twitched slightly. This bird is so strange. Could its mutation be that it's gotten smarter? The mother and son went to the balcony and pulled back the curtain. When they saw a bunch of things on the windowsill outside, they suddenly widened their eyes. Bai Li looked at the gray pigeon with anger. Earlier, because she wanted Feng Bao to have a friend, she often scattered birdseed and millet on the windowsill outside and used shallow plastic plates for water. It was lively with chirping and chatter. But little Feng was not picky. Every time it saw the birds coming to eat for free and heard them calling, it felt like they were insulting each other. However, the birds probably didn't care, so long as there was food and water, they kept coming. The most frequent visitor was this gray pigeon. But seriously, you eat my food, drink my water, and now you're causing trouble? What's in its beak? Mom, it's Taidan. Chi-Chi walked over to the balcony, carefully examining through the glass. He finally recognized the teddy bear with blood on it and a horn on its head. He said, "It's from Chun Haoran's place in Building 4. He told me before that his mom didn't want to keep Taidan anymore and wanted to give it away.
But,
Mom, can we save it?" Chi-Chi saw that Taidan was covered in blood. Its head was tilted, eyes closed, limbs limp and weak. If it weren't for the slight, steady rise and fall of its belly, you might think it was dead. Bai Li looked conflicted. Chi-Chi, what if its injuries were caused by zombie dogs or zombie cats?
Ah!
Before Bai Li finished speaking, Feng Bao suddenly called out. Bai Li and Chi-Chi looked at it. The little bird shook its head at them. What does that mean? Feng Bao, are you saying that Taidan's injuries weren't caused by zombie cats or dogs? Remarkably, the little bird learned to nod. After pleading from Chi-Chi and the two little birds, Bai Li finally agreed to bring the horned teddy bear inside. But the first thing she did was use Shiau Wu's dog muzzle to cover Taidan's mouth. Although it was still unconscious, who knew if it might suddenly wake up and bite? Fortunately, I had taken plenty of medicine from the pet hospital for treating injuries and internal issues. Because of Shiau Wu, Bai Li became familiar with dogs too. She applied ointment and bandaged the wound, then put on gloves, removed the dog muzzle, and gave it 2 sleeping pills, along with some water that Chi-Chi had prepared. Afterward, she put the muzzle back on, laid a mat in the corner of the balcony, and placed the small horned dog on it. Whether it survives or not is now up to fate. Mom, do you think Taidan has unicorn genes? Bai Li nodded seriously, maybe. A dog with a unicorn horn. Her first thought was also unicorns. So, what is Taidan's special power? That horn growing out of its head can't just be for decoration, right? It's white and spiral-shaped, quite pretty. The mother and son sat beside Taidan, watching and admiring the horn for a while. Then Bai Li changed clothes to prepare breakfast. After a night, the frozen food in the fridge had completely thawed. Fortunately, only half of it remained. Recently, because of using their powers, they had been eating more. This half should last about 3 or 4 days with their current eating habits. But today, Bai Li decided not to cook outside but on the kitchen floor instead. The balcony was inconvenient because of the bird's nest and the dog's den. She set up a small wooden stool, placed wood under the pot, and made congee with frozen rice, preserved egg, and lean pork. Before adding the preserved egg and salt, Bai Li took out a bowl of cooked rice, and meat to cool. Once cooled, she put more than half into Shiau Wu's bowl. Then she found a small basin, poured the remaining half of the meat congee into it, and placed it next to Tai Dan. Perhaps the smell of meat had a stimulating effect. Bailey noticed that as soon as she set the bowl down, Tai Dan's ears twitched slightly. But it seemed its injury was too severe. After that slight movement, it returned to its unconscious state, not moving at all. Seeing this, Bailey thought it posed no threat, so she decided to remove the muzzle. Before doing so, she warned Xiao Feng seriously, "Feng Bao, this trouble is your fault, so you have to watch over it. If it causes trouble at home, I'll pluck all the fluff from your head." Xiao Feng, munching sunflower seeds, turned to glance at her, but ignored her. Bailey also ignored him and turned her gaze outside the window, looking for the troublesome gray pigeon. "I couldn't find the bird. I don't know when it flew away again. In the past few days, I haven't been feeding it on the windowsill, so I wonder where it gets its 3 meals a day. I hope it can eat enough." Actually, when I first saw this pigeon outside my window, I thought of pigeon and goji berry soup. The bird looked big and fat, enough for my son and me if we cooked it. But later, as I kept feeding it, I lost that idea. Not long after breakfast, the barking of dogs and the meowing of cats outside gradually quieted and finally disappeared. I stood at my window, watching outside for a long time. I found that there aren't many cats and dogs turned into zombies. Only a few, and they were easily handled by Xiao AI, the big cat. Compared to that, there are more mutants. Strangely, many people have driven their mutated pets out of their homes, which confuses me. Are they afraid the pets will attack them? Or is there no food at home, and they can't afford to keep them? I don't know how many buildings are behind us. In the green belt between Building 1 and Building 2, beside Xiao AI, the giant cat, there's a gray cat with 2 tails, a chihuahua with a big head, and a seemingly normal border collie. There are 4 cats and 3 dogs in total. They wander under Building 2, occasionally looking up at our house with longing and sadness in their eyes. I sighed in relief. Although the pets have mutated, they are still domesticated. From their eyes, I can tell they wouldn't attack people easily. That's good. In the morning, I packed the remaining luggage and continued practicing my tying skills. Chi-Chi was eager not to fall behind his mom. He practiced releasing water in the bathtub, then tried to shape the water into different forms. By 10:30, both of us were hungry. We simply lit a fire to heat up ribs and rice. There's no need to eat strictly on schedule. If we're hungry, we eat. At 1 p.m., just as we were about to have our 3rd meal today, the door was knocked. "Mommy, Chi-Chi." Standing outside was Wuen's dad. Seeing that Bailey didn't open the door or speak, he leaned against the door and explained his purpose. "Mommy, Chi-Chi, I plan to leave here now with my friend. Do you and Chi-Chi want to come with us?" He meant well, thinking that Bailey, a woman with a child, probably wouldn't dare leave home alone. But Sucheng is becoming more chaotic and unlivable. So leaving here is only a matter of time. "No need, you all can go first." Bailey politely declined Wenwen's father's invitation and showed no gratitude for his kindness. This was like an air conditioner that cools everywhere, but doesn't share its warmth with his wife and children. Once, she went downstairs to throw out the trash, and the door of room 602 wasn't fully closed. She overheard Wenwen's mother on the phone, saying, "Why am I the one being blamed? He has a good temper and patience, handles everything well, so I, as a housewife, should understand and support him. Not cause trouble, right? Is it my fault if we argue? But do you know? All his good temper and patience are given to others, not a single bit to me or the kids." She didn't pity Wenwen's mother, but she also had no good feelings toward her husband. Yesterday, giving him a cup of hot water was her greatest patience and kindness. Whether shoes fit or not, only the feet know whether a person is good or not isn't decided by others. Many friends knew she and Jiang Minglang were often apart, and they couldn't help but say more. Will their feelings fade if they are apart for a long time? How can you stand being separated? It's unsafe. Don't you have any complaints about Jiang Minglang? He only comes home a few times a year, can't take care of the kids. What's the use of such a husband? What's the use? It's very useful. All the flaws seen by others, Bai Li happily accepts. She wasn't just learning about Jiang Minglang's job when they married. She was mentally prepared, so she never felt anything was wrong. Her feelings never faded. They only grew stronger. If she couldn't handle or didn't want to handle household matters, she would wait for him to come back and do it. As long as Jiang Minglang was home, she didn't need to do anything. Housework and children were all taken care of. She only worked her part-time job and didn't need to worry about anything else. His salary card was in her hands. She didn't even ask for money, saying she didn't need it. If such a husband still had many flaws and shortcomings, she thought there was no need to get married at all. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You're just being kind to a fool. Look, he appreciates your kindness? He didn't even open the door. Bo Elon stood a few steps away on the stairs with her backpack, looking impatient. Let's go quickly, before the zombies outside appear. Li Yunza ignored her sarcastic remarks and patiently explained the current situation to Bai Li. Mom Chi-Chi, the fireworks last night attracted all the zombies nearby, so the streets around our community are still relatively safe. Even some cats and dogs are not in much danger. But if we wait too long to leave, we can't predict what might happen later. Think about whether you want to come with us. I'll start loading the car now. After speaking, Li Yunza bent down to pick up the box at his feet and walked downstairs with Bo Elon. When they passed by the door of Unit 501, Bo Elon glanced at the door and snorted. What are you pretending for? Bai Li was speechless. Two crazy people. Li Yunza and Bo Elon went down to the first floor. They stood in front of the corridor door for a while, carefully observing the mutated pets wandering in the nearby green belt. It seemed their attention was focused on their own house. Even when they noticed the two of them, they only turned their heads to glance and then ignored them. Li Yunza let out a sigh of relief. His guess was right. But this was only for now. What might happen later was hard to say. The two quickly went outside, packed the luggage from their home into the trunk, and then went back upstairs to move things again. When they passed by 501 again, they saw no movement inside. Li Yunza, for some reason, knocked on the door and asked again. Bai Li naturally refused and didn't open the door. Seeing this, Li Yunza finished packing and then left with Bo Elon. Their movements seemed invisible to the mutated pets downstairs, who paid no attention at all. This gave some of the survivors a bit of relief. It also prompted some who wanted to leave to quickly start packing and leave the community. It was really necessary to leave. The neighborhood was full of zombie bodies with their heads chopped off, and now there were also zombie cats and dogs, plus some strange mutated pets. On top of that, colorful trash was being thrown downstairs. The combined smell and the chaos of everything mixed together made it look like a battlefield. Definitely not a place for normal people to live. After Li Yunza and the others left, many cars continued to drive out of Linglong Bay community. However, a few cars, when leaving, were followed closely by cats or dogs, their sad barking echoing from the community all the way outside, making listeners feel uneasy. Kiki huffed in frustration. Why do they have to treat them like that? It's so mean. Bai Li sighed. Maybe they're just too scared. As she spoke, she gently stroked the small dog lying at her feet. Its soft fur and warm touch made her want to pet it again. She had raised this dog since it was a puppy, and she couldn't bear to abandon it. After this group of people left, only the elderly, women, and children remained in the neighborhood. But just before nightfall, unexpectedly, 7 or 8 cars roared in from outside. Kiki, with sharp eyes, quickly spotted familiar figures inside 2 of the cars. Mom, Xion's dad is back, and the uncle and aunt from Unit 302. They've gotten out of the cars. We didn't see the little brother. The little brother Kiki mentioned was a 3rd grader from their Unit 302. Bai Li sighed silently and continued preparing dinner. When it was fully dark, Bai Li and Kiki stopped practicing their special abilities. After quickly washing with hot water they had boiled earlier, they decided to go to bed early. Even though they hadn't gone outside all day, exercising their abilities was still tiring. After tidying up, mother and son lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. That night was unusually peaceful. Or maybe they had just grown used to the distant or nearby roars, so they no longer stayed awake in fear. At dawn, Bailey opened her eyes. She first went to the balcony to check on Tai Dan. The small teddy bear with a unicorn on its head was still sleeping on the makeshift mat, eyes closed, as if it had never woken up. But Bailey noticed that some of the meat porridge and water in front of it were missing. She let out a small breath of relief. It seemed Tai Dan had woken once during the night, eaten a little, and then gone back to sleep. When she bandaged it yesterday, she realized Tai Dan had been injured after being thrown from a height. So she didn't hold much hope for its recovery, thinking its internal injuries were serious and couldn't be healed with just a few anti-inflammatory pills. Strangely, it had survived until now. And it seemed to be getting better. Its breathing was stronger than yesterday. Bailey prepared breakfast as usual. Today, no one knocked on her door. While practicing their abilities, mother and son also kept a close eye on the neighborhood and outside conditions. Gradually, more cars returned, and some left again. After 2 days, it felt like only a few survivors remained in the entire neighborhood. Day 11 of the apocalypse. Also the last day Bailey mentioned staying here, but Jiang Minglang still hasn't returned. She sighed and said to Chi-Chi, "Son, we need to prepare to leave." At this moment, Jiang Minglang was 100 kilometers away from Sioux City, in Wu City. Only 100 kilometers left. If everything goes smoothly, he could reach Sioux City today. Thinking about seeing his wife and son soon, Jiang Minglang felt very excited. "Mom, I don't want to eat cookies anymore. I want a burger. I want steak." Hearing the boys whining from the back seat again, Jiang Minglang couldn't help but frown. In their car, besides Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo, there was now also a mother and her son. That was Su Bo's cousin Su Qing and her son. They didn't go to pick them up intentionally. They met by chance on the road. At that time, their car was being vandalized. Su Qing's husband was beaten to death by a group of troublemakers, and all the supplies in the car were stolen. Su Qing was crying and holding her son as she was pulled out of the car. Just then, Su Bo and his group happened to pass by that intersection. Hearing the familiar crying, he instinctively looked out to see what was happening, and he saw his cousin. After rescuing them, he couldn't just leave the mother and son behind. He decided to take them with him. Once they reached Wu City and his injuries healed a bit, he planned to find another vehicle to split from Jiang Minglang and his wife. Zhang Xiaoda's family was near Sioux City, and he wanted to stay with Jiang Minglang. Su Bo's ex-wife had remarried and was living in Wu City. He needed to pause here to find his ex-wife and daughter. So, as soon as they entered the city, Su Bo told Zhang Xiaoda to drive slowly so he could look for another car. The two groups would then go their separate ways. He knew how anxious Jiang Minglang was to find his wife and son, and he didn't want to delay him. But before they could find a car, he heard his nephew causing trouble again. Fan, be good. Can we eat cookies today? Mom will buy you a burger tomorrow." "No, you're lying. You said that yesterday, but you still didn't buy one today. I don't want to eat. Take it away." The little boy said this while reaching out to knock the cookies his mother was holding into the car. Then, still upset, he stomped on them hard and shouted, "I want a burger right now. I want to eat it.
Right now."
"Shut up. Shout again, and I swear I'll throw you out." Su Bo couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand to stop the mischievous child from wasting food, but Su Qing thought he was about to hit her son. She quickly hugged him tightly and angrily scolded her cousin. "What are you doing? Fan is only a few years old. He's still just a kid." Her eyes turned red as she lovingly and sadly stroked her son's head, choking on her words. "He's so young and already facing the end of the world. How can he accept that? As his uncle, shouldn't you be more patient with him?"
"Subo."
He lowered his raised hand, unsure of what to say. Other people's children are their own business, but Jiang Minglang couldn't help but say, because he's so young, he needs to face reality early so he can survive better in the future. Not like you, just fooling around and creating a fake world that doesn't exist. Do you think that's good for him? Su Qing turned to look at the tall man sitting in the passenger seat who hadn't turned around. Tears streamed down her face. "Captain Jiang, don't you think this is too cruel for a 7-year-old? Is 7 years old really that young? When my son was 6, he could take care of himself. He could wash his own underwear, cook noodles for his mom when she was sick, and tidy his room. He never yelled or made a fuss. Talking about his son Jiang Minglang was very proud. Of course, he was grateful to his wife for raising him so well. Su Qing choked up, and after a moment, she managed to say, letting such a young child do so much. What is your wife doing? Doesn't she need to take care of anything?
Su King.
Su Bo glared at her warningly. Your sister-in-law's way of raising him is probably better than yours. Who are you to criticize her? Realizing her words might be inappropriate, Su Qing lowered her head and said nothing. But inside, she was secretly thinking, he's just trying to praise his son by putting down Fan. What's wrong with saying a few words about his wife? That mother and son didn't know whether they were dead or alive, or turned into zombies. Maybe after they left, it would all be for nothing. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look up at Jiang Minglang, annoyed that her cousin wanted to part ways with him. She had seen Jiang Minglang's strength when he saved them. He single-handedly took down over 10 people. It was so impressive that her eyes widened. In today's chaotic world, if you have someone like that around you, you don't need to worry about safety.
But,
Dizzy, there's a car over there that should work. Let's go check it out. Out of respect for Su Bo, Jiang Minglang didn't want to say much to Su Qing. It's his own fault for meddling in other people's affairs. It's none of his business how they choose to raise their son. Now he's being blamed for his wife too. For the first time, Jiang Minglang cursed a woman silently. Holding back his anger, he found a decent off-road vehicle for Su Bo and loaded some food into his car. But when they got out, Su Qing was slow and hesitant, still wanting to discuss with Su Bo about finding his daughter, asking Jiang Minglang and the others to go along. Jiang Minglang's face darkened like a pot, his eyes glaring at Su Bo as if he wanted to spit fire. Su Bo was so angry his voice cracked. Get out now. Hurry up. He then turned and apologized to Jiang Minglang. Boss, sorry. Enough. Jiang Minglang looked impatient. Let's part here. Be careful and stay safe. He really didn't want to say more. In front of Su Qing, Zhang Xiaoda bluntly said, Brother Su, remember what your younger brother told you. Besides our daughter, no one else is your responsibility. Take care of yourself and don't hurt yourself over someone unworthy. It's obvious who that unworthy person is. Su Qing's face turned pale and then red, furious inside. She's a soldier. How could her manners be like this? She wanted to explain to Jiang Minglang again, but he didn't even look at her. After arranging the car for Su Bo, he got in and closed the door, then sped off. Su Qing's face looked even worse. Since Su Bo scolded her son, he no longer dared to shout loudly, but he still refused to eat and insisted on having a hamburger. Su Bo, not used to his attitude, directly told Su Qing, if you think I treat your son badly, I can find you a car and you can drive back to your hometown. Brother, how can you do this? Are you trying to let us die? Su Qing looked at Su Bo in disbelief. Are you still my brother? Brother, I am just your cousin. You are not responsible for your son, so Su Qing, if you decide to stay with me, you must follow my instructions. Make it clear to your dear son that if he wastes food again, he will have to lick it up after I throw it away. Seeing that her cousin was serious, Su Qing dared not argue anymore. Her son was even more scared and didn't make a sound. Once they were obedient, Su Bo started the car and drove towards the neighborhood from her memory. She was about to leave, carrying the blankets and clothes she planned to take to the hallway. The car had limited space, so she couldn't pack all the household items. She packed the remaining things into a pile in the living room and left a note for Jiang Minglang, telling him to take whatever he could when he returned. If he couldn't take everything, there was nothing she could do. In the past 2 days, she also asked Chi-Chi to do one more thing, to copy a map that Bao Xiaolin had left her and to draw a few possible routes. Although this might not help them catch up with her family, what if it did? All preparations were complete. She and Chi-Chi started moving things downstairs. Currently, only their unit, 402 and 202, still had people. The couple in 302 left the day after they returned. Their parents' ashes were placed on the coffee table in the living room by Gao Ziyuan, with a note beside them. She didn't know how they would feel when they saw it, but the living still had to move forward. Besides the large figure of Shiau Ai, the mutated animals in the green belt downstairs had disappeared. Last night, a few zombies wandered by, but the cats and dogs scattered without any direct conflict. Shiau Ai climbed a tree, from where she could see their old home. Bai Li and Chi-Chi wore matching parent-child jackets, with hats and masks. When they reached the first floor, she told Chi-Chi and little Five Feng Bao to guard the luggage at the glass door of the building. She took a knife and stepped out into the corridor. Her original plan was to deal with the zombies outside, but as soon as she stepped out, she saw a car coming from the road directly facing the neighborhood entrance. It stopped between Building 1 and Building 2, honking loudly. The honking attracted the zombies below, who were about to attack Bai Li. A man wearing a black baseball cap got out of the driver's seat, holding a solid black iron rod. He swung it forcefully at a zombie rushing toward him. With a loud bang, the zombies had exploded like a watermelon. Then there were a few more loud bangs, each one smashing another zombie's head. For him, smashing zombie head seemed to be an easy task.
Ugh.
From the nearby second building, Bai Li heard the sound of someone vomiting. After the zombies had burst open, the gooey stuff spilled onto the ground, which was quite gross. Bai Li's indifferent eyes swept over the ground, and she held back her urge to. "Hello, are you planning to leave the city?" After clearing the zombies, the man stopped about 3 meters in front of Bai Li, revealing a familiar face under his hat. Bai Li raised an eyebrow. He was the man trapped in a tree on the second night of the end of the world. "I've been wanting to thank you for a while. That night, I got caught in the rain and then caught a fever. I was dizzy for over a week until the day before yesterday, when I finally recovered. I also took a day to rest. For some reason, I feel stronger now." The man sincerely thanked Bai Li and explained why he hadn't come to thank her earlier. Then he said, "Yesterday, I went out and found plenty of food and drinks. I'll bring you half of what I found later."
Bai Li puliteli declinat.
"No need. We have enough for ourselves. I can find more if I run out. But you have a child," the man said, glancing at the small boy peeking out from the stairway. He smiled and said, "Miss Bai, your son is very cute. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Chun."
Im Bai Li.
Right now, the messy building below wasn't a good place for talking. Li Chun got straight to the point. "Miss Bai, are you leaving the city today?" "To be honest, I wanted to leave yesterday, but I saw there were still people at your place. So I thought I'd gather some supplies first and come back today to ask if you'd like to leave together." Bai Li was surprised. She said helping you was just a small favor. It didn't take much effort. "You don't need to worry about it." Li Chun shook his head. "Even if it was just a small favor for me, it was a matter of life and death for you. Miss Bai, I truly want to thank you, and I hope you can accept it."
Bai Li understood.
Li Chun hadn't asked where she was going, so when he mentioned leaving together, he actually meant to her out of the city. "That's good. I've heard that leaving the city is quite difficult." Because the trunk was already full, Bai Li didn't bring many things from home. Still, even if she carried everything herself, she would need at least 4 trips to move everything up and down. Now, with Li Chun's help, it only took 2 trips. Her family's Jeep is quite large, and even without using the trunk, the space in the passenger seat and half of the back seat was enough to hold a lot. However, Li Chun couldn't help but frown when he saw her holding a frying pan, an aluminum pot, and even a small pot. He thought they were going camping or having a picnic. He lives in a building behind and doesn't know that during the days without water, electricity, or gas, Bai Li still cooked hot meals over an open fire. She planned that on the way home, she wouldn't just eat dry food. There are plenty of firewood in the wild, and although cooking complicated dishes is hard, finding a place to light a fire and cook noodles was always possible. On the last trip out, Chi-Chi was holding Iron Egg, who hadn't fully recovered yet. After a few days of care, little Teddy was completely alive again but still weak. It wobbled when walking and could fall over after a few steps. Because her birds and dogs were very important to Bai Li, she couldn't bear to leave them behind. So, she had to bring Iron Egg with her. Since they had many things to carry and limited space, They had to leave behind Feng Bao's big square cage at home. This bird was very clever. Even if she let it go outside, it would fly back in less than 3 minutes. To Feng Bao, the word freedom was scary because it meant being free, but also having no place to eat for free. It also meant losing its cozy nest and clean water. When she opened the car door, Feng Bao was the first to flap its wings and fly into the car. Li Chen looked at Bai Li's family, 2 dogs and a bird, and couldn't help but smile. He said, "Sister Bai, your home really is quite full."
"There's no way around it. The kids like it that way," she replied.
After packing everything, Chi-Chi sat in the back seat holding Iron Egg. The front passenger seat and the space below it were filled with things, but they left the seat for Shiau Wu. Everything was ready, and Bai Li got into the car and sat down. Li Chen's car led the way, and she followed behind. Just as they were about to leave the gate, Xiao Feng suddenly shouted loudly, "Ah!" Chi-Chi looked at it in surprise and asked, "Feng Bao, what's wrong?" What he didn't see was that when Xiao Feng called out, the orange cat Xiao AI on the tree in the green belt suddenly turned its head to look at him. At the same time, a gray figure shot down from the roof of Building 2 like lightning and landed on Bai Li's car roof. It was the gray pigeon that had saved Tai Dan and liked to eat leftovers. It landed on the car roof, and Bai Li thought it would stay with them, but just before leaving Sioux City, it flew away again. After leaving the community, Bai Li first went to the secret storage of the old pharmacy. Before getting in the car, she told Li Chen that she was coming to pick up some things from that pharmacy. Li Chen didn't think much and assumed she just needed some medicine. Li Chen waited at the door, watching the car as Bai Li and her son moved the cabinet aside to reveal a small back door. Inside, He Meng had taken half of the items, and there was still plenty left. Bai Li carried a large bag of wet wipes, disposable face towels, and bath towels to Li Chen, while the remaining 2 large bags were laid flat under the back seat. Including the snacks inside, their SUV was truly packed and used to the fullest. Xiao Feng jumped on the front and back seat backs, looking very displeased with the space now filled with stuff. During this time, zombies on the street heard the noise and staggered over, but Li Chen knocked them all out with a sturdy iron stick, quick and violent. After loading everything, they set off again. Before getting in the car, Li Chen said to her, "I checked the highway entrance yesterday. It's mostly blocked because there are too many cars, making it hard to clear. The only open route was also blocked by some guys demanding tolls. So, Sister Bai, I plan to take another small country road." Coincidentally, a few days before leaving, Bai Li and Chi-Chi repeatedly studied the map that Bao Xiaolin gave them. They also planned to take the small road. It wasn't because of tolls at the highway entrance. They only found out about that now from Li Chen. They simply didn't want to go to crowded places, especially since people can be more dangerous than zombies sometimes. "Mom, Uncle Li is taking the road we saw." Chi-Chi sat cross-legged in the back seat, holding the map, looking serious as he watched both the road and the map. Honestly, Bai Li is bad at directions. Although she often drives out, when Jiang Minglang is not around, Chi-Chi relied entirely on GPS before he was 6, and after he turned 6, he relied on both GPS and himself. It might be genetic. Chi-Chi is like his father, very good at finding his way from a young age. If he has been to a place once, he can find it again easily. Jiang Minglang even trained him and showed him different maps. She also taught her, but she didn't learn well. So at home, she says she looks at maps with Chi-Chi, but actually, he looks and explains to her. It's a bit embarrassing. Of course, she can understand maps, but understanding them and matching them to real roads are 2 different things. In short, without GPS, she doesn't recognize the way. But her son is different. He recognizes everything. So even if she is bad with directions, she's not worried about getting lost. 2 cars drive one after the other through half of the new district in Sioux City. When they pass the highway entrance, they see a long line of cars far away. Li Chen said that a few days ago, the fireworks on top of the startup building were set off by some troublemakers. Their goal was to attract zombies into the city so more people could leave. Now, they're not just collecting tolls anymore. They also tell survivors with nowhere to go to move to a villa community in the suburbs. They say the area has been cleaned, no zombies, and it's very safe. The villas have many empty houses, so people can stay and choose where they want. Isn't that a good deal?
Li Shen snarrat.
He didn't believe it. Bai Li didn't believe it either. Since leaving her home in Sioux City, she only goes back to her hometown. She wouldn't go anywhere else. She firmly believes her father is safe, and her grandparents are fine too. Her uncle and aunt are safe. But her younger brother, he's a senior in college now and has already been recommended for graduate school. When the virus broke out, Bai Yang should have been at school. Now, she doesn't know where he is, whether he's gone home or trapped at school and can't get out. Mom, it looks like they're fighting over there. It's not just looks, they are actually fighting. Bai Li, with sharp senses, faintly hears the sound of arguing. It seems the group collecting tolls tried to force young men into the villa community they mentioned, but they refused. A conflict broke out between the two sides. Li Chen didn't stop. He crossed the main road and turned a few corners to reach the small path he had marked yesterday. Because this place is quite remote and not many people know about it, when they turned in, there was only a small road that could fit one car, and no one else was around. After driving for about an hour, Bai Li completely left Sioux City. Mom, we need to turn right at the next intersection. We can't follow Uncle Li Chen anymore if he keeps going straight. Another hour later, Chi-Chi looked at the map in her hand and reminded Bai Li just in time. Hearing this, she quickly flashed her headlights a few times ahead. Normally, she would have honked the horn, but at this moment, sensible people wouldn't make noise unnecessarily. Seeing the lights, Li Chen pressed the brake and slowly stopped the car. What's wrong, Sister Bai? Does Chi-Chi need to go to the bathroom? No, Li Chen, are you still going straight? Li Chen's hometown is in Wu City, just over 100 kilometers from Sioux City. He needed to continue straight along this small road for about 10 more kilometers before turning. But he wasn't turning right. He needed to turn left. Their hometowns are in different directions, so they had to part ways here. Li Chen looked a bit worried and said, Sister, should I see you off? It's such a long way. Li Chen, Bai Li interrupted him. We will eventually part ways. Whether it's early or late doesn't matter much. I don't usually rely on others, so don't worry about me. Rest assured, even for my son's sake, we will get home safely. Li Chen was silent for a moment, then scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sister, I didn't mean to look down on you. I just feel grateful because you saved me. I want to make sure you and your son get home safely as a way to repay your life-saving kindness. Originally, he planned to give her half of his supplies, but she had more than he did. Not only that, she even gave him a big bag of disposable items at the pharmacy. He was supposed to be the one guiding them out of town, but he felt that even without him, the mother and son could have made it out. So in the end, Bai Li's kindness in saving him felt unreciprocated. All right, Li Chen, I told you, saving you was just a coincidence. I didn't expect anything in return. Let's part ways at the next intersection. You should go home quickly and see your parents. If fate allows, maybe we'll meet again someday. Hearing Bai Li say this, Li Chen couldn't insist on seeing them off anymore. They exchanged good wishes, and at the intersection, one car went straight ahead, another turned right, and they each headed their own way. However, Bai Li didn't know that an hour after she parted from Li Chen, as Li Chen turned onto a slightly wider road from a small alley, a dark blue SUV came toward him. This road was a bit wider than the previous alley, but two cars side by side still felt a little crowded. So Li Chen slowed down and moved to the side to drive slowly. The other car also moved to the side, passing by him. Through the open window, Li Chen glanced at the driver and the man in the passenger seat, noticing they were both wearing camouflage uniforms. Soldiers? Li Chen was surprised and paused to look back after they passed. Honestly, this was the first time since the end of the world that he had seen soldiers. When he was trapped in the community before, he was often feverish and confused, but he knew that neighbors around him were waiting for rescue. Whether police or soldiers, as long as someone came to help, everyone felt hopeful. Before leaving, a man on the second floor of Bai Jie's building had opened the window and asked loudly, Hey, are you leaving now? Or waiting for rescue? It had been over 10 days since the end of the world, and they still hoped someone would come to save them. It was as if, without rescue, they would just stay at home and not leave. Actually, Li Chen didn't know if anyone would come finally. Yesterday, he took a walk and saw shops looted and empty, zombie bodies everywhere, and deserted streets. Would anyone come to save the city? Li Chen had never met Jiang Minglang and didn't know that the man in camouflage combat gear he just saw was Bai Jie's husband. The thought of rescue only flashed through his mind briefly. Then he turned his head back, eased his right foot off the brake, and started driving again. Zhang Xiaoda, who was driving behind, glanced at the rearview mirror and didn't think much of it. After all, many people had noticed them along the way, but because he was in a hurry, he hadn't had time to stop and change clothes at the clothing store. He was used to wearing these clothes and didn't pay much attention to it. "Boss, after I pick up my grandma, we'll leave immediately." Zhang Xiaoda had already discussed with Jiang Minglang that once he picked up his grandma, they would go back to their hometown together. In the small town where he grew up, besides his grandma, he had no other relatives. Grandma and grandson had no worries or attachments, so they could survive anywhere. He drove quickly, but after half an hour, he passed the intersection where Bai Li and Li Chun had separated, then turned toward a nearby small town. The main street at the entrance was silent. Bloodstains covered the asphalt, and all the shops were broken and messy, with things scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help feeling a knot in his stomach. This small town used to be just a village. Because it was close to the developing city of Su, and only 3 kilometers from a tourist spot, a historic town, it gradually became a town with ghost houses and restaurants. His house was on the edge of the town, behind which was his land. His grandmother used to support them by farming until he finished high school and joined the army. After that, with a salary and subsidies, their life slowly improved. Even after they had money, his grandmother was reluctant to rent out the land. She still farmed vegetables and grains, just like in the old days. She always said her salary and subsidies were saved for him to use when he got married.
But now,
Zhang Xiaoda's face turned pale as he stopped his car at his house door. He looked at the wide-open yard gate, his feet heavy and unable to move. Jiang Minglang glanced at him and then walked toward the yard. The main door of the main room was open. An elderly man with white hair was lying sideways on the threshold, with a dent in his forehead, blood and flesh visible, as if struck by a heavy object. Jiang Minglang paused, then quickly approached. Without needing to check, he could tell just by looking that the man had been dead for several days. He looked back at Zhang Xiaoda and sighed, "Dizzy." Zhang Xiaoda slowly moved over, bent down, and carried his grandmother up from the ground, then silently went into the house. Jiang Minglang did not follow him inside but carefully examined the messy main room, then looked into the kitchen. Most rural people have the habit of stockpiling food: rice, flour, oil, and vegetables. They might not last forever, but a month or so was manageable. Now, just 10 days into the apocalypse, all the food in Dizzy's grandmother's house was gone. From the messy scene, it was clear it had been stolen. Jiang Minglang turned and strode out of the yard. The house on the right had its door tightly shut, and there was no sound inside. But Jiang Minglang knew that when their car had just arrived, the people inside had peeked out through the door, then hurried back inside. Clap, clap, clap. The red iron gate trembled as he pounded on it, and the sound echoed through the silent town, reaching far away. "Open the door, or I'll kick it down." Jiang Minglang impatiently spoke to the pair of eyes looking out from the main hall door. "Just open it. I won't hurt you. I just have a question." Through the door, he saw the other person's tall figure and couldn't help but shrink back. He didn't want to open the door, but he knew that his big gate and 2-meter-high wall couldn't really stop anyone. Finally, he hesitated and slowly approached, trembling as he asked, "What do you want?" "I'll say it again, open the door." A middle-aged man, only 1.7 meters tall, reluctantly opened the door and whispered nervously, "I don't know anything. I really don't know what happened to Aunt Zhang." He had just seen Zhang Xiaoda through and guessed that the man was here to ask about Grandma Zhang. So, before Jiang Minglang could ask, he looked sad and told everything. Since the incident, our family hasn't gone out. 4 days ago, at night, we heard noises from next door at Aunt Zhang's house. It was late, there was no electricity, and we also heard zombie roars. I didn't dare go see. But then the next day, the person died. Jiang Mingling watched his eyes and expression carefully as he spoke, and he didn't seem to be lying. Do you really not know who broke the door? The man shook his head like a rattle. No, I really don't know. But I heard a car, probably from outsiders passing by on the nearby road. Seeing Aunt Zhang alone at home, they forced their way in to steal food. He seemed afraid Jiang Mingling wouldn't believe him, so he emphasized again, we've been neighbors with Aunt Zhang for many years. Dazi has grown up with me. During the day, I would have gone to help, but he wanted to say he would definitely go rescue her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Because even during the day, he probably would have chosen to hide and ignore everything. It was just too frightening. Jiang Mingling, however, sharply caught the key words in his words. How would passers-by know that only Grandma Zhang was at home? The middle-aged man fell silent. Jiang Mingling's sharp eyes fixed on him. Maybe you didn't know who was responsible when it happened at night, but surely you heard about it the next day, right?
No, it's not like that.
I'll give you one more chance. If you don't tell me, when Dazi comes. As a neighbor for many years, I think you know his temper better than I do. After Jiang Mingling finished speaking, the middle-aged man visibly shrank back, clearly recalling Zhang Xiaoda's impressive history before joining the army. Because his parents died when he was young, and he was raised by his grandmother, he was often bullied. Later, when he turned 15, anyone who had bullied their family in town was met with harsh revenge from Zhang Xiaoda. He was quite clever, coming quietly but making sure people knew it was him. When someone tried to retaliate and a confrontation happened, they realized he had grown into a fierce young man. The most intense time was when he chased the village chief's son for 5 kilometers with a knife, saying that barefoot people weren't afraid of those with shoes, and if they dared to bully his grandmother again, he would cut their whole family. He valued his life as much as his family's. The village chief didn't dare to take their land anymore and quickly returned it to his grandmother. Since then, no one dared to bother them. Maybe it was because too much time had passed, or because Zhang Xiaoda had become a soldier, making them think he had changed and could be bullied again.
Who is it?
Zhang Xiaoda suddenly appeared behind Jiang Mingling, startling the middle-aged man so much he jumped back 2 steps. His reaction was understandable because his face was very stern, especially his eyes, which were dark and stared at him as if trying to bore holes through him.
Dazi.
Uncle Shualin, you know I always repay kindness and revenge for wrongs, but if... I'll tell you, Dazi, don't scare Uncle. The middle-aged man wiped his forehead sweat and tremblingly said, I don't know the details exactly, but I heard that Secretary Wang's son and a few others did it. They not only robbed your grandmother, but also took from other old families, then left after they were done. Fearing Zhang Xiaoda wouldn't believe him, he emphasized, really, Uncle isn't lying to you. If you don't believe it, go see Secretary Wang's house. No one's there anymore. Not only is no one at Secretary Wang's house, but the village chief's house is also empty. No one knows where they went. After listening, Zhang Xiaoda looked steadily at Uncle Shualin for a moment, then turned around and left. He was not going to Secretary Wang's house, but back to his own home. Boss, wait a few minutes. I need to cremate my grandmother. And then we will leave immediately. His grandmother was no longer there. Zhang Xiaoda didn't want to delay his boss's time anymore. He knew his boss was eager to see his wife and Chi-Chi. As for his revenge, it would come someday. With slightly reddened eyes, Zhang Xiaoda gently carried his dressed grandmother to the yard and carefully placed her on the firewood pile they had just built. At the same time, Bai Li and Li Qin parted ways. Following Chi-Chi's little navigation, they traveled safely along a rural path for 2 hours. As it approached midnight, the mother and son, along with 2 dogs and a bird, were all hungry. They looked around, found a good spot with no one nearby, and stopped to cook. Yes, cook. When loading the car, they had deliberately placed pots, bowls, chopsticks, rice, flour, oil, and salt on the front passenger seat for easy cooking on the way. The frozen food in the fridge was almost finished at home, but some vegetables remained, enough for a side dish. At the parking spot, there was a small pile of stones. Bailey picked a few stones of similar height, built a simple stand, and placed the pot on top. Little Jiangqi had already excitedly gone to gather firewood as soon as they got out of the car. He loved outdoor cooking. He brought back a bunch of dry branches, washed his hands with water, filled half a pot with water, and lit a small fire. Bailey went to the car, used a large porcelain bowl to hold half a bowl of noodles, added some water, and started stirring the noodles with chopsticks. With a few tomatoes and a small bag of greens left, she planned to make fish noodle soup. As the smoke rose, the milky white fish noodles boiled and swirled in the water, complemented by red tomatoes and green vegetables. A drizzle of sesame oil finished it, light but tasty tomato fish noodle soup. She filled more than half a bowl for Shiau Wu and Tiedon's dogs, and she and Chi-Chi filled 2 large bowls. Once it cooled slightly, they and the dogs would start eating. Before that, she also put some of their favorite shelled bird food into Fengbao's small plastic bowl. The bird, with a tuft of fluff on its head, was standing on the car hood, watching them and pecking at the food. After finishing her meal, Chi-Chi was asked to wash the dishes and clean the pot. Then she rested for a few minutes. Once everyone and the dog were comfortable, they got back in the car to continue their journey. Their car had just driven ahead when, about 5 minutes later, 2 off-road vehicles appeared on the small road behind them. "Did I see that right? Were the people in that car cooking here?" someone asked in surprise. The first vehicle stopped near the spot where Bailey had just been boiling soup. The young man driving looked at the ashes burned by the fire and said in disbelief,
Interesting.
The man sitting in the front passenger seat, wearing sunglasses, looked at the tail of the Jeep disappearing at the end of the small road and smiled with interest. Earlier, a woman and a child were out here, and it seemed they also had a dog with them. In the back seat, a woman with curly hair was holding binoculars and looking ahead while reporting what she saw. It seemed that the little boy and girl, Fei and Xiao Feng, were too small to be noticed, so they didn't count. Should we follow them? Yes. Bailey still didn't know she was being watched because she had cooked a meal. She was focused on driving, following her son's instructions. Only Feng Bao, sitting on the back of her seat, turned his head with his small, dark eyes and looked back calmly. "Mom, after we finish this small road, we might have to get onto the main road because there are no other small roads on the map behind us," he said. Bailey looked ahead and asked her son, "If we find the small road ourselves and follow the main road, do you think you might get lost?" "Probably not," he replied. But Bailey thought for a moment and decided to deny her own idea. Forget it. She would follow the map and her son's memory of the route. That way, she could avoid unnecessary trouble. Another reason was that she was worried Jiang Minglang might chase from behind. If they took the small road, she might lose them. When the small road ended and only one vehicle could pass, Bailey turned the steering wheel and merged onto the main road. Within less than 3 minutes, she slightly turned her head to look in the rearview mirror. 2 off-road vehicles, similar in size to her black Jeep, were speeding up rapidly from behind. Bailey pressed the accelerator to the floor and also sped up. "Chi-Chi, if you need to turn, tell Mom in advance." Chi-Chi looked at the map in his hand and said immediately, "Not yet. This road is very long. Just go straight." Bailey's instincts told her that the 2 cars behind were dangerous, and she couldn't let them catch up. Fortunately, her car performed well in all aspects. After accelerating, not only did she prevent the car behind from catching up, but she also increased the distance between them. When the gap was large enough and she couldn't see the car behind in the rearview mirror, Bailey slowly slowed down the car. "Mom, is there a problem with the car behind us?" "I'm not sure, but I don't want them to pass us." Jiangqi understood. Since they were just mother and son, if others saw them, they might think they were easy to bully and perhaps try to stop them to take their supplies. That's why her mother didn't want them to get close, to see how many people were in the other car. However, the people they thought had been left behind suddenly caught up again half an hour later. Bailey remained calm and pressed the accelerator to open the distance again, while asking Chi-Chi, "Son, is there a fork in the road ahead?" Yes, about 3 kilometers ahead. Turn right. 3 kilometers is a short distance for a car traveling at full speed. When turning, Bai Li didn't slow down. Under Chi-Chi's guidance, she made 2 more turns and finally managed to shake off the car behind. But Bai Li didn't expect that just after losing the car behind and driving less than 10 kilometers ahead, they would be blocked. Before reaching, she saw from afar that the road ahead was densely packed with vehicles and people, but upon closer look, it was clear that the crowd in the middle and around the cars were not people. They were zombies. Bai Li slowly stopped the car and looked ahead with a tight-lipped expression. Mom. One of the forks ahead leads to the highway. Chi-Chi looked at the map in his hand, calmly analyzing like an adult. It seems many cars go onto the highway from there, which is why a wave of zombies followed, eventually forming such a big crowd. When they left Sioux City, there were also more than 10 zombies chasing behind, but they managed to shake them off in the end. Mom, if we want to go around, we can only turn back, Chi-Chi said, holding up the map in front of her, pointing to a thin line with his chubby finger. Bai Li squeezed her son's small, chubby hand and asked softly, "Are you afraid?" "Not really, I'm used to it," the little guy grinned. "When we were in the community, we also saw a big crowd of zombies." Back then, Chi-Chi hadn't finished speaking when Bai Li suddenly turned her head to look behind the car. The 2 off-road vehicles she had previously rejected were gradually coming into view. Soon, both cars arrived nearby. The first car stopped parallel to her vehicle, while the second one appeared to stop casually behind her. The people inside saw the zombies and vehicles ahead and suddenly laughed. "Hey, I wondered why you weren't running. Turns out, you couldn't run at all." Bai Li didn't respond or roll down the window. She just looked at the speaker with a cold gaze. It was a man sitting in the passenger seat, wearing sunglasses and a small ponytail. "Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself." The 2 cars were so close that the window could be rolled down, and the man stretched out his arm to reach her window, tapping on the glass with his finger. Bai Li still didn't speak, and the window stayed up. Shiau Wu stood up from the passenger seat, alert and watching outside, making warning sounds in his throat. Xiao Feng sat on the backrest, tilting her head, her dark eyes spinning around. Chi-Chi put down the iron egg she was holding, picked up a small knife placed nearby, and aimed it at the car door.
"Hey.
How dare you be so rude?" Maybe surprised by being ignored, the man driving cursed under his breath. A woman with a child. How dare they act tough? Little Xi. As he spoke, the back door opened, and 4 people got out of the 2 cars, all holding knives and sticks. "Smart move, get out of the car now." The young man leading the group looked greedily at the black Jeep. When he got closer, he raised his baseball bat, ready to smash the window of the back seat. Behind the window was Chi-Chi. Just then, Bai Li's window lowered. A green vine suddenly shot out without warning, flicking swiftly to the front man's face, with a loud slap. The sound was clear and sharp. The people behind, and those still inside the cars froze in shock. Bai Li didn't give them time to react. The vine from the green plant quickly grew longer, wrapping around the people and tying them up. "Help! Woo woo woo." By the time the young man realized what was happening, his upper body and neck were tightly bound by the vine, unable to move. His body was okay, but his neck was getting tighter and tighter. Within seconds, his face turned purple. Seeing that she was running out of breath and about to faint, but the 3 men behind her were frozen in fear, not moving at all. The boy with the ponytail hid his surprised expression and didn't get out of the car, only softly pleading, "Sister, please show mercy." Bai Li sneered, "Mercy? Did you guys think about showing mercy to me just now?" As she spoke, she tugged on the vine in her hand, causing the young man being choked to the point where his eyes nearly bulged out, and he suddenly fell to the ground. A cold look flashed in Bai Li's eyes. Her appearance often makes people misunderstand her. She looks delicate and gentle, with kind eyes and brows, seeming like anyone could bully her. But once she gets angry, she's fiercer than anyone. The boy with the ponytail looked at his teammate on the ground, who was twitching and kicking, and finally realized they had met someone tough. But he didn't dare to rush forward and could only soften his tone, saying, "Sister, it's our mistake. Just tell us what you want." We'll give you everything we have. Water. I can give you water. How about a few buckets? He was the only one in their team with special abilities. In this world lacking drinkable water, their team felt quite proud. It's only been about 10 days since the apocalypse started, and they hadn't met other people with special powers yet. Bailey was the first. She had a wood element ability. Sister, please be lenient. Bailey's expression darkened as she stared coldly at the boy with the ponytail, saying, Everyone, move to the front. Worried they wouldn't listen, she sent out another vine from her hand, like a snake flicking its tongue, aiming at the boy. He shivered violently, and his sunglasses, used to look cool, fell off his face. He quickly tilted his head back and shouted nervously to the teammate in the driver's seat, Are you deaf?
Drive.
Go forward, hurry. Their car sped away, followed closely by another. After about a kilometer, the roaring engine finally caught the attention of the zombies ahead, who turned and rushed toward them. The three men who hadn't made it into the car ran on foot. Bailey withdrew her vine from the boy and loosened the young man she had, cutting the rope from outside the window, then reversed the car. When she had gone a safe distance and turned a corner, she saw the three men had already turned back and were running away. Her hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly. She forced herself to leave the road, following Chi-Chi's instructions to another quiet, deserted path. Finally, she could stop the car and took a long, deep breath. Mom, have a piece of chocolate. Kiki tore open the package while looking at her with concern. She was indeed a little hungry. She turned around, gave her son a reassuring smile, and shoved some chocolate into her mouth, mumbling, Don't worry, Mom is fine. Although she had practiced at home for several days, this was her first time actually tying someone up. She was worried that if the person struggled, they might break free, so she wrapped the upper body of the boy with many layers of rope, more than one, in fact, 3 ropes around his neck. She even went all out, intending to scare him straight by choking him to teach him a lesson. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to be too harsh and showed mercy. At that time, her supernatural power was nearly exhausted but not completely drained. Then she summoned a vine, which pushed her energy even further. After finishing the chocolate and drinking a few sips of water, Bailey Xian calmed down and stopped trembling. She didn't delay anymore and quickly continued driving forward. At 5 p.m., Bailey had been driving on a winding road for over 2 hours. Finally, she bypassed the traffic jam at the previous intersection caused by cars and zombies and reached a national road running parallel to the highway. Once on the national road, she expected to see many people and vehicles, but surprisingly, it was very quiet. No cars were moving in either direction. The more peaceful it was, the more she felt uneasy. She drove along the national road for another half hour. As the sky darkened gradually, Bailey saw a sign for a gas station ahead. Her tank was full when she started, but after a whole day of driving, it was almost empty now. Even if there was no gas station, she planned to find a place to stop and refuel. Her trunk held 2 barrels of fuel after all. But she wondered, was there still fuel at the station? Mom, there are zombies inside the supermarket. Chi-Chi suddenly reminded her just as they turned into the entrance. 2 of them, 1 man and 1 woman. Through the large glass wall, she could clearly see what was happening inside. It was strange. Was it because not many people were on this road? Why hadn't the supermarket been robbed? If the supermarket hadn't been looted, maybe there was still fuel there. Their car was loaded with supplies, so she wasn't interested in the items inside the supermarket. She just wanted to fill up the tank quickly and find a safe place to stay overnight. When they stopped the car, the 2 zombies inside pounded against the glass wall, snarling at mother and son. Bailey's eyes scanned around like a radar. She saw only zombies in the supermarket and a few dusty, leaf-covered cars outside. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no one around. She quickly got out of the car to find some fuel. Chi-Chi and Shiau Wu also jumped out. While her mom was refueling, he stood alert, watching the area like a soldier. After filling the tank, they left the gas station without delay and continued driving along the national road. By dusk, the mother and son found a small yard under the highway. In front was a 3-story building with 4 shops. 2 of them looked like a delivery station and a fruit shop. The doors were closed, and it was unclear what was inside. But Bailey was interested in the yard behind the 3-story building. Although the doors of the delivery station and fruit shop were shut, the big gate to the yard was open. Bailey parked the car at the gate and honked the horn once. Neither the yard nor the shops made any sound. She didn't want to walk at night. If no one was in the yard, she planned to drive in and stay overnight. After checking carefully, she confirmed no one was there. Bailey drove the car into the yard, then turned it around to face the gate, ready to rush out if needed. She got out and walked around the yard. The kitchen was messy, either because the owner hurriedly left or it had been robbed. Inside, there was nothing except a few bottles of soy sauce and vinegar. After a long day of driving and fighting, Bailey was quite tired. But it wasn't time to rest yet. She closed the big gate and locked it from inside. Then she took a piece of green ivy from the car. When they left home, she had cut the ivy into 6 pieces and brought 2 with her to deal with the people earlier that afternoon. After using 2 pieces, she cut 2 more and placed them at her feet. She filled the gaps at the bottom of the iron gate with ivy and wrapped ivy around the car. After completing all security measures, Bailey clapped her hands and said to her son, "Chi-Chi, I'm a bit tired. Let's just have some bread and snacks tonight." "Okay, Mom. We're on the road, so no need to cook every meal," he replied. Even though he was only 8, he was very understanding, which made Bailey proud. "Let's go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll make you some noodles." After overusing their psychic powers, they need enough sleep to fully recover, besides eating. When night falls completely and darkness engulfs everything, Bailey adjusts her seat, holding her warm little 5. Chi-Chi is wrapped in a small blanket, hugging Tai-Dan. Both she and the 2 dogs are deeply asleep. Only Xiaofeng sits squatting on the back of the seat, with dark eyes watching outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoda cremates his grandmother's body and takes her ashes with him. He follows Jiang Minglang into the high-tech zone of Sioux City. They don't take the highway, so they avoid the gang trying to collect protection money. Jiang Minglang is eager to get home. As soon as he enters the high-tech zone, he speeds toward Linglong Bay community. Even if there are zombies on the road, he doesn't take a detour. He casually waves his hand, and various discarded metal rods and sheets on both sides of the road are smashed onto the zombies' heads. Half an hour later, he finally sees the gate of his community broken open. Everywhere inside, there are zombies with their heads cut off, some cats and dogs mixed among them. Thinking of the Shiba Inu at home, which is of higher status than himself, Jiang Minglang can't help but look carefully at the dog corpses. There are 2 yellow-brown Shiba Inus, but luckily not Shiau Wu. Otherwise, the mother and daughter would be crying so hard. "Boss, is that
a cat?"
When Jiang Minglang's car slowly reaches the building number 1, he also sees the orange cat that Zhang Xiaoda pointed to, sitting on a tree. It's probably an orange cat. Jiang Minglang looks at its face and feels it looks familiar. What was its name again? He remembers his son once introduced it, Little Ke, Little Yin. So, this cat has mutated? They didn't encounter many mutated animals on the way here, but even if they did, with their sharp senses, they could immediately predict the trend and direction. This cat has grown so big, its fighting ability should also be strong. As their car approaches, the big orange cat lazily turns its head to glance at them, then turns back to stare at the window on the 2nd floor. Jiang Minglang is confused. What is it looking at? He doesn't remember whose cat this is. He recalls seeing a middle-aged woman holding it. So, what's going on with the cat sitting on the tree outside now? A question flashed through his mind, but Jiang Minglang didn't overthink it. He could tell that this big cat meant no harm to them. After getting out of the car, he looked around downstairs, but didn't see their black Jeep. His heart sank a little. He quickly called out to Zhang Xiaoda, and they ran home together. Luckily, the smart lock still had power. After entering his fingerprint, he opened the door.
"Wife. So?"
Out of habit, Jiang Minglang called out as soon as he entered, even though he already guessed they might have left. Sure enough, no one answered. Zhang Xiaoda turned on his flashlight and immediately shone it on a note placed on the shoe cabinet at the entrance. He picked it up and handed it to Jiang Minglang. "Did your sister-in-law leave this?" "Yes, she left this morning." Jiang Mingling frowned, feeling annoyed that he arrived a day late. Jiang Mingling and Zhang Xiaoda packed up the items left in the living room, including by Li, and moved them to the car downstairs. The two big men, tall and strong, easily carried all the clothes and blankets piled in the living room in one trip. They moved the water and food from the trunk to the back seat, leaving only 2 barrels of gasoline on the side. "Hey, are you here to rescue us?" After finishing their work, they were about to go upstairs to check and then rest for an hour before leaving. At that moment, a window on the second floor of building number 2 opened slightly. A woman, clutching the curtain, stood behind it, trembling as she asked, "Are you soldiers?" Jiang Mingling couldn't see her face clearly, but he noticed that as soon as she spoke, the big orange cat on the tree opposite the window suddenly stood up and meowed at her. Unexpectedly, she quickly slammed the window shut. Jiang Mingling frowned in confusion. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I'm not a rescue worker. I'm the homeowner here." He then pointed to the big orange cat and asked, "Is this your cat? If so, you should keep it with you. It can protect you." It suddenly grew so big overnight. It ate all the rice, ham, and bread I had. There's nothing left at home. If I keep it with me, it will definitely eat me last. The woman, with tears in her voice, complained, "Whose cat is this? It's so big. This isn't even a cat anymore." Jiang Mingling patiently explained, "With the virus outbreak and environmental changes, people can turn into zombies, so don't worry about animals. But your orange cat is adapting to the environment and changing. It's alert and still sane. You stop." The woman cut him off firmly. "You like it? Take it away. Please take it away, just don't make me see it again." I don't know if the big orange cat can understand her words, but it stood on the tree, staring blankly at the window, its amber eyes full of sadness. Finally, it looked up and meowed loudly at the sky, then suddenly jumped down from the tree and ran out of the neighborhood in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mingling sighed, really not knowing what to say. He turned to leave with Zhang Xiaoda, but unexpectedly, the woman called after them, "Hey, soldier, can you take me with you?" "No," Jiang Mingling replied without looking back, firmly refusing. As they passed the second floor, the door of apartment 202 suddenly opened with a click. A messy head peeked out and asked hoarsely, "Excuse me, is there no rescue? Is the country not helping any more in this situation? Maybe help will come, but how and who will help?" Jiang Mingling wasn't in the mood to analyze that now. He still hadn't recovered from the anger of being abandoned and betrayed in Yunzhou. If higher-ups contacted him and wanted him to follow orders again, they first had to give him an explanation and justice for his fallen brothers. Yu Qingping, the vice mayor of Yunzhou, who ordered the hospital blockade, had already left by plane when Jiang Mingling and the others came out. "We're already discharged from service. How could we know what the country is doing?" Zhang Xiaoda answered the head's question on Jiang Mingling's behalf. On the 4th floor, the mother of the child in apartment 402 had seen Jiang Mingling before. She recognized him. "Chi-Chi's dad, can I follow you out of the city in my car?" She looked at them with tears in her eyes, choking on her words. "My husband didn't come back. Maybe he's gone. Now it's just a few of us old women and children at home. I heard the road out of the city is blocked, and we're too scared to go. Please, we'll just follow behind you. We won't bother you. Is that okay?" "The road out of the city is blocked?" Jiang Mingling and Zhang Xiaoda exchanged a quick look. When they arrived, they took a small country road which was some distance from the highway entrance, so they didn't know exactly what was happening there. "We'll leave in half an hour. Just to be clear, following us is your own choice. No matter what happens, we won't stop." The mother of room 402 paused, then nodded excitedly. I understand. Don't worry, I'll stay close. I won't delay your plans." Jiang Mingling nodded calmly. Just as he was about to go upstairs, she called out to him.
Kik is dead,
The woman hesitated, words hard to say. It seemed she found it difficult to speak. Jiang Mingling disliked people who hesitated. He impatiently looked at his watch. It was already 7:30 p.m., and it was fully dark outside. Leaving at 8 to chase after his wife, he wasn't sure when he would catch up. He stepped forward quickly and headed upstairs. Chi-Chi's mom left with a man from our neighborhood this morning. When Jiang Mingling stopped and looked back, the woman from room 402 seemed to explain to Bai Li, "Don't overthink, Dad. Things are chaotic now, and it's dangerous. She's a woman with a child. She probably had to find someone to go out of town with." Her words were vague and uncertain, almost better left unsaid. Zhang Xiaodao rolled his eyes and urged Jiang Mingling, "Let's go, boss." They returned to room 501. Jiang Mingling turned on a bright flashlight to examine the map Bai Li left on the dining table, analyzing which route she was most likely to take. "Boss, that woman just now was clearly trying to cause trouble."
My sister-in-law.
"Do you think I wouldn't believe my sister-in-law?" Jiang Mingling looked up at him. "I know my sister-in-law better than anyone." Yes, I know. You know her best." Zhang Xiaodao sighed and rolled his eyes again, muttering softly, "Seems like nobody else knows how similar you two are." While Jiang Mingling studied the map, Zhang Xiaodao wandered around the house with the flashlight. When he reached the half-open storage room door, he suddenly froze. He quickly turned and called out, "Boss, come here." Jiang Mingling was marking the map with a pencil. Hearing this, he put down his pencil and went over. Zhang Xiaodao had already pushed open the storage room door. The flashlight shone inside, revealing a wall of greenery. Jiang Mingling stood at the door, gasped in surprise, and widened his eyes in shock. "Is my sister-in-law a plant-based type?" She had almost half a house filled with pothos plants, but no one would believe she grew them herself. "First, clear them out, or they'll rot inside the house in a few days." After the surprise, Jiang Mingling understood what his wife meant. She was telling him not to worry too much. She could protect herself and their son. The ability to make pothos grow must involve more than just nurturing plants. As for why she didn't write this on a note, maybe she was afraid he wouldn't believe her, but this way is more direct. They both threw all the pothos outside through the balcony window, then took a map and went downstairs. Only 10 minutes had passed since they went upstairs. But when he passed the 4th floor, he didn't stop. Why would he take his wife with him if there was a woman with bad intentions toward her? His mind was clear. However, when the car started, Grandpa from apartment 402 heard it. He looked out the window and then hurriedly shouted at his daughter-in-law, "Didn't you agree to leave in half an hour? Why are you leaving now?" The woman, still packing clothes into a box, froze, then quickly got up and ran to the window. She saw a deep blue SUV driving away from the gate. She jumped up in a hurry, urging her parents-in-law, come on, hurry downstairs. I told you to pack earlier, but you refused. Now look. Hurry up. What are you still hesitating for?" In their living room, there were about 10 boxes and bags of various sizes scattered on the floor. She didn't care if her small car could fit everything. She wanted to take everything she saw at home. 2 minutes ago, her mother-in-law was still packing and complaining, "Why do we have to leave at night? Can't you just ask him to leave tomorrow morning? Where will he sleep after leaving the city late at night?" Her nagging made her head spin. At this moment, she couldn't bother to pack more clothes. She closed the boxes, grabbed her things, and ran downstairs. When her parents-in-law came down with their belongings and grandson, they argued and refused to start the car. After making 3 trips to move everything, the car drove out of the community, and they were stunned. The road was empty, and their car was nowhere to be seen. Bai Li slept until dawn before opening her eyes, but it wasn't because she woke naturally. She was startled awake by the soft, warm sound of little Fives snoring in her arms. Although the dog was still in her arms and didn't move, it had slightly tilted its head and was looking out the window, growling warningly. Bai Li turned over, sat up, placed the thin blanket on the passenger seat, and then looked out the window. But the glass was foggy, so she couldn't see anything. She took a cloth from nearby and wiped the window. The yard was quiet, just like the night before. But people were outside. Shiau Wu heard the sound of a car, and she heard voices too. Soon after, she heard loud banging on the door. Not the gate of her yard, but the shop's door at the front. Bai Li frowned and sat for a moment, deciding to go out and check. The shop at the front was a delivery and fruit store. If someone was trying to steal something, they wouldn't ignore her small yard. Her car was there, so she couldn't hide. So, when the time came, it was better to act first. But before that, it was best to find out how many people there were and how strong they were. Shiau Wu, stay quietly in the car and keep company with my brother. Chi-Chi wasn't awake yet. Bai Li gently held back Shiau Wu, who wanted to get out with her, and whispered, "Be good, don't bark." Shiau Wu looked at her with big, round eyes and whined softly. Bai Li patted its head and told it, "My brother isn't awake yet. Can you protect him well?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a soft hum from the small phoenix on the back of the seat. Bai Li turned her head. Even though it wasn't the first time she heard the small phoenix hum, she was still surprised. The little bird had really changed. It was smarter now. "What are you humming for? Stay quiet and don't cause trouble." The clever little bird was so angry that it hopped on the back of the seat. After that, Bai Li tucked a piece of green ivy into her pocket, then gently opened the car door, got out, locked the car, and took a knife as she walked toward the yard. She was wearing sneakers, so her steps were very light. When she reached the locked iron gate, she unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. "Brother Meng, there's a box of cherries here, and they're still good." Bai Li raised an eyebrow. The group she forced to fight zombies yesterday had all come back safe and sound. Especially the young man she almost choked to death. He was the one shouting happily just now. She didn't expect to meet them so early in the morning before dawn. She was lucky. She also wanted to eat cherries. Bai Li opened the door. Outside, the noise and commotion made her opening seem unnoticeable. She closed the door again and walked toward the shop outside with a knife in hand. Sure enough, she saw the two off-road vehicles she had dealt with yesterday, now parked one behind the other in front of the fruit shop. The young man she had threatened before was excitedly carrying a box of cherries out. From his cheerful tone, it was clear he wanted to give the box of cherries to the boss he mentioned. Before he reached the car, suddenly, a vine appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Before he could react, the vine swung and slapped his right cheek. It matched the red mark on his left cheek from yesterday. Honestly, yesterday Bai Li had wanted to hit him again, not because he was particularly evil, but because the red mark on his face looked uncomfortable. Now, with the two marks matching, she felt much better. After hitting him, she didn't tie him up again. Instead, the vine curled around the box in his hands and dragged it to her feet. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent after the loud sound, all turning to look at Bai Li with fear in their eyes. "What's going on?" Bai Li saw they weren't speaking and glanced over everyone. The green vine on her palm grew longer, and when its leaves swayed, everyone was so frightened they trembled. Especially the young man closest to her, who had been slapped yesterday on the left side. The fear of yesterday's suffocation returned. The young man's legs buckled, and he knelt down in front of Bai Li. "Big sister, I was wrong for bothering you. I shouldn't have. I deserve to be hit. It's not worth you hitting me. I'll hit myself." He then raised his hand and slapped his own face repeatedly, quickly turning his face red and swollen. It looked like he was really going all out. Bai Li pursed her lips and watched without stopping him. She wasn't wrong. She was annoyed that they had been making noise before dawn, disturbing her sleep. She coldly looked at the person leaning against the car door smoking, curling her lips slightly. The person with the braid trembled, dropping half a cigarette on the ground. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Hey, sister, what a coincidence. Looks like we're quite connected, huh? There's no such thing as fate." Bai Li pointed her knife at him and spat out one word, "Get lost." Okay, we'll go right now." A group of people quickly got into the car and sped off onto the main road, disappearing in no time. She smirked slightly, realizing that a little warning was sometimes effective. Of course, they might not know much about supernatural powers, and her seemingly mysterious and cool skill naturally made them feel afraid. They weren't sure if Bai Li could only strangle one person at a time or several at once. She picked up the cherries from the ground and went into the fruit shop. Maybe the owner left in a hurry. So many fruits were still inside, but they smelled very bad because most had rotted, and many bugs were crawling around. The cherries and some expensive fruits were stored in a freezer against the wall. Although it had been off for days, the temperature inside was just starting to rise, so the cherries, mangoes, and grapes inside were not completely spoiled yet. There was a small cart in the fruit shop. She put all the edible fruits on it, picked through them, and finally filled half the cart. After leaving the fruit shop, Bailey turned to look at the nearby courier store with its door broken open. Seeing the pile of packages inside, her eyes lit up. There were so many, surely some of them would be useful. She went back to cook some noodles. Once breakfast was ready, she planned to bring her son over to open the packages. There was enough space in the car, and even if it was tight, they could still fit everything. Unexpectedly, she found a gas tank in the small courtyard kitchen that still worked. That was great. She could fill the thermos with hot water. She made the meal quickly and simply, as vegetable and egg noodles were easy to prepare. After eating and tidying up, Bailey drove the car out of the small yard and parked at the courier station entrance. Then she got out to open the packages. This activity was very appealing to Chi-Chi, who was 8 years old. Usually, she bought things online, and her family's packages were always opened by him. He was excited and busy, enjoying it very much. "Mom, I got 2 bottles of shampoo. Do you want them?" "Yes." "Mom, I got a big bag of sanitary pads. Do you want them?" "Yes." At first, mother and son were opening packages together, but later, they took turns putting things into the car. They filled the trunk, the front passenger seat and underneath, half of the back seat and the space beneath it, stuffing all usable and edible items into every corner. Dressed in formal clothes, Shiau Wu, who was flying around in the air, suddenly called out,
"Ugh."
Not only did it call out, but Shiau Wu also made a warning sound from its throat and ran to the front of the car, showing its teeth and growling at a side road next to the main road. Seeing the dogs and birds, Bailey didn't hear anything herself, but she quickly closed the trunk and turned to her son. "Chi-Chi, don't open it yet. Let's go into the yard." "Okay, Mom." Chi-Chi obediently dropped the box he was holding, ran to the car, and got in quickly. Shiau Wu and Feng Bao also jumped inside immediately. Although there were still many unopened delivery boxes inside, Bailey didn't pull down the curtain. The entrance was filled with already open empty boxes, so, if anyone came to search, let them do it. The car backed into the small yard, and after turning off the engine, she immediately got out and locked the 2 iron gates. Then she quickly got back into the car. She didn't break the lock to climb up to the 3rd floor to check inside because she needed to protect her car. This was their escape route, more important than anything. Also, sneaking inside could get her caught. After gaining special abilities, Bailey's senses became sharper than before. If she could sense things, what about others? If others also had special abilities, they would be just like her. So she chose to stay quietly and alert inside the car, waiting for the people to pass before leaving. But she didn't expect a bunch of crazy people to come. 2 minutes later, a car with loud music drove onto the main road. The windows were probably open because she could clearly hear rap music being loudly hummed along with it. The car passed by the 3-tiered small road at a slow pace, with a stomping sound and zombie-like grunts following behind. Bailey clenched the steering wheel tightly, her forehead twitching. Where were they trying to lead the zombies? If they just went past, it wouldn't matter much, but... Suddenly, the music stopped abruptly. The car sped up and disappeared into the distance. Bailey couldn't help but curse. She knew without checking that the zombies trailing behind would stop once they lost their target and wander around this area. Maybe now, the main road was already full of zombies. Because the noise was so obvious. After waiting about 10 more minutes, the chaos outside seemed to settle down, and everything appeared to return to normal. Bailey carefully got out of the car and quietly approached the door, peering through to look at the main road across the street. Then she, feeling cold, returned to the car. "Mom?" Chi-Chi whispered from behind. "Are there many outside?" Bailey nodded. Unexpectedly, the boy said, "Sigh, I haven't finished opening the packages outside yet. It's like opening blind boxes, so fun." Bailey turned to look at Feng Bao. The little bird's dark eyes also looked at her. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, excitedly took out Feng Bao's small backpack from his own, grabbed it, and without asking, put it on the bird's wings. He gently coaxed, "Be good, Feng Bao." Remember, I've raised you for 2 years. You go and lead those zombies away. Later, I'll open a blind box for you to get some bird food. It sounded like there really was bird food in those packages. Bailey almost couldn't hold back her laughter. But after he finished speaking, the little bird, which had been struggling and protesting, stopped moving and let him do as he pleased. Before leaving, Chi-Chi carefully took all the small toys that could make sounds, which he used for tutoring classes, along with his 2 smartwatches, one given when Bailey topped up her phone, and the other specially fitted for him. Use this. The battery is low. When it runs out and stops making noise, just fly back, okay? He explained very carefully, told the bird where to fly, then opened the small toys, packed one into its small backpack, and opened the window to let the little phone out. Remember, don't fly too low. Huh? Why is it flying south? I said north, you fool. Chi-Chi leaned on the car window, watching the little bird fly out of the yard, onto the main road. Then, singing childhood songs, heading in the opposite direction he had instructed. Phone didn't fly straight south. It flew south for a while, then turned west. That seemed to be the direction where the group had led the zombies earlier. So, is it returning the zombies to them? Bailey was surprised, her mouth slightly open. How smart is this parrot in their family? Being smart. Does that count as a special ability? The toy song, although not as energetic as before, was enough to attract the zombies. One after another, they staggered and followed the music back along the path they had come from. Mom, to the west from here is Jinyuan Town, the ancient town you and Dad visited last November for the popular photo spot. Chi-Chi took the map again and looked in the direction Phonebao flew, spotting a landmark sign. Bailey understood now. No wonder there weren't many houses under the main road, yet there were so many zombies. Turns out they were all tourists. Honestly, Phonebao is quite reliable when it takes things seriously. To prevent the zombies from catching up, it flew at a steady speed, neither too high nor too low, neither too fast nor too slow, until it had led them far enough and used up its battery. Then, it suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared. Was that a drone just now? A group of people, just back at the entrance of Jinyuan Town after a circle, hadn't even gotten out of their cars when they saw the zombie horde they had led away returning. They also heard the childhood song, but since it was quiet, no one paid attention at first. When they tried to listen again, the sound was gone. All they saw was a white shadow suddenly vanish from the air. They thought it was a drone. The man driving, with his shaved head, looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared and cursed loudly, which is messing with us. If I catch him, I'll teach him a lesson. Now what, Brother Hua? The zombies are coming. Should we go back to town or take another round? Another round? Can't you see the road is blocked? The bald man had no choice but to curse and drive back into the ancient town again. There was no other way. It was the only route to avoid the zombie horde. They had worked hard to gather the zombies and lead them out of the town, only to end up back where they started after a circle. Just moments ago, they were excited about building a gate to block the ancient town and using the shops and supplies inside to make it their base. To prevent outsiders from sharing the resources, they even diverted to the main road, trapping the zombies there. But unexpectedly, it all turned out to be a futile effort. Bailey still didn't know that Phonebao was mistaken for a drone belonging to some faction by that group of people. It's understandable. Little birdie's feathers are mostly white, except for a few light yellow feathers on its head and wings. Plus, it doesn't make sounds, and it carries a song on its back. When you look closely, it really doesn't look like a bird. In the past, when taking it to the park for some air, people also mistook it for a drone when it was flying in the sky. To prevent the little bird from getting upset, she and Chi-Chi stayed in the car, without moving after it flew away. They had to wait patiently for it to return, or it would get angry. However, they didn't wait long. Just 10 minutes later, it came back.
Good job.
Later, Brother will find you some sunflower seeds, he said. Bailey couldn't help but remind him, son, you can't always make big promises for it. If he couldn't deliver, it might cause messes. But to her surprise, Chi-Chi confidently said, Mom, I didn't make big promises. When you called me, I really saw a box labeled parrot food, and it was pretty big. Hearing this, Bailey, who was about to leave, decided to change her mind. After leaving the small yard, she drove to the delivery station again. After all, they were running low on bird food, and if they could get more, that would be perfect. Chi-Chi went inside and skillfully pulled out a box with a parrot picture on it from a pile of boxes. He grabbed a craft knife from the ground and carefully cut open the seal. "Mom, look." He proudly brought out 2 large buckets of mixed bird food, which included sunflower seeds and cuttlefish bones. "Nice," Bailey smiled. Now, little Phoenix wouldn't have to worry about food for a year. She placed the 2 buckets in the back seat. The little bird happily jumped onto them, bouncing around. To avoid unnecessary trouble, mother and son didn't continue opening the packages, but instead headed onto the highway to keep moving. After about 30 kilometers, they encountered a blockage ahead caused by 2 cars. It wasn't an abandoned vehicle on the road. It was a survivor's car that had rear-ended another. There were no side roads left to go around, so Bailey decided to check the situation. She hoped the other driver would be reasonable. If they wanted to argue, they could move the car to the roadside. "My trunk is all bent because of you. Either fix it or pay for it. No, replace something or even a car," she said. "Your trunk is bent because you overloaded it. That has nothing to do with me. I think you're just trying to cause trouble, braking suddenly, so I would hit you." "Causing trouble? Intentionally making me hit you? Why don't you admit you're slow to react? A woman driving such a big car, can you handle it? Don't you realize you're a road hazard?"
Bailey frowned.
Even though they were arguing, she couldn't believe they were bringing gender into the issue. Was this gender discrimination? She watched the man and woman arguing in front, while the people inside the car remained calm and steady, not one of them getting out. From the rear windshield, it is clear that these are 2 families. Each car's children, and both have men and women. If they really start fighting, neither side will benefit. That's probably why they're standing on the road arguing so much. Interestingly, the car behind is driven by a woman, and she is the one trying to solve the problem. The man sitting in the passenger seat might be her husband, but he looks like he's glued to the seat, not moving at all.
Beep.
Bailey sticks her head out impatiently and shouts, "If you want to argue, do it by the roadside. Don't block the road." It's unclear how these 2 cars collided, but they ended up crooked and half-tilted on the highway, taking up the whole lane. So annoying. The 2 people arguing up front hear her shout and turn their heads to look. When they see it's a woman, they ignore her and continue arguing. But Bailey notices a flash of light in the man's eyes when he sees her car. He is driving a simple hatchback. After being hit, the trunk is open, and it looks like it can't be closed again. The woman's car is a Volvo SUV, which is much more luxurious in space and performance compared to his small hatchback. That's probably why she had the idea to fake an accident and try to exchange cars. Bailey guesses that if it weren't for the tall, strong man sitting in the passenger seat, though he didn't get out to help with the fight, his size alone might intimidate others, even if he's just sitting there. So, the man in the first car hesitated to act, afraid to make a move. Bailey feels quite speechless. There's so many abandoned cars on the road. Why can't they just find a bigger one themselves? Why go through all this trouble? It's confusing and hard to understand. Maybe they're just a bit crazy. All right, let's settle our stuff aside and let them go first. The man who was arguing suddenly changed his tone, turned around, and pressed down his trunk lid, forcing it shut. Then he quickly returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly moved to the side of the road. The woman who was arguing saw him move away and quickly got in her car, stepped on the gas, and sped off.
Idiot.
After driving away, she even cursed under her breath. What a joke. Don't get upset. Next time you meet someone like that, just bump into them. Anyway, if you get hurt, it's no big deal. The man in the passenger seat touched his injured leg and looked coldly into the rearview mirror. He snorted and said, "The woman behind is in trouble." The woman also glanced at the mirror. Sure enough, after she drove past, the mean man immediately moved his broken-down car into the middle of the road and slammed on the brakes, causing the woman behind to hit his car from behind. The trunk lid, already strained, popped open again. Trash. Always picking on female drivers. The woman driver, Bai Li looked expressionless at the other driver who got out of his hatchback again, coldly watching him approach. "What's wrong with you? Get out of the car and see what you've done to my car." Yes, she had hit him, but Bai Li's car only had a small scratch on the front. His hatchback's rear was dented in more badly than the previous Volvo.
"Didn't you hear me?
Get out of the car."
Clap. Clap.
Bai Li didn't get out, but her pothose plant did. With her past experience of slapping someone, she was more skilled this time. She swung her hand and slapped his face and head 7 or 8 times. He backed away, shouting in surprise. Bai Li then leaned her arm on the car window, holding her pothose, and asked coldly, "Do you still want me to get out?" No, I won't. I won't get out. I'll drive away. I'll leave right now." The man endured the burning pain on his face and quickly ran back to the driver's seat. Ignoring the open trunk and whether anything might fall out, he nervously moved his car to the side of the road. Bai Li snorted coldly, withdrew her vines, and pressed the accelerator to drive forward. "Shiau Jie, stop the car. What's wrong?" Zheng Sujie took her foot off the accelerator and gradually slowed down until the car completely stopped. Then she saw the long line of cars moving slowly ahead. She frowned. "What's going on now?" "Probably everyone is waiting to get on the highway." Zhou Hui advised his wife. "Wait a bit before going." Zheng Sujie looked at his leg with some concern. "Does it still hurt?" This was a silly question. When he was injured, his shin bone was almost exposed. Although they later found a doctor who did a simple reset and fixed it with a splint, there was no medication. He had to endure the pain and inflammation. She looked full of guilt and said, "Sorry, husband, it's all my fault." "That's enough," Zhou Hui said with a smile to comfort her. He then looked at his sleeping children in the back seat and whispered, "People are hard to predict. After so many years of love, you never thought she would do this. Let's see this as a lesson for us. In the future, be more careful when dealing with others." After the zombie virus outbreak, she was trapped at her company. Zhou Hui was the first to go to the school to find and bring back their 2 children who were in elementary and kindergarten. Getting the children out safely from 2 schools was definitely not easy. Even though he was exhausted and injured, he hurried to Zheng Sujie's company after picking up the children. Zheng Sujie and her best friend were hiding in the break room. Outside, the big office was full of zombies. Zhou Hui managed to lure some away, deal with some, and successfully rescue the 2 women. Her best friend cried and begged him to help rescue her children from the school, but by then, Zhou Hui was already extremely tired and wanted to take his wife and children home to rest. However, Zheng Sujie, with a kind heart, couldn't bear her friend's pleas and begged Zhou Hui for help. So Zhou Hui had no choice but to go with her friend to the school to rescue the children, while Zheng Sujie stayed in the car to take care of the kids. In the end, her best friend managed to escape from the school with the children, but Zhou Hui was nowhere to be seen. Zheng Sujie got out of the car to ask her friend about Zhou Hui, only to see her friend get into her own car without looking back and drive away quickly. Zheng Sujie wanted to go inside and find Zhou Hui, but was worried about the children. She waited anxiously for over half an hour before seeing Zhou Hui come out of the school, limping, covered in blood, looking very disheveled. It turned out Zhou Hui had helped rescue the children. When they were leaving, her best friend accidentally fell, attracting zombies. Zhou Hui tried to help her up, but she saw 2 zombies rushing toward them. She grabbed Zhou Hui and shielded herself. Seeing Zhou Hui being grabbed by the zombies, she took the chance to pull her children and run away. Although Zhou Hui managed to deal with the zombies, he injured one leg. Zheng Sujie was so upset she felt like her insides turned green with anger, wishing she could tear her friend apart. No, she was no longer a friend. She was an enemy. If they ever met again, she would never forgive her. "Shiau Jie, she said, as long as you and the children are safe and our family is together, this pain means nothing to me." Without his support, he has been trembling all the way. "Sigh, I just hope everything goes smoothly from now on and I can reach my hometown safely." He looked up at the long line of cars ahead, then casually glanced at the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he froze, then quickly turned his head to look behind. "What's wrong?" Zheng Sujia saw his reaction and also turned to look back, her eyes wide with surprise. They're already here. That rude man. No way, did he really steal someone else's car? Shiau Wu shared her thoughts. At that moment, their two cars were parked one after the other. Though they didn't look closely, they knew her car seemed to only have her and a child. Oh, and a dog. What can I say? Even at this time, she's still bringing her pet. Isn't she worried it might bark and attract zombies? When people in their neighborhood ran out, none of them brought pets. Most had abandoned them at home. After all, they might not even survive, and food and water were scarce. Who would care about an animal? The couple felt sympathy for Bai Li. But a few seconds later, as their car approached, they both froze again. She hadn't been robbed. Bai Li didn't know what they were thinking. She only frowned in annoyance as her car drew closer. What's wrong with this family now? Mom, there's an on-ramp ahead. It looks like some cars are stuck there. Chi-Chi, lying on the back seat behind Bai Li, pointed ahead. They're probably queuing, but it's moving really slowly. Bai Li also saw the long line of cars in front, crawling at a snail's pace. But there's no alternative route here. They can't go around. Fortunately, she had met the little boy and his friends before, which gave her some confidence in dealing with others and made her less afraid of approaching living people. She rolled down the window and stuck her head out, speaking to the Volvo ahead. If you're not going to move, then move to the side. Why are you blocking the middle? Her tone was sharp, not as polite as before. But Zheng Sujia and Shiau Wu didn't think she was rude. Instead, they were curious about how she planned to handle the driver of the car in front. That person looked a bit clueless and was afraid of the strong. But he was still a man. She was just a woman. Curious as they were, Zheng Sujia moved her car, without hesitation. Just as Bai Li was about to walk past them, Shiau Wu suddenly called out her name in surprise. Bai Li? Suddenly, her old nickname from high school was shouted out unexpectedly, startling her so much that she stepped on the brake. Fortunately, she was driving slowly, so the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground was not loud. Bai Li turned her head to look at the man calling her. His face looked familiar, but what was his name again? She recognized him as a high school classmate, but she couldn't remember his name no matter how hard she tried. She's not the type to enjoy lively gatherings, so she never attended high school reunions after graduation. When she returned to her hometown, she occasionally ran into one or two classmates. If she forgot their names, she would just jokingly call them old classmate and then find an excuse to leave. Although her close friend added her to the high school group chat, she had set it to do not disturb and never checked it. So, the only people she still remembered by name were a few close friends she kept in touch with regularly. Bai Li, don't you remember my name? Her expression was easy to read. But Shiau Wu didn't feel awkward. Instead, he understood. It's normal not to remember after 10 years.
I'm Zui.
We sat next to each other in the first year of high school. Your desk mate was Chung Siyun, who had a birthmark on her forehead. Am I right? He remembered quite accurately. Bai Li also remembered him. Chung Siyun had once secretly liked him, but she felt a bit insecure because of the birthmark that spread from her forehead to her eye, and she was a bit shy. So, Shiau Wu probably wouldn't know about that. People don't remember you, but you remember them very clearly. After all these years, you still remember who your high school deskmate was. What? Did you have a crush on her? After exchanging greetings, Shiau Wu introduced his wife to her. Then Bai Li drove her car ahead, and they followed behind, slowly approaching the long line of cars. Hearing his wife's jealous remarks, Shiau Wu chuckled. He reached out and pinched her face. Her uncle is our high school physics teacher. He's very kind, and everyone in our class respects him. Remember the white-haired teacher we saw last year when I took you around our school? You even said he looked handsome. Zheng Sujia understood immediately. When they were in school, if someone's family member was their teacher, then that person's name was definitely remembered. I thought her husband remembered her because she looked pretty. But she really is very beautiful, with fair skin that makes her look like she's in her mid-20s. She told Shiau Wu directly, if you didn't say she was your classmate, I would have thought you were a year older than her. Shiau Wu was speechless. That's a bit exaggerated. In the car ahead, Chi-Chi asked Bailey, Mom, is he really your classmate? Yes, high school classmate. Does he also know Dad? You both went to the same school, right? It's true they went to the same school, but Jiang Minglang was a grade above them. Bailey wasn't sure if they knew each other. Meeting an old classmate on this kind of escape route surprised her. But she didn't mind much. After so many years, they weren't very close. So, after greeting each other, neither side mentioned traveling together. Actually, Zhou Hui seemed to want to bring it up, but his wife changed the subject. Bailey didn't care either. They were just a mother and her children, not planning to join anyone else. As they approached the traffic jam, Bailey stuck her head out to look around. She didn't see any disturbance ahead, but besides this national road intersection, there was another S-shaped fork leading to this highway. The two roads merged into one, and there were many vehicles on that side. Since only one lane was open on the highway, it caused the slow-moving, congested traffic now. At noon, Bailey finally moved forward 30 meters in the line. She irritably scratched her head. The cars ahead were out of sight, and behind, besides Zhou Hui's family, 2 more cars had joined. One was the small car belonging to the owner of the hatchback she had scolded earlier. Mom, eat some cherries. A box of cherries had been washed and stored in a plastic bag when they were in the small yard. They couldn't leave it untouched. They needed to eat it quickly. The mother and son had eaten a big bowl of noodles in the morning, and earlier they had some cookies and chicken feet. Now they weren't hungry at all, so some fruit was just right. The sweet taste temporarily eased Bailey's restless mind. When her teeth bit into the round seed in the middle, she paused, then spat out the seed. She applied a little force, channeling energy into the seed. Within 3 minutes, the round seed surprisingly sprouted a small tender shoot in her palm. Bailey happily showed Chi-Chi the small sprout she was holding.
So.
Before she could finish, saying look, the tiny sprout in her palm suddenly disappeared. Bailey was stunned and looked up blankly at the small, chirping bird standing on the back of the chair. Chi-Chi also looked at it, then turned to look at his mom's palm. The cherry pit was still there, but it was bare, with nothing on it. He quickly explained, Mom, don't be angry. It's been a few days since we had fresh vegetables. It couldn't resist. Although the small bird mainly eats bird food, it also eats vegetables and fruit sometimes. Not every meal, but every few days, she would feed it. Now, it had been a long time since she last fed it. Maybe you can try this one? Chi-Chi said, spitting out the seed he had just finished chewing, placing it in his mom's palm, then taking the sprouted cherry seed that Xiaofeng had eaten. Bailey glared at Xiaofeng with a bit of annoyance and pointed at it with her index finger. Greedy bird. She planted the seed that could grow into a new sprout in a flower pot. Yes, she brought a shallow flower pot from home, filled with garlic cloves, their roots covered with thin soil. She pulled out a few garlic cloves from the middle and placed the sprouted cherry seed into her palm. It was a temporary solution. Once they got home, she planned to move it to the flower bed in the yard. Mom, can you make a cherry tree grow? I don't know. Let's try first. Chi-Chi was very happy. He thought if his mom succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about not having cherries to eat. Because of that, after eating cherries, he carefully kept the seeds in a bag. At 1 p.m., they moved forward another 100 meters. By 3 p.m., they finally got on the highway. Maybe everyone had become more disciplined or was afraid the noise would attract zombies, but during the queue, everyone was surprisingly quiet. No one spoke. Bailey wondered if everyone's manners had improved.
Mom.
After getting on the highway, their speed increased significantly, but not long after, Bailey heard Chi-Chi shout in surprise. Following her son's gaze, Bailey looked ahead and her pupils shrank in shock.
Wow.
Is that a lion? A large lion was sitting on the highway barrier not far ahead. Its brown eyes watched passing cars calmly, but its expression showed a hint of worry. That's a golden retriever. As they got closer, Bailey and Chi-Chi both recognized its true breed. It wasn't a lion, but a golden retriever. Because they had seen a similar-sized dog before in their neighborhood, they accepted the sight of this larger golden retriever easily. But probably only they could accept it. Everyone else passing by kept their windows tightly shut, trembling. They didn't dare make any noise to attract its attention and were eager to leave quickly. No wonder it was so quiet here. No one dared to speak loudly. When their car passed, Chi-Chi noticed the dog's intention. Mom, it seems to be looking for someone. If a pet is looking for someone, it can only be the owner. So, this big golden retriever, like Shiau Wu, was abandoned by its owner? Ah, so sad. After their car drove away, Chi-Chi still sat kneeling on the back seat, leaning over the headrest to look back. He felt these people were really heartless. Before his family adopted Shiau Wu, he felt sad when Shiau Wu had diarrhea. When he first raised Feng Bao, it accidentally hit the window while flying and lost 2 feathers from its wings. He even shed 2 tears. He only cared for his own pets. As long as they didn't go crazy or leave on their own, he wouldn't abandon them. Because there was only one usable lane on the highway, specifically cleared for passage, the vehicles involved in accidents and those with zombies inside were moved to the roadside. So, the driving speed was not fast. As dusk approached, some vehicles turned toward the service area of Wucheng. Of course, there was a gas station nearby, so most of those vehicles were probably heading there. Bai Li didn't turn. She went straight past the service area. Through the rearview mirror, she saw Zhou Hui's car also didn't turn and was following closely behind. At this moment, the little scout leaned on the car window and said, "Mom, that scammer went to the service area." The person who tried to rob her car openly earlier, even though Chi-Chi was young, she explained everything to her son without hiding anything. It was probably because they saw her as a woman with a child and thought she would be easy to bully. Chi-Chi remembered what his mother said and kept glancing back intentionally or unintentionally. He wanted to do something. He wouldn't let anyone bully his mother. Unfortunately, they were in the car all along and never found the right chance. Now, he was no longer traveling with them. Chi-Chi looked at the service area. As they were about to pass, he vaguely saw shadows moving on the second floor, but the lighting was too poor to see clearly. At 10 o'clock at night, under the dark sky, the orange line of cars on the highway was still moving slowly. At this time, unless the car was out of fuel, no one would leave the highway, even if the service area looked calm and safe. By 11 o'clock, the cars ahead stopped. At first, no one got out. Everyone stayed in their cars, waiting quietly. But after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, almost an hour passed and no one moved. Some people couldn't stay put. The first person got out, then the second, third, and so on. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was already sleeping soundly in the back seat, covered with his small blanket. Bai Li had already turned off the engine, leaned back in the seat, covered with a blanket, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Even though the journey was slow as a snail, they had been on the road all day. Of course, they were tired. Shao Jie, turn off the engine. In the car behind, Zhou Hui saw Bai Li's car turn off and suggested to Zheng Sujie to do the same. It was hard to refuel now, even though they had a backup tank in the trunk. Better to save fuel if possible. Although Zheng Sujie knew her husband was right, she couldn't help but mutter, "Your classmate is really brave." She turned off the engine after waiting for only a little while. What if something happens and they can't start the car again? With so many cars blocking the way ahead, how could they not have enough time? But Zhou Hui didn't say anything directly. He just said maybe she guessed that the delay ahead would be long and decided to turn off the engine to rest. You should get some sleep too. You've been driving all day and are tired. If anything happens, I'll wake you. She was indeed a bit tired, but at times like this, they couldn't afford to be careless. Zheng Sujie thought for a moment and asked Zhou Hui, "Should I get out and check the front? The cars behind us already had people get out to look." Zhou Hui disagreed. Only men got out. You shouldn't go. Bai Li hasn't even gotten out. Let's stay in the car and rest well. When the road clears, we'll leave. Zheng Sujie thought it was better to listen to her husband and sleep in the car seat. Meanwhile, ahead on the highway, blocked by 7 or 8 cars across the road, a horde of zombies was howling loudly. The driver who first arrived here looked at the countless zombies and felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to leave and back away, but all the cars behind him were lined up one after another. There was no way to retreat. The second driver was a tall, bald man. He was the first to get out of his car to check the situation. As food approached, the zombies behind the cars grew more excited, howling and pushing forward, hitting the cars with loud crashes. This frightened the driver of the first car, making him very nervous. "Brother, please don't get so close," he said nervously, cracking his window to warn the bald man kindly. But the bald man ignored him. Instead, he jumped onto the roadside barrier and looked behind the zombie crowd. That look surprised him. There were so many zombies, more than he expected, and they seemed endless. The bald man cursed. He jumped down from the barrier, grabbed an iron rod from his car, and told his wife in the passenger seat softly, "We can't go through here. Stay in the car and wait. I'll go check the situation. When the traffic starts to move back, you follow. I'll wait for you at the fork ahead." His wife looked at him, then around at the other cars. No one else was getting out. She sighed and nodded, "Okay, be careful." She knew someone had to take action, or they'd all be stuck here with no way out. The man took over half an hour to reach the previous fork in the road. By then, some drivers who couldn't see what was ahead dared to get out and move around. Some checked the situation, others just got out to stretch after sitting so long. On his way, he'd pass cars with windows down asking what was happening up front, and he'd reply, "Zombies ahead, blocked the way, gotta turn back." He didn't care if it caused a fuss. Once he reached the fork, he had to turn. The bald man had a fierce face, over 1.8 meters tall, with visible muscles under his thin sweatshirt. When he glared, it looked like he could eat someone. He looked tough and not someone to mess with. Therefore, when he pointed an iron rod at the nearest car at the fork in the road, the driver, despite being unwilling, didn't dare to make a sound. He immediately turned the steering wheel and drove off the highway. There was another car behind, but he didn't let it follow. Instead, he directed the driver to let the car in front back up and then exit the highway. One by one, he managed to get almost all the cars off the highway. His wife also drove their car to his side. He got into the car and no longer tried to keep order there. The driver, who had been stopped and waited for over 2 hours, immediately followed behind, quickly catching up, and moved the first car that was reversing to the front. Then the cars behind also hurried to follow. At 3 a.m., Bai Li's car window was knocked on. Woof! Shiau Wu climbed up from the passenger seat and barked loudly at the person outside the window. Zheng Sujie paid no mind and kept knocking on the window, thinking to herself, "This person is really bold. Even at such a time, they are still sleeping so soundly." Bai Li rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking at Zheng Sujie with a confused expression. Zheng Sujie wanted to roll her eyes but held back. She didn't mind Bai Li not opening the window defensively. She just pointed ahead. Bai Li dazedly turned her head and realized the cars in front had already left and gone quite far, only 2 tail lights visible behind. She quickly grabbed a tissue from the side to wipe her face, then started the car. Once her goal was reached, Zheng Sujie turned back to her own car. She couldn't help but complain to Zhou Hui, "Your friend is really something. She's sleeping so deeply under the blanket in such a situation, not even waking up when dogs bark. With her like that, can she safely bring the kids back to their hometown?" Zhou Hui hadn't said anything yet, and Zheng Sujie asked again, "By the way, do you know her husband? Since he's not with her, he probably had an accident." The last sentence wasn't a question but a statement. At this time, whether infected and turned into a zombie or bitten by one, it was quite normal. However, Zhou Hui shook his head and said, "It's unlikely he had an accident. Her husband, Jiang Minglang, is a senior from our school, a top student who went to a military academy. They rarely see each other, and when the recent incident happened, Jiang Minglang was probably not at home." Zheng Sujie looked at him and said, "You seem to know quite a lot." "It's not that I know a lot," Zhou Hui replied. "It's because they are quite famous at our school. Jiang Minglang has good grades, but in his second year of high school, his mother went to the school to ask the homeroom teacher to have him expelled. I can't quite remember the reason, but Jiang Minglang's teacher refused and even went to the guidance director and the principal. In the end, he was not expelled, and his teacher even applied for a tuition waiver for him. Later, when taking the college entrance exam, he enrolled in a military school that didn't charge tuition. As for Bailey, she was in my class. After the college entrance exam, our class monitor pursued her. Class monitor? Didn't you say Lao Jia was your class monitor? I still know some classmates who are close to Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui smiled and said, yes, that's him. That guy has liked Bai Li for 3 years, but because her uncle is our teacher, he never dared to confess. You don't know, Bai Li's uncle cares for her like his own daughter. His eyes are like radar, and any boy who talks to her more than a few words gets stared at for 3 days. Lao Jia secretly wrote her many love letters, but he never dared to send any. He's really afraid of teacher Bai. Zheng Sujia asked curiously, why does her uncle care so much about her? Apparently, Bai Li's father was also in the army. When she was young, he was often away from home. Although she stayed with her grandparents, her teacher raised her. So, you see, raising your niece yourself is almost like raising your own daughter. Zheng Sujia was surprised again. What about her mother? I heard she divorced her father when Bai Li was just 1 year old. That's quite sad. Did her father remarry later? Zhou Hui didn't know about that. Zheng Sujia then asked about Lao Jia again. Did Lao Jia talk to Bai Li after the college entrance exam? That guy is very enthusiastic. He graduated from a prestigious university and is now a manager at a listed company, doing very well. Of course, he looks good too, handsome, graceful, with smooth skin, like a young white face. He's been married twice and has 2 sons. Before the virus outbreak, he was planning to marry his 3rd girlfriend. Marry? Don't be silly. Lao Jia may look good, but he's far behind Jiang Mingling. Bai Li never liked him. I think she never attends class reunions after graduation, probably because he organizes all of them, so she doesn't want to go. But Zhou Hui's guess isn't quite right. No matter who organizes it, she wouldn't go. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, it was the time when I was the most sleepy. Although Zheng Jia had already slept for more than 2 hours before, it was light sleep, and she kept waking up every 10 or 20 minutes. But as soon as she started talking about other people's gossip, she immediately became alert. Especially when she heard that Bai Li was still a military family member, her opinion of her naturally decreased, and she wanted to follow her husband's advice and go back to their hometown with Bai Li. Unfortunately, she didn't know how Bai Li and her husband fell in love, or she would have been more interested. The classmates ahead of them didn't know that the people behind were discussing Bai Li and Jiang Mingling. Soon after they entered the highway, there was some chaos with the cars ahead because, compared to the simple 1-lane highway, the road below was much more complicated. Some places were blocked with traffic, making it impossible to pass. The roads that were passable didn't match the direction they wanted to go, especially since some routes clearly required detours into the city. They all came from the city and knew how hard it was to leave, especially in a city they weren't familiar with. So no one wanted to go into the city. The sounds of people stopping their cars and cursing gradually increased. Bai Li rolled down her window halfway and turned to look at the dark, dull city, just like Sioux City, with no lights. This is Wu City. She saw the sign earlier on the roadside and remembered she had been here before. When she went back to her hometown before the new year, she and Jiang Mingling visited Zhang Xiaodao's grandmother in the countryside of Wu City. Mom, let's go through from inside. I know the way. Chi-Chi woke up at some point, wrapped in a small blanket, climbed from the back seat, and pointed with his little finger. Turn left here, then turn right at the intersection over there. He didn't look at a map but just directed Bai Li, finishing with, Dad drove through here before, I remember. Bai Li felt embarrassed because she had no memory of that at all. But she knew her son was probably right. His sense of direction really took after his father. Bai Li turned the steering wheel, bypassed the cars ahead, and made a left turn into the city. Behind her, Zhou Hui saw she was about to leave and asked Zheng Jia, should we go with Bai Li? Honestly, staying here meant waiting until morning to figure something out, and they might not even get through. So, although he was asking his wife, he actually wanted to leave with Bai Li. No matter the reason, it was naturally better to go with an old classmate. After many years of marriage, Sujia naturally understood his meaning. She did not oppose and followed Bai Li into the city. On the dark street, There were cars with smashed fronts and zombies missing heads, or with their heads pierced. The car lights flashed, making people feel scared. "Mom, there are zombies ahead." When passing the third intersection, Bailey noticed the moving figures from afar. Not only ahead but also on the small roads on both sides, there were hurried footsteps. Bailey stopped the car, skillfully opened a small, slightly heavy toy that could light up and sing. She handed it to Chi-Chi, then got out of the car, raised her hand, and threw the toy with a whimper toward an open space to the front left. Then she quickly turned around, got back into the car, and shut the door with a bang. Her movements were smooth and fast, confident and steady, making Sujia, who was anxiously discussing plans with Shiau Wu behind her, stare in surprise. Why didn't she let Xiao Feng go out this time to distract the zombies? Because Xiao Pinyao was sleeping, and it was not a good time to disturb it. It would explode. After throwing the toy and getting into the car, Bailey sat quietly, waiting. Compared to the engine noise of the car, music was more attractive. Once the zombies in front and on both sides were drawn away, the road was cleared. Bailey took the chance to drive forward. Sujia tightly held the steering wheel, her hands showing blue veins with nervousness. As the car passed, a dozen zombies chased after it. Some fast ones even scratched the trunk with their claws, making sharp sounds that scared Zhou Hui's children, who hugged each other and trembled. Fortunately, after turning a corner, they shook off the zombies. It was almost 5 o'clock and dawn was approaching. Chi-Chi carefully looked at the road signs. He would tell his mom in advance when to turn, but he remembered that not all the roads were accessible, some couldn't be taken, so they had to turn and find another route. He had to remember the directions and avoid going the wrong way. Bai Li, the experienced driver, followed her son's instructions perfectly. She was very obedient, with no complaints at all. However, Sujia, who was following behind, started to worry during the third turn. Did she really know the way? It seemed like they were wandering aimlessly. Would they turn in circles and end up back where they started? But Zhou Hui, who still has a good sense of direction, noticed something and advised his wife, follow Bai Li. She's probably on the right track. At least, her sense of direction is correct. What could Zheng Sujia say? Since everyone was already following, she could only continue to follow. At dawn, they passed by an elementary school. They were almost past it when suddenly, a person darted out from a small side door of the school, startling them all. Fortunately, Bailey reacted quickly and hit the brakes just in time. Otherwise, she would have hit the person and possibly knocked them over. Before the phrase "national treasure" even left her mouth, she saw a horde of zombies inside the school turn their heads and look toward the sound of her sudden brake.
Wow.
The person who was almost hit was also startled and looked over at her. It was a man dressed in camouflage holding a little girl. Under the faint light of dawn and the car's headlights, Bailey saw the man's face clearly. Chi-Chi also saw it and couldn't help but blurt out, "Uncle Su?" Bailey was surprised. How could Subo be here? The light was a bit harsh, and Subo only glanced briefly before quickly turning and rushing toward a car parked ahead, holding the child. The zombies inside the school chased out, and Bailey pressed the horn, causing the zombies chasing Subo to turn and run toward her. But just as they reached her car, Zhou Hui and the others' cars behind also beeped twice. The slow zombies then ran backward. Bailey saw Subo had already gotten into a car with the child and hurriedly released the brake. At the same time, Chi-Chi opened a small toy again and threw it forcefully toward the school gate. But he was small and weak, so the toy, which was light, only landed on the curb instead of near the gate. But that was enough. So long as they could pass, it was fine. Before Subo's car started, Bailey had already driven past him. Zheng Sujia's heart pounded faster as she followed behind. The sudden break almost scared her to death. Luckily, there was a distance of about 7 or 8 meters between the two cars. Otherwise, she would have hit Bailey's bumper. But her car was so close that just 10 centimeters more would have been a close contact. Why do you help strangers you don't even know? You scared me to death. She could understand an emergency brake, but why did she honk the horn to help others? Ever since her best friend caused trouble for Zhou Hui, she no longer wanted to help anyone, whether she knew them or not. She had to think carefully before acting. So, the honking earlier was Shiau Wu pressing the horn. After all, if Bai Li's car got blocked, they wouldn't be able to leave. Zheng Sujia understood this well, so she didn't complain about Shiau Wu. But not complaining about Shiau Wu didn't mean she had no opinion about Bai Li. After leaving school, Bai Li saw a gas station on the roadside in the morning light. Chi reported to her, "There are no zombies in sight. It seems safe. Uncle Su's car didn't turn and is still behind us." Bai Li wanted to ask Uncle Su if Jiang Minglang came back with him. Inside the gas station, the supermarket was messy, with several zombie bodies on the ground. The glass door was broken, and blood was everywhere on the counters and shelves. She had seen too much of this lately and had become numb. Bai Li parked at a fueling station, but she didn't expect there to be any fuel left inside. Sure enough, it was all gone. It looked like she would have to use her stored gasoline. Older sister? Not long after Bai Li got out of the car, Su Bo, behind Zhou Hui's house, also arrived. He wanted to thank them but was surprised to see Bai Li helping him. Su Bo looked happy and asked, "Older sister, how did you get here? Did you meet the boss? Uncle Su, has my dad gone back?" Chi then opened his car window and poked his head out, asking anxiously before his mother could speak, "Did my dad go home to find us?" "Yes, Chi. I separated from your dad here the day before yesterday. He went with Uncle Xiaozhong to look for you at your house." But no one expected that the mother and son had actually gone out. Su Bo saw that Chi was safe and sound, with his usual pale, chubby face and clean clothes, which showed that he had been well cared for during these 10 days of the apocalypse. Looking at his daughter, he turned his head to see the thin, dirty girl curled up in the passenger seat, trembling like a frightened bird. His heart ached so much he wished he could slap himself. Why was he so sure her mother could protect her? If it weren't for the boss insisting he come to find his daughter, she would have definitely died at school. Su Bo was glad he arrived in time. After searching each classroom, he finally found his hungry daughter after 10 days. She was clever and somehow hid in the principal's office, surviving on 2 bags of cookies, a bag of tea leaves, and half a barrel of mineral water for over 10 days. The office window faced the school gate, so when Su Bo rushed into the school, she saw him. But she didn't recognize her father. She thought he was a kind soldier, so when Su Bo opened the door and went inside to look for someone, the little girl curled up under the desk and softly asked, "Uncle, have you seen my mom?" At that moment, Su Bo didn't notice her under the desk. He hurriedly looked around the office, saw no one inside, and was about to leave when he heard her question. His body froze. He hadn't yet realized she was his daughter, but his heart ached painfully from her words. Because when he found his ex-wife's house, she and her current husband and his son were all safe inside, but his daughter was nowhere to be seen. She said, "There are zombies everywhere outside, including at their school. She probably can't survive. Even if she's still alive, I can't save her." "You're so capable, right? Then go save her. Save your daughter." Su Bo was so angry, he was trembling all over. Without saying a word, he immediately drove to the school. His cousin Su Qing, who was in the car with her son, strongly disagreed. She thought a little girl couldn't survive so many days and going there would be pointless. She was probably gone. Su Bo ignored her. Seeing that Su Qing's attitude was off, she didn't dare to say more. Fortunately, he didn't give up, and fortunately, he went. His daughter was hiding in an empty office, looking out the window at the school gate every day, eagerly waiting for her mother to pick her up. But she didn't know she had already been abandoned by them. The older brother was right. Why should you hand over your own child to others? Su Bo handed his daughter a piece of chocolate, told her to eat it slowly in the car, then got out and briefly explained to Bai Li when they planned to leave and how many days they had traveled. Finally, he analyzed, based on the older brother's speed, he should have already arrived home the night before last. Since you two weren't there, he probably set out overnight to catch up. But when he would catch up, and whether they took the same route was uncertain. Su Bo was right. Jiang Minglang did indeed take a different path from Bai Li. Initially, they took the same small road, which also joined the same highway, But the difference was that the vehicles and zombies blocking Bailey caused her to turn and detour, and the small boys driving her away cleared the zombies. So when Jiang Mingling arrived, the vehicles had been moved to the roadside, and some zombie corpses lay on the side. In short, the road was passable. Because he was eager to catch up with his wife, he didn't analyze the situation and simply went ahead. Now, after 2 nights and a day, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda have already surpassed them and are ahead. Of course, Bai Li doesn't know this. She is still thinking about whether she should slow down and wait for him, since Jiang Minglang started a day later. There are storage rooms inside the gas station. I'll go take a look. Sister-in-law, you and Chi-Chi wait outside. Subo doesn't know that Bai Li's car is out of fuel. He wants to find some for her. Mom, I want to go inside and look. Maybe I can find something useful. After sitting in the car for a day and a night, Chi-Chi feels his legs almost can't move, so he jumps a few times right after getting out. Little Wu is also excited and jumps along with him. Little Feng hasn't come out of the car yet. He's not fully awake. Go ahead, but be careful. Bailey stands at the broken glass door of the supermarket, peeks inside, and sees no one. It's safe. Zheng Sujia also comes out of the car, moves to the front passenger seat, and helps Zhou Hui to the bathroom. Seeing Zhou Hui's injured leg, Bailey raises an eyebrow in surprise, finally understanding why this guy didn't get out when his wife argued with someone. She also takes the opportunity to go to the bathroom. She only drank a sip of water yesterday, not daring to drink more, since she can't do like her son and use a bottle too. It's too uncomfortable. She can't take the highway anymore. She should take smaller roads from now on. When she returns to the car, Su Bo surprisingly comes over quickly carrying several cans of gasoline. He helps Bailey fill up her tank and leaves her with a can. Then he gives one to Zhou Hui and the others, making Zheng Sujia, who previously objected to saving people, feel a bit embarrassed. Mom, I found some towels, tissues, and sanitary pads. Do you want them? Chi-Chi runs out of the supermarket carrying a big bag of things, proud of himself. Great, put them in the car. Chi-Chi opens the back door, puffs out his little bottom, and stuffs the bags inside. Su Bo sincerely praises sister-in-law. You've really taught Chi-Chi well. He is holding a knife when he gets out, not afraid of zombies or dead bodies in the supermarket, and dares to go inside to find things. Meanwhile, his cousin's son. Su Bo glances over at his own car, which has been parked for a while, but neither the mother nor the son has gotten out. Just now, when he helped his daughter into the car, his sister-in-law didn't say a word of comfort to the child. He might still feel some resentment toward his daughter. If it weren't for saving her, he and his mother wouldn't have waited so long at the school gate. Although Fan Fan whispered annoying very quietly, he still heard it. Su Bo frowned slightly, feeling suddenly reluctant to let his daughter sit alone in the car with them, even though she was sitting in the front passenger seat. Su Bo finished refueling the car, then put the remaining fuel into the trunk. He opened the passenger door and gently said to his daughter, "You want to get out and walk a bit? Don't worry, it's safe. Even if it's not, I won't let anything happen. Dad will protect you." Bai Li saw Chi-Chi finish packing and then took Zhou Hui's children into the supermarket. He was quite familiar, and when Zhou Hui greeted him, he called him uncle right away. Hearing that he knew his father made him even happier. After Bai Li finished putting the fuel in and closed the trunk, he turned around and saw Su Bo getting out of the car with a little girl. Bai Li walked over and asked, "Is that your daughter?" "Yes, Yu.
Call me Auntie."
Yu lifted her dirty little face and softly said, "Auntie, hello." Bai Li reached out and gently patted her little head, saying kindly, "Good girl. Auntie will get you some warm water. Wait here." Su Bo, inexperienced with children, had only given his daughter chocolate and a bottle of mineral water in the car. He didn't think her throat was so hoarse that she needed hot water. Of course, even if he had thought of it, he wouldn't have had hot water. Bai Li brought over a thermos and also handed Yu a box of milk.
Milk?
"Mom, I want to drink milk. I want a drink." Before he could finish, Yu suddenly shivered at the boy's voice from inside the car. She quickly shoved the milk back into Bai Li's hand and then threw herself into Su Bo's arms. Her little shoulders trembled badly as if she was very scared. This action surprised both Su Bo and Bai Li. They looked at each other, and then both looked at Yu Yu in shock. Her reaction just now was purely instinctive, a reflex. The fact that it caused this result meant what? It meant she had experienced this before, and more than once. Su Bo's eyes darkened, and his hand clenched into a fist as he held his daughter. Su Qing, control your son, or I won't mind leaving him behind. Don't bother me with any more nonsense. Neither of you is my responsibility. He didn't want to make things ugly or say harsh words, but he really couldn't bear it anymore. Su Qing didn't expect her cousin to argue over a box of milk with a child. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She immediately hugged her son, tears streaming down her face, and sobbed, "Baby, Mom isn't capable. I couldn't get you milk. Please, just be patient." Under Su Bo's gentle coaxing, Yu Yu's emotions gradually calmed down. She drank 3 boxes of warm water in one go. This eased her stomach, which had been hungry for days. When she drank milk again, she looked very eager and ate quickly. Su Bo felt sad watching her. He quickly took a bag of bread from the trunk and handed it to her. "Su Bo, did you bring a thermos cup?" "Yes, I did." His own thermos cup had been in his backpack all along, but he hadn't had time to boil water these days. So before Bai Li asked, he almost forgot about it. Bai Li wanted to heat water for him, and he didn't refuse. They were family, so there was no need to be polite. After speaking, he felt he had rest enough. In the supermarket, many seemingly useless daily necessities, especially sanitary pads, were often overlooked. Most people searching for supplies were men, so no one paid attention to these items. They were mostly left behind. But Bai Li and Chi-Chi would pick them up whenever they saw them. Chi-Chi knew what a menstrual period was because his mother explained it to him in detail. He understood that these were necessary items for her. To carry these items onto the car, Bai Li moved 2 buckets of mineral water from the car and asked Su Bo to find some dry wood or branches nearby in the supermarket to burn and make hot water for supplies. Although the temperature had risen a bit in the past 2 days and it wasn't as cold as before, they still needed hot water because their bodies couldn't handle it without it. This time, they didn't ask Shiau Wu to help start the fire. Su Bo used a lighter. Shiau Wu was a little unhappy about this, but his mouth was pinched shut by Chi-Chi, who looked at him with big, round eyes, his dog face full of confusion. Chi-Chi always remembered his mother's words. Shiau Wu was their secret weapon. His ability to breathe fire was something only Dad knew about. No one else could find out. They didn't know what would happen in the future, but for now, it had to stay a secret. When the water boiled, they poured it into each family's thermos and insulated cups. Zheng Sujia quickly thanked them, feeling a bit embarrassed and saying, "You even brought a water boiler when you went out. You prepared so well." Of course they did. But this stainless steel kettle wasn't used often. It was bought by her father. The old man liked to be nostalgic. He said he wasn't used to electric kettles, so when he visited her house, he bought this one. Now she sincerely thanks her father. With hot water available, everyone wants to eat instant noodles, especially since they haven't had a warm meal for several days. Even a simple bowl of instant noodles now feels very special. At this moment, dawn is just breaking. Perhaps because this place is a bit remote, there are no people or zombies nearby. It's best to finish eating and then leave. Bai Li generously takes another bucket of water from her car. It takes up space, so she quickly moves it aside to make room for other things. This was originally placed in the car by Qiao Fei. "Saozi, you can't keep using your water all the time. You should save some." "Don't worry, I have enough water." Before we left, the car was mostly filled with water. The key is, the water in the car isn't even used. Every time water is needed, Chi-Chi quickly puts them away, leaving no space for these bottled waters to be stored. So, why keep them? But Su Bo didn't know this. He still suggested she prepare a little more, so he only poured half a bucket into one. If more was needed, he used bottled water from his own car. Zhou Hui was also generous, letting Zheng Sujia take 2 bottles. Bai Li had no choice. Since things were like this, she decided to share everything. After eating warm instant noodles, the adults and children happily get into the cars, ready to leave. This time, Subo leads the way, taking a small road he used when entering Wuching. The 3 cars leave the city smoothly, then part ways. One heading east, the other west. Actually, Subo's main intention was to see Bai Li and her son off. He had already found his daughter. Her parents are with his older brother back home, and they are safe. Now he is free of worries. But his older brother hasn't yet met his sister-in-law and Chi-Chi, and he might be worried. So, Subo wants to ensure that they are safe. However, Su Qing isn't happy about this. She wants to return to her hometown sooner. At the gas station earlier, she already learned that Bai Li is Captain Zhang's wife and Chi-Chi is his son. She was surprised by how young and beautiful Bai Li is, and, even though she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Bai Li is very capable. She can drive such a big vehicle and handle everything calmly and confidently in this situation. Honestly, if it weren't for her, none of them would have had a simple, warm meal today. Looking at herself, she remembered last night when her cousin went to school to find her child. He asked if she could drive. He meant that after he went inside, she should stay in the driver's seat and wait. When he and the child come out, she should start the car so they could leave quickly and safely. But she was too afraid to drive. I have had this car for several years, but I have never driven it. Now I am even confused about the brake and accelerator. Although my cousin only asked me a simple question and didn't say much, I feel that when I said I was afraid to drive, he probably looked down on me. But can I be blamed? The car at home has always been my husband's. He never told me to practice driving. Who would have thought that suddenly everything would change? Su Qing feels very upset. Maybe I haven't even realized it myself, but I am comparing myself to Bai Li. Of course, I am not the only one comparing myself to Bai Li. Zheng Sujia is also doing the same. She feels guilty and says, "Look at Bai Li, she always has everything ready when she goes out. Unlike me, I forget everything. Our child has suffered because of me." Now she has forgotten that she once disliked Bai Li's confidence on the highway and didn't want to travel with her. Now, she can't say she's completely convinced, but she truly admires her. Don't underestimate a small kettle. With it, as long as there is water, you can go home comfortably without encountering danger.
Don't worry, Mom.
My sister, and I won't dislike you, her son Zhou Jinfeng said comfortingly. You forget things often, but this time you just didn't think everything through. At least you brought the essentials, which is already good enough, he added. Zheng Sujia. This brat. How can you say you don't dislike me? Chi-Chi is 2 years younger than you. When she sees a sanitary pad, she knows to bring it for her mom. And you? You don't even know what brand your mom uses, she scolded. Zhou Hui and Zhou Jinfeng. Jinfeng helplessly said, "It's my fault. Next time we go to the supermarket, I promise to help you find sanitary pads and buy plenty to stock up." Zhou Hui couldn't help but chuckle. Zheng Sujia turned her head and glared at him. Stop laughing. You never know what might happen in the future. It's better to stock up just in case, isn't it? Okay, I didn't say it's not possible. Son, remember to stock up on sanitary pads for your mom, Jinfeng said. Got it, he replied. Zheng Sujia couldn't be bothered with these two. She saw Su Bo and Bai Li finish their instructions and return to their own car. She quickly unfastened her seatbelt and got out. She walked to Bai Li's window and asked, "Bai Li, what are your plans now? Do you want us to go together?" Bai Li was indifferent. Since our families are from the same place, traveling together is also fine. Furthermore, if we cannot get along on the road, we can part ways later without any problem. Zheng Sujia then asked, "Do you think we should go in front or you should go ahead?" I don't know the way, but Zhou Hui has a good sense of direction. As long as we follow the right direction, we will eventually reach home. Bai Li looked back at her son, who was holding a map and seemed eager to try. She said to Zheng Sujia, "I have a decent sense of direction too. Maybe I should go in front. If we go the wrong way, you can just honk the horn from behind." All right, that's settled then. After parting from Bai Li and the others, Su Bo drove back home. But within 10 minutes of driving, he noticed his daughter kept looking at him. Su Bo, with one hand on the steering wheel, reached over to gently ruffle his daughter's little head and asked, "What's wrong, you?" Although she didn't recognize her father at first when she was at school, she did recognize him later. 2 years ago, her father took her to the amusement park, played with her all day, and bought her many things, everything she wanted. She remembered all of that. But she carefully asked, "Dad, are you taking me to Grandpa and Grandma's house?" "Yes." "Then, what about Mom? Will I see her again?" Before Su Bo could think of a proper answer, Fan Fan, the son of Su Qing in the back seat, loudly interrupted, "Your mom doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still looking for her?" Su Bo's face suddenly changed. He quickly pressed the brakes and turned to look at his daughter. The 8-year-old girl had tears in her eyes but hadn't cried, just looked at her father with a choked voice asking, "Really?" She didn't want to believe it. Although her mother was different now, more biased towards her uncle's son, and always making her give in, she still hoped. If there were 2 boxes of milk at home, but her uncle's son wouldn't share, she couldn't drink it. Her mother said she was the older sister and should be considerate of him. She had given in, so does that mean she still doesn't want her? Su Bo gently wiped her tears and didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he softly said, "Yu, Dad will always be with you from now on. I will never leave you alone. So, can you stay with Dad?" The little girl was smart and understood what her father meant. She nodded gently. Su Bo turned back to continue driving, but his words were a bit cold as he said, "Su Qing, watch your mouth and take care of your son. What do children know?" It's just Su Qing whispering to him. If she weren't his real cousin, and not for Uncle San's sake, he would want to throw her and her son out right now. They haven't seen each other in years, and this sister is becoming more and more unreasonable. Meanwhile, Bai Li followed her son's instructions, driving steadily along a country road. Although it's called a country road, it's paved with asphalt and smooth, with no potholes. On both sides are fields with no people or zombies, only wheat crops swaying in the wind, ready to be harvested. It's a pity no one is collecting the wheat. Half an hour later, they pass through a village. On one side of the road is the village, and on the other is a small mountain. Bai Li, with sharp senses, immediately noticed someone on the mountain, peering down from behind a tree. She sensed at least 3 people. The village was eerily silent, as if no one was there. Cautiously, Bai Li pressed the accelerator to the floor and quickly drove through the village. Xing Sujie saw her speeding up and naturally followed suit. 2 cars, one behind the other, left the seemingly small village behind in less than 5 minutes. It's so strange. Shouldn't life be easier in a village like this? Why is there no one around? She started to worry about her hometown. Her home is in the suburbs of Pingcheng, called a town, but it's really just a village. She didn't know what the village was like now or if her grandparents, parents, and uncles were all safe. She felt anxious, worried that Jiang Mingling might not catch up if they drove too fast, but also eager to see her family. At 1 p.m., Bai Li stopped the car by a small creek. There were stones and dry branches, perfect for cooking. After getting out, the family members looked for a place to settle in. Bai Li then piled some stones into a U-shape, took out a frying pan from the car, and also brought out a bucket of mineral water. It was actually the half bucket left over from before, but Chi-Chi had filled it up in the car. "Let's have noodles for lunch," she said. Then she started preparing. Xing Sujie helped Zhou Hui to get comfortable after using the bathroom, and both stared in shock, unable to speak. When she lit the fire, she saw her dog approach. Bai Li, with her back turned, somehow managed to ignite the fire under the stove with a sudden whoosh. Is the firewood too dry, or is her lighter better? If you look closely, you'll see that Bai Li's lighter, stored in her pocket, has no oil left. "Mom, there are lots of wild chives here. Should I dig some?" Bai Li turns around and sees Chi-Chi with her knife tucked in her waist, bending down in the grass about 3 or 4 meters from the stream, holding a bunch of wild chives and smiling at her. "They're very tender. Should I put them in the noodles?" He knows there are no more green vegetables, so now the noodles are just plain flour noodles, maybe with some salt and sesame oil. It doesn't taste good and doesn't look nice. Putting the wild chives in the noodles might be a good idea. "Okay, go ahead and dig. I'll get your bucket." Bailey turns back to the car, rummages under the back seat, and pulls out a small plastic bucket with a little shovel inside. Zhang Sujia. She really doubts if they, the mother and son, are truly fleeing like everyone else. Such a small bucket and shovel seem more like toys for playing in the sand. Shifeng, take your sister and Chi-Chi to pick wild chives. If you don't know what they look like, just ask Chi-Chi. Hurry up. Zhou Hui quickly responds, calling his son and daughter to go together, then asks Zhang Sujia to look in the trunk for some noodles. When they return, they bring all the remaining food from home, including a bag of egg noodles. Bailey stops her, saying, "No need this time. I have a box of noodles in the car, enough to eat. If it's not enough later, you can take more from me." It's not that she's generous. There really is a lot. Earlier, when she went to the supermarket with Qiao Fei and others, they didn't take instant noodles, so she just packed all of them into the car. Zhang Sujia helps gather firewood for cooking, occasionally glancing at the children, then can't help but ask Bailey, Chi-Chi actually recognizes wild chives? The key is she recognizes them in the wild. Their family, let alone her son and daughter. If she were left in the wild, she probably wouldn't find her way back even after 800 years. Back in my hometown, my dad always took him to the fields. Over time, he learned to recognize some common wild vegetables.